Futures back to the upside here this morning, looking to potentially snap a three-day streak where we've been starting anyways to the downside and then trying to work our way back to the upside ahead of some key jobs data to come, although we're not going to get non-farm payrolls on Friday morning, going to be delayed because of a potential of another government shutdown. We'll get the JOLTS number, however, we'll get the ADP number, and we'll also get initial jobless claims. That's a weekly number. So still some employment data to come this week. We also have more earnings on the table today. In fact, AMD going to be in focus after the bell tonight. We'll bring that to you live as it is released. Nice day yesterday for AMD. Nice day yesterday for Nvidia until about 2:30 in the afternoon, and then it fell off a cliff. We'll talk about that coming up. Palantir, meanwhile, the big headliner, big gap here this morning for PLTR. After a nice move after the close yesterday. Pretty good report right across the board. Some dark pool prints coming in here, just disregard that candle. Pretty good report right across the board here for Palantir. There were some minor questions regarding the call I was reading this morning, but overall I think positive.
Yeah, well, when you're growing your earnings that quickly, that markedly year over year, Brendo, the market's going to take notice. Fantastic look for them, a clear beat on the top and bottom line. And U.S. commercial revenue, something that we really emphasized yesterday to keep an eye on. Brendo surged 93% year over year, bringing the overall commercial revenue also jumping. So U.S., sorry, let me just rephrase that. U.S. commercial revenue, 93% year over year. Commercial revenue as a whole, 137% year over year. So that's good. It's not as sticky as government revenue. Yeah. Government contracts tend to last longer than commercial revenue, but nice to see them jump into the private markets. A blowout earnings all around. Yeah,
and that was the one thing that Dara pointed to was the rate of growth on the government side was slowing year over year. But if you're seeing, commercial and other sales coming through on the other side that are growing exponentially, then, I mean, that's kind of what you want to see
exactly what you want,
for a company like PLTR. We'll dig into that more. We also got this Tesla headline after the close last night, if you missed it. I mean, it's not really a Tesla headline, but XAI and SpaceX making it official, combining before we go public here. We were sitting here yesterday talking about, some rumors floating around whether or not this would happen. Actually does. Car company going to stay off to the side, left on the sidewalk. I think before we get this coming to market, a lot of people going back and forth this morning on whether or not this is actually increasing the value or not.
So this is really interesting because SpaceX doesn't even make that much money. They have a very, very high margin. So about $15 billion in revenue, about seven or eight of that is profit. So that's fantastic. But the valuations are almost Palantir-esque. We're talking about like 150 times, 200 times forward PE. So a lot of analysts were like looking and like, why would he want to do that? Well, because you have such a rich valuation on one side and it's profitable. Then you look at XAI and it's burning through cash to no end. They're building data centers through, in Memphis, everywhere else. They're having to accompany that with huge swaths of, gas turbines. A lot of people complaining about that. Make a long story short, a lot of cash burning on one side, income generation on the other, a little yin, a little yang. It's not really about the short-term outlook, Brendo, about putting data centers in space. People still feel that's like a 5-10-year runway.
And that's kind of hand in hand, right? One takes it there, the other one's going to use the power that's generated from it. So, I mean, potentially, I still think the AI side may have bigger upside, depending on, the time frame you're looking at. But, I mean, let's see how things play out. Anyways, here's 10 o'clock this morning. Keep in mind, again, JOLT's coming up. We'll get ADP this week. We'll get initial jobless claims. But once again, no non-farm payrolls on Friday. They're going to delay that because of the potential of another government shutdown. They are saying this one's going to be, if it does happen, very, very short, and they'll get it resolved maybe even over the weekend. SMCI, the other notable name coming up tonight on the earnings front. This one had a pretty good day yesterday, back above $30. So more to come. Big tech Wednesday and Thursday with Google and Amazon as well.
And the critical minerals, the
rare earths.
Yeah, they're really moving this morning. Gold, silver, and President Trump coming out with another headline. He wants to create a strategic minerals reserve. Where have we heard that before, Brenda? Oh, that's right, the oil reserve. So keep an eye on those. MP, USAR, criminal, they're all moving.
Yeah, and as you said, silver, gold, both back higher again this morning. I mean, ever so slightly after a couple down days here for both guys. Good morning.
Good morning, yes.
Yeah.
Not a good morning for PayPal. Oh, you have it up already.
I mean,
So we talked about all these positive things, and then there's
2017 was a pretty good year. The Jays had the bat flip. There's probably a bunch of other stuff that happened as well. Well, my daughter was born that year. That's a big one. And that was the last time PayPal was at these prices. I couldn't.
really okay.
Like PayPal, it's crazy. Like you got to go to like a weekly or monthly. They missed on the top line. They missed on the bottom line. They're now replacing the CEO. And we're at $44, which we were last here in early 2027. Sorry, 2017, what am I saying? So it's been, almost a full 9 years. And on the day that a firm gets an upgrade, it's like almost like an extra slap in the face. And on top of that, SoFi looks like it could be bouncing. There's fintech names that are bouncing, and they got the raw end of the stick. I didn't see this one coming. When Palantir was up double digits, I kind of figured, okay, well, that's going to be the biggest mover of the earnings names once it got to that mark. But not so good for PayPal.
I like the new CEO coming through. I think that will.
They got to do something.
Yeah, they have to do something. You can't miss on the top and the bottom line these days. Everybody's beating expectations. It's all about the guides. But there's Palantir up 10%, so that's good. So we finally give like a little, sigh of relief there, because this could have gone easily the other way as well, right? And so we see that commercial number. That's going to be a big one that we continue to talk about. So it's not even. It's just a nice print. The stock still has been beat up quite handsomely here, and we'll see if it can wind up holding this 161. So we'll have that on our mind there today. And then, oh man, treated like a meme stock, it seems like these days, is silver. So bouncing around again, up another 10%. And I say another because every day we come in here, it's either up or down 5 or 6%. So here's another day where we're moving another 10%. So we'll see if it can finally find a base here. I feel like obviously that move was pretty dramatic down there. Gold also making a move higher. So we'll look at all of these. The U.S. dollar as well today. Approaching 97.50 or so. Here it is on a 1-minute chart, starting to head a little downside there. You'd like to see a weaker dollar for some of these multinationals. We've talked about that. So here, this is coming down in. This is a 1-minute chart. So just seeing what's been happening right now with the dollar. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the jobs report or the JOLTS coming, and then it's going to be a big week for economic numbers as well. So dollar tapping out, couldn't really get to 98. We'll see if it can eventually make that climb. It was a nice week for U.S. dollar strength last week, and we had talked about how that will affect potential Fed decisions, although potentially not supposed to. We have Kevin Warsh coming through again, and then IBIT still at. It's funny, like silver's up 10%, gold's up 5 or 6%, and IBIT's just kind of just chilling right now. So we have Robinhood, we have SoFi, good upgrades from J.P. Morgan on Affirm, which I think Affirm is like this was. I've never really liked the business, obviously, and I've said this, buy now, pay never kind of stuff, but they actually have good quality on their credit, and that buy now, pay never thing hasn't really happened. But they're JP Morgan now saying that they're possibly priced right after such a 20% or so decline in the last couple weeks. So we'll see if JP Morgan is right about Affirm, and then SoFi today finally getting a bump to 22.50, right? So
SoFi looks okay.
I'm buying some SoFi down here. So we've been averaging into this position, and we'll see. We haven't averaged into it yet, but I think this is going to be a spot here on a little bit of an upgrade. You missed the 3% from yesterday if you buy the lows, but or the close. So we'll see what winds up happening. Actually, I think yesterday's low was the close. Yeah. So up a little bit here today, just kind of where we were yesterday mid-afternoon. So let's see if SoFi can wind up holding. I'm trying to put it on the note today for SoFi because it was upgraded. We'll see if we can find a place to get into SoFi here today.
Ooh, Adam James, abroad.
There we go.
Still abroad, we should still say.
Abroad, okay.
Well, there's a super chat. Took a second there. JP Morgan reaffirming a buy and ups the price target to $31, which is just adjacent to the high. SoFi, it does this after earnings, and we've been sort of noticing this pattern of dip and buy the dip after earnings. Now, obviously, it lost a 200, but I do like this on the weekly more so than the daily. Like, it's still in front of support. Looks like we're going to close this week holding that support line after earnings. I think that's where you get that go. But to the point of crypto, like everything, I shouldn't say everything, but a lot of things seem to be bouncing this morning, right? Like as bad as it got for gold and silver, they're bouncing. Chip names look pretty good today. You got the Palantir earnings. Obviously, PayPal's its own little story, but Bitcoin's still unable to even retest 80,000. Like we didn't even try to test 80,000 yesterday. So it just feels to me like it's no change of plan unless we're breaking. You got to at least break 79.2 and retest the 80 before you start thinking bullish about Bitcoin. And you know, that's what I'm going to be looking at today. Going right back to that 45 level. If we're getting a relief rally, this one needs to prove itself, Bitcoin, that you're out of the doldrums. So it is what it is. Like obviously there's going to be some strength, lots of strength in the market. Like WDC, Western Digital. Like okay, we talk a lot about SNDK, we talk a lot about Micron, but WDC is now. They were the ones on their report. We weren't even that impressed with it. Like we were just sort of going gaga over SNDK's earnings last week, and then all of a sudden Western Digital. They sprinkle a little buyback on this bad boy, 4 billion share repurchases authorized, and now we're up 5.5%, and you're within a stone's throw of all-time highs. So there's lots of strength out there, and the memory names just continue to rally.
Yeah, you could have SNDK at like 580 yesterday, early on, and then it closed out at 660. So
This one was 240 or under 240. And we're now at 285. Like all of these are insane. But we do have. I mean, Micron doesn't report until the end of the cycle, the end of the earnings cycle. But you can't seem to stop these names. Rally back on for everything except for PayPal and Bitcoin and probably a couple of others.
yeah, it's that's probably part of the reason here for Robinhood and SoFi to be down so much is also because of crypto. We saw Webull also. Come on, man. Come on, JP Morgan. You're not giving any love to Webull over here? $7, bruh. Come on, bruh. Yeah, that name just keeps on getting hit down. And, you know, you think, again, part of the crypto, PayPal's not the biggest player in crypto either, but I feel like now that you showed that chart, this reminds me a lot of Intel, where if it's just going to, like, stand near these, like, lows of the last 40 years or whatever, like what Intel was doing, you know, maybe PayPal, if it hangs out, you know, down around here, sub 50 for a while, just going to take some good news to blast this thing through. So let's see if PayPal eventually finds itself some base here, XYZ. I think I still own some block shares as well. $58, so that's probably going to get, yeah, see, I was going to say that's probably going to catching some shrapnel on this as well. So some of these payment processors, man, I mean, not a good time for Stripe to come, I guess, eh, guys?
Yeah, that would be the...
Hopefully Stripe is looking at this report and is like, yeah, maybe we'll hold off on coming through.
You know what, this level might, we're very close. I'm just sort of looking at this chart. I'd have to double check. But it would seem like the initial month high on PayPal when it came to market was around 43. So this is the IPO breakout levels from the first couple of years at $43. So it is getting to some pretty insanely historical levels.
Exactly.
So it is obviously going to be worth watching. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at block in a while. But if this isn't on the trading radar, SSR down 17%, pretty much at huge breakout levels. Whether it's 42 or 43, I'd probably take some kind of a shot to look for a reversion on that bad boy. And there's some small cappers moving around too that I see in the chat to get Sharif excited about. There's this Texon Holding Limited. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. I was about to say there's Texon Holding Limited. It's already back.
Perfect.
30 to 11, sorry, well, 6 to 30 to 11 on NPT. This one goes absolutely wild. I saw Tisha in the chat was talking about this and a few others. So there's always something for everybody. Sharif, I know you'll be excited to see. Oh, well, you got the metals moving as well. So like you call it criminal, but critical metals should be in play today after the reserve. Criminal. It is a good ticker.
Hopefully there'll be more of that today because as we talked about about 5 minutes ago, President Trump wanting to create a strategic reserve, and then you're also getting the rebound in gold and silver as well. So that'll help play into the whole mineral thing. Can't wait to see that on Midday.
Again, all higher right across the board. I was just looking at some of the pharmacy names, pharmaceutical, I should say. Both Merck and Pfizer out this morning. Tale of two weekly charts for you here. MRK looking really, really good here, back above 113. I'm trying to get through to 115, I guess, would be this area over here if you go back to the end of 2025. Pfizer, on the other hand, not really doing a heck of a lot. It's chopping around here this morning. I mean, Merck warning about full year sales, Pfizer warning about declining sales, especially on the vaccine side. Yep. I mean, there's no buyers for these things anymore, clearly. So it's a tough story, I guess.
I feel like they're a little tone deaf. to, you know, kind of how people are feeling. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, stop saying vaccines. Like, give us something that we all want to talk about, like these GLP-1s. Get your ducks in a row when it comes to these GLP-1 studies. How many canceled trials is it now, Brendo? 2 or 3?
Lots.
They tried to do it twice internally, and now they're trying to acquire their way into the GLP-1 race, and neither has been successful. So kind of a kiboshed problem with them now. The issue is they've been so good, I think, over the last 3 decades of having a good product pipeline, you know, whether it was Zithromax or Viagra or Norvasc. There's just so many different major drugs, Brendo, that, you know, touch major problems, not small TAMs, large TAMs. And I think the last 10 years, that really hasn't been their moat. So.
No. But that's like that. Then that's the biggest takeaway. You know, they put all their eggs in one basket, and that basket's now bottomless.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else left at this point, or it doesn't seem like it anyways. I think a lot of people were looking for, okay, what's coming? What's next? Is there anything? And there just wasn't. So Pfizer specifically, not a lot of volume behind this move, guys, but heading back to $25 here in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, unless you, hey, they got a good dividend, so that's what you're holding your hat on. I was just on the Merck chart, because Merck actually looks pretty fantastic if you're interested in that space. I'm kind of an only Eli Lilly person right now. But if we're making the argument, oh wow, PayPal just, okay, remember I was talking about PayPal, that 42 level? Well, it's already through 43, just dropped another $1. PayPal's now down 18% and still going to the downside. If we're talking about things that have had trouble getting off the schneid and maybe they've made some kind of a constructive bottom, Pfizer at least has the look of doing so. Like, it's the downward trend has abated a little bit to the point where the 200 period moving average is actually sloping up for now, which is the first time. Yeah, you know, I'm not going to go back far enough in the chart to try to figure out when the last time it was upward sloping. Just suffice to say, it was probably COVID. I'm going to guess. Sometime during COVID would have been the last time you had an upward sloping 200 period. So if it holds on to this 200, there might be like a good zone where you can get away with the old, hey, buy the dip at support. If it pops more than like the 10% that it's been giving you. And if it only goes 10%, you can always just take the dividend, maybe sit there as a stable part of your portfolio. But the way I see it, like, why not just be more involved in the stronger name? Like, allow Merck to settle down after earnings maybe and find that 50-period moving average. This has been working for a much longer time. And ultimately, you know, it comes down to better execution and better pipeline. And everyone's been waiting for Pfizer to make the right move, and they just haven't really been able to do it. So I think you just sort of stick with the winner. You could do worse than finding that support on Pfizer if you just want somewhere to hide, but it's still ultimately a pretty, not depressing stock. That's not the right word, because you can't say that. Like, it's actually made a bottom and been going sideways while other things continue to crater. But Merck easily over Pfizer right now. Yeah,
I like them all. I mean, I always talk about some of these, you know, the XBI or the IBB. These are the biotech sort of ETFs. And I'm really starting to, in my old man age here, starting to figure out, like, I have so many stocks that I own that it's like, if you just buy some indexes, then you're not really, because like Bristol Myers has a good portfolio behind it right now as well. You know, AbbVie, Eli Lilly's working on different drugs. So it's kind of like the more you, look, you can pick individual winners. There's no doubt about that. I think individual stock picking is incredible. And if you know what you're doing, it's great. But, you know, IBB, here's another example of sort of these ETFs. And you can see Pfizer is very, very choppy, as Neil was just showing you. You know, but the trend on a lot of these ETFs, you get them all in one basket. So I really feel like you're about to break out of some of these ETFs on the biotech side, right? Like, you're holding this 50-period moving average, despite, you know, this trial, that trial, you know, these earnings, that earning. Like, we're still pumping higher here. So I think that AI, just like we've seen with industrials, can really make a big difference in the space, and I feel like it is happening. You know, creating trials a little easier with the data to manage it, to run it through the numbers, to get these, even as Sharif mentioned, the vaccines get created faster. A lot of these potentially, and I don't know, I'm not in the business, but I would think that costs go down with AI as far as the development of some of these cures and treatments. So yeah, I like the IBB and the XBI. So I think if you're playing that game, get a little bit of ETF action in your life. All right, we cannot have enough of this next gentleman in our life, and he's back right now. I think it's options. I'm going to go with options with Joe.
I think you're correct.
It is typically at 8:20. That's when we try to get everything rolling, guys. All right, let's hop right into the derivative world, guys. We're gonna start things off with Palantir this morning, reporting after the bell yesterday. So we want to take a look at some of that activity. We have now surpassed that 155 level. Now, volume and open interest, relatively modest here, 16,000 contracts, 14,600 on the volume side, and a $15 spread here, guys. That's going to be expiring this Friday. This contract is now at the open going to be ITM. I mean, about $10 or so, a little bit less, $9. But your delta exposure sitting at 39 and gamma 0.02. Once again, you're going to see an increase in both of those out of the gate, just due to the fact that those are now in the money, I should say. This was out of the money earlier. Now, the at the money IV, obviously, during the earnings report, you're going to have an increase in implied volatility. So you have that uptick there, 127.1%. All right, moving forward, guys, Apple steady grind yesterday in yesterday's session. That is $280 mark. Those aren't going to be worth very much, but the open interest still sitting relatively high, around 25,500 contracts, with volume around 17,400. Once again, going to be expiring this Friday. Your delta is going to be around that 0.09 there, guys, or so that that 0.9 delta, which is essentially relatively cool considering out of the money contract once again. And your gamma exposure, cool. The closer you get to ATM at the money, then you're going to see an increase in those metrics. Now, as for the at the money IB, relatively cool here for Apple, 26.1%. We'll take that. I'm going to be looking at this as some bullish sentiment throughout the week in AAPL. Moving forward, it is unfortunate. Yes, this is going to be a deep ITM contract now, sliding down to around $90. That's going to be Robinhood and Company. Open interest relatively cool, guys, but we're going to go a couple weeks out on the expiration cycle. That is going to be February 20th. Now, as for the volume, 2,210, and then you can see, considering these are deep in the money contracts, you're going to have an increase in delta and your gamma as well too. The at the money IB sitting around 76.4%. Poor old Robinhood. Moving forward, guys, Oracle as well too, raising some debt here, guys. Open interest sitting around 11,100 and your volume around 1,540. Volume extremely cool, nothing substantial there whatsoever. That is going to be next week's expiration cycle. Now, as for the bid and the ask, a little bit of a wide spread there, guys. You're looking at $40. Might tighten up out of the open. Keep your eye out on this, and don't forget, you may not know what contracts these are, but it's very easy to depict, right? Delta, if you look at your delta and it's negative, it's always going to be a put. Put deltas are always negative, and your call deltas are always going to be positive. As for your gamma, cool as well too, guys. 61.9% at the money IV. There was a couple volatility pops in the pre-market on Oracle. Keep your eyes out on those four names, and we shall be back momentarily with some analyst actions.
Yes, sir. Definitely get it, Joe. And one of the names on that list was the unsung hero in the market yesterday. I think if you can even use that term, I don't know if you can, but Apple.
Late.
Well, I just did, because all afternoon, Apple was the gift that the market was making a top. You saw late in the afternoon, like your shorts were working as things started to pull back in, but Apple was absolutely relentless. And you saw that going all the way up until basically like 5 minutes before the bell. I know it's down today, but this is a simple case of when you look back, and when we were live doing the aftermarket show on Apple earnings, there was nothing you could point to that you weren't necessarily liking. I mean, you could really, really nitpick the services. It was like, okay, like as expected, or like an infinitesimal miss there. But what happened the following day was just buyers come right in where they were before. Like it just went right back to, oh, well, there's buyers at 255. And then yesterday when it held the higher low, didn't expect that big breakout to be coming. But we're now above the 50 again on, well, okay, we're at the 50 period. I shouldn't say we're above. We're at the 50 period moving average on Apple. This will be a key price level to try to hold. I think a consolidation up here for a few days would be fantastic before you make a run at some of those highs. But it does have to, for me, it needs to meet this requirement of holding this 50 period on the daily, because oftentimes stocks like this get really choppy for a bit, or they either reject it outright or get a little bit choppy. You don't want to get messed up in the chop. Let it sit there for a while, accumulate, and then I think this one gets back into the highs. It's a good, like if you're worried about AI, kind of hedge too, because you don't have the same level of risk on any dump in the AI stocks that you do with Apple.
Yeah, no, I have, thanks, Randy. Yeah, I have Apple written down as the #1 trade today. So, if it's written on here, then you probably won't get me to stop talking about it. So Apple, SoFi, Silver, Intel. So it's pretty easy list here today. That's what we're rolling with. And it should be a good one. So watch out for Apple, 268 long. I 100% agree. We missed the boat on that one yesterday. It's generally a stock that I'll trade the you-know-what out of. So today we'll be looking at Apple right here, 268, like right here, right now. This is a stock that, as long as the futures, and we won't punch into this thing immediately, but as long as the futures kind of hold, then I think that that's a decent call. I mean, even yesterday it takes off, then comes back and gives you an entry, and then after that you could almost have just played VWAP all the way. I mean, if you play it there, maybe you get out, but there's the move all the way to the upside, and you just got to figure that out. So Apple yesterday just kept on chugging. So I think, although Randy just brought us a banana, I think today's an apple a day keeps your P&L away from problems. So 268. I think if it just breaks there, then we can get out. I don't think it's too crazy. So let's wait to see what happens here off the open. I'd love it for it to base around that 268. Give me an idea, just like yesterday's trade on Tesla, where it was $10 or whatever it was. It's like you just had to sort of wait for it to do something down there. It made that huge move, and then we were actually able to buy this dip right there on Tesla. And then, unfortunately, we actually had that top as well, but on the short side, and then we got stopped out, and then it went all the way to the downside there. So we literally have this print yesterday and that print yesterday. So we nailed Tesla pretty good. We're going to look at that stock again here today. But yeah, Apple, one of the better ones. And then Joe talked about Palantir. And of course, when you're talking about looking at options on earnings, then yeah, I mean, Joe mentioned that they're expensive. The move yesterday was implied about 9%. So, you're getting that boost now from earnings. And whenever you outpace the expectation, generally speaking, you do get some positive flow into the stock off open. So we're going to wait to see if Palantir can once again get back in, not 180 today, but if Palantir, that's an area where I think I'll dump a couple more shares if we can get in there. I said I would sell tomorrow morning, which is today when we did our after show, but now we've sort of extended through and we talked about that 161 area. So this is like kind of the area where the 200 period meets, and if we can fade underneath that, then I think that's not a bad area to think about a sell of 159.50 in case it loses everything. But we're going to go much over these earnings reports on our rundown. So it should be another exciting day with gold moving, silver moving, Bitcoin potentially moving.
Apparently Fubo getting rinsed.
Fubo moving, PayPal moving.
Yikes.
Disney was bad yesterday. Disney was down 7%
Disney
yesterday.
was horrible
So that was not a great look for Disney yesterday. And then we had Netflix talk as well. There's Disney. Whoops. You want to, coffee man. I like that.
Sneak.
If anybody knows any good coffee beans, send us some coffee beans, because our machine can, you can put the beans in the top. We one time had
we
someone
never really
send
do
us
that.
all these coffee beans, and we put them in there, and it was really nice. But thank you, Randy, for that coffee. We always get, I was saying, we get the donuts. We love getting the Krispy Kreme.
Oh, it's something, yeah.
But I want like a big thing of coffee, like different kind of coffee.
Even if there was like
Spoiled
a
as
flavored,
I am.
I love flavored coffee.
I said to my daughter, she comes out from hockey yesterday. She's like, "Oh, what?" Something like, "Where?" She said something like, "Am I getting?" Not "Am I getting?" It wasn't a question. It was like, "Where are my French fries?" or something like that after practice. And we hadn't even had dinner.
Where are my French? Wow.
We don't eat until about like 9 o'clock or something most nights, to be honest with you, when she's playing sports. So we were like, no, we haven't ate yet. But I was like, what? So it was funny. I don't know why I just mentioned that. Oh, the coffee maybe it was.
Yeah.
But
Someone just said Black Rifle coffee. I've never tried it.
Yeah,
but
Black Rifle. Yeah, I've heard
pretty
of
good
that.
things about it.
Yeah. Balzac's. Yeah, I go to Balzac's all the time. There's one in Liberty Village, and there's one near my house, and there's one in the district as well.
Coffee.
Yeah, Blue Mountain Coffee. Yeah, anything. Yeah, exactly. But all right, let's go back over the desk. It's 8:30.
Remember that.
We were just talking about that Black Rifle coffee. It's,
Awesome.
yeah, everywhere now.
Have you tried it?
I haven't. I actually looked. So the guy that created it, I saw he was on Rogan one time. And after that, I looked into if you could even get it in Canada.
Oh.
And it was like, there was like one store in like Burlington or something around here that had it. But I didn't go any further with it. But yeah, I'd love to. I mean, it's just hard to get, I think. Market kind of crawling back to the upside here so far. It's 8:30, just worth a note. If you're wondering, no significant data points coming through at 8:30 this morning. 10 a.m. we'll get the JOLTS number. 7.14 million expected there, the forecast 7 million. Job quits in December, 3.1 was the prior, 3.1 expected here this morning. That's really it. And then coming up tomorrow, we'll get the ADP employment change. That's 8:15. And then nothing really until going into next week. Again, non-farm payroll is going to be delayed because of this potential government shutdown. That is sounding like, anyways, at the end of yesterday, I was reading a couple of notes on this. Sounds like if it does happen, it's going to be pretty quick and easily resolved.
That's my understanding as well. I think Speaker Mike Johnson was trying to push that through the House yesterday. We were worried a little bit, though, right? Because we had seen some of the contentions between both sides about wanting to defund ICE and not wanting to put the spending bill through, or the funding bill, I should say, through, unless, that was addressed. So politics getting in the way, as typically does, Brendo. Let's see if the market's able to kind of digest this.
Speaking of Disney, downside here this morning again, trying to hold on to basically where we ended the day yesterday. Pretty ugly day yesterday for Disney on the earnings. Quick reversal after the initial move was higher in the pre-market, and then we just went straight southbound the entire day, essentially went out on the lows. We're curling over back again. I was reading a note this morning on parks specifically in this Disney report. 25%, I don't know how they even accounted for this, but it was a 25% decline in Canadian travel to Disney parks in that quarter, which obviously goes back to the tariff side of things. And a lot of people not going to Florida as much specifically. So even, a company like Disney feeling that.
And this is that continuing story that doesn't seem to be bottoming, Brendo. In fact, it seems to be picking up a little bit more. We talked about this. We've seen it with Vegas. Some certain casinos now offering you 1-to-1. If you come down with your Canadian dollars, they're honoring it, as an American dollar. So you're continuing to see this weakness, and you're also seeing, state governors really trying to address the Canadian public directly, try to lure them in. But yeah, the parks revenue was good when you look at U.S. parks. International definitely had some stress there. I'm assuming, that's Paris, Tokyo, et cetera, where, possible resistance to U.S. sentiment could be plaguing that part separately. They did add a new director today to their board, Josh D'Amaro. He's named the next Chief Executive Officer. He will be supported by a team of senior executives who have worked seamlessly, I guess, for several years. Advance Iger's board initiative. So interesting development there, Brent.
Yeah, just coming across right now, in fact. Succeeding Bob Iger, as you said. Josh D'Amaro. Little bit of an uptick here on this, guys. Looks like the market seems to like that. New CEO finally for Disney.
Yeah, the ESPN, the NFL deal got cleared as well. So maybe we get a little bit of it's not a dead cat bounce, a little bit of a bounce after yesterday's disaster. That said, there's more support down here closer to 100. But I mean, I'd see your Disney and raise you like a Carnival Cruise Lines, which is on my watch today for obvious reasons. We called it the sextuple top yesterday at it's about 32.90, but effectively call it the 33 level. Just a much stronger look, and I understand, lots of people still love cruises, and Disney's got that going for them as well. But I just look at the travel space has been breaking out, especially after RCL's earnings, and this is one you could easily get this break today. It's not a guarantee because you're still a good dollar away, which is 3 points, and it's down. So in my note, I completely acknowledge if we get a pop through 32, that fails the prior close, which is 32.45. I might have said in the note 32.50, but effectively the same thing. If we pop and fail 32.50, then this 6-time resistance, to me, just turns it into a temp short for the day. But make no bones, I still like that breakout if we can get through that high. It'll be a 33 break, even if the high is like 32.90. But just more strength in these guys than Disney. So maybe you catch a bit of a bid on Disney in the next couple of days after these earnings and with this bit of a shakeup, or maybe we can join the trend to something which is already going.
Yeah, I always think a new CEO is something that will spark the stock and give it just a little bit extra energy, new ideas potentially, and we've seen it work for Gap and different. Lululemon got a new, there's different aspects that could happen. It's not going to solve sort of earnings plays, but give it a couple quarters and maybe we get back there. So if you are stuck in Disney, I would say play a bump if you ever get anything into this 110 to 112 area. I feel like that's going to be a decent spot to maybe just get out of Disney and then think about, hey, if this guy is really the real deal and has some good ideas, then maybe you get back in if it breaks 123, 124 up here. So yeah, I think Disney's it's nice to see a new CEO stepping in, but yeah, this is day 2 play. So I'd still say stay away, and I'm actually looking to see if this 102 wants to hold or not, because that's very, very skies not blue heading forward on that break. Like you get that break, then you have a little bit of a problem, and your next kind of support area is at 98. I don't think you'll hold 100 there. So I'd look for a 102 break lower, actually. That was sort of going to be one of the plays if we didn't. Well, I mean, it's a new story, but that's interesting. So let's see if it winds up holding. So maybe now you play long off 102, but I really think there's something to do there. We had NXPI yesterday, was another earnings name. Okay, really no volume, so we'll have to wait to see if anything's going on with NXPI. And then today we have AMD, of course, back in the chip space. So watch out for, another near all-time high, I believe, or at least a 52-week high of 260 and change. It's 267 right here on AMD. So if we're going to go over to a weekly chart or something to see what's going on with them, there it is. So you're getting ready right here, coming in today at 250. So you're pretty close to taking some stuff out here. What a month, what a 6 months, I should say, for basically AMD. Just sort of gapped through, and now it's just been figuring itself out up here, right? So what a wild ride this stock has been if you've been holding this one. So AMD from basically zero to hero. This was, back in, you talked about 2017. PayPal back in 2017, you mentioned was $44. AMD was $6. So now you're at $250. All you had to do was drop $1,000 into AMD back in 2016, and right now you're sitting on a pile of cash, So it's just some of these long-term gains are just incredible in this space, and AMD is just one of those names. And we can look at many of these tech plays and see very, very similar bumps. And you're seeing SanDisk now just since its IPO, since its turnover from Western Digital gave you so much love. This was $27 back in September, last September, $27 up to $660 right now. So just what a machine. And that's why I really like those Trump accounts, getting kids involved early in the stock market, which is why my kids already know all about stocks, and we talk about them quite frequently. So it's get involved in it, and there's Robinhood, maybe a good opportunity to pick some Robinhood up as well. Fidelity, I think there's going to be more companies are going to want a piece of this action. So I don't think it's going to be Robinhood by itself, but this is a decent area to pick up some Robinhood. I'm trying to buy some SoFi, as you guys know, as well. So, okay, we are getting ready. We will have Luis coming on. He'll talk about some of the small caps and gappers and whatnot. And, we are happy to announce, I heard Sharif announce last week that pretty soon, I'm not sure when, maybe we can talk about it with Luis, but he'll be joining Sharif and Joe on the Midday. Tomorrow. So that should be really exciting. We'll see some trading going on there for an hour or so on the Midday show. So that should be exciting. Let's go back over to the desk and let's find out more about that.
Tomorrow, in fact, 1 p.m. tomorrow, we'll have Luis on the Midday as well to give us a little bit of a recap. So the concept will simply be, let's in the morning talk about what is setting up potentially in the pre-market. Let's in the midday or early afternoon have a look back at what happened then from the pre-market. I mean, you were mentioning last week, you look at these a little bit differently than he does, but I think that's a good combination to see two different perspectives and then how they play out.
Yeah, so what Brenda was talking about is Luis is almost entirely short only these small cap gappers. I'm basically the exact opposite, long only. So for those who kind of look at these with more speculative eye, and there's a lot of you out there, Luis is the guy you really want to hear from about how to set up these small cap gappers short. So make sure to catch that with us. It's going to be literally every Wednesday at around 1 o'clock. Things are nice and calm, Brendo, so he's able to kind of explain things a bit more nuanced. But as we've been seeing lately, Joseph and I, we've been seeing a lot more small cap gappers continue their move into what is traditionally the slower time period.
Yeah, lots to get to this morning. Let's bring him in. Luis Barbado joining us from the Real Trading Office over in Barcelona, Spain once again. Luis, good to see you as always. The week has been an active one already, to say the least, even though it's only 2 days old here. I just brought up this FATN. A few people were mentioning this morning. Didn't really do anything. I mean, it has moved here this morning, but most of this move came after the close yesterday. I mean, give me your rundown here so far this morning. What's on your radar?
Yeah, this is one in our radar, FATN. Well, it's moving 66%. It's a 10 million float, which is not very, very tiny, but it has potential to go up. We have stopped like in this area, 380. It is true that we are having a lot of volume and a lot of activity in the small cap, but a lot of them, they are fading during the day. They said, well, you say some of them keep running, of course, but it's very important when you are evaluating the short and the long side. I think in order to go long, it is better the first moments, let's say pre-market and first half an hour. If you check the statistics after in New York City is 10:30, 11. Even the ones that are going up start to fade a little bit because the lowest volume. The lower volume we have, the more likely it will go down. So we will wait in this one a pop to the VWAP in order to go short. We will not go long on this one. It has already gone up and it has already been destroyed. So it's only a short side on this one for us.
It makes a lot of sense if you take a step back and think, okay, a lot of these are running on some sort of headline. If it's a pharmaceutical type company with some trial data or something that's come out that's better than expected or along those lines, you get the initial spike higher and then people start to take profits on higher prices.
Yeah, first of all, people start to take profits, and also the traders who are more on the short side, we are waiting for the backside. We are not shorting front side when this goes up. So once we have lower highs or some consolidation area, a lot of shorts coming in the market because we have like a safety net to close the trade if it goes wrong. So, and all of them, most of us, we look at statistics. So even in each stock, you check what time of the day it's more likely that it's going to fade or pushing higher. So it's about safety net, safe stops, and probability.
I know part of your checklist when you're going through the little ones that are moving around on a day-to-day basis is having a look at, on a percent basis, how often do they end the day back negative or maybe just off the highs, essentially from when we put in a high to where it actually closes. Is there just a baseline number that you've seen over time where you could say, okay, on average, anytime a micro cap or small cap company makes a move like that in a pre-market, it's 60+% of the time you're getting that move back in?
Yes, 65% of the small caps that gap up over 20%, they close red after the opening bell. So if we take the open price, 66% of them close red. But that's not a law. First of all, what about the 33% left? How much do they go up? Because if I go short on these ones too, because the statistic is on my side, but those one goes up 300%, and on the short side, I'm gonna only make 50%. That's not an edge, right? So it's about not picking the ones that are likely to run and pick all the rest, more or less. And also, it's not a law. You have to check the news, you have to check the float, you have to check the country. So let's say we had today NPT, okay, what was gapping up before, very, very strong, NPT. And you might say, well, it's a low float, it's gapping up, so the percentage tell me it's gonna go down. But first of all, it's a recent IPO, so we don't have a lot of data, only 1 year. Okay, so it's not very a lot of to back test. So it's one check that it shouldn't be okay to go short on this one. Second one is a Chinese company. Okay, so if we are trying to avoid, when you short, you try to avoid the black swan, right? You try to avoid the stock that goes up from 3 to 10, 30, or 100. So this is when we're talking about Chinese companies or Israeli companies, it is more likely that this happens. So you better avoid to short front side Chinese companies, okay? Even though the statistics are on your side, if you pick only one black swan, your career is over.
and we're all here to avoid that, obviously. The other end of the scale here this morning, SOAR, one that a few people were mentioning really early on. It looks like this thing has lost a little bit of steam. We did get a few questions last week when you were on regarding anything under $1 and why it might be best to avoid those.
Well, I didn't say it's something to avoid. I said particularly me, I'm not an expert on these ones, okay? Because the different spread, because we have 4 cents trading here, not a couple of cents like in a stock above $1. That's first thing. Second thing, ECN rebates are different. So you don't get the same rebate you pay almost always that when you trade, and over $1, if you add liquidity, we get paid to trade. So it's a different behavior, first of all. Second, I think in a sub-dollar stocks, there will be always a thesis about what's going on with the SEC fillings, with the probably offering or dilution in the stock, and very important, the non-compliant regulation of the Nasdaq. If you are an expert on these matters, that's great. You draw a thesis of why you think it's going to go up or down. But I'm not an expert. I check non-compliance. If I see that it has bid price, I am more worried about trading before the $1 round number and so on. But before you trade this kind of a stock, you have to have the knowledge.
When we talk about earnings plays here, if you look at something that is in a shorter term downtrend, Palantir, for example, we get the huge gap this morning. There was not necessarily a question, but a comment more alluding to the same chart pattern as you're seeing maybe on a weaker, higher time frame, small cap type of name. In earnings season, you tend to get, even if it's a consolidation on an overall uptrend with a stock like Palantir, we're gapping back into some of those prior levels. Just from a pure technical standpoint, do both of those match in your opinion?
No, I think the microstructure of the movements in blue chips, big companies are totally different than in small cap because the players are different. Most of the volume in the small caps are traded by day traders who are intraday, very, let's say, scalpers, a lot of leverage, and we have some bots on high frequency trading following these stocks as well, but we have no fans, no long-term investors, and so on, no internal ownerships and so on. So the microstructure of the movement is totally different. I think you cannot apply the structure of a movement in a small cap in a blue chip. When we trade blue chips because of earnings, we try to be very careful with the level 2, how it moves, what the rhythm, if big bids are coming to the market, offers. It's more about the rhythm of the stock and, of course, some technical analysis. But we don't apply microstructure movements on a small caps to the blue chips.
Luis, just real quick to wrap things up, as we said, you're going to join us on the Midday show coming up tomorrow. We've learned a lot about your pre-market routine. We've talked a lot about the process in which we kind of eliminate some of these small caps from the list and narrow down on 2 or maybe 3 to watch as we head to the open. Give us just a quick overview of the other end of the day when we get to the end of these trades. What is it you go back and review on a daily basis?
Yeah, first of all, I'm very happy that we are going to do this on Wednesdays, the market recap, because we will be able to check what we trade today, because I did the pre-market with you guys, but also we will look for tomorrow what was hot, what was in play, and what did we trade. So I think it's very, very useful to see if all these theses work out or not. And as I always say, I don't know if it's going to go up or going to go down or going to stay horizontal, but what I know is what I'm going to do if it happens A scenario, B scenario, C scenario. So once you have your best, your worst scenarios, the important part is what are you going to do? And that's what we will try to review tomorrow. How did we trade today? What stocks and what did it work and why and what not?
Great stuff. We look forward to it. Luis Barbato, always a pleasure. Great information. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Brendan. See you tomorrow.
Fantastic stuff as always. Yes, I have my small cap scanner up on my left here as well, guys. But aside from that, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions of this morning. We're going to start things off with the downgrades. And at the top of the list, we have Adobe once again getting the downgrade, guys, by Piper Sandler, going from an overweight to a neutral weight. Price target, $330. We're down 1 1/3 here approximately this morning. Now, second here we have Figure going from a neutral to underperform by BofA Securities. Price target being lowered to $42, and you're down about 0.4%. Now, Disney, yes, reporting yesterday, that is. Now we're down 1/5% this morning, guys. Price target being lowered to $135, but still an outperform rating. Morgan Stanley, giving that downgrade, guys. And then we have ExxonMobil. Here it is, neutral to underperform. You're down 0.7%, with the price target being lowered to $825, and that is XOM. Now, moving forward, guys, on the upgrade side, we have Affirm, Morgan Stanley giving it the nod. You're up 3 1/4 here this morning with a price target of approximately $76. That is going to be Morgan Stanley. Now, FedEx also getting the nod as well, too, guys. Going from market perform to outperform, you're up 1.42% here this morning with a price target of $427. Now, as for JPM, guys, we're getting a price target of $280 by Robert W. Baird, and we're up about 0.5%. Now, Palantir, we're saving the best for last this morning, guys. Neutral to outperform, up a staggering 10.6% with a $200 price target. Once again, that upgrade is coming from Robert W. Baird, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Joe, for sure. And upgrades, downgrades, it's always, well, obviously we're going to talk a little bit about Palantir. It's going to be in the rundown. It's a big earnings name from last night, no questions asked. Probably not as much about JP or the banks. I think SoFi is going to be in play a little bit. Obviously, PayPal for obvious reasons in fintech. No, but you can do a heck of a lot with. We kept talking about, things that you can have to diversify, and whether you like the XLF. I was more XLF last year or early last year in terms of exposure in the sector, and now I'm just the Morgan Stanley and SoFi. I just want to pick those two. JP though, nice bounce, not even testing the 200 pre-moving average. It's one of those clean upward trends that you have to think about. It's almost like when I go from a daily chart and then I pull up a monthly chart. There's not many charts that just get better and better the more you zoom out. And I find a company like this that's basically the case. That's why you want to be invested sometimes in a stable bank. The Canadian banks here are pretty good too. They have a monopoly. It's a bit of a different story. But JP is coming off of, on the monthly chart, what looks like a kind of reversal candle. It'll be interesting to see if it can close back. If we close February above 322, that's going to be incredibly bullish for JP Morgan. So like I said, I prefer maybe a Morgan Stanley, but these banks, they've been performing really well. And when you zoom out and it looks better and better, that's when you want to be in that buy and hold mode. And I we look at those downgrades, and it's like Disney just keeps on getting the hits. I feel like it's like now, Disney hit earnings yesterday, and somehow they've managed to come up in a negative context 3 times already, and it's only 8.54.
For me, the big one, I already have the note. The sticky note's already out here. And I have SoFi written on it. And I know we had Affirm on that list, but it's the same kind of a upgrade from JP Morgan, just basically stating that to beat up to the downside here. What is this volume? I'm going to get that out of here. To beat up to the downside and potential bottom picking opportunity here. So I've been looking for something like that. So if JP Morgan, not to follow their tail or anything, but we saw yesterday that we would like to see the reaction around the 200 period. It looks like we're going to try to hold that. I mean, it's only one day, but $22. I wrote down 22.50. I believe, yeah, for SoFi, so 22.50. So if it does come into there, the 200 period moving average, we're going to take a long. So this is going to be something that's been really beat up, and we've been lost a lot of money trying to buy this name on the show before, especially on earnings, and just kept on falling straight to the downside. This was $27 or something on earnings, and then it closed that day at 23. So it was pretty bad right here. So this is earnings day 2 days ago on SoFi, where it just could not find a bid, but eventually a bid has been found potentially for $22. I mean, you hit it there yesterday. There's the close. So it just goes out at the close. Like, this is really bad. Like, without JP Morgan, this is bad. This is probably well underneath here. So I do think that you are going to get some kind of dip buy opportunity here for SoFi today. And I'm looking to scoop it up. SoFi, let's see if we can get some 22.50s in y'all's account here today for SoFi. I like it for a longer term play, but I think today's day trade should be able to work as well. Already done 2 million shares. So SoFi on my radar on the upgrades and downgrades. Thank you to Joe for that. All right, yeah, it should be a fun day tomorrow on Wednesday, midday. See if we can catch some of that and see what sort of some color that Luis adds to these guys on the midday. It should be a lot of fun. So
well, the interesting side of it, I think, is Sharif always looking, I think, pretty exclusively, right, Sharif, to the long side. And with Luis being a primarily short side trade, it'll be interesting to look at some different names, because oftentimes the small cappers that we end up talking about or looking at on the show are not like Fat Pipe this morning. Well, okay, whatever, man. Like the company's name is Fat Pipe, and it's the one that's gapped up and making lower highs and under VWAP. So this is the one I'm going to use as the example. Like, unless this breaks back out above 350, you might not hear a peep about it. That said, it would be the kind of name that Luis would, in theory, I mean, in theory, would be looking short, because it's gapped up over that 20%. It's made a pre-market high. It's making lower highs. It's under VWAP. All that kind of stuff. So get a different perspective on things and look at some names that you might not think have opportunities, but absolutely and certainly do. So I think it'll be exciting. Tune in tomorrow, well, all day long, and then at about 1 o'clock, Luis will join that man right there and Joey Options on the desk. So yeah, a lot to get to. The markets, I mean, we're up, but we're slightly, I don't know, like, not rolling over is the wrong word, but we're slightly ticking a little bit lower here. And we just lost VWAP on the Nasdaq, but still above prior day highs for now. Probably another half a point to go before that would be the case. So yeah, a little bit of action in the market off of these highs, but that's why we have so much to go over. So the individual names that are going to be on the move, more so than that market, Sharif.
All right, I was just going to mention real quick, SoFi with an upgrade this morning, catching a little bit of a bid. We'll get into more on the AI side of things as well coming up in the rundown. But a couple people are mentioning SoFi back at $23 here, going back to 2 days ago after the close. It was JP Morgan on an upgrade to overweight from neutral, $31 on the price target here. Basically saying shares have declined 10% since the fourth quarter. Earnings call on Friday was better than expected. Mispriced down here for SoFi. Not much of a bounce yesterday. I think a lot of people were expecting that after the huge move down, but maybe today.
We're growing 1 million members, Brendo, year over year. Now you're 13.7 or whatever it was. I think it was 13 point something. That's kind of your best leading indicator as to what future revenue could be, because you're going to monetize all those users. So that's definitely a healthy growth rate. SoFi has definitely been one that I wanted to weasel into, and I really haven't had the opportunity. Deutsche Bank as well, boosting the price target, or kind of maintaining the same price target there, 26 from 27, maintaining a hold. You never really know how these different rating agencies are going to view different things.
Not a lot of volume behind it so far this morning, but worth mention, I think, for SoFi. Lots to talk about here, though, including the market here.
Yeah, and the SPY, we weaseled into that 697.5. That on the SPY, that's kind of the top that we've been really trying to close above. You'll recall we got back into that as well on the 28th of January. Couldn't really clear it. Got right back up there into 693 and 697.5. But we ended up selling off a little bit. We got down into 695 and a third. So that's going to be our first area of support because we're at 696.92 right now. So we're going to look to yesterday's closing print as our first level of support. If we catch a bid, we're looking to clear those 28th highs, which got all the way up to 699. That's going to be resistance level number 1.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, free stuff for you down below in the description. Top link will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It has all your homework done for you every single day in a nice, neat package. We send it right to your inbox, everything that's moving in the pre-market and why. Let's talk about Palantir here, obviously, to start things off. Huge gap this morning up to 166. We're coming back in a little bit right now, but I mean, pretty good report right across the board. As we were saying, if you're with us, I mean, join us every day at 8 o'clock, guys. Come on. We were talking right off the top of the show this morning, the commercial side of things versus the government side of things, the key here, I think.
Definitely commercial, and you really like to see that because we've been always talking about, them being a bit of a one-hit wonder with more government contracts, U.S. Navy, et cetera, many of the others that we've spoken about ad nauseum over the last couple of years. Let's talk about what they did numerically here. EPS coming in at 25 versus 23 pennies and up from 14 pennies a year ago, with their quarterly revenue coming in at 1.41 billion, easily topping analyst expectations of 1.34 billion and rising 70% year over year on that top line number. COLX Carp said the results exceeded even our most ambitious expectations. Let's talk, though, about that commercial revenue. specifically U.S. commercial revenue, 93% year over year increase, Brendo. When you look at commercial revenue as a whole, 137% year over year bump. Palantir software is really gaining traction beyond government. Their AIP software just goes into your system, learns how you operate, looks for efficiencies, and then reports back to you. So it's kind of almost like a little bit of wonder there. U.S. government revenue climbed 66% year over year, 570 million they brought in, pushing the total quarterly revenue above $1 billion for the first time. 41% operating margins, not bad. They didn't report gross margins, which definitely should have been in the 80s, given software typically is, but still trading, man, at 145 forward earnings. So it's rich.
And people love it.
People love it.
Sean.
All bought the dip, convinced we've found a safe entry, only to be hit with painful losses. But what if you could see where pressure was building? Somewhere most traders never look, in the options market. Join Spot Gamma Wednesday, February the 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern for their free live webinar entitled Vol Trigger, the #1 crash indicator. You'll discover how to apply options-driven signals to see when the bottom can fall out, insight every equities, options, and futures trader can use to generate an edge and avoid losses. Scan that QR code to reserve your seat and start putting Spot Gamma's top early warning alert to work for you. And if you had an early alert on Palantir and you alerted yourself to the explosive growth that this company has been having for the last 25 years, then you will note that Palantir had a great earnings call. And I mean, look, it is that explosive growth that we're talking about with Palantir. Their commercial revenues continue to climb up. Alex Karp himself said this was the best report he's ever seen from any company in his whole life. And Brendan brought that story to us. I'm not even sure if that's true or not. But, loves the company, obviously. A nice little founder-led business here as we continue to climb through some of these highs. But as I said to Sharif before, it's a great look for Palantir. They already went over the numbers. I'm not going to sit here and talk about the numbers again. What's the point of doing that? But we still breaking above the 200 period moving average. So that's kind of the nice thing here. Now we'd like to see it hold that. We've seen many, many plays. And even yesterday I said, sell the rip. Thought there was going to be a rip. Thought about selling it. We said yesterday on the after show that, I was going to come in today and sell a little bit, but now we're over that 161 area that's given to us on this daily. So I think if it breaks below and we can get below this 160, then you potentially get rid of some of your shares, because the pullback's been real on many of these names, man. We saw Intel, just continue to crank lower. Not that Palantir's Intel, let's not insult Palantir here. But at the end of the day, we have a big move. It's exceeded its options play. It's higher than its expected 9% move, and those generally continue forward. So looking for when there's a gap, play to VWAP. Well, we're kind of already underneath that, so that's not a great signal there, but we'll use this 200 period moving average of 160 and some consolidation points here to potentially get long on some Palantir. It is not today on my sticky note, right? This is a literally day one play. I mean, we haven't really even seen this come out yet. So I don't have anything on here Palantir-wise. We'll look at it. If the market wants to punish it early and we're able to find a bottom like we do on Tesla all the time, then that would be my trade for Palantir. I think it's silly to sit here and say I'm going to go long at certain prices, because you never know. And I think it's just, we've seen this name get absolutely destroyed straight off. I mean, yesterday, something's wrong with yesterday's open. There it is. 151 down to 148. That's not even a bad move.
It's not that bad.
No, that's not bad at all. So I'm thinking that, you could fall back into this 160 marker. But on day one of the play, you don't have to do anything. Like I said, Intel's almost back. Like, Intel's above $50 again. It went from 54 to 42, and then all the way back up. So Palantir on a nice move higher here either continues and we take that 166 break potentially off the open, or we just let it fall back in and wait till we find a base. But I'm not willing to sit around and let this thing run me over. I'm going to play the momentum, and if it's higher, we can break 166 long.
Yeah, like 161 was sort of that was the big level. So I think that's where I'd look for a mean revert if we get down there. But I'm just watching the 15-minute on Palantir, and that'll tell me, because we got up here, this is a lot of chop between 66 and then this 172 area going into the earnings, and then we had the drop off obviously late last week. So this 166 prior support level, if I see a topping tail candle on the 15-minute, which we won't know that until like 9:45, maybe even 10 o'clock, then I would look for the short into the 161. Outside of that, I'd probably look for some kind of a trend break if we dip down into the prior highs for PLTR. It gapped through the big key level that we were going to be looking at this morning. And I said, if we're into this chop zone here, I'd play a rejection of this chop at the 165. But that's going to have to set up on the higher time frame. And I just even had, Obi was like, wow, PayPal demolished. Yeah, I think it's a weird one, because the stock has been doing very poorly, yet somehow it's still surprising how bad it is this morning. So demolished is absolutely the right word. It's not even, it's not exaggerating it by even a little bit.
I mean, we're pushing 20% here for PayPal to the downside, $43 trying to hold here desperately. New CEO. I mean, they've at least come out and said, yeah, we're not doing very well currently. You and I were just saying, what is the business going forward here for something like that?
Ripe for disruption, if not already disrupted. Didn't this new CEO say some weird stuff when he first took over and was pounding the table that he was going to be the turnaround guy? I'll look into it, but I remember he said some stuff. And one way to drop your stock price by 20% is to guide low to mid-single digits profit decline for full year 2026, when the street was looking for an 8% profit increase. You're guiding a decline, they're looking for an increase. That's not going to work out. Adjusted EPS, $1.23 below the $1.28 expected by the street on revenue of $8.68 billion. That misses the $8.8 billion consensus. They cited, PayPal that is, a cautious consumer, which is, according to them, pressured by higher interest rates, sticky inflation, and softer brand trends. He says shoppers are increasingly prioritizing essentials over discretionary spending. And this is a very atypical quarter for these payment firms. Usually, this is one of their best quarters, as people tend to spend more around the holidays. But it's one story here that keeps being mentioned over and over, Brando. The branded checkout. This is their highest margin product, and it is severely under pressure. Rose 1% year over year. That's down from a 6% growth rate year over year, and that's kind of what the most pronounced problem for this company was they said, management that is, we're going to continue to try to take immediate action to kind of fix the branded checkout. And as you said, that new CEO, Enrique Loris at HP, he's coming in at the job effective March 1st.
2017 was the last time we were trading. I had to zoom way out. This is a weekly chart, just to give you some perspective. We're back over here this morning. So just disregard everything other than that, guys.
Yeah, like it's, I mean, I can remember when I used to use PayPal for a lot. And now, I mean, I just anecdotally, I mean, I don't use it for anything anymore. It's crazy how much it's fallen. But if we just get back to brass tacks here, if you look at the actual IPO early range, this had a very good, like the traditional IPO breakout trade would be you make a high, and I know it's hard to see, but down here it makes a high initially at like $43 or so, and then it heads down like a lot of IPOs do, and then eventually when you get the breakout away from that IPO price, you tend to get some explosion. Just look at, like Robinhood is a great example if you look at that same factor on the chart. So in theory, like that level when you come back in, you want to see it do something and find some support. So it's about the 42 to 43 spot where it's made a couple of higher lows, PayPal. Like I came in, like my first thought was, oh, 45 looks like it could be a bit of a thing. And we've already traveled all the way down into support before getting to that 45. So I am thinking like that little SSR bounce play, where if we do not break this low right away at the open, that's 40, it's now 42.64 I have as the current low of the day, which obviously is a 52-week low. If we don't break this on that initial candle, and better yet, if we test it without closing underneath, I would think like a quick snap back into VWAP, and then bingo, bango, bongo, like just take one shot at it for a bit of an SSR play because it is down at that historic level. And for a higher time frame, I do think if this ends up being the worst and we hold this 42 for a week or so after earnings, there could be a relief rally in here. Just because it's at such a historic level. But that's probably the only reason, because it's at that kind of a level. And they're looking to make some changes. But I'm not trying to invest in the stock. I think you can just try to trade for that bounce. But I'll need to see the bottoming tail candle, or this is going to be a hard pass for me. Too far from that 45 now to look initially short.
Yeah, I mean, $44. I think you could still, put, for me, anyways, just different theory. I think you can push the short through this low there. I mean, down 17%. I think people will dump their shares off the open, so I would look to go short here, 42.50 or so break on PayPal, whatever the pre-market bottom is when this number comes out, because you're also at 9:30, because you're also waiting for that number on the imbalance locator, and that could be a nasty sell as well. So I have no idea where it's going to actually be once this market opens up. But I would say when it's this bad, it's going to get worse. So right there, 42, 42.50, that's what it is right now. So I would play the short here in PayPal, breaking through those levels, and then you could use, VWAP. Well, we'll see where that is once we open up again. Obviously we always use the 200-period moving average as well, which is all the way up here at 47. And then, we've really haven't broken this 50-period moving average. So I know it's kind of sleeping right now, but at 925, when those imbalances come through, PayPal should, see. Well, we'll just see what it is. If it's a bid, it'll rip up, and then we short it even higher. And then if it's a sell, then I think you can push it through this 42.50 area. So I would think, we've been sitting at this desk too long to see, a name that's gotten beat up, new CEO, horrible earnings, traders stuck in this, not for long, man. I think they exit their positions. So look for some pretty big candles to the downside here on PayPal off the open. So trading's not easy for a reason, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with PayPal here, breaking through 42.50 south side.
All right, let's go on to rare earths. 12 billion. What's it called? Project Vault. The Trump administration giving a little bit more details on potentially what they could fund this industry, but also the exploration, I think, of it, more than the actual manufacturing of it, because we're still not there yet, I don't think, as far as what needs to be discovered. But all of these this morning catching a bid on this. I mean, some of these moves, not huge. MP, TMC, that's USAR, up a little bit, but it could be better.
This is a good first step. You got to assume ahead of the President Trump meeting in April, still unconfirmed, but widely speculated that's when they're going to be meeting. And I'll tell you why. Simple as this. China controls 60% of the global mining. And 90% of magnet refining. So to say, you know, they really have the market cornered is a bit of an understatement, and that will obviously play well with President Trump's negotiating position when he meets with President Xi. So Project Vault is what it's called right now, as you mentioned, new strategic critical minerals reserve aimed at supporting not just defense, but U.S. private industry. It kind of mirrors the petroleum reserve concept, which is designed to prevent supply shocks. President Trump framed it as a move as a response to past market disruptions. And here's how it's going to get funded. It's expected to combine $2 billion in pooled private capital with $10 billion loan from the U.S. Export-Import Bank. The structure signals, you know, government-backed financing without full monetization, and the scale, according to Analyst, is supportive enough to build up inventory, long-term contracts, and potential domestic investment. But the real kicker is, though, it doesn't really address the main concept here, which is downstream magnet manufacturing. That's the major strategic gap right now, according to Analysts.
And we'll see if some of these can get going. I mean, it's the type of play where if one goes, potentially all of them could get going. But might need another headline here, guys. We're higher, but only just for most of these.
Yeah, I'll say so. Like yesterday, look, we had basically this headline yesterday in the morning without it actually being signed. And that same catalyst, I mean, CRML was a good breakout long off the open, but it went right into Friday's high and then completely reversed for the rest of the day. So that was the only long, and then it was just downward trending, which it had been doing for the last few sessions to begin with. So if it's not breaking out above 15, I don't think there's not much here. It's already even given back off the 14 level. On the other hand, USAR is a little bit better. Like if I got to look at one of them, USAR, at least this gives you a base off this 22 level, but it also needs to break about 25.5. So they'll both be on the radar. Like yesterday, I was only looking for the 15 break on CRML. Like I was like, that's the one. If it takes up that level, we'll go long. But at least USAR, if one of the two of them can get through these resistance points, I think you've got a chance for like a little mini squeeze and a good rally. But the absolute opposite happened. You got a quick trade from 9:30 till about 9:45 on the long side, and that was more or less it. So if that happens again, you're probably going to want to pay for shorts. I'd just rather wait for the breakout, and if it doesn't happen today, fine. It's just like that CCL. Like CCL doesn't want to break out its quintuple or sextuple top on the daily chart today, then we wait for it tomorrow, that kind of a thing.
I mean, all these stocks are looking pretty similar here. I mean, you're getting another 6.5% here on CRML. I mean, you're trying to hold the 50-period moving average. It's really held the 200 quite nice. I just don't, you know, there's the Greenland, and there's all this, like, you know, 2 weeks ago or last week, all we were talking about was these rare earth metals, and we were talking about Greenland and taking them over, and now it's kind of like off on this sort of sidebar there, but I think it's going to get ramped up again, some of that talk. So I do like CRML. You know, we saw a huge move and then a pullback, so we know this one has the capabilities, and I always thought that even last week, I think it was around 550, did not pull the trigger on this, but LAC had that breakout there. Come on, let's go, keep going right into here. Yeah, so it was 550. This was 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we had that breakout up to 7, and now it's falling back in. So maybe LAC, Lithium America, is also, you know, nearing a spot where if this starts to get hot again, boom. You know, this is a good opportunity one more time to use the 200-period moving average as some kind of support. So, yeah, I think the rare earth and some of these plays continue to be pretty hot. You just need it to sort of catch that heat again. You know, like they're still hot, but they're not smoking. You know what I mean? So up 5% is a good little look there. It's only done 500,000 shares. I think LAC can get going. But I would rather wait for it to break this 550, 560 area before we punch that long. And then that's our ticket to get back up to 7. And then maybe you get out. And you don't have to be in these things for a long time, but play with some house money. Because if you take 550 long and get out at 7, all of a sudden a 450 break is you're flat, if not still up a little bit. So let's see if that can work itself out. 550 long on LAC. I kind of like that trade.
To Nvidia, we are back to the upside a little bit here, back above 186 this morning. Sam Altman comes out almost immediately. We talked about this if you're with us after 4 p.m. Yesterday. This rumor comes through suggesting that Sam Altman was not convinced that Nvidia chips were the best option for OpenAI and was, quote unquote, seeking alternatives, to which Sam Altman immediately goes on X and says, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
He kiboshed that pretty quickly.
Yeah, but we did see a big move down in Nvidia shares into the close yesterday. There wasn't much follow through. We are still lower theoretically from where we traded yesterday, but I mean, it's one of those things where it's, you know, there's one rumor one day, another rumor another day, and Jensen's not really convinced, and now Sam Altman doesn't like it.
Oh boy.
What's going on here?
Right, it's a little, Nvidia doesn't like OpenAI, now OpenAI doesn't like Nvidia, as you said. Every day is a new story, but there's a technical reason why this rumor is even floating around, and it has to do with inference. So essentially, chips that use external RAM are slower than chips that use SRAM. NVIDIA's and AMD's chips all use external RAM, which isn't good for inference. It's fantastic for training, but not so great for inference. So according to the rumors, Altman is looking at people, or companies, I should say, like Cerebras and Grok, not GROK, GROQ, which they have a $20 billion deal in, or to basically license their technology. They use internal RAM, and they're better for things like inference. Also, Google's TPUs uses internal RAM. So that's kind of where this idea is coming to a head here, that inference is the next phase of AI. It's going to be less on training these huge models on infinite information, or, you know, trying to get synthetic data now in some of these models. That's this whole argument here. But Wedbush, they view this more as a validation rather than a warning, arguing that NVIDIA, you know, with that licensing agreement with Grok, is just it's going to be a matter of time until they have really good inference chips.
Yeah, I was going to say that. That was the one that NVIDIA just invested a ton of money in as well. The last tweet that came from him, which was 15 hours ago, we love working with NVIDIA, and they make the best AI chips in the world, period. We hope to be a gigantic customer for a very long time. I don't think you can put it
pretty simple
any more clear. So yeah, all good, guys, for NVIDIA?
Well, whether it's true or not that it's all good based on this story, which, I don't know, it was like a bit of an oddity last night, and we were doing the aftermarket show, and now it just seems like, okay, but was NVIDIA, the stock, doing much before this? And the answer was no, right? Like, look at all of the other chip names more or less yesterday relative to NVIDIA. NVIDIA it wasn't a bad day. Like, after dipping at the open, it was going to the upside like everything else. And then if this move can be attributed to people knowing that Sam was going to say what he said, or that was going to come out later, let's just make that assumption. It's not like you were strong relative to the memory chip names. So you weren't strong relative to AMD yesterday. You weren't strong relative to Intel yesterday, SMCI. Like, you've gone on the entire list, and they were all doing much better than NVIDIA. For whatever reason, it's just accumulating in this range. And while that's been the case, this thing gets up to 190s, and you're just looking for a short because it cannot seem to break through yet. Is that going to last forever? No, of course not. But for now, that's kind of the environment we're in, and we're sitting in a chop zone for NVIDIA, which kind of behooves you to wait for it to get to key prices. Yesterday, it would have seemed like that would be higher. Probably would have said the same thing about 190, 293, being patient for it. But now you can start looking for that mean revert at 190 on NVIDIA. I think the stock's just fine. It's just that going back to regularly scheduled business has been NVIDIA being weaker than the rest of the other chips for the time being.
Yeah, I said that yesterday on the show when that news dropped. I was like, with the Sam Altman guys just having an episode, because, like, there's no way. I thought it was in reaction to XAI potentially merging with SpaceX, and the fact that, like, if XAI merges with SpaceX, then they're never going to have a problem raising capital. While you can clearly see that Sam Altman and OpenAI, we had that big, Oracle's had to go for $40 to $50 billion to try to build out for them. And we know that there could be some funding issues potentially with OpenAI. So I feel like he was just trying to get off his rocker a little bit there. And now he's obviously put the meds back on, and now he's feeling fine. So, you know, 265 here, that little break for AMD. They're going to report tonight, and this stock has been an absolute rocket ship. So watch out for AMD here today. It's going to pull back in right now as the market's trying to do a little bit of a dance here. But I still say, like, you know, just put the crown on top of NVIDIA. They're going to be the king, and we've said hold, don't trade at these levels. I just don't think it's been doing absolutely nothing for 6 months or more, right? This goes back to July, and Nvidia's done absolutely nothing. There's no dividend, there's nothing, or if there is, it's very small. No dividend associated with this name, so you've been sitting in dead money for a long time. Meanwhile, there's been so many names that have just been ripping or tanking, but at the end of the day, Nvidia is still holding its 50-period moving. Still holding its 50-period moving average and well away from its lows of 170 now. So I like the stock. I think you just sit in it and you just wait for the next big thing to go boom, right? I mean, there's going to be robotics. We've talked about robotics this year. We've talked about everything that's involved with inferencing and whatnot. I think Nvidia is going to be the king and still is. And Sam Altman kind of confirms that with his talk here in the AM. So yeah, go Nvidia, go today.
There. All right, one more to go here. Guess what? AMD coming up after the close tonight. I was just looking at Tesla. I just heard it was moving, but nothing really tremendous happening here. Right at 420 for Tesla to 421. It's above, but anyway. Yeah, AMD coming up tonight. Another benchmark, another look at the demand side of things. And
the price has been accelerating into the earnings print. Let's talk about what analysts are expecting. They're looking for $9.67 billion in revenue with adjusted EPS of $1.32. That would be up from the $9.42 and the $1.23 expected by analysts. But expectations by analysts has been drifting higher and higher into the print as a result, obviously, of newer stories and data coming in. HSBC kind of reviewing this one today. They reiterated their buy rating. They boosted the price target from 300 to 335, and specifically, they're pointing at accelerating agentic AI demand. They also see AMD as the primary beneficiary of the AI-driven server CPU growth, not GPUs like we've been talking about, CPU growth here, which they say is not fully priced in by the market. They also say that Intel's recently acknowledged supply constraints, and they argue AMD is better positioned to deliver because they rely on external foundries, whereas we know Intel now using their internal foundries, which is not fully yet built up. They expect AMD to issue Q1 guidance above consensus, and they're saying it's going to be driven by improved visibility in data center and server demand. A favorable outlook here could reinforce, but a miss on guidance, given how much this one's run up, could really push this one down.
About 4:15, Adira is telling me we'll get AMD tonight. Make sure you're with us for that. AMD, guys, and Intel, it's worth noting, both with a pretty good start to 2026 versus Nvidia, just kind of chopping around sideways, guys.
Yes, sir. And 925 is hit. So just quickly before we go into AMD and a few other names, nothing crazy on the imbalances. You'll have BBAI in here as just under 500,000 shares to the buy side. Intel was 300,000, now 290 to the sell side. That's more or less it. LAC, that's pretty cheap at only 270,000. So very light on the locator. Going into this print tonight for AMD, like you're priced pretty well here. Like to have it get back into the 260, I would think going into earnings, it would be tough to break those types of highs. So it's like, again, we're dealing a little bit in the middle here. And I actually like Intel for a trade. Ooh, that's already starting to fade to 51. I do like Intel for a trade. But if you get up to, call it like the 58 to 60 range, if you're even testing those tops, I'd be a little skeptical that before the earnings, you're going to get a break away from that kind of resistance. I think some people are going to ring the register if you were able to get there. But one name that has already printed its earnings is going to be Intel. And it's filled the gap. Well, it's filled a decent portion of the gap to be chilling at this $51 range. Yesterday, we were looking at that for the fade in the afternoon. So obviously, anytime you're breaking into a new range, I like a pullback into the prior high, which is about 49.8. They probably will move a little bit on sympathy to AMD, but we don't have to worry about that till after the market. So I want to just go for structure here. The 51 fade has already happened. So looking at this 49.8 for a dip and rip. And then just one more before we go. We haven't really talked too much about Bitcoin or silver, but yesterday, IBIT couldn't break the 45 zone. I didn't trade the 45, I traded prices that were not 45 today. I'm waiting for the fade at 45, aforementioned.
All right, so just real quick here. I'm trying to be specific with what I'm looking at. Although yesterday we had Tesla was a banger. I didn't even have it on here. So we'll always look at Tesla. But Apple long 268, SoFi long. SoFi just broke through 23 bucks. So I'm not sure we'll get that long. But we did say, possibly, actually, I don't know if I had it in my note or not, or we just talked about it, but possible break there of the pre-market high. We like that for SoFi. That's happening right now as well. And then we went over some silver early, but we didn't cover too much of it, but it's moving around up 9% right there. So we'll look for a 78 long. That's coming in here as well, the 200 period and some of those pre-market lows. And then Intel has been on one this morning. I haven't even looked at this in about a half hour. So 50-50 long. It looks like it's come back in off that level as well. So some of these names are starting to fall in. So these are just some basic ideas that we look to make early. So we'll see if those can all hold, right? I'm also looking actually for a break here down of the TQQs. If we can break sort of below yesterday's closing price, and then maybe the market gives some of this back up. So watch out for TQQs. And we do have right now, there it is, these imbalance locators now out. Big Bear AI, I mean, again, got to wait. Some of these names just continue to get hit. Joby, there's a lot of small cap names on here right now to start the day. So I don't really see anything major on here. And we have New York and Nasdaq. The only Nasdaq name is AVX. Like normally you're getting something on here. Oh, there's Intel with a small sell.
Quiet.
So Intel with a small sell right here. So that would be something.
Even
so
that's
we'll wait.
really small for that itself.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's absolutely no interest right here off the jump. So, all right, so scratch that Intel long at 50-50. Man, that really came in there. We were trying to protect some VWAP, and now down 2.6% or so. And it looks like we'll probably, and again, I'm not sitting here bidding 268, but there goes Apple. Just what a bounce off at 268. We wrote that down at 8 o'clock, and it looks like that's going to be a good level as well. So about a half hour away now. We'll see if Apple falls back in, gives us that trade. We'll see if SoFi falls back in, and Tesla just went to the downside there, 24s pretty nicely there. So that just dropped about $2 as well. So this is the stuff that happens off the open. So be ready and be careful. Good luck to all.
Yeah, good luck to everybody as we're about to ring the bell in 10 seconds. On this Tuesday, it's already into earnings season this morning. PayPal was a big loser, Palantir the big winner, and this market is now officially open.
Yeah.
That's a little bit. Oh, Palantir almost immediately. Oh, yeah, maybe not. Almost immediately, I was going to say making a run. It tried to. I saw it try to run 165, and instantly to the downside. There's not going to be a pop through the pre-market high for a fade. That just instantly shed $3 on PLTR.
Yeah.
Look, in Intel. Oh my goodness, that didn't even wait. Like, look at this. It doesn't even get to the prior high. The market opens up, and it just jumps the dollar instantly. Like, it didn't even take neither one of those two stocks even took a heartbeat. It was just initial dump on Palantir, initial break on Intel. All right, if it's not going to get to the prior low, this might turn into just find VWAP, because I'm looking for the long, but that is what it is. Intel now 5% to the upside. My guess is AMD, if we're looking at, okay, maybe not. AMD slightly to the upside. Looks like it's just an Intel story.
Yeah, I guess that 50-50 on Intel was good after all. Yeah, wait to see if that can pop back into that 50-50 level one more time, and we'll see if we can hit that level. But we're going to wait. I still think the Nasdaq was interesting there because it almost broke. I almost got short actually on that. I think I'm going to try short if we can break 55.40 here on the TQQs and just see what happens. And if we can get a little bit lower into this area, 55 and change, and then we'll see what we can do with that trade. But as I'd said before, like Palantir probably makes a move down, and there it goes. So, I said yesterday it was like a $3 move on no earnings. So, the fact that we're moving $3 here on, there we go. We are now short into the TQQ. So first position is now on there. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. I was going to pretty much give it to some kind of a level here, and that was going to be on the 1 minute chart. So if we get 55.70, we're trying to look at the 25 period moving average. So here we go. Nice downside play initially now on this. So we'll see if we can get out of 10%. If it does make that move, it just went into 30s there. So we did actually, well, we're short at 37. That's not a great short, but we almost made 10 cents. We'll sit there for 10 cents and see if we can get it. And then that's only on 10%. And we'll use this 25 period moving average at 55.70 as our out. Okay, so 55.70, and we don't have to average into it. We've got this trade. Let's see if it works. That's going to be our out, 55.71, and we'll see if we can punch out of that one if it doesn't work. So short initially here on the Nasdaq. Let's see if it continues to bleed down there. Nasdaq potentially looking at a red open. We'll see where we go. And then SoFi, of course, I've been looking at that one. It does break higher. We're still going to wait. That 200 period is right here at 2270. I wrote down 2250. Let's see if that will work out. But that's what we're doing right now, just waiting and being patient. And we've got one trade on, and we just bounced again off of our levels there. I think it went to 27 and didn't fill me. So here we come, 30. Need a little bit of a low move here. We'll get out of 10%, and then we'll see what we can do with this trade. Maybe 55.10s or so next.
Yeah, well, if Palantir is any sign, then it's going to be heading back into the downside. Not heading to the downside. CCL just broke out. No 33 break yet, but it seems like it wants to get at least close to it. I want to try to play off of the volume-weighted average price to join this before we get to that quintuple or sextuple top on the daily chart. So once again, the market's weak, but overall strength in some of the travel names that are not Disney. I stress the not Disney side of it is I think we just got a reload, I'm hoping, of coffee.
Yes, well, it's
Is that what it is?
espresso. It's espresso.
Oh, it's the espresso.
I asked for the espresso.
Yeah, the espresso after the open is the
Espresso
way to
after the
go.
open. All right, we covered a little bit more there on the TQQs right here at 55.20, so we do get a little bit of a cover there. As here we go, man. That's it. Daily goal met. I know we should extend our daily goal, but it is now met there on this TQQ trade. I'm waiting for another 10%, and then we can hold off on that. 55.11s is where I'm bidding right now, and there it is. Yes, sir. Wow. What a trade, Mr. Roberts. That was a good one right there on the TQQs as we nail that. We talked about it early. There it goes, man. Big trade alert there on the Nasdaq to start the day as we go back to the futures with that one. So that was a good one. Thank you so much, Mike P. DeRider, for your nice comments there in the chat. We're trying to keep it going, trying to keep the energy high and the trade's good. And there goes the TQQs. Nice move, man. We couldn't be happier with this play here early. And there goes the Nasdaq. I said we could possibly see a red Nasdaq open. So now that it's just turned red, potentially we get a little bit of a bounce back. Let's put another bid. There it goes. So we got some outs at that low at 55.10, but obviously not enough. Let's see what winds up happening now. And we'll just adjust our stop, right? I mean, it was 55.70. We don't have to adjust it yet. It's 55.60 now. So we'll see what winds up happening there. But there it is. Thank you so much. It creates space there as well. I hope this is a good thing. You think this is a good comment, Neil? What do you think on there?
Sean, is it
You think that's a good?
Demon trade.
Yeah. You think that's good?
I'd hope so.
Yeah, me too. I think that's good.
A demon?
K-pop demon hunter? Is that what I'm doing? Hunting out some trades over there? I like it.
All right, I'm into my first one. It's going to be CCL on the way back into the upside. If we do see, all right, I have to go to Intel for a quick little second. Just very quickly, Intel just ran that 51 level. So if we're not going to see prior high for the long, the other play was the 51 fade. So we are getting a topping tail. Fail of the high break is confirmed if we close underneath 51. That's obviously going to be an if. But CCL on the way to, in theory, that $33 level, holding on to view up. It just bounced off 32.5. So as long as it can hold the volume-weighted average price, which is just under 40, want to look long into 33. IBIT is starting to come back up, which I would like to fade if we can. So first look, I'll do it again. I'll look for the first fade at the pre-market highs and then wait for the 45 if and when we're able to get there. Palantir is now long gone to the downside, by the way. Like it's, now you're just sort of waiting for some kind of a mean revert. Like it didn't really press the highs before jumping in. As I said, it just instantaneously lost a bit. And we haven't looked at silver for you guys that much this morning, not doing anything. Off the open, it basically didn't move. We're still pulling back a little bit on SLV, but yeah, no action yet. I wouldn't suspect we're going to sit here and watch silver do nothing for the entirety of the open. I just want to look for a big mean revert on the 15 minutes, so I likely don't trade this or ZSL until we get to closer to 10 o'clock.
We wrote down that we had Apple potentially at 268. It's coming in right now pretty aggressively. It'd be kind of crazy to go long Apple and short the futures, but that's worked out before. We said that Apple's kind of on a different level right now than many of these.
It was all
tech
last
names.
yesterday.
So there it goes. We'll wait to see what happens with 268 right now for Apple. But we are like spinning it right here, man. You want to talk about chicken dinner winner? We'll see if we can get some 05s now. Yes, that was an absolutely fantastic move for the TQs as we come in right into 55, man. I mean, this was a trade that we had sort of talked about early. If it does break that level, I was feeling a little negative coming in on the day, obviously, as this is my first trade, is the short there on the futures. And it's a kind of a good thing here because we still have 75% of this trade as it's breaking yesterday's low right now. So a good one here to start the day on the TQQs. So yeah, we're going to get out some more as it's bouncing around. I mean, if we test 55, which we're doing right now, and hold, then yeah, it's going to look silly getting some of this out right now. But I'm going to take out one more piece here if I can at 06, and there it goes. So right now we have officially out of 40% of this trade. It's an absolute banger there for me. Now let's wait to see where we can go. Yesterday we had Target also blasting to the high side, and it's taking off there today again as well. Look at Target go, man. This has been a good trade for the longer term portfolio, but thinking about getting some out because it looks like we are finally getting right back to, we've already get some out here already once, but looks like we're getting right back to that level. So do we get another piece or do we wait now for 130 as there goes, wow, okay. We have a banger on right now, man. There goes TQQs, just keeps on sending it lower. We're going to bid some 92s here, see if we can get that. Well, we might have just missed it. Okay, let's bid some 98s. All right, we take those and some 92s, but a nice little downside push there on the futures. So yeah, let's go MF Dane Generous there. We've only seen you about a million times in the chat. Thank you.
It's dangerous.
It is dangerous right there. So thank you so much there. As I can't find, there it is. Sean Katina, there it is. Let's go. So thank you so much for your nice talk on that one. Intel 5050. Oh, that's the price we like on Intel. But TQ's making a downside move. And thank you, Dane Juras, as we appreciate all the nice and encouraging talks, right? This is not an easy thing to do. And we appreciate all the love and the support as the Nasdaq is falling over itself here.
Yeah, the market continues to fall. By the way, Palantir now 666. Percent to the upside, down at 158 if you're tracking that name. So we got Intel. The second we closed under, I said if it closed under 51 in the 3-minute, it did. Short off of VWAP. It happens to be 50-50. If it breaks VWAP, I'm out. Looking for the next out at the low of the day, which is $49.99, I believe. So I'll just stick in front of the $50 level and see if we can't pick up a bid there. CCL still holding for it. All right. It did just run the top again. One thing to keep in mind with CCL, if you're just tuning in, this is like the 6th time it's trying to break out this top. So if we can't get there, we've got to make sure we're taking shares out in front of any kind of a false break. If we take out 32.90 and don't break 33, then this would be a jump out, wait for the volume weighted average price, and then work back into it. But so far, so good. Until short, CCL to the long side. Maybe Disney's catching a bit off of this. I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, I doubt it. No, Disney is most certainly not catching a bid. Along with CCL and the, yeah, it's not looking good for Disney. Disney, you're making some changes, but apparently the market's not liking it enough there. Just a repeat of yesterday's action. So bouncing off the 10s and 15s more than we are the 50 level. I'm going to take another leg out here. If we're not breaking the low as the market's breaking the low, then I want to make sure that I get most of it out in front and then look for the next opportunity to jump back into the trade. Silver headed on the way to the upside as the market gets weak, which makes sense. I think you want to see silver do that. Like you want to see silver bouncing when the market's doing this.
All right, so there it is. We just lost position board again, Brendo and everybody, if you guys are tracking that. It was just off, and now it's back on. So definitely go take a look at that one. New position alert right now. I mean, obviously the market is absolutely bleeding, and we've almost hit now. Well, we're now at 2 times the daily goal, and but we have a new position with SoFi. This may not work, man. This is at 22.50 right now. I'm going to give it a little bit of sort of air past that level, but not much, man. So there it goes. Well, it just bought it back up there. I'm long here at 60s. If it breaks through 40s, we're going to get out of this play because don't want, and whatever, man. I took 20% on SoFi of what we did right here on the TQQs, right? And so right now we are absolutely on fire with this TQQ trade. So let's just be careful with what's happening now. Nice move back down into the downside on this trade. No real bids anymore. Now I have only 40% left. But again, like from going from up 0.5 or whatever it was to downside. Just had a feeling that the Nasdaq was going to try to turn there today. I mean, that was literally the first trade was that break of yesterday's closing price of 55.40. I mean, yesterday's closing price is right around here, but this was just the Palantir, the Nvidia, all these bumps up. So just kind of looked at this level, thought it was going to be a downside take, and it looks like that is exactly, oh boy, what it is right now. I did not, Trader X, don't tell me this again, like, are we that much on fire right now? I did not take this trade at 78. I haven't looked at silver. But when you put this trade that I have on the TQs, I just have to tell you guys, like that was, it's a very, very big one. But this one right here at 78, yeah, man, thank you for pointing that out. That's exactly what we had written down on the resource here, the note of stickiness. So there it goes, man. It was 78 long, just like we wrote down 2250 long for SoFi. That's exactly the price it just came into there, $22.50. So, so far so good. Let's see if it wants to work itself out. But great call. Thank you for bringing that up there on silver. Make sure you go find it at Trader TV Sean on Instagram and on X.
Yes, sir. And
Wow.
I just took my out in CCL pretty much exactly to the level of
Holy
83
shit.
or 33, but we just backed off. So the second we get that fail at 33,
Something's happening in the market.
we jump right out of it. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Intel. It's right back at that low of the day. And Palantir just lost the bid in a big way.
Holy.
Palantir heading down. Oh, God, Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir in the multiple.
Oh, yeah. Palantir just dropped $1.50 in almost like a single wick. It was a green candle here and then tried to bounce. No mas, not happening. For myself, I know you like 50-50. Ends up being a good short trade. But if we don't break this low soon, my target's 49.8, prior day high. It's going to be 49.8 where I want to be able to grab it. And AMD, everybody, yuck, yuck, and absolutely more yuck. Oh, there was Bitcoin as well. I bet. I still have my orders out, but wasn't able to catch this one. It didn't get up to 45. We're just headed straight down. 77K, 7777 on Bitcoin just a couple of seconds ago. I think we are headed for a retest of that 75 at some point. Today seems as likely as any other day. And even ETH down under 2,300. Pretty much everything it is not the metals is dropping. Well, CCL strong.
Guys, I woke up today and chose violence. Sorry about that. Monster move, just $1 right there on the TQs, man. I mean, all of a sudden we just escalated there, and it was just like something just dropped. I don't know what that was, but there's the breakout to the downside, like, oh boy. And this was a really, like, honestly, I was just like, forget this, man. I wanted that trade, and I could not believe this move down right there on the futures. It's 9:44 already. Our day now is pretty much done. So we'll give props up to anybody that has this short. And if you have the long here as well on SoFi, I mean, that's kind of printing. I'm going to put an offer here at 70. We'll take a little bit out there. So far, man, the silver long at 78, bang, right? SoFi long at 22.50, bang. Futures, we got that, right? Neil's got that Intel trade. Here we go. What a move right now as well on SoFi. That was a good one. We bought some more in the long-term account at 22.50 today as well. We'll see if that winds up holding. That's going to be a little bit of a different trade, obviously, than right now. We're out of 40% as it gets right back up into the 200 period moving average. That's a 2-for-2 day right now, and we're at 3 times now the daily goal, but that's because of this absolute collapse right there in the TQQs. So, yeah, we're starting to go to the downside right now, and let's just wait to see. We have economic numbers coming out as well for you guys today.
It's very
Jolt
likely
is
not going to
tentative.
be released because of the shutdown. So
okay.
the partial government shutdown, like every site that I'm seeing that tracks it has actually removed it.
Okay, so we had it written down here on the profile today, just off of our release there that we put out in the morning time, that we did have some numbers coming up,
It's
but there it is, right
scheduled,
there,
it's just-
tentative.
Yeah, I wrote tentative for that reason.
Yep, yeah, I have it right here. So I just wanted to show everybody that we do have that. And Fed's barking also speaking right now. So that's good. Like if there is no number, that's fine for me. I mean, the market is absolutely cracking right there. Monster trade here. This is about like 200 or so handles on the Nasdaq, but let's see where it goes to the downside. Good outs on SoFi. SoFi so good though here today, and we knew that Palantir had a whoops-a-daisy moment about it. And there it goes, right? I mean, we literally called that off the open, that this was probably going to be a problem, and getting some out at that 161 break. So hopefully I did that on my own account as well. That order was in there. We talked about it. If we break that 161, then we'll flatten out a little bit there. So we did that on Palantir, and just trying to get out more of this futures play, right? I mean, I still like the downside play, but I'm not going to even though I only have 25% left, holding it all the way back to 55.20 seems a little bit sketch. So I'll put a little bit out right now at 62s. We get that fill, obviously, and now we'll wait to see where we go from here. But I'm going to adjust the stop, and there we go. So a stop that was at 1.30 cents gave us about $1.20. So that's a good trade there, and we'll cancel it. And now we'll put our stop at this 25 period moving average of 55.15. So it looks like it's coming back up now as well. So we'll see if that prints, and we'll stop out of that. But we still have SoFi long, which has been awesome, and that's 22.60s right now. So we should have waited for a 22.50, but I wasn't sure it was going to get there. It gets there within 1 penny and then blasts higher. So SoFi so good. And silver, and then we'll throw back to Neil. That was a good call at 78, but obviously we're distracted with the futures, and we'll just wait to see where we go from there. So you had the Intel and CCL, right?
Yeah, CCL just came back to the 33. I want to get to, there was a question, someone asked what's going on with PayPal. PayPal had earnings this morning. They missed on the top and bottom lines, and their guide was poor. So they're making some changes as well in the C-suite. But it was all bad for PayPal is the short end of the story. Maybe one of the worst earnings reports I've seen in quite some time that we've covered. But Intel did bounce off the prior day high, so I jumped out. I'll wait till it gets to VWAP to look for another trade, which right now is about that $50.50 range, at least for now. And I'll think the same thing, but in the other direction for Carnival. It initially dipped at that 33. Now it's making the break through 33 even. If it can close over 33 on the 15-minute chart, then I like the long over 33. Otherwise, still going to wait for the next pullback into a prior day high and the volume weighted average price. The only thing that we didn't get that I tried this morning was IBIT. And I'm still not going to get those fills there at 40.40 and 40.50. That's coming into VWAP. So I might have to adjust the target here and start shorting off of the volume weighted average price instead of that pre-market high. So those are the three that I'm watching for now. I don't really like SLV until it sets up some kind
Oh my God, no.
But it looks like it could. I mean, it broke the downward trend. So in theory, like that actually ends up being a long trend. But because I was sort of biased to the downside, kind of been waiting for it to break an uptrend instead of a downtrend.
Okay. Our number one trade idea today, obviously, I was saying like going short the futures and going long Apple wouldn't work out, but we wrote down 268 on Apple, and that was pretty much, damn, that was $2. So we could have had like $1 short on the TQs and $2 long there on Apple. Man, I just need to automate my own ideas. If I can do that, which I can probably just do that pretty easily there. Just take the trades that we write down. It is hard sometimes to manage all of the positions at once, and let alone know which ones are going to work and which ones aren't going to work, right? I mean, that's part of what we're trying to do here, right? And that's why you can always ask us, like, are we green or red on the day? We won't necessarily have to give you our P&Ls or anything, but, you know, green or red on the day works. We talked about that yesterday because everybody has different risk parameters, different share sizes and everything. So if you're green, it means your trades are working for you, right? And if you're red, then they're not. And that's kind of the way you have to look at it. But right here on Apple, 268, man, damn, that was a good one. So if we can come back into that level, so be it, and we'll see if we can get that one. But yeah, you're right. You can't win them all, and that is for sure. But that was just a missed opportunity because we had written it down as the number one idea here on the list. And I actually asked you guys, was there anything else that anybody else wanted to? Oh, here's a fake guy right here. You got to block some of these guys here on Twitter, but was there any ideas that anybody else sort of wanted to look at here? We had Texas Boy said AMD, SoFi, and Apple. That's a good look there. Investor says USAR, Intel, and Nebius. So another good kind of look on that one for you as well, my friend. But there goes SoFi. It's a good thing that we got a little bit of money in the account on SoFi there, and then it dropped down out. So there goes SoFi losing that bid. Again, I just heard in my ear that JOLTS is coming at 10, but yeah, it's tentative. If it does come out, that's great. We do have, obviously, a new low here coming on the, well, not obvious, but it looks like a new low here coming on the futures. So let's bid out a little bit at some of these levels as we take advantage of this push down. If we do get JOLTS and it's horrendous, then ciao, see you later. We'll see what winds up happening here with the futures, as the job market is one of the ones that's been talked about. So, all right, I'm going to adjust the mic, get all figured out here, but it's a nice downside push now for the TQQ, the banger of the day there, and a good trade on Intel. And there it is again. We just lost the position board one more time.
Yeah, I didn't even take a fill, so I'm not even sure what's going on there. No, we're breaking right back into the lows. I think the next thing I'm looking for is to jump in on IBIT, the next available pop. Whether that's volume weighted average price or a little bit lower remains to be seen. I just want to come back to Palantir for everybody that has not done anything but continue to fall. So it does not hold on to 161. We didn't really get a pop to fade into. If it fills the entirety of the gap, I suppose you could look for some kind of a long trade in there if you're inclined, but I would wait that one out. PayPal, actually I'll slap the fail because PayPal actually did do the false break of the low. Bottoming tail candle, didn't quite get to VWAP, but it did do a bottoming tail candle instantly and then popped a couple of dollars into the 44 level and is now right back in. So if you were looking for that right at 9:30, you did get the SSR bounce, but again, it has to be the first thing you're looking for. I was more paying attention to CCL and obviously Intel there, which is now back through VWAP. So I'm glad we didn't reload Intel yet. Intel's still sliding higher. Allow it to maybe retest that 51 level. If it shows me another fail, then it's worth the short. Otherwise, don't stand in front of a moving freight train. It's strong relative to the market. Rather look at this CCL for the dip buy, which, by the way, if you find relative strength or relative weakness, good place to be. For now, CCL, and I would imagine some of the other names in the travel space, doing very, very well. Let's try to buy this dip into VWAP and then move on to the next. And let us know what you guys are watching in the chat. Most of you doing a fantastic job. Put the symbols in. Just make sure you type $, like Vicky Lee in here, $ Palantir. And if you do that, then when I pull up the stock visualizer for everybody, then, hey, lo and behold, what's the #1 symbol? It's going to be Palantir, silver, PayPal, SoFi, USAR, which we haven't looked at, Nvidia, Fuse is still on here, Apple's going to make it, that NPT, RKT also in play, up 10% today, RKT. Hey, who knew? Must be news there.
So I just took another fill. Obviously, like I was saying, the position board not actively working right now. We do have a fix in. We're trying to get that going. So apologize for that. But we're into Intel right now. So there it goes. Okay, so we take another fill and it works. So we're into Intel right now. It looks like it's going to lose the bid. I wanted to try it at 50-30s. 50-50s. So that's where we're long right now. Well, we're long at 58s. But if this drops below right here, 30-40 basically, okay, here it comes. We're going to stop out of this one. And looks like the only, okay, so it looks like the only trade right now. Keep trying to find some longs here in this market, but doesn't look like it wants to go. So we'll just maybe sit here and continue to watch sort of the net grow on this trade and try some of the ones that we liked. I'll go back to Intel, go back to SoFi at some point, but honestly, like the longs just have not been printing here today. So, you know, just kind of sitting in this position and waiting while we've really, really got a huge extension play here on the TQQs. This might be the cleanest, best, you know, trade that I've made on this market yet, you know, to date. And I think we're just getting better and better and better at trading. So, you know, thank you guys for continuously watching us and supporting what we're doing here on the show, right? So probably the best TQQ trade, honestly, that I put on, because I didn't have to really fret about it. It never went against and just kept going through some of these key levels. It's 955, it's Adara.
Keep an eye on Netflix and Warner Brothers, guys, as we approach 10 a.m. That's right, we are expecting to have this Senate Judiciary Subcommittee meeting with regards to Warner Brothers and Netflix's plans to merge, or rather Netflix trying to acquire Warner Brothers. Present at the meeting will be co-CEO of Netflix, Ted Sarandos, as well as Chief Strategy Officer of Warner Brothers Discovery, Bruce Campbell. Again, that'll take place at 10 a.m. Eastern. You know me, I will be watching this live and giving you guys any commentary of any market-related or significant things that are said. Back to you.
Yes, I should say this is only more than that I don't throw any orders out on WBD because of that meeting. But once they have the meeting, I suspect it might get interesting to trade. If it does, it's a big if. I'd go over to it at that point. Netflix doing what the market is doing right now. But finally, a potential trend break here. Silver is at a double top. I'm looking at ZSL. Here's a double top on SLV. It's trying to break the trend line. Obviously, ZSL, that would mean breaking the trend line and long if silver heads back in to the lows. So what I would do is if we break the trend line here, go long into these highs with a stop underneath the prior bar. Bitcoin just lost a bid again. Yikes, you gotta be kidding me, BTC. And yeah, Intel, I thought we'd press into 51 this time, but we didn't, so didn't want to chase this candle. Once it confirmed under VWAP, it basically dropped 1% very, very quickly. So there was no chance unless you wanted to chase that halfway down there. I wanted to see it hold under a little bit longer than that. And CCL refuses to dip into VWAP. This is the one long that has been going and the one that I'd like to be able to join. But if we're not going to go back into VWAP at 32.75, we come to the chart for a second. If we're not going to get into VWAP, then I might just take a shot off said 33 level. This has been trying to break out this for a while, 6 times, and hopefully the 6th time is going to be a charm. Looks like we haven't really closed above 33 on the 15. That was a condition I wanted, but in 2 minutes, that should be true, and we should have a close above 33 even on CCL. Not much looking strong except for this, so at least glad this was like the one long that had been clean, but we want to take a second shot at it at some point in here. Market bleed is still in there, and SNDK,
Market bleed.
what goes up must come down. And that is now down from the highs about 70 bucks, but still only 1%. But that's a nasty looking candle for SNDK. I'm not going to say the top is in for these, but it does feel like the top is in. That 700 feel like an obvious level. You have at least until Micron earnings, though.
Yeah, no, this is getting to be like just an absolutely crazy move for me in the futures. We keep going to the downside. So we are going to wait 2 more minutes until we potentially, wow. Oh boy. Thanks for the good talk there. And, I keep saying about being a risk manager and that's all that I really consider myself. I mean, we'll sit here. I mean, some consider themselves, look, hosting is fun, but whatever. I'm looking to, put on some good trades and show you guys how, and that's the whole point of what this show was when we first tried to start about it, was you're not always going to be right with all of your trades, but you can manage the risk. So right there, getting out of that intel on that break lower has really saved basically the whole day for me, right? As this one just comes crashing back in. And I think I'm going to think about going long Intel very, very soon, but at these levels, and then let your winners ride. And now I only have now 15% left of this, but we had start to tap it out here. This is an absolute, this is now $1.70, but we actually went short here at 25,950. It's now at 25,650. This is 300 handles right now on the TQQs. So this is just keeps on going down. We appreciate you too, Loco, man. Thank you so much for continued support. Over to Adair in case we get these numbers.
Yeah, it's a pretty big in case here. If you guys can see on this Trading Economics website, there's not even a time next to these, though there is kind of this spiral to suggest we could actually get these prints. Regardless, I'll go through it as if we are getting these numbers, because again, we could. Jolt's job opening, 7.0 million is the forecast, 7.2 million the consensus. Previous print here, 7.146 million. Jolt's job quits. Previous year was 3.161 million, forecast around 3.15 million, but I'm not seeing these numbers, so it does not seem like we got these Jolts prints today. I'm going to keep an eye here on X as I go through the rest of this happening now with you guys to see if there's anything popping up, but looks like we're not getting Jolts today. But in the meantime, the market just keeps getting Jolts to the downside. Nasdaq pretty weak here as we do await some high-profile earnings after the bell, specifically AMD, though SMCI could be a fun one for traders to watch. Unfortunately, a lot of this drop here does come as we get a lot of weakness in PLTR. Palantir, to be clear, still green on the day as far as I know, but giving up a lot of that gap to the upside on its earnings. And to be clear, this is a stellar report across the board. They did beat EPS and sales estimates for Q4, and they guided better than expected for Q1 2026 and fiscal year 2026. The same could not be said for PayPal. PYPL sharply to the downside. They missed EPS estimates, they missed sales estimates, and after a rough tenure under CEO Alex Christ announced that he's going to be replaced by HP CEO Enrique Lores. Now, it is worth noting, Enrique Lores has a pretty good relationship with President Trump. He's been at the White House at least a couple times in recent months, so maybe something to keep in mind here as a positive for PYPL under this new leadership. However, Enrique Lores isn't going to step in right away. That's going to begin at the start of March 2026. His tenure will take place. Again, we are expecting that Warner Brothers and Netflix hearing with the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Antitrust. I will be listening to that and following it for you guys diligently if there is anything of note. Back to you.
Thank you, Darren. Obviously, keep us abreast of what's going on with that meeting with WBD, Netflix. We'll see what happens there. But it's still the overall bleed in the market. It's starting to unravel, at least turn silver here. I'm just going to show you SLV coming down a little bit because long in ZSL, which is an inverse ETF, inverse like leveraged ETF. So it's come back into view, playing it back into the high. So waiting for the reversion. There's your trend break. There's your entry. There's your out underneath prior bar. Looking for the play into 210. Once we hit 210, I want to be out of 2/3 of it and then just look for extension at that point. Don't really have a target as to how far it goes if we break out that prior high, and that works into Friday's afternoon low as well. So far, so good. Although I still haven't gotten back into CCL. It is now back at VWAP, but there has not been a bounce. Like, it broke trend and has not found a bid yet. Don't just want to sit there. Like, it's one thing to get to a line on a chart. It's another thing to set up an entry. You make that higher low and hold, then I like an entry. Right now, it's just dropping heavily. So I don't need to sit in front of a falling knife. Already 3 for 3, and no need to fight along. Because ZSL, effectively, is a short.
Yeah, good trading over there today. Yeah, look, maybe we should just I guess, you know what, like that was 55.40. This is now at 54.30. So yeah, I would be up more if I just got out of nothing and only waited for this 25 period moving average. But obviously this is a very, very dramatic move lower right here. So hard to predict said moves like that. But we are starting to piece out a little bit here as this continues to fall in. I'm going to take one more fill and then maybe just let it settle. But this is just a big, yeah, probably, Bob. But if I take the week off, then we got to pay Obi to sit here. So, you know, that costs us a little bit of money. So we're not going to do that. But yeah, TQQs just making that move down. And yeah, we are now, honestly, I have about like 11% left of this trade. So it just keeps on going here as we go. So let's go to the downside here with this market and see if we can keep on climbing. It's too bad because I talked about potentially buying Intel down at some of these levels, and it's actually made a nice move off of those lows. So we'll see if Intel, maybe I'll buy a little bit of Intel down here and see if we can get some. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just an update here. This Netflix meeting is actually going to be starting at 2:30 p.m., guys. I do apologize. Again, 2:30 p.m. is the start for the Netflix meeting. There's another Senate Judiciary Committee meeting happening right now. And so that, I guess, when that ends, this one will begin again. It's going to be 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Regardless, I'll still be covering it for you guys. Back to you.
Okay, good to know. I mean, obviously, if you happen to be trading, I don't think Netflix matters, but if you're trading WBD, then that time is going to matter a heck of a lot to you. This is the only day that I haven't put orders out on, like I said, on that stock. It's been really, really good lately, but that's been because you've been able to effectively just short the deal price, which is $27.75. I don't want to just sit there and get run over today, and it's not really moving, so I think you stay away from that. All right, silver is catching a bit of a bid, which on ZSL means it's starting to come back in here. Waited for it to get to VWAP, but then it started to break out and already making a bit of a lower high. The one thing I should respect is I'm going to get rid of my entry trend line because who cares about that now, is the fact that if you go back into the pre-market, we do have some lower highs going in there. So because I got lower highs, I'm going to put my stop to break even at this point, so it can't turn into a losing trade, but we didn't get that follow through breaking through the high that we wanted. And again, like, it's just a different style. Like, I like that kind of an entry where I know exactly what I'm looking for. I know exactly where the entry is and the exit, but I do move the stop up once we get to first resistance spot. And now I will go back to CCL and show you, this is another, like I was saying, you don't need to catch a falling knife just because I wanted to see it bounce off of VWAP, just because it was strong and did work before, doesn't mean you just blindly sit there at the volume weighted average price. I gotta let this one set me up for another long trade. It's about the only thing I believe in that is a true long, right? ZSL is effectively a silver short, but it's the only thing I like to the long side today is going to be CCL. So until it shows me some strength, I got to back off of this one and be patient.
Yes, we have a new trade alert over here. I'm back into Intel. We said we'd try this level. We're long here at 64. It's at 54. Breaking of 40. We're going to be out of Intel if it breaks right there. I mean, we tried to catch it there. Didn't work. I'm trying to catch it again right now. They have a deal with SoftBank announced today. It was flying, right? So I just thought, like, if the future, it's kind of like it's not a hedge really because, you know, we don't have too much left. We're under 10% now. Wow, as we hit lows one more time right there on the TQs. Wow, what a thrill to hit this one there for everybody today. That was just so far so good there as we just made new lows now in the Nasdaq, now down 1.2%. Where's the bottom? How about nowhere right now on the TQQs? Let's go over and have a look at Tesla and see what's, man, I just wish we never traded Intel today. Oh, well, just putting a little dent back in. I'll give up like maybe, I'll give back maybe 5% or so on that Intel trade. It's still fine if it does fall out of bed. Tesla also, man, bouncing off 420. That's been a key level before, so we could definitely have a quick look over there. Yeah, so this is Intel long at 56 as we throw it back over to Neil.
This hour of the show brought to you by PDSB Biosciences, everybody. And look, that's PDSB on the Nasdaq, and they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer. And the initial focus is on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the US in a few years. You can learn more at www.pdsbiotech.com. And again, the ticker is PDSB on said Nasdaq. PayPal is actually holding low. Good for them. Doesn't look like it wants to break any lower than that 42.5 just yet. Hasn't really challenged VWAP. 45 was kind of the level that I was looking for a fade, and it doesn't really seem like it wants to get there anytime soon. Earnings for PayPal, if you're just tuning in right now, earnings this morning for PayPal. Missed top bottom, guide lower as well. Mr. Westermeyer, you made 2.5K on the Q puts, but could have made 20. I do good selling too early, but the way I look at it is, it's a common refrain. I wish I could have done more in the trade. If you're making money consistently, then that's something you should be very concerned with, because at that point, you want to build on it. But if you're not, for some traders, if you're not at the point where you're making money consistently, don't worry about holding for longer yet, because your goal is to just make money in the first place. And then once you do that, then worry about holding the trade for a little bit longer, because you want to try to double down on what works most, right? So if you're going station to station works, then just that's good for you, and maybe you're a higher percentage style trader where you're just going to win at a higher rate instead of trying to hold the entire day. Everybody can be different, but definitely makes a lot of sense there to always look for that.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, that's why I hope you guys were able to make some money off all these trades, and do you, and a great job there. And yeah, there you go, man. Put that money in your pocket, and do the rest later. So covering obviously some of this Intel trade. We're long at 52. I'm literally covering for flat there at 52. I got out of about 25% or so of this trade at 54s. So that was the flat trade on that. So we're going to have to wait to see. I mean, this market just keeps on bleeding. I still do have hopes that Intel can get a little higher than where we are now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this long. I'm going to offer mid-60s. But look, see, it just keeps on stopping here in the 50s. So a break of 40, which is about to happen, I'm out of this trading. You see how it keeps on doing that? And then I get nervous. So I'm actually going to offer again here at 49. Take that fill, and I'm going to cancel my 60 fill. Maybe this goes, maybe it doesn't, but I've now covered half for virtually flat on this. It just doesn't look like it wants to go here, Intel, and we could see a downside push in this name as well. So we'll leave it alone for now and have a quick. There it goes. Okay, it just broke. So we have to flush ourselves down the toilet there, as we haven't been able to make any money on Intel today. Like I said, wish we sort of had stayed away from Intel. Silver, I had that long at 78. That could be something that maybe comes back in again. I did want to have a quick little look at sort of the broader market here, just to get an idea of what we've been doing today. And so far, not the greatest look and other things, but tech has been bad. Other names have been aight, right? We have Caterpillar, LRCX, and AMAT to the downside there today, as some of these names just getting hit a little bit, as we've talked about some of those. But nice downside plays there on those names. Nvidia, Microsoft. Microsoft can't get out of its own way. That's down another 2.5% there today. Meta half. Oracle, wow, that just keeps on getting faded. Congratulations to Adara, awesome call there on Oracle, down another 3.25% there today. Micron falling out of bed. I mean, a lot of these names are now finally starting to get cracked. So, you know, be careful with any of your positions here as we continue to watch out what this market wants to do. And I'd say it wants to get a hell of a lot lower than where we are even right now. A lot of these names continue to bleed downside. Some of the banks, man, we say hallelujah that we've got some chicken dinner winners in the account with JP Morgan and things like that. But the banks have been also beat up for a minute and finally starting to catch a bid right now. And there goes JP Morgan, 315.40. Nice move there. That got sub 300 for a little bit there. And it's not like it's a huge move. It's a $300 name, but we like that one. And then look at this, man. The technology services, ciao to all of these ones today. What in the world is going on with IBM right now? Down 6. This is its biggest single day drop in 6 months for international business machines. CRM getting hit, man. We've talked about, what AI is doing to CRM right now. Not great. Customer relation management, CrowdStrike down. That's one of Joey Options plays there. Some of these names just keep paying W. Wow, this is a bad day for me to check my portfolio because I am diversified into many of these names and they're all getting crushed right now. The consumer non-durables are fine. It's kind of strange to see Tesla.
You look at like Walmart and like that.
Yeah, those are good ones. Yeah, Walmart's up, Target's up huge today as well. But just into here's the retail trade. Amazon getting hit, fine. Walmart, Costco up, Home Depot up, TJX up as well. There's Target up 2.5.
Procter's breaking out as
yeah,
well.
Procter, we love some Procter.
It's like defensive names. Defense is the wrong word.
Ooh, bye-bye.
More like stable kind of names are keeping it up a little bit here. Procter & Gamble just crossed the 200-period moving average, by the way. Adara?
I was going to say, I don't know if we mentioned it yet, Walmart joined the 1 Trilly Club earlier today. I'm not sure if it's still in it, but Walmart did join the 1 Trilly Club.
Yeah, okay.
We did not say that, but why not? Walmart's been an absolute beast, but I think you're getting a little rotation as well away from some of the tech names, and maybe it's because of Palantir, right? Like Palantir could have signaled at least a bit of a temporary top. This thing that, Bitcoin hasn't been at a top. Actually, it's been months. I don't remember the exact month, but it's been months since we've been at a top. Unable to get 45. Missed it at the volume weighted average price, so picked it up when it failed the prior low. So just kind of like the standard, where can you join a trade? If you're not joining it at VWAP, once it tries to retest the prior day low, if I find dip into prior highs a good way for longs, then the pop to short it off of the prior day low is the other way to go. So it did it here, showed me that, took the short in here at 85 and playing it to the low of the day, at least for now. ZSL is, it's on the cusp. I could have reloaded it. I put the stop right in here to 95, and it did not break. So for now, we're still going to be in it. It could still go to the upside. I don't think it's worth a reload at this point. Silver's not even moving all that much the way I see it. Like, you're getting much crazier action elsewhere. So the bigger move might be later on in the day for SLV. So I want to take another bid on IBIT here. If it breaks the low, there's nothing really significant. We're at 77,000. The bigger levels are at like 74, 75. So at that point, I just put a trailing stop in on the trend line if we lose this bottom.
Wow, man. Intel now to $49. What a move that one has seen.
Apparently profit taking at 50 is like the way to go.
I profit took at 53.50, which was
Should
good.
have done it again.
There. So that was a really, really good trade. Getting out, I got out before earnings and didn't buy back in. So it's not like I got out there and then, bought back in at the lows. That would have been nice. Well, maybe we can do that if it does come back into $41 again. All right. So, look, trying to follow some of the things that I'd thought about before, we did like the situation that we had seen on Intel coming into some of our levels. Apple's not getting to 268, but I'm going to stick with sort of my guns here because we had tried Intel at 50-50, it didn't work. This was actually okay. The problem is that we bought that 60 fill there, and then once 50s didn't hold, we had to we sensed, the spidey senses was good there. We were getting out for some flats, and then eventually it broke lower, but we still put an L on that name, which is not great. Obviously, I understand that, but we do have an L there on Intel. But all right, here we go. I'm taking another piece out here. We'll get some 41s on the TQs, well, of course, and then it falls back through. Maybe we are getting a little bit of a move back in now. I have about 5 to 6% left of this trade right here on Intel, and we'll just wait to see where it goes now. Sorry, on the TQs. Yeah, I'm always.
If you were to buy a soda with the winnings today, would you buy Pepsi or Coke?
Pepsi. I don't prefer Coke at all. I'm a Diet Pepsi guy 10 times out of 10.
I knew you were going to say that. No, I know you know. I know you like that. Yeah.
Pepsi, I saw was up today. Good question.
No, it was what? I saw the super chat, and I already knew you were going to say Pepsi because I know you're a Pepsi guy. Yeah. I don't like pop, so they don't call it rum and Pepsi is the way I look at it, so I only drink Coke.
And I don't like alcohol.
I don't drink either, so it is what it is. But Pepsi up 5%. Thank you for the super chat, the floppy disk there. Pepsi, another sort of rotation-style name, is doing well today after they beat. And they beat
Pepsi all day.
Oh yeah, big beat on guidance, beat on the top and the bottom, but the guide's actually pretty strong for them. With a slight beat on EPS and okay beat on sales, but the guidance came in strong. 97 billion estimates for full year 2026, and they came with 97.7 and 99.56. It's usually good guidance if the entire range is above estimates. Like, forget about the midpoint. The whole range was above the estimate there for Pepsi. So strong breakout on the daily chart and looking absolutely fantastic for them. It's Pepsi today, Walmart today, Target, as you already mentioned. That's what's going to be strong as the market goes to the downside. And I know Pepsi's not just about pop. I was just transitioning to the topic out of nowhere.
Pop. That's so funny. Soda. All right, so
Americans say soda.
Yeah, exactly. U.S. plans to license companies to pump Venezuelan oil. So that's a story there that's coming through. Here it is right here. I'll throw it up on your screen. Trading and putting up news stories, talking to you guys in the chat. Make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. I mean, we're having a lot of fun today and putting on big. Yesterday was a big day, man. We're ahead of where we were yesterday already. It's 10:20 right now, and we've just really started to, level up the trading a little bit here. Yesterday we had just such a crazy day on Tesla and SLV, and that comes off of the single biggest trade ever in Trader TV Live history. Yeah, on Friday with SLV, Randy. Thank you so much for the espresso, by the way. It really ignited this market move. But yeah, so silver today is not really doing anything right now, but we'll wait to see what's going on with it. But maybe this break of 80, 75, I don't know. It's kind of just cruising right now, looking to do. I know Neil's in ZSL, but just for myself, I was going to wait for this to come through again. 78 potentially does not. So we'll wait where that goes. So so far it sucks to be short and having that win. Like I wish yesterday. Remember yesterday we actually. Oh, and here's another thing. So yesterday on the TQQs, actually, I put this out. We had the same feeling. We were short right off the open on the TQs. We had written down on our sticky note 54 short. Okay, we had that trade, and then we got blown out of it, and we took a hit on that. I'm probably up today like 4 times maybe what the hit was yesterday, on that. So that's what I'm saying. Like stick to what you're doing. Have some confidence in your game, and you'll be okay. And yeah, I see you guys in the chat there about Intel. Look, man, I tried. It just it didn't work there. Both were really nothing burger hits, but it's just a matter of still hits anyways, right? I mean, a loss is a loss, but yeah, there goes Intel finally starting to kick back upside. So good look on that in the chat there. Whoever was just tagged me out, Texas boy. What's up, Texas boy? That's a good one there. So yeah, good call on Intel. I hope you have that long. That is for sure off the bottom there for Intel. What's up, Adara?
I have sort of a headline here for Lennar. I'm seeing reports that apparently home builders, including Lennar, are proposing a Trump Homes program to tackle U.S. housing affordability. Now, we know this is something that U.S. President Trump has been very vocal about, especially as of late. So again, Lennar reportedly one of a couple home builders that is considering this Trump Homes plan. Apparently that would roughly involve 1 million homes if it comes to pass. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. In the meantime, TRX, Chun Ruxwang, this is the first of the small caps on watch today, and this is not new to us. It is a penny stock trading sub 20 cents, but it is one that I mentioned at least in the couple weeks a couple times. Roughly 8 million share float, announcing a strategic agreement with a global digital asset investor, which does include a 15,000 Bitcoin injection here into TIRX. Then we have GXAI, this one at intraday highs. This is another one we've discussed before. Gaxos AI with a Meg 7 related catalyst, announcing that Amazon Web Services, or AWS, is committed to fund its preliminary development of the Gaxos Labs AI-powered sales coaching platform. Last but not least, we've talked about it, we know it, we love it. It's FatPipe, FATN. This company here with a year-over-year increase in both sales and marginally in earnings per share for Q3 2026. So FATN, GXAI, and TIRX all on watch. All of these have a sub 10 million share float. Back to you.
Yes, thank you, Adara. And you know what, to the point, actually before that, did reload IBIT. It held that 44, the prior low, so reloaded it, but it's still holding some strength in here. So we're at a higher low when the market's at the low of the day. So I don't think there'll be a third time at this point, unless I can see it get back into the low of the day. The last reload did not get to the low of the day, but I'm still holding out for said low of the day. But FatPipe, that was exactly, and you guys saw the chart, it was downward trending for Adara. That's exactly what Luis was talking about for some of those small cap runners. If they don't hold that strength, more often than not, they are going to head back in. And so being willing to go short if you have the ability to certainly can be an advantage. ZSL, look, it bounced off that 95 where my stop was, so thankfully it didn't hit, but it's also stalling at VWAP. So the same thing is still happening. You've got this downtrend, which it will not break. At this point, if it breaks the trend line, there's no point for, to each your own. If it breaks this trend line, I'm thinking about adding into here and then waiting for the high, which is at 215. So take some out in front, and if we break the trend line, look for some kind of an add to the upside. Again, you already mentioned Intel, so I want to go to AMD for everybody. Trying to bid, but it's not. This can't get back into the volume weighted average price or even prior day lows. So going into earnings tonight, where obviously, given their valuation, a lot is going to be at stake. We said the same thing about Palantir, and they were able to blow it out of the water. But a lot's going to be at stake. They're selling off, or taking profit is a better way to put it in AMD, as it's been a super strong stock going into this print.
Yeah, I just can't believe we're still, I mean, like AMD tonight into that report. We'll see what they wind up doing there. But what's up, Lyndon Meyer? Yeah, it was right here. I have it up right now. It was this silver short. It was just, wow. I actually had more shares on the TQQs than I did on the no, I think I had more on the silver trade. This was it. So this was, we loaded it there on VWAP, we loaded it again on VWAP, and then it was literally a 90 short. I think we had like even higher than 90, and then it just fell down, and we were able to hold through this. We got some 80s, so that was like $10, and then it even kept going lower. This, I just screen capped this when we did it, so that was at 137 there. Oh, nice one, JD. Thank you so much. Sorry, I missed all these right there, guys. But yeah, there it is right there. So yeah, that was a big one. That was like literally one of my biggest, I said for the show, biggest trade for me there. So yeah, that's what that was on that trade. Thanks for asking about that. And yeah, we just, we're here to tell you guys, like when the big trade is on, we might as well tell you guys. And so Intel, again, we did talk about maybe losing that bid right there at the 50 period moving average. I heard Neil mention as well. So there's a nice downside play there for Intel, but this is now $3. This is now 400 handles, or almost more than that, in the money on the Nasdaq, as we just keep on bleeding. And like I said, like there would have been the first, like that probably should have been our first out right there, because I wanted to use the 25 period.
Heyo.
Randy's allowed to do that. I mean, the guy brings us all these drinks and everything. So he makes some mistakes every once in a while there. Too many espressos for Randy. The hands are getting jittery over there, my guy. Yeah, so just continue to watch this thing bleed to the downside. So maybe we do get a downside continuation there for the Nasdaq. But nothing else is really coming in. I mean, Apple would be the one that's trying to hold out. Like, you want to talk about this pretty epic move down, man. You're down. We have this might be better than that than that silver trade, but this Nasdaq, like, did not think this. The reason why I thought about short, we have the government shutdown talk, potentially that JOLTS number. Obviously, that didn't come through as well, but you could see as the market tries to bleed to the downside, names like Apple continue to hold out. SoFi is actually not doing that bad. They're still green on the day. They catch that JP Morgan upgrade. I really like SoFi there. But yeah, this has been the name for me today, just an absolute bleed. And, you know, I wish that we would have been able to follow our own sort of strategy there and hold out for the 21 period moving average. But we didn't. And yeah, the rest is history. We'll always do a little bit better next time. So yeah, what's the super chat?
Throw it up. Leroy? I don't know. I can't. It's hard to pronounce that name.
Yeah, Leroy.
Is it Leroy?
I think so.
Okay, let's call it Leroy. Can Ford break the 1395? That's oddly specific, Leroy. Will Palantir rebound? Stay tuned. Before we get there, this is why you should trade with stops. I don't know what just happened in IBIT, but my stop was at that 44 level and it just shot through, so we're able to get out. And if you don't throw a stop here, then that'd be red on the stock because I don't know where your execution is going to be if you try to manually do that after this kind of a spike. But look at the reversal candle on IBIT. So I don't know if something just happened. I didn't hear anything in my ear, but keep an eye on crypto if you can. Ford in 1395. Oh, well, but it had broken 1395 several times. I guess this is the resistance you're talking about, but it is breaking the top, which is adjacent to the 95. Maybe not exactly. It's just not that significant a level on a higher time frame. Like, yes, someone was holding it there for 15 minutes or so, but zoom out a bit, and I would say this 1410 has a little bit more significance. Why Ford is up when the market is weak? Your guess would be as good as mine. I haven't really tracked it, but yeah, it looks like it's a strong one. I think on a day like today, you could do worse than anything which is green, to be honest with you. Palantir, until it fills in, if it filled in the entirety of the gap, down to here to 151, I think it would be worth taking some kind of a reversion shot. But I'm not, I think you give this a 2 or 3 day rule. I don't like that you're losing this 200 period moving average on this move. So I'd wait this one out a little bit longer for PLTR. It feels like a heavy amount of profit taking in here. And that 200 period was a big celebration level for us last night. So I'm not looking for the buy on this stock until maybe later today or give it a couple of days at best. Was that Adara?
Here, guys, U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying that the House is going to suggest moving forward with legislation to bring the, quote, short government shutdown to a close today. So again, House Speaker Mike Johnson indicating that the House is trying to move to end this shutdown today. Back to you.
Okay.
Well, you'd think that'd be good news.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea to do that. I'm not willing to reverse long into TQs until we break this 50 period moving average, which would be 53.80. So we have a little piece left. I mean, it's bouncing off of the 25 period. I changed it to 25. I just wanted to go half. So 25, 50, 200 VWAP right now, if you're talking about which lines I'm using. So that's kind of what we're looking at right there. But yeah, the short, I don't know if it's done or not, but I'm just going to keep bidding some of these out as we get less and less, man. We're now down to like 3% left of this trade. So that's why I'm now looking to say, like, what else can we try to figure out here? Looks like that Intel call was a banger, but unfortunately, you know, got me out of it right there, which kind of sucks. But back up there to VWAP. So I really, really think that Intel is going to be a bid down there. I couldn't withstand that kind of a move downside there, especially as we were sitting in the short of the market and just already thinking short. So that was a little bit of an issue there for me on that one, but that's okay. We'll move forward with Intel. And then just on that note, because I only have one other trade, I mean, like I said, I'm trying to look at what we have on our sheet here. We had SLV, SoFi, Intel, and Apple. So the one name that I'm thinking about maybe catching a bid right now, because it's finally starting to break through that 50 period moving average, that would be SoFi right now back to the upside here as a potential move long through that area. I feel like it needs to break like 2240 there, and then we can use 2230 maybe as our out. So that 2240 break might be something to think about there for SoFi if you are looking for a long. Obviously, the market keeps on cracking lower, but SoFi might have found a little bit of a bottom down there near 22. I bought some in my account this morning, so let's wait to see if this is going to be a bottom, but that's for the longer term trade, and we did try SoFi there. SoFi is basically a flat trade for me. Intel's obviously the one that we've lost, but just to let you guys know, like what we lost on Intel, fraction, obviously, of what we put on the TQQs. So Intel maybe making a move back in, and then Nvidia on that Sam Altman talk last night, not very positive, but we did get a nice bounce back in Nvidia today, and then down it goes, right? I think I mentioned, like, we didn't want to trade Nvidia today. There wasn't really a catalyst to see a directional play, and so it's just following the market and just absolutely bleeding down. There goes Nvidia down 3% to follow probably with what AMD may experience tonight as well. AMD's waiting for their report. Like, when you put out one of the best reports of the season in Palantir, and then you drop down 6%,
it's not a good sign.
It was up 12. It's definitely not a good sign.
What the heck's AMD supposed to do now?
Yeah, who knows? We had mentioned there 42.50 maybe as a break for PayPal. That's really done nothing since open.
It's like it's down so much. What's it supposed to do?
Well, I think it's supposed to break the lows. But, I mean, it did break 42.50, but then it didn't do anything. So up and down. And, yeah, this is why I said, remember I said this reminds me of Intel? Like, I feel like it could just stay down here for a while until it pops back up. But obviously, one day does not make a PayPal.
If it's still here next month,
yeah,
it's a long. That's why I look. If it's at this same, if PayPal's at the same level without breaking a low 1 month from now, then you take a shot at the long. But a month is a long way away. But Adara is just a few feet away.
Yeah.
Just to be weird here, guys, Nelson Peltz speaking right now with Wall Street Journal Invest Live. If you're wondering why this name kind of sounds familiar, Nelson Peltz is the founder, or rather co-founder and CEO here of Trion Partners. He also was involved in that Disney bid attempt to take over the board back in April of 2024, and he's also the father-in-law of Brooklyn Beckham. Right now, he's speaking about AI and not in a particularly positive way, saying that he does expect there to be a bump in the road, quote unquote, when it comes to AI taking over jobs formerly held by employees. He also said, quote, there will be some pain and a rough period here with AI. Again, Nelson Peltz speaking on AI right now, guys. Back to you.
Yes, it's the doom and gloom of AI taking everybody's jobs. Everything is always taking everybody's jobs, and eventually there's always adjustment. There is always shakeup and disruption, no questions asked, but seem to figure it out and do a very good job of figuring it out at the end of the day. So, we were sort of talking about how silver is inside the range. It's still doing it, and I haven't really changed anything. It's trying to break this trend, SLV. So if I was looking at SLV, it would look like, I got to zoom in so you can see this a little bit better. There you go. On SLV, it's making these nice higher lows. So ZSL, I'm just waiting for it to show me the break. So if silver breaks down from that trend line, obviously that will mean ZSL breaks up, and then it's an add long, and then look for that press into said highs. CCL, which was the early long, is still trending back in. So this one just didn't set up. It's now lost the prior day high, so this is done as far as I'm concerned. You need to hold on to that top, but we did suspect 33 could be a bit of a problem. It's been through this time and time again to this level. So it did break out, but once it got to 33, turn around. So same old, same old. Intel we already talked about. And IBIT, the weird spike is holding. So we were short down around the 44 level. That spike up on decent enough volume, not huge, is now holding a higher low. So I'm not inclined to jump back into this one to the short side just yet. Not until I can see us lose VWAP. And we have another super chat. Throw it up there if you can, Andre. Arif, good morning. What do you think about Microsoft at these lows? Ugh. I don't know if I can say anything good about Microsoft. Microsoft really needed to hold on to the 420, and it didn't do so. Load chart, and it didn't do so today. You'll see why in a second if this daily chart. It's so bad that the daily chart's like, no, you don't want to see this, trust me. So see this gap here? Like the gap goes, it's April 30th of last year. You had this big gap upside, and then the steadiest crazy uptrend that I've seen in a Mag 7 for a while. Like it had no volatile days while basically just going straight up for 3 months on Microsoft. And it started at 420, and now you got this gap down to about 395, 400 that it looks like it's filling back in. So I would say let it at least fill in that gap and wait for the 400 level there on Softy if you like it. It's shooting the gap right now. There's no need to catch the falling knife. Not saying all gaps get filled, but this seems like a pretty clear one now. If it wasn't going to hold 420 this week, wait for the 400 level on Softy. I think there's going to be a buy opportunity here. How do you feel about Microsoft 5 years from now, 10 years from now? I would say most people say pretty good. So you're looking for and waiting for a spot to buy it. If you're going to put 10% in, yeah, put in 10% now, maybe 20% if you're looking to dip buy the stock. But if you're just trying to get it all in one spot, it's losing support today. That's not when I try to get in. Not all of it, anyway.
Oh boy. Okay. We are really enjoying today's trade. There it comes again, right down to the downside. It looks like there is no sort of love lost here for the Nasdaq. Just right back into the lows. Like I was just saying, man. Like unfortunately, we don't have many shares left, but we're just gonna start to get out. Like I don't, I want to start to think about a long, and I can't, physically do that if we are stuck in short and futures. So we'll empty it out. Doesn't mean that I do want to get into the long, but I think, Apple's fallen right back into a level that if I think the market's going to start to bid a little bit here, why not try something in and around here for some Apple? So we'll bid some 20s. We'll get a little piece now. We'll start building like a quarter of our position or so. We'll take a little bit more if it does come into O's, which it's doing right now, and then maybe just where's a level? Because just because we like the long doesn't mean it is a long, So where are the levels where potentially we're wrong? I mean, maybe just 267.50 or so would be like sort of the last stab that we may take at this. So now that I have about a third of a unit, and I'm trying to get like maybe 3 or 4 units. So we're just into a baby position right now for Apple. So let's give this a little bit of a look and see if we can do a little bit better on this trade. But 267.50. Let me put something down here at 267.75. We'll see if we can average into this trade a little bit. Hopefully it comes out, and we'll be able to put a trade on here for Apple. Finally falling into the level that we talked about, and you can, we just sort of put this up here on Twitter. We've been putting it, like we first started talking about this a long time ago, but there's it down 2.64%, and then there's the continued play. And I just want to know, oh man, more people here with, this is one thing that Elon's got to do, man. He's got to fix up the Twitter experience here. But there it is, man. Boom to the downside. So nice move as we continue to go down. Put your trades below, and you'll be able to find out where that next winner is. But it's a nice move to the downside now on the TQQs and continually going there. There's our Apple trade, by the way. We put it on, and now it's working out there for Apple. So only in the money 15 cents, but let's see if it can get back up. First out, maybe at this 200 period, 268.70. Let's put an offer there and see if we can grab that on Apple for our first little spot out. So 268.70 or so for Apple. We'll see what winds up happening there. Tesla on a run right now, like crazy. Yeah, big time. Nice move there for Tesla. We mentioned 420 bottom, right? If you took it, you're $6 in the money. But there goes Tesla. I really love to trade that name. Could be a good runner there for days, man. Tesla. Let's wait to see what winds up happening on this one. Up 1% in a market that's kind of puking downside.
Yeah, as you say that, even Rivian's up 2%. Randy just said it is. So this could regain that 200 period moving average. The last time we talked about this, I said when it was under the 200, it held this 200 for quite some time. If it just dips and immediately rejects and breaks out for 15, I think that's a good little swing entry. It has to close above 15. That clearly hasn't happened yet. But the second I heard you say Tesla was strong, I'm like, oh, I wonder what Rivian's doing. Is it setting up this bounce trade potentially on this daily chart? Could be, but I don't know that you're there just yet. Not enough strength. Still tracking. This SLV just does not want to do much today. Like we're just sitting here in this wedge, but this plays in both directions, right? Like you've got higher lows and lower highs into a bit of a wedge trade. It's now coming to a head. In the next couple of minutes, I think we break away. Obviously, if this breaks to the upside, then I'm going to be getting out of ZSL. If it breaks to the downside, then I'm going to be adding to ZSL, which is an inverse of silver. Let's go to Adara for Sector Watch.
Talk about sectoral moves. Yes, there is a noted divide between the performance of some of these names or some of these sectors, and other sectors. But within these sectors, generally things are moving in tandem. Health tech mostly weak here. Commercial services very weak across the board. Consumer services is the only one that's kind of mixed here. We've got, I believe this is Starbucks, up about 3%. Yes, that's Starbucks. McDonald's and Comcast also to the upside, but Booking Holdings down nearly 7%. Finance a little bit mixed here as well, but let's talk about the sectors that are kind of all moving together. Tons of strength in consumer non-durables, tons of strength in energy, minerals, process industries, consumer durables, utilities, industrial services to the upside, and communications also strong. Now, if you look at these tech sectors, both of these are going to be generally pretty weak. Now, tech services, a lot of the names here are red, with the notable exception of Palantir, still to the upside despite pulling back pretty heavily after earnings. And when I say pulling back, I mean pulling back from its post-earnings reaction high. Electronic technology, kind of mixed as well here. Nvidia, Apple, Broadcom, and Micron all selling off to varying degrees. Broadcom by far the weakest in this group, though. We do have some strength here in Intel. We know INTC striking that deal with a SoftBank subsidiary with regards to memory. RTX and Cisco also strong. So I think electronic tech is certainly a lot more mixed than tech services, but keep an eye on these tech services names over the next couple of days, guys. A lot of these are down 5% or more. Back to you.
I would say the most notable, the most notable name in terms of percent down, when you're looking at that 5% mark, would be IBM.
Yes, they're down 6%.
Yeah, like there's some
8%. Wow.
Like some stocks go down 7%. You're like, okay, well that's how they move. Not IBM. IBM in one day to move like this, it doesn't do it. Granted, it's been holding this exact same range for 3 months now. So all you've done is travel inside of the range, but it's now failed at 320 several times in here. And I would, like, if this thing fails the 200-period moving average, I think that turns into into a value DCA. But it is at the bottom of the range, but it easily stands out because that's a flat bottom break through 290 if it does happen in today's session at least. No, it easily stands. 7.5% for IBM is easily the most.
I love the level it's at.
No, it's at a fantastic level, but it's a level on the daily, and every time it's bounced here, it's usually been like a multi-day event. Like you haven't had to buy it on the first day, except for this one time. You can buy it on the second or third day, and you're just as good off, or just as well off.
Right, about that. There it is, man. We talked about buying some Apple on that move down, and oh boy, did we ever do that. So there it goes, man. Huge trade, honestly. I know I keep saying it, but like these are the levels that we wanted to. We're playing with house money now today, so we don't want to get foolish with it, but we're feeling a little bit better about ourselves. When you put some wins together, this is sort of what can happen. So, you know, feeling more confident, and there it goes, right? You know, I saw Obi talking about being self-aware and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, we talked about this with gambling. When you're seeing the board right and you got that hot hand, right? I mean, that's that call there on Apple. I mean, we had sort of not screwed it up, but we had made similar calls on Intel that didn't work. I felt the same way about this trade right there that I do now about Apple. So I'm trying to clear it out and not try to feel like too convinced, because it did punch me in the face on Intel a little bit there. But, you know, this is a trade that I like, and we'll see if we can continue. I'm going to try to get some out at 2268.30. I'm sitting there right now. There it is. We get a fill there. Now it's starting to blow up. This is now 65 cents, 75 cents now in the money on Apple as wow. Okay. Nice move back to the upside here on AAPL. This is going to be hopefully a bigger trade that develops now on Apple. So whether or not we have the low or not, I'm not sure, but oh man, we waited for it, and it's just about following the plans at the end of the day, right? I mean, we tried it on Intel, we tried it on SoFi, and there it is, man. The number one trade for me today was going to be Apple long at 268, and that's exactly what we just put on. We're actually long at 267. 75, 78s right now, but there goes Apple busting that long, and it just came into us. So we were going to exit out of some of the TQ trade and get into Apple. So now that Apple's blasting forward, we like that. And then the Qs are still going lower. So I'm going to exit a little bit more of Apple up near this level here and see if we can. There it is, through 36s, through 37s. But nice little move there on AAPL. I feel like that Tesla story about XAI and SpaceX and all that is a good story for Tesla. But we'll see what that means moving forward for XAI, SpaceX, and Tesla ability to raise money and whatnot. But
raise money at will.
Yeah, that's why I like it so much, and I really dislike that story for OpenAI. Adara, did we ever get a story on IBM?
No.
Because like, yo, what's up, Salvador, man? Real traders stay late, and today we're staying late again. But shout out to you, Salvador, right there. You are now in the money on that Apple trade, which is great. You got it at 267.97. Let's go, man. Out of 65% of your shares. Well, you're turning into like a little Joe, man. You like a little mini me over there, Salvador? I like that one there. Good call, Salvador. But we are now almost again, into the dollar club right now for Apple. So yeah, buddy, that just came in quite nicely there for AAPL. Now we are officially into that dollar club. So yeah, good job over there right now. Neil just chilling in ZSL. We've got Apple huge, TQQ huge. We're sitting in about $4 right now.
It's a chilling kind of day. Like,
yeah, man.
Knock on wood, hasn't been a loser yet, but the day is still early. Adair, did you have something on IBM?
No, I was just going to say, at this point, IBM eludes me. I check social media, I check Benzinga, I check Google. This is goose eggs as of right now.
And it's understandable to be questioning it. Like I said, it's not the kind of stock that's going to move that way. So you'd suspect it could be it could be a quantum related thing. Obviously, let's be realistic about that. So I saw someone in the chat also mentioning the same thing. Thank you to Salvador in the chat. Learning from the best. And again, at the end of the day, every trader has to find their niche. I think we're glad in like 10 minutes or so, you're going to see the Midday boys come in to look at some small caps. It hasn't really been much of a small cap morning. Outside, ZSL doesn't really count. I know Sharif talks about it like a small capper, but we're talking about silver. Silver is the biggest market out there. Well, it's one of the biggest metals markets out there, obviously next to gold. And the market cap is gigantic. ZSL just happens to be $2, but it's doing hundreds of millions of shares. I wouldn't necessarily call this a small capper. And that's where you get to see some of the opportunities to trade out there. The only thing that matters, and I know everyone is going to be looking at different things, trading them in a different manner, and wanting to only get better. Just remember, whatever you trade, whatever your style is, you want to stick to what works for you. So some traders like to have very defined entries and exits. Other traders like to go by look and feel and that kind of a thing. But you just, again, like you have to find what works for you. I'm back into IBIT off of VWAP. I want to give it to 420 effectively. So I like that volume weighted average price, but it seems like it's catching, whoops, the other way. Different stop order I want to use. I find that the last time it got down here, there was a huge volume spike that took it all the way through VWAP. This time it's bouncing, but without that same gigantic volume spike that we can see. But also ZSL, it looks like silver might break in the other direction. And if it does, I'm out of this bid. Still like this for a long trade. And again, like I said, being patient for your entries. Like I wait all morning for one trend break on silver. For CCL, effectively just one pullback into the high. With Intel, it was just one shot. One shot off VWAP to the low of the day and then the prior day high. And then once that trade is made, I'm perfectly willing to hit it and quit it and just do whatever works for you. Like it's already been a good start to February. You're just sort of building on whatever it is that you did before. And then I want to jump over to some other names that we have not been able to cover. Obviously you can see that Nvidia is having a bad day, down 2.5%, almost a little bit more than that actually. There are no gigantic levels down here till you get to under 180. But it feels like a mean reversion type of level for Nvidia. I'd be a little bit more inclined to look for something stronger, however, that is not NVDA. And I was thinking maybe, we'll go to Adair for money talks, but one of the names I was thinking about was SMCI, which hasn't broken yesterday's lows and bounced off where it broke out from. I know it's a weird thing to say to call SMCI a stronger stock than Nvidia, but today at least is. Let's go to Adair. It's time to get the money talks, look at how the US dollar is handling things.
It's actually a pretty interesting one today, not necessarily in terms of action here on the DXY chart, that we are finding some resistance at the prior level of support going back to the end of December. That level would be roughly 97.7. No, what I want to talk about, Neil, Sean, and everybody, is just A, the economic data situation with this brief shutdown, and B, commentary coming from Feds. And I use the term Feds kind of loosely here, which I'll explain in a minute. But let's start here with the economic data. We didn't get JOLTS job openings or job quits this morning at 10 a.m. They were expected to be released. It was kind of on the fence as to if they would be released due to the shutdown, but they didn't end up coming out. Now, we also have already heard that NFP data on Friday is being delayed Not sure if it's going to be released at some point here, but BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, came out yesterday during the midday, said, hey, we're not going to be releasing this NFP data on Friday now. So that for sure is not going to be coming out. However, on Friday, we do get some economic data of note, being the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment, which does have an inflation aspect. So there will be some data, even if some of these prints we were really excited about, specifically in the job space, are definitely not coming through. Now, the other thing I want to mention are Fed comments. And when I say Fed comments, it's a bit rough because these comments are coming from Myron and Bostic, both of whom will not be with the Fed at the next meeting. Myron's already done. Fed's Bostic term comes to an end by his choice at the end of February. So, again, keep these comments in mind. These people are not really going to be voting or participating in meetings anymore. Yesterday, Fed's Bostic coming out saying that he actually didn't see any rate cuts this year. Meanwhile, Fed's Myron coming out saying that he thinks they should cut rates by a full point this year. So again, interesting talking points, and also a little bit easier to look at kind of with a zoomed out in a bird's eye view, because again, these individuals can no longer participate in Fed meetings. But either way, it seems like that Fed dissent we've been seeing in terms of the meetings is still showing up in comments as well. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara, for that one, and we really do appreciate all of the comments that you guys throw through there. And I love this because it's Sharif's nickname for me, Katina Man. So what's up to everybody out there? Thanks for all the love there. Yeah, it's not really gut trading. It's just, you know, we wrote down these levels and we got to take it, right? And then sometimes you do hear the stories, and that's where you can kind of just get right into there. But we do appreciate all of that, right? Really positive talk, and thanks for all of that one. And as Apple now goes, of course, clubbing. You know, not only have we hopefully created some good trades today, but hopefully we can create a good lunchtime experience for everybody around here. Ooh, change in menu this morning. Okay. All right.
Oh, no.
Oh, I see what it is. Okay, fried noodles instead of brown rice. Okay, so that's fine. Not a big thing. I will read this as we got an update from the caterer there today. But, you know, whatever, man. It could be worms. Doesn't matter for me. We're having such a great day here today. It doesn't even matter what this food is. But today, remember Fear Factor? They were eating those crazy, stupid things there. Shout out to Joe Rogan on Fear Factor.
I'm going to tell you something you don't know about me, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Joe Rogan, actually. You know, I've never watched one episode of his podcast. That's crazy, eh? Okay, honey garlic beef stir fry. So I like that one, man. I mean, we'll hit the hot dog gun for that one. It's been like a chicken bonanza at my house lately. All right, so honey garlic beef stir fry with fried vegetables, and here's the change. It was supposed to be brown rice, but now it's apparently some sort of a rice noodle coming through with a salad. I like that. That's going to be an absolutely banger. Props up to these guys, man. The beef is always pretty good around here. So we like that one, man. Honey, we had teriyaki chicken with broccoli last night.
Yeah, that's...
the wife crushed that. And
it's the noodles. I don't know. Sometimes they give way too much. Because we get like the salad lunch, and I find like I don't want like a portion of noodles with a salad lunch. It just feels like goes against what you're trying to accomplish with the salad lunch. Really tasty, I think.
Yeah, I think that'd be absolutely fantastic right there. Look, thanks for watching, man. This has been honestly just a crazy show. I feel like we've really hit a lot of trades today that have really worked out, you know, and I think we also showed a great opportunity to show discipline as well, right? Like getting in and getting out right there, and just putting up some of those statistics that we needed to. That was Intel there, and this is SoFi as well, like in and out. Like SoFi, I just heard Sharif do his best SoFi impression over there, but SoFi is not so good. Right there to the downside as that continues to bleed a little bit lower. But we are at the highest spot we've now been at all day. It is another one right there for Apple, as now Apple is now $1.70 now in the money as that continues to go. So we're trading the biggest and the baddest of the names here today, and that is, thank you, Sharif, man, much appreciated on that. There it goes, man, right up there. We have the absolute low print of the day on Apple, and we just took it out at VWAP, and we continue to climb higher. And we also said that this could be, you know, a monster trade off those levels. So there it goes, man. Glad you guys are here with us, and let's just keep on going today. It's going to be a great midday show as well with Sharif and Joe. So we're super excited to bring you guys that show as well. And then you'll have a lesson of the day, I guess, with Neil at noon. I'll be at the gym and coming back to talk to you guys all about trading again at 2 p.m. So you're safe. You don't need to hear me again until 2 p.m. Now $2 in the money over here. Wow. This has been a special day.
That's what it's all about. Great start to the month. Follow up your January with a good start to Feb. But I did say I would get out of ZSL. If silver is not going to move, then I got to respect the fact it's not going to move. I'll wait all day long for this trend break if it comes again. But if it doesn't, then I don't have to trade it. I also said I wouldn't trade Warner Brothers, but then when Adair said the news isn't until the afternoon, then whatever. I'll just go right back to the well with this. It's effectively the same thing as usual. There's a wick bottom. I like trend breaks. If it's not going to give me 27, high, which is the price, then I'm going to go long into the top. Scalps limit to VWAP and then hold the rest for the high of the day. Whenever we have this event with the board, it's a hearing, I suppose, on the deal, then I'll back off the trade and tighten up the stop on it. But at least for now, it looks to be good to go. And one more for you. If we are still looking at Intel, at least I am, this seems like it wants to break the volume weighted average price, but it's right in here. I think it can take VWAP. Like the last time it took VWAP and was still a short, it could take VWAP, get to that 50-50, and then look for a reload. Instead of trying to catch it just straight up off the volume weighted average price, I might look for it at that 50-50 level for a little continuation on that bad boy. Market's catching a good bid. I like the fact that this is holding VWAP, but it's already there before the Nasdaq got there, which means it's got some strength. Tiny bit of strength to it. Oh, I said one more, but I just went to pay for locates on GameStop. Wow. GameStop back under 25 bucks. Huge level on the daily. It's rejecting VWAP. I'm paying for locates because I want to short the continuation play here. Respected VWAP once, respected VWAP twice. That sets it up for a bit of a turn, down 4%. Like the little head and shoulders look, I think for a play here, just to back into the lows, works for me on GME. But it wasn't free. Here at Real Trading, we pay pennies to be able to get these locates on GameStop. Understandably, not everybody can short it, but we can.
Okay, 250 now. I don't know what to do with this Apple. I mean, we always say that we're getting out of too many shares, but we still have about a third left of this one as it's just like screaming here to the moon. 270 and change now. Again, stick with the guns there, and you will be fine on that one. Disney, quick little look to see what that's doing, down to 102, looking like it wants to break the lows here as well. DIS, grab your Disney shares whenever you can, right there as well. Follow Intel to the basement, maybe. Watch out for Disney there, and then IBM. This is the one that's the most interesting to me. We don't even have a story on this, and this is now down 8% on IBM right now, as the whole market is really just getting a little reweighting today, down another 1%. I don't think it's anything to worry about. The market can definitely gather these back. I mean, Google's still positive on the day as well. That's a big spot in the old portfolio. Meta we've got in the portfolio as well. That's down 1%. Obviously, we've got Microsoft and all these names, but it's really Nvidia that has shown some some scratches here today. Wow, we are now $3 in on this trade right now. What an absolutely monster move there. We're sitting now in $5 right here. We've got $2 on TQs, and now we've got $3 on Apple as it just continues to extend out, again, off the number one trade idea on the sticky note. Apple, just buy the strength from yesterday. We talked about that. We saw how crazy that stock looked there yesterday, and what it's doing today. That's yesterday's move. This is today. I mean, how patient is this, man? 1040 we got into our number one idea. So, let's just get another piece out there and see what winds up happening, man. Yeah, we kind of are on fire here as it continues to move higher with Apple. So thanks for that comment there in the chat.
Yes, sir. Before, I know it's 11 o'clock, just turning it right now, but we got one question in here. AMG Ronaldo, it's a good thought, because when you're weak over here, sometimes people look at some other things. And EU tech stocks being down 4%, making the biggest one-day drop since April 2025. I think when you see this kind of weakness, sometimes we've had rotation away from the US to other places. Today, the rotation is everything in tech is most of the things in tech are looking weak, especially if it's related to AI in any regard, and then things that have a bit of a moat around AI. which obviously you're talking about like your Walmarts, your Caterpillars, in there Pepsi, Procter & Gamble, like those types of names are doing much, much better, except for this, Joe Stugatz. Yeah, for some reason, G. Vernova, in a day where tech is weak, does not care. G. Vernova refuses to pull back with its brethren. I can't explain why. I love the stock and I own the stock, but it's actually puzzling me a little bit why it does not want to dip. But that's a good thing for your long-term account. If you're trying to dip by more, it's not necessarily the best thing in the world. I did grab into GME. We'll give it to 25, well, not 25, 24.88 up here is the out. I did want to add to it in the 70s. But the midday is here. It is 11 o'clock. The professor and Joey Options will be looking at some options plays, probably some metals, and certainly some small caps. We'll be back at 2, everybody. Peace.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This handsome gentleman is your boy Joey Options, and behind the screen, you can't see him, but Randy's there, and he's grilling us right now. Shout out to Randy. Why he's looking at like this. Good morning, guys. Let's say hello to everybody. Here we go. We got T-Money. Yo. We got Eliza. We got Varun. Not Arun, but Varun. We got Gorev, JL82, Durant Gordon, Mike, PD Ryder. We got Bastone, Lemon Family, Yannick, Walt Country Club. I aspire to have a country club membership one day. Oshiro, Scott J. We got Backbone Video. Shout out to Buffalo Soldier, man. We got Ashraf. Yes, I see you, Ashraf. I pronounced it properly, too. The Great, Oslam, JR, Pete, Money Van Hoof, King Clutch 007. Shout out to Pizza Gang. We got Cubis Mo and Andrew Chow. Shout out to Dalmir Lima, The Macro Bites, Stone Brokes in, oh man, something yesterday, MOTP Media. We got Wyatt. We got, who else, man? Green Day Dean. Anil Bilo Sell High, my man. We got 95 GT 63. That's what I like to hear. Appreciate that kind of comment. What else we got, man? Trader Sniper. Who else? Tor Ben Stelling. Feno 760 Options and Deep. He says, howdy. Mr. Ducats, Sit and Spin. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to you, my man. Good morning, Joey.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. And howdy to everyone else here at Trader TV. Man, I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. If you've been short this market, and I like a comment that somebody made yesterday, sentiment is extremely important regardless of the fundamentals, and I think that's kind of what's coming into factor within these past couple of sessions, and I think for the foreseeable future, that is going to be the case here. But nonetheless, guys, let's get right into things. Let's see what we're trading. I mean, the past couple of days, we can't complain. The end of last week, yesterday was pretty solid for us. A little bit of a slower start this morning. Full disclosure, right? We don't hide anything from you guys. That's just the nature of the beast. Let's start things off with some silver, right? Like we attempt to short on silver. We're looking for this trend line to hold right here, guys. Doesn't, it breaks. Sure enough, we get out of the trade and yeah, continue to climb a little bit higher. So you get out when you're supposed to on SLV, looking for that break of the volume weighted average price there, guys. I was actually trying to go long. I posted up at 78.60s, but we never got that pullback, and I never pulled the trigger on that VWAP break, but that's okay. No worries about that. There's plenty of time left in the day. Moving on here, guys, let's head over to PayPal. Attempt number 2 for the kid. Let's see what we got going on. This one's slowly starting to work out for us. Our first attempt, once again, didn't work. Getting out what we're supposed to. Just trying to put on, so full disclosure, what I got going on here is a little bit less size, and what you've noticed over my past couple trades is that I've been holding them from significantly longer before I take any out. And that's kind of the nature of the beast in which I'm trying to work with right now. So PayPal attempt number 2. Let's see if we can break that 42.50. And I heard what the boys were saying earlier this morning. It's like, man, we're already down 18.5%. How much lower can we go? And that's starting to kind of step into my mind. Like, really, how much lower can we go? 42 would be ideal for me. But if we don't get it, or if we fail to establish a new low right here, because I think this is going to be a key moment in PayPal, is that we're starting to find somewhat of a base, and then now we're getting a little bit of a bounce. And if we don't break 42.50, we might not see anything south of that, all right? But moving on here before we send it back over to Sharif, what am I looking at? Palantir, PayPal, Silver, and the TQQQs. Neil's taking attempts on this one. A lot of sideways price action, but I think we'll find a direction maybe a little bit later if it's not up already in the intraday. I just think that this gap on the this gap on the daily will get filled. We might just accumulate some before we kind of break down a little bit there. So that's what I got my eyes on, guys. The overall market, nice short by the Katina man from 55 bucks, and then filling that gap to the downside. Some excessive selling in the TQQQ. SPY following as well too. Silver not doing too much. PayPal. Let's see if we can break that 42.50 level. If we can, Sharif, I think we can get to rocking and rolling.
All right, just putting in the last few small cap gappers here on the side watch list, because other than that, they don't update. But here they are. Look, the pickings are slim today, guys. The pickings are slim. With I guess the number one gapper right now, at least, NPT halted to the upside, I believe at 948. My chart isn't updating. We'll get to that one in a second. But here we go. JBDI, so that NPT one just took VWAP again. What a move into the pre-market there at 8 a.m. into $30, bleeding its own blood now. We'll get to that one in a hot second. But JBDI, I'm liking the look of this one's jib. It's got some higher lows, basically with a 125 flat top. I realized that the high of the day is $1.30. That is on a wick basis. It didn't close there. Nary closing print above that 1.25. So to me, 1.25 is the level. Now, that's the obviously the upside news. Well, what's the other side of the equation? Well, the higher lows here are really catching my attention. So we're going to try to work something into JBDI, Jebedy. We're going to call this one Jebedy. Into VWAP, where I think that's like at 113, 114, showing me 117 right now. A break below the 1055 candle low, which is kind of that inverse bottom, well, not inverse, it's a hammer candle, the low of which was 108. So likely my stop goes in 107-ish, give or take. Let's go ahead and see if we can execute something on that now on our friend Jebedy over here, Joey. Let's see, 114 we go. Let's go ahead. Entry position over here, not letting me in. Why? Why is it not letting me in? 2 penny spread on $1 name. Calm down, bro. Who do you think you are? All right, so we're in. Joey looks over as soon as I say, who do you think you are? All right.
I am.
Where is he? Where's my man at, bro? Where is he at? Oh, that's not the one. Hold on. There he is. He's so angry. I like that about him. He's got a lot of anger.
Have you watched that thing?
I've watched the longer version. It's been a minute, though. It's been a minute. Are you a good bowler?
I have a video of me hitting a strike.
All right.
Yeah, but am I a good bowler? I'd probably say no.
No, eh?
In the grand scheme of like good bowlers, no.
Well, like
Are you all right?
I haven't bowled in years, bro. So I'm gonna say no.
Do you need the bumpers?
No, man, I don't even think I've ever used the bumpers. Neil's looking over. He's like, what the hell is happening on that side?
Crazy.
No, playing around. So keeping an eye here, just worked into JBDI, into our friend Jebedy. Again, anything below that 1050 candle, 1055 candle, I'm gonzino. We're going to go ahead and throw that in now. And we're going to see exactly what the situation is. But we've got others. Let's get to them. I'm seeing Casey say GXAI. And if Casey says it, then I definitely want to be looking. Okay, and I already like it. So we're going to have to take off somebody. Fat Pipe is being removed. And I'm just going to say, I'm going to call it by its full name, Joey. Fat Pipe is out of the equation and in its place. GXAI, thank you, Case, for that. Ever the reliable small cap gapper trader. So we're looking at Jebedy. I'm also looking at PDYM. This one's seen better days though. 20.25%. I like that 810 to 8 buy area. Why? 10 EMA on the 5, 810. Breakout level, $8. Psychological support, $8. PDYN, $8.10 to $8 buy area. If it loses that, it loses you as a trader. You should anyway. USAR, we're going to be looking at some of these mineral names. I'm not going to be trading MP because it's like $64, but USAR fits within my price profile. So does Criminal, CRML. They're both bleeding their own blood right now. More Criminal than USAR. I like CRML at $14. Buy zone, $13.90 to $14. That is the volume weighted average price, and then the $14 whole dollar level. USAR, I want to see if here it holds up at this 25.5. It doesn't hold up 25.5. I'm looking 25. Simple as that. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Quadruple U, Definitely not a small cap gapper recovering from the blood that it shed yesterday. Quadruple U, of course, is energy fuels. It's about $5.7 billion market cap, so not strictly a small cap gapper, but trading like one. And as you can see here, the respect for the 10 EMA on the 5 really can't be understated. Nary a closing print below it, just simply this one here at 940, but you can basically blame that on the implied balance volatility. Since that volatility came and went above 23, it has been quite respectful of the 10 EMA. Trying to hold 24 right now. Quadruple U should be in focus. AMPX, another one over here. Not much in the way of volume on Ampex. We're talking about 7.2 million shares, which is not bad, not too bad, but the volume profile, very, very stark decline over here from that opening print, which had about 650,000 shares. And the candle prior to this one had about 43,000. So that should give you some context as to why the volume is dropping off and dropping off markedly over here. So I've mentioned those ones. GXAI, the only one that I haven't mentioned, and that's because Casey just called it out. But I'm liking this 220, this zone over here. I want to say 210 to 220. Reason being, look at all these implied, no, these aren't even implied balance high. These are 810, 815. So these are pre-market highs into about 217, 215. You get that same kind of resistance at 945, 950. You got it again at 1010, 1015, and then even again 1020, but then all hell broke loose to the high side at 1025. So it's telling me that 215, 210 zone could be a buy zone. Certainly resistance. Let's see if it acts as support. So GXAI, I'm looking for a dip trade in and around there. Alas, it doesn't look like it's quite weaseling its way down there with this current, with the 1055 candle, an area low of about 218. It seems to be putting in some higher lows now. I'm talking about GXAI. If we can take out 235 would be interesting, especially because we certainly use that 235 as support. 1030, 1035, 1040, 1045. And then we broke down it at 1055. So GXAI in focus. We're going to keep an eye out on that, and we're going to go to the big desk.
Let's move here on, and I'm not joking, Grindr, GRND to the upside as Business Insider reports that the company is testing a premium AI tier with prices up to, again, not joking, $499 a month. So $500 a month AI Grindr tier reportedly in the works, at least at a test level. There's also this Nvidia headline, relatively small. I did put it in the chat. I didn't mention it earlier because not too much of a move. But while we're already here, I should let you guys know Nvidia announcing here on their official X account, the Nvidia newsroom, that they're adopting Dassault's model-based systems engineering. The companies are going to be working together to build architecture for AI across industries. So again, Grindr and Nvidia, both with some AI headlines. Back to you.
All right, good stuff. Thank you. That's pretty expensive if you ask me. $499, $500 right there. What's that the one where the famous people go in? Rhea or something along those lines. You have to pay and you have to show your bank statements and stuff like that, I think, to get involved with that one. So yeah, all right, nice little move there, guys, to the downside in PayPal, touching down to approximately 19%. Once again, just holding for these moves a little bit longer, and I'm taking just small bits off. Hopefully this isn't the bottom here, but we're running into a key inflection point with PayPal. This candle wick low on volume, if that breaks, maybe we get an additional move lower, but the longer we form this base, the less I really like it, and I might have to just go with what price action is telling us, and that's take a little bit more out, all right? So far, we locked in approximately about 15%. I'm still holding on to the majority, a little bit even less than that, probably about 80% of my position still holding on to here in PayPal, looking for that move down to 42, and then hopefully we can run into 41.50s if it continues to bleed profusely. So there it is on PayPal. Nice little bit of a move there, guys. And Palantir was in my notes here this morning, right? I'm like, watch out for that gap to be filled. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I thought we were going with the side. You know, this is my favorite angle right there. The side one, even though you can't see anything in which I've wrote there. I'm glad that I showed you guys that one. But in all seriousness, I had the gap fill on Palantir, but it just right out of the gate, bang, just continuous selling. But it's my boy.
Selling. Who?
Adam James abroad. What's going on?
Days.
Just had my best 2 days trading in my short trading history. Off to beautiful botanical gardens for my last day in El Salvador. Thanks for all the education and help. Trader TV Live gang, God bless all you and Lego.
God bless you, bro.
No, God bless you, Adam. 20 smackers right there.
My
I thought
man.
it would have been Canadian dollars, my friend.
Oh.
Hey, he knows I like to poke fun at him with that. No, thanks. And I hope you have fun at the gardens, man. Make sure you post that video so I can comment and also watch it. I like watching your adventures as well, too. I find so much of it interesting, considering I've yet to be to South America. So that's something that has to be hit off that bucket list. Once again, congratulations. 2 days in a row. That's how it typically works, though, Shreve. You have a solid day. You come back. You're in your flow state, and you're ready to just
You're in your flow.
Yeah, you're in the flow state. You're ready to kind of just pounce and execute once again and perform. So congratulations to our boy, healing pain naturally, Adam James Abroad. So there it is, guys. PayPal continuing to bleed, Shreve, down to 42.27, and the volume most definitely kicking in. We are breaking through that wick low. This is exactly what we're looking for. We're not going to take anything off until 42.20. So another 7 cents or so. So we're loving what we got going on here in PayPal, sticking to the guns. And I told you guys, I think it was last week or the week before, I missed the reload opportunity or re-entry or re-engage opportunity on Rich Tech. I said, I'm going to try to avoid that regardless of what it is. And you know what's funny? What? I think one of my biggest, and this is full disclosure, I'm telling you guys, is a little bit of fear. Like, I don't want to call it fear, but sometimes I get hesitant. But I was just reading, I'm like, how do I eliminate this? And what I was doing, I was just reading up on some things. It's like, dude, at the end of the day, it can't hurt you. Like, I've been through so much, like, literal physical pain, whether it be boxing, hockey, and everything. Why am I letting some numbers on the screen that are essentially a game kind of put any kind of fear in me when I faced so much already? So that's something that I've been working on, is just saying, hey, what is the worst case scenario? Nothing can really hurt you at the end of the day.
Well said, Joey. I mean, that's well articulated there, my man. And I couldn't agree more. Simple as that. All right, we're working in here to GXAI. We got a couple of beak wetters. I'm looking for this to hold prior area low. Now, mind you, it's still a risky trade. And the reason is because we're unbroken in lower highland, right? So look at this. This is an unbroken kind of sequence of lower highs as it pulls back. Now it's holding general technical areas. That's great. It's holding support. And locally, it's putting in some higher lows. I'm talking from that candle at 1055 onwards. It's got that higher low profile, but it's certainly still putting in lower highs. So be on the lookout for a possible VWAP retracement. Now, separately, I worked into quadruple U. I'm looking for quadruple U to hold the 10 EMA on the 5 and try to test that 2450. By definition, it will have to take out the high of the day, which is 2440. It's up 14.33%, holding technicals well, but we've seen this story before where some of the buy programs get shut off a little bit at around midday, or, you know, basically the start of our show. So we'll see if this very aggressive uptrend that was intact earlier on continues to be intact. Now, I'm also looking at AMPX because this one has a lot of respect for the 10 EMA. My only concern on AMPX was the same concern I articulated earlier on, was the declining volume, and is the declining volume profile. So I'm alive to that. Volume price action divergence very stark over here, but if it's going to continue to, you know, ascend without resistance, without the seller stepping in, then we're going to have to get involved. But those are the names that I'm looking at. I'm also keeping an eye on UAMY. A bit of a deep kind of pullback off that 929 high. Lost the 10. It's kind of in no man's land right now, at least for me, between the 10 and the 20. Let's take a gander at the 15, see how this is holding structure on the 15. I like it around 870 to 880, especially if it loses prior bar low on the 15, which is 888s, currently showing 891. So it's on the verge of losing that prior bar low. The reason I say 880 to 870 is because 10 EMA and VWAP are kind of crossing over one another right now, one pointing at one pointing at the other. So that's my focus. AMPX, UAMY, and the ones that I'm currently involved in, obviously GXAI and quadruple U. PDYN did kind of flash on my screen there a little bit. 846 high bleeding all the way down now to the 7 mid 80s, high 80s. I like this area though. Reason is it's awfully close to the volume weighted average price, about 10 pennies or so, and it's overlapping with a very, very clear area of resistance in the pre, which was about basically at 7 3/4, and then at the high area about 790. So PDYN could be another interesting entry, especially at these prices. Let's go ahead and execute on that. PDYN, I believe it is on the NQ. and I am accurate on that. Let's go ahead. Anything below 770 ends the trade for me. So we're going to start with a small position over here, and then if it reclaims the 10 on the 5, which is above $8, about 802 right now, we're going to add to the position, but it's going to show me that it wants to hold up at these areas. So let's go ahead and throw out the stop on this monster, and we're also going to have a planned DCA right at the volume weighted average price, which is showing me 777s. You know, you point at 777s over here, Joey VWAP. We got to take the trade. So that's what we're looking at right now. Break even, actually a little bit in the money here on GXAI, but I am concerned about that trade for the reasons I articulated earlier. Quadruple U is a bit of a slow mover, still holding 24. I'm long 24.05. So let's see if this one, you know, breaks a downtrend. It is essentially since the high of the day at 24.40 on quadruple U. The red candle 11, red candle 11.05, doji green candle 11.10, red candle 11.15, and then this candle is yellow. So we are basically open and close at the same price. So yeah, we'll see exactly what happens with that one, and we'll keep you guys updated. Zen Zombie, $2 in the chat. Turks, TIRX, say less. Good. Let's take a quick look. This is the daily. Embarrassing. All right. Yeah, not a good looking chart. Sub $1, 26 pennies. Currently trading 1 to 5 split back in September of 25. Let's flip to the 5-minute chart. Okay, good breakout intraday. 26 pennies. Not my favorite because of the price. Gets to be a bit of a thick trade down here, but I do like this 20 penny area, especially if it retraces. My first inclination is to tell you 23, just so you can pick it up off a dip trade off the 10 EMA on the 5. It loses 23 pennies. I'm looking at that flat top break at 20. Higher low, flat top break, 20 pennies, manifested at around 10.55. This is not a bad one. It's not bad at all, but we're gonna pack the patience on this one. I don't want to be quickly jumping into these sub $1 stocks, but who am I going to take off? USAR is at VWAP, by the way. Jebediee, we're going to take off Jebediee. We're going to put TIRX, and then if I want to throw back Jebediee, we'll throw back TIRX, so we'll put that one on there. Up 246%, by the way, this TIRX. Not a bad look, and thank you very much for that super chat, because especially on a day where the pickings are slim, we may be forced to trade one of these sub $1 names, Joey, but we're going to keep an eye on it.
Good stuff there, guys. All right, so you can see that I'm short on some Palantir, guys. I'm going to try to hold this into 150. I think that could be a good target on today's session. That's about $4 from where our entry is. I was risking into 55, so someone mentioned it. You already know your worst-case scenario if you just follow your stop. So that's the game plan here on Palantir. A nice move up to 42.50 in PayPal, but it looks like we're starting to come back in. We almost hit that additional target of 42.20. That was kind of what we were aiming for there. So let's go Palantir. Let's go PayPal to the short side. SoFi says VH. Yeah, let's take a look there, my friend, at SoFi. We have a couple more super chat. Oh, no, we already went over Adam James. Yeah, nice work there, brother. How long have you been trading? That's a question I have. You said short journey within trading. I'm curious to how long you've been trading. I don't think you've ever told us that. So, yeah, curious. All right, let's head over to SoFi. So long. Let's see what these guys are. People are telling me that Robinhood's been getting hit. I haven't even looked at it. I don't really want to at this point. But I think that we're in for a little bit of selling here, guys, in the future, in the near future, just due to the fact, obviously, sentiment being a major thing and going on multiple, triple-digit percentage gains in a lot of these names, whether it be SoFi, Palantir, Robinhood, all of those guys that put up those substantial returns in 2025. Sure enough, we're going to see a little bit of a pullback. So Neil said that this morning, what goes up must come down, and that's just the reality of trading. But I think in the span of maybe 5, 6, 7 months, we can climb right back up, and the chances of it breaking through the all-time highs are relatively high. All right, so there it is. SoFi, guys, continuing to move a little bit lower down to 21.83. If we want to take a look at the daily, it's really important to kind of correlate everything. You want to run through your time frames, but this is what we're going on about, right? So we'll pull up Palantir. I think we're just delaying the inevitable. Let's take a little bit more out there at 18s there. Sharif on PayPal, as this is slowly starting to work really nice for us, continuing to bleed. Let's go Palantir. We want to wait for 50s before we piece anything out, so we'll keep our eyes on that one. But breaking through those necklines, you're now on a multi-red day streak. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days in a row, a little bit more than that here on SoFi to the downside. So not too good of a look there, guys. We'll head over to our friend Robinhood. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Down to 87 smackers, but neckline breaking here. I wouldn't be surprised if we run into the 60s. That would be absolutely disastrous, but that's okay. We grab a little bit more down there, sitting on a tiny bit of cash, and we're not going to complain. And it's the same thing with Palantir. I think we're just kind of delaying the inevitable at this. Fantastic numbers. We're not going to beat around that bush. Commercial revenue continuously growing, but that 144 mark, I think that's going to be a massive inflection point here on Palantir, as it is now filled almost the entirety of that gap from yesterday's earnings report, and a little bit of a gap up this morning as well too, guys. So keep an eye out on Palantir. And that's why I'm liking 50s, right? So I'm not just picking 50 out of the blue. It's just, oh yeah, 150. It's a cool number and all that stuff. But I think if we head into that wick, 151 rum right there, Sharif, heading over. Did you ever have that?
What?
151 rum?
No.
Me neither.
I think it's rum.
Pardon?
I'm assuming it's rum, a very
yeah,
strong rum.
I'm pretty sure it's like the 75 proof.
Oh, I was about to say.
Yeah,
okay, then I probably did have it at some point.
Okay.
I may or may
All
not
right,
remember.
151. Maybe we look to take a little bit. 151 and a half. We'll take some off there on Palantir.
Here comes USAR. We're in at 25, 25.30. Beautiful, clean hold off the volume weighted average price. But let's not celebrate, because yes, it's getting a nice little bounce off VWAP, but trend still lower highs. We haven't broken that trend. To kind of break that, yeah, you could say above prior bar high, which would be 25.31, but I'm really looking for that 23.50 as a break of trend. And there goes quadruple U. We haven't even wet the beak, bro. We're at 24.05. There it is into 18s. Let's set up now at 22s. We're going to set up at 27s, and then I want to put some into the mid 30s as well. Good look here for the quadruple one. How about that PDYN crap that we got into? Well, we're doing it live on that one too, Joey. We got 87s. Here's 07 printing. All right, man. We're doing okay here. I thought we were definitely going to end up like yesterday. Looks like GXAI is crap in the bed though, so we're going to have to get out of that one. Can't win them all. And then I did get more into that though, but no, I'm not going to DCA into oblivion. We're going to take the hit on GXAI, and we'll set up at 210, possibly a little bit lower, because that is coming into VWAP. So let's focus on the ones that are winning, and quadruple U right back into that 30 penny area. I'm looking for a little bit higher into the high 30s, but we have nothing in the 40s, so let's go ahead and wait there as well. Good look for quadruple U, and we got shares on both of them. Good look for USAR as well, man. It's continuing to go over here. Right back into that 30 area, looking for into the 40s, showing me 31. There's a 30 seller. Recall that we still have not broken the lower high trend. I'm just saying, for me, the lower high trend breaks above 50, even though we did clear prior bar high. But we've seen this story before, where you get wicked in, right? They lure you in with the break of prior bar high, only to let that one tank all the way back down. So looking at USAR, how many shares do we have left? We're going to continue to wet the beak here, because I have my suspicions with this one. So we're doing it live on all these trades right now, looking for continuation on PDYN. I'm not sure why PDYN is not updating on my side chart. Is that just the spread? PDYN, I'm just looking over here to see what the spread is on my scanner. I don't know, it's not coming up, that's fine. We'll give that one a look later. And that's it. So that's what I'm focusing on right now, PDYN, quadruple U, and USAR. But I don't think USAR is really ready quite yet to set up, because look at that. It ends up being a topping tail candle through the breach of prior bar. I'm stopping out here. We're going to take that out for profit. Now, I don't like the look of this. Let me explain why. I've seen too much. No, I'm kidding, of course. But here's the deal. So if you're looking for a prior bar high break, you never got it from the printing of that basically intraday high, which is a 1050 candle. So entertain me for a sec. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, higher high. This current candle lures you in. So if you're looking for prior bar break on the high, you got it. And then you got sucked in, and then all the way it goes back down. It still hasn't breached prior bar low, but it's right at the volume weighted average price. So maybe I was a little too early for this one, or maybe, you know, the people are taking profits as they get into the volume weighted average price. So, you know, shorts taking profits, of course, which is sometimes why we get a bounce off VWAP, because they're eyeing VWAP for their profit taking level. So it's not sometimes only longs waiting for VWAP to come in, but shorts who cover at VWAP, which causes causes the price to bounce back up, at least temporarily. So I'm not going to get lured into this. We flattened out. We're profitable on it. I'm happy about that, but we're going to look for a better setup right now on USAR before committing to this one aggressively. Now, I'm red on GXAI. It's my only loser on the day, and I'm going to be looking here for that 207, 205 area as a holdup. So you're getting that unbroken lower high trend. Now, my entry in VWAP here on GXAI is going to be small. Number one, I'm red on it. Don't want to go more red. Number two, even if it finds support at VWAP initially, just like USAR, doesn't mean it's going to break the trend. And this is very clear here, the lower high trend, that's still unbroken. So if we break that trend, then that's where I'd say to myself, this is the right area to add into the position. So I'm going to look scalp initially, 207 to 2 for a possible bounce for the reasons we just articulated, shorts covering, people getting in at VWAP. And then we're going to go small position there. And then if it breaks the lower high trend line, that's where we'll add into GXAI. If it doesn't do that, then I don't add. Simple as that. Are we going to Adair?
I think
All right, we're going up to the big desk.
I'll be brief here because the story for crypto, unfortunately for longs, is more of the same, and that is, again, just continuing to drop a little bit here. There was this resistance at 79,200. We looked like we could maybe break out of it as of this morning. Unfortunately, as of later in the morning, we have been unable to do so. Currently trading around 76.6. So again, that 79K level also goes back to support on during that fall on Friday, November 21st. So this has been a level of interest. Again, 79K, that 80K area as of right now going to be a key level for Bitcoin. We'll take a look at Ethereum to see how Ethereum's faring today. Fortunately, not much better than BTC, and Ethereum a little bit farther away from its most recent level of clear resistance, and that would be that November 21st level for it as well, around 2,600. So again, crypto weakness across the board, guys, be it in these crypto equities with Coinbase near intraday lows or in the cryptocurrencies themselves. Also, MRO Marathon oil on watch here. Company purchasing 2 cargoes of Venezuelan crude at the end of January, as per executives. So Venezuelan oil here for Marathon Petroleum. Back to you.
Do you see that meme of President Trump where someone put like a face mask on him, like a baklava, and had like bare diamond chains? He's like, we're going to keep it. It's about the oil.
I know it.
It's so good. I played it 100 times. We're going to keep it. Right? Yeah, we're going to keep it. We might use it in the strategic reserve.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so good, bro.
Why do you got to do us like that, Sharif, man? Palantir.
Sorry.
All right, yeah, we're out of this one. 55 was my stop, so we'll take an L on that one. We got a little bit of a move, guys. Gave it $1, but that pullback is hefty. Considering it's obviously in play and the volatility is up maybe a little bit more than $1, but that's what I was willing to rock and roll to see if we got that breakdown. I don't really want to trade it anymore. I just find that like if you're gonna play that type of tomfoolery with me, then I don't really got too much time for you, really. Just avoid it, trying to make my life a little bit easier.
I said baklava, I meant baklava. Sorry.
Balaclava.
Yeah, I was just too busy to like try to get my trumpet person. Yeah, it is. I just want to update because a question came in, which was actually really good. What are the trend lines on my chart? So for the newer viewers out there, so super simple to see over here. The dark blue, you should be able to see that. That's a first of all, they're all exponential moving averages. So I don't have any simple on mine. When I do have simple, I'll make that very clear. But 99.9% of the time, they're all what's it called? Exponential. So dark blue, that's a 200 EMA. Red, 50 EMA. VWAP is the white one and will always be the white one on my black charts. And then the yellow is the 20 and the green is the 10 EMA. So I hope that helps. And they're basically going to be the same, wherever you're looking on my charts, saving except for the white charts where VWAP will be black. And obviously I got to do it that way because you're not going to see white on white, right? So that is the look there. By the way, I'm still holding here quadruple U, and it seems to be kind of holding up off the 10 EMA. Now, it did have a bit of a topping tail candle at 1125 that doesn't look great now, but the good news is the current candle, number one, held the 10, number two, held prior bar low. So let's see, how many shares do we have here in quadruple U? Well, Okay, we're going to get back in. Simple as that. Let's go right back in here to quadruple U. We're going to look for another continuation. What do we have on this one? 18s. Already showing me 20s. Let's post. And let's see if we can get something in the mid 20s. And then we're going to wait high 20s, low 30s. Let's see if quadruple U can kind of move along its merry way to the high side. That's it. And I'm watching USAR still dilly-dally at VWAP, but I'm not going to get into this one until I see a decided trend break. And right now, we're certainly not getting it. MTC, Eddie the legend. Dropping 2 in the chat. Thank you very much, Eddie. Let's have a look at MTC for the OG Eddie. See what we got over here. Really light in terms of volume, Ed. MTC, MTech Inc., $87 million market cap, volume on the day, 51,500, Eddie. So not really doing anything. Its 5-year average, by the way, is about a little bit less than 9 million shares, so well below that. Let's look at the daily. It's a great looking daily chart. Nobody can complain about that. Great breakout there. Looks like, I don't know, either on earnings, whatever, November the 5th. And this is a prolonged bull flag, and that's just basic wait and see mode over here. Sorry? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Eddie dropped another 10 memberships. I think that's like, I don't know, maybe 100 in a couple of days.
300 at least.
That's crazy that what he's been doing. Shout out to Eddie, man. Eddie's always doing it live. We appreciate you, Eddie, and I'll show you everybody right now that got the membership where they get the morning note. If they allow me a second just to kind of analyze this chart. I like this look, Eddie. This is kind of the bull flag, and we know the bull flag is telling a story that's happening in the market. Why does something consolidate after moving up? Well, it's working into its valuation. So there are reasons for these chart patterns. They don't happen in a vacuum and in isolation. So I don't mind this at all on the daily. Now, when you're talking about intraday, there's just nothing to trade, brother. We've done 87,000 shares of volume, and the spread is absurdly large. From what I can see here, 307 on the bid, 360 on the ask for a $3 name. So that's a no-go for me intraday. Let's look at the quick look here at the weekly. Yeah, so this is where you're coming from, by the way. 1-to-8 split back on mid-December of 2024, but you are recovering. So not a bad look whatsoever. Looks like a flat top here at about 375, 350. Shout out to the OG Eddie. Now, give me an opportunity over here to let you guys know where you guys can get the morning note. First of all, let's shout out everybody who got the membership there. Give me a sec. Where is my screen at? There we go, Joey. So first of all, Ashish, you got a free membership. Boosted Red Spot, you got one. Chucky, V, 8121, Tron, Devin Nielsen Official, Michael Higgins, Nesta Marley. Why for Michael Higgins, Joey?
That's my family's, my grandma's side.
Okay, I got you. Nate Howard, MF Dangerous, you got one. No, that you already had one. Rhino, the Collector, all you guys. Shout out to Eddie for the hookup there. You guys all got the morning note. So let's switch over here. I'll show you exactly where to get it. Super simple. You go to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV, and there are your tabs right there. Home, video, shorts, live, podcasts. You click posts, and then weasel on down, and then you'll see if you have a membership, the premium membership, it'll see members only right there. Just click read more. And there she goes right there. There's a Google Drive link. You click that bad boy, and we start off with Altman reaffirming his support for Nvidia amid inference chip debate. More on that during the news hour. Make sure to catch that with us. And if you're not a subscriber and you want to get a premium membership, Joey, it's super simple. You click right below the video over here. See where it says join? Right there. Click that. Their Brendo pops up. He tells you what's good, and then you can click join right there. But a bit of a trick. Don't do it off your iPhone, because then you're going to pay more money. So go ahead, do it on your desktop, and it'll be $5.99, because Apple always wants their cut. Can't complain about that, Joey, because, you know, Apple shareholder and whatever, but, you know.
Let them get their cut. We're gonna get a little bit of our cut here on PayPal, Sharif. My brother, as we take a little bit more off right there off of those lows, we may as well take some. And then we re-engaged into Palantir, guys. I couldn't let that one go. We're gonna talk about why I hopped right back in, Gorb. You're gonna like this. So we're really involved here in Palantir. I doubled my size up. From what I had up here. I'm just like, you know what? If I don't take it, then the trading gods are going to punish me if I don't. So there it is. We take some more off on Palantir. Palantir. That's working really well for us. We're almost $1 ITM there on Palantir, on double the amount of size we had on that first entry. So let's see if we can take a little bit more off. I told you guys we can head into that 50 mark on Palantir, in my opinion. All right, so let's get in. So let's get into the details and the nitty gritty here, guys, on why I decided to re-engage. So we have this candle, right? We have this steady downtrend, but then you see buyers push price up, sellers push price right back down. Okay, we have that inverted hammer candle, whatever you would like to call it. We get that move. We then fail to establish a new high. So we bounce off of that previous pivot, but then we put in another inverted hammer candle right there. And I'm like, you know what? I have to take this opportunity. So now the objective is us to break that $53 mark. Now, we don't want too aggressive of a pullback. Considering I was $1 ITM on that one and only risking 50 cents, I was at a 2-to-1, and I'm going to get out break even if we do get that sustained bounce in Palantir. If not, it's just going to end as a flat trade, and it's unfortunate that we give a lot of unrealized back, but that's okay. We're not going to cry home about it. We took some more off on PayPal, and I don't even know what I'm sitting on. Probably approximately 40%. No, don't do this, Palantir. Don't do it. I mean, there we go. We got 60 cents on it. These pullbacks, the volatility is most definitely in. I'm going to be prepared to hop out on this trade if it does come back to my break even, just because it's really, really starting to bounce. Yeah, and there it goes. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that we didn't take any off. We failed to establish a new low in Palantir. It's really, really volatile here today, guys. But, Adara, what do you have for us?
I have a halt here on Novo Nordisk. In case you're wondering, hey, why is Novo Nordisk halted? All Novo Nordisk ADRs are halted. News pending. They're getting their sales and outlook release now. So again, Novo Nordisk earnings out now. It looks like Eli Lilly is pushing sharply lower on this, which is why I'm bringing this up. Some comments coming from Novo Nordisk. They are expecting an operating profit decline here of 5 to 13% for fiscal 2026. They're also expecting 2026 sales to decline by 5 to 13%. So sales declines being guided here by NVO. LLY is reacting negatively to this. Now, it is worth noting, Eli Lilly is reporting earnings before the bell tomorrow. So again, keep an eye here. NVO looks like we don't have the numbers out, but they do have their guidance. Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly both reporting tomorrow morning. So again, just an update here. Novo Nordisk ADRs halted and Eli Lilly pushing lower amidst weaker than expected guidance. They are expecting declines. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so I got out of Palantir. We're going to take this off our side chart here just so I don't get any more frustrated than what I'm currently am. I mean, this was a nice move to the downside, 38, and I'm sure it's going to start to come back in, but these pullbacks are really, really wide, and it's just not working for my type of system right now. So we'll avoid Palantir. We still got PayPal working for us, guys, so we lose one and we get one break even there on PLTR. Moving forward, let's pull up SLV or something else, on our chart, maybe the TQQs, because that was all right for us the other day as well too. So I mean, yesterday we traded that; it was pretty good, and Katina Man was trading that to the short side. So nice work on the TQQs. But we'll pull up, we'll switch it up. We'll pull it up with something else, and maybe do a small capper on our chart as well.
My man.
Too. Yeah, because I seen some on the scanner. I was going over to my small cap scan.
Yes,
to
sir.
see what we had going on there, and things were looking pretty good. A lot of volume.
You got a small cap scan?
Yeah, it's yours essentially, the one. Right. So yeah, we got that rocking and rolling. So there it is. Silver still moving eastward. A nice channel to the top side, but we want to stick with things that are working for us and nice steady flows, less volatile, and that's not going to be Palantir. What am I going to pull up over? What am I going to put up over here, guys? Give me a couple tickers. I want to run through some names, but PayPal definitely our trade of the day as we almost established a new LOD as well, down 19.5%. Guys.
All right. I'm still waiting here for resolution on quadruple U. I got back in. Look, there's a seller here at 20 to 25 that we can't shake. And it's been that way for a hot minute. And you can kind of see that on the 1. It's a lot easier to see on the 1 than the 5 because the 5 is only a cup. Well, actually, you can see it on both quite well. What is keeping me, I should say, optimistic about that quadruple U continuation is we're putting in higher lows. But we're not really rocketing up with any higher highs either. So this is an undecided one. Now, I'm also keeping my eye on GXAI. I was just talking to Lemon Family in the chat, and I still feel like...
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead,
you,
Joey.
Bro,
It's important. Go ahead.
Walmart Trilly Club.
You're lying.
Swear down.
You're lying.
Swear down.
No way.
Walmart Trilly Club.
What?
Yeah.
What's that? I was going to say the Italian one, but I don't even know if we'll get dinged on YouTube or what.
Can we say that one?
But yeah. Well, no, Joey, we can. Really, eh? Yo, the Trilly Club's got a lot of members now, eh?
I mean, how many are there? How many do we got now on it?
Dang, man, Walmart, huh?
Is there 7, 8?
Joey,
8?
I owned this at 146 pre-split.
Yeah?
I'm infuriated right now. No, but it was dead money for a minute, so I had to let it go. But I don't feel too bad about that. Thank you for mentioning that. I wouldn't have known. Anyway, GXAI, I was talking to Lemon Family in the chat. I feel like this one is not still, breaking that lower high trend. So as soon as that trend line is decidedly broken, trust me, bro, we're going to be getting into this one. So we're going to pack the patience. Now, it's got a local area high or low situation, but it did that before. It lured me in. I'm negative on it, so I'm not going to do that twice. We're going to need a decided break. Now, shout out to Andrea Net. I think I said that right. Sorry if I butchered it. The situation over there is he's saying ANL, or they're saying ANL. Let's take a quick look at that, because I had a look on my side chart, and it looked pretty good. Let's throw ANL on there. I'm not going to look at the week. Whoa, what? Joey, look at the weekly on this. Dead. I'm alive.
Oh.
What is this? ANL? Say more. Right. 439. All Adlay. Nortai, what is an ADR, obviously? Cayman Island-based investment holding company involved in the research and development of pharmaceutical products, clinical stage company focused on the development of targeted immunomodulating cancer therapies, advancing an oncology pipeline with a couple of different names I'm not even going to try pronouncing, being evaluated registrational phase 3 trial for patients with recurring metastatic head and neck cancer. No, I know a company that does that, right? You've been listening to the advertisement. Thank you for this. This is really interesting. This is the daily on ANL, so nice breakout there. And this is the weekly, clearly kind of overlapping a little bit. But intraday, yeah, you've got some good moves. It looks like somebody got a little happy there with the buy button, 725, 730, retraces all the way down below VWAP. Now reclaiming it. We're still below the pre-market high, but we are above VWAP. I'm going to keep my eye on this, but the spread on this one is, let's see. Where is the spread? How come it's not showing me the spread? High, low, no. Oh, here we go. 1160 on the bid, or the ask, sorry, 1136 on the bid. So it is quite spready, but it's not a bad looking chart at all. I'm going to put that on there so that I can kind of do my own research for the old swing account later. ANL, great shout out there, man. I do appreciate that. All right, looks like we got rid of that seller on quadruple U at 20s. We're up into 24. Let's go ahead and wet the beak, because we've basically taken nothing out since we added. And then PDYN is displeasing me. It's heading back down with a rounded top through 8. I'm in at 87, showing me 93. We're out. Simple as that. I don't like the way it's trading at around $8. It looks like it's setting up another lower high. If this wants to dip down into 7.75, 780, we can have a discussion at that time. But until then, no, you're on Uncle Sheriff shit list for right now. USAR, trying to bounce. Here we go. I have a breakout trade ready on USAR. I've already put it in there. It is now above the 10 EMA. It's got 3 higher highs, and here it goes. It should be triggering my buy order now. Let me just get ready in case this one doesn't trigger. So let's go ahead and set it up. USAR is bouncing. Criminal is bouncing. They're both finding support at the volume weighted average price. Obviously, we're still not higher high. We got to get above 26.22 to get that higher high, but we may have a level of resistance prior, of course, to that 26.22 high, which is the 25.50, half dollar, whole dollar resistance. Keep that in mind. I'm definitely watching USAR, but let's cut the crap. The crap is criminal looks better than USAR. A more aggressive bounce, percentage-wise, chart pattern-wise, CRML looks a little bit better than USAR, despite the fact that it's only up 13.5, USAR 14.75. But it's locally, it looks a lot better. So, and it's smaller in price, or less in price, so you can size in a bit more. We're going to keep an eye on the metals today. And don't forget, by the way, tomorrow there is an event, I believe, with Marco Rubio leading it, that should be important for metals. And if you're wondering why metals are moving today, one of the reasons, of course, aside from AI and everything else, is President Trump. announced that he kind of wants to create a strategic reserve for these critical minerals. He's going to fund it through a loan as well as private money, $2 billion in private money, about $10 billion in loans through some strategic development bank. We'll get the exact name of it during the news segment, but it's very much similar to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, obviously looking to counter China's dominance in the critical minerals field, which they dominate over 60% of the extraction, over 90% of the refining. So clearly he's trying to get a leg up, so to speak, before he meets with President Xi in September. Or sorry, September, calm down, bro, April. And that's going to be one hell of a meeting, man. So we'll see exactly what the situation is, but we're doing it live right now on Quadruple U. Good move up here into the 30s. We're wetting the beak, Joey.
All right, good stuff there, guys. Yeah, I was just taking a look at the tracker. We'll pull that up momentarily, but I think we're starting to find somewhat of a base here on PayPal here. So if we don't break 42.10s, maybe we remove a little bit. I have approximately 45% of my remaining position. So let's see what we got going on here. A nice strong bounce up there. I'm gonna just do it anyways and leave a little bit of a runner here, guys. Not much. We'll lock some in here on PayPal just in case this is the bottom. So yeah, I just took off the majority of it, now sitting on approximately 10% of the remaining position. If we get a hefty pullback, then so be it. Attempt number 2 really working for us there. Silver starting to really break the volume weighted average price. I like this for a potential short. I was going to re-engage right at the volume weighted average price where my previous entry was, but I think we might be able to get a little bit of a better price. Could be wrong as the market is putting in a new low. As the market is about to put in a new low of the day, guys, so keep an eye out on that one. Do I want to pull up Palantir? Because, well, we'll pull it up, but I mean, okay, yeah, so it's still continuing to climb. I'm glad that we got all out of that one break even. Otherwise, we would have had to dock another loss there, guys. We didn't want to do that. Failed to break that low and establish a new LOD. We get out at that break even mark, and then sure enough, boom, we get that climb a little bit higher as the market is heading to the southeast. And PayPal, this is the curl over. Glad that we took the majority of it off. A nice little hold. When did we re-engage in this? 10:30. We're now sitting at around noon. So held that one half decently. Not going to complain about it whatsoever. Now it's just to be patient and wait for a potential pullback in SLV. Eyes on Tesla as well. We'll pull up what we got going on. This is a quad top. That might be my new strategy right there. Great. Quad top on SLV there, guys. The inability to break that 80.72 mark, and then now you're heading right back towards the lower end of the range. Another move there in Tesla up to 428, and then now you're starting to head to the south side. But yeah, not too bad of a look. What do you guys got going on? Stevenson, I know you said you were in some TQQ's puts. Glad that you cooked up on that one, brother. Love seeing that. Also seeing a triple bottom on SoundHound, says Craig. What's up, Craig? I have a friend named Craig.
Hold on. Doesn't that sound like Friday a little bit?
Craig?
What's up, Craig?
Is that what I don't remember that bit.
Oh, come on,
Oh,
man.
dude, I watched the Mike
Epps. Yeah.
I watched the Mike Epps comedy show the other day. It was pretty funny.
Was it?
Yeah. I always thought, like, I love Mike Epps' style of
stand-up in a hot minute,
his style of humor. I love it. I think it's absolutely hilarious. So yeah,
SoundHound. Felicia.
Yeah, SoundHound continuing to move a little bit lower. But it's the same narrative in a lot of the names, guys. You got to look at the necklines that are being broke. I'm not going to call this a head and shoulders. If you have to force the pattern, then it's probably not there. But there's a lot of support levels that are just being breached, and it looks like we might crack through that $6.47 mark, especially if the market continues to bleed. Big time bounce. Look at that out at 42.20 there on PayPal. We like that one. Full disclosure, still slightly red, but nothing we can't regain here, especially with a move in silver to the downside, which I think we can run into that $77 mark. From a daily perspective, it's really tough to gauge this one because we are still forming an inside day from last Friday, right? Like, you have that massive bounce. But what I'm thinking here is that you get that gap fill into $74, right? We gap up this morning. Maybe we get a little bit more bleeding and a pullback in SLV.
There goes USAR right off the volume weighted average price. I was talking smack about this one, Joey. I was saying criminal looks better. Now USAR looks better. We're waiting next at 69. We got 45s on. This is the second entry, first entry 25, right? We wet the beak up to 40. It breaks down to VWAP. We say, no, thank you, sir. We get back in 25.40, and here comes 69. That print is gone. It's showing me 73s. We're waiting at 77s next, and then we're going to wait in the low 80s as well, 82 as well as the high 80s. We're going to wait at 88. Shout out to the man. We're going to wait for that move up. What you know, Friday, what does that mean? Oh, am I missing something here? I don't know. I don't remember that. I don't remember that part. Shout out to Stacks G's. I love that name, bro.
G's,
He's stacking G's. Here I'm trying to get pennies. This guy's stacking G's.
Stacking G's, man.
No, we're getting pennies, but you know, the pennies mean something different. But we're doing it live here, Joey, on as well. Quadruple U into the 30s we go. Let's wet the beak over here. But quadruple U is a bit of a thicker trade, man. I mean, there seems to be a lot of resistance at 30s and in the 20s. So I'm not really sure how I feel about this. PDYN as well, trying to break above that 810. PDYN looks good here. I got out of it because it looked like it was going to break down. I was wrong. It did lure you down, though, on that 1150 candle, but right back up above 8. So PDYN could be him here. Let's keep an eye on that. And then GXAI as well broke trend. Where is my GXAI trade? It's breaking trend. GXAI now, I think is, look, I'm going to put it above 238. So there is an area right here that I don't like, so I'm going to put it in the 40s. So GXAI, we're going to put a breakout trade 2, which will necessarily mean that I don't have the best price. I'm fine with that. Let's go ahead and do just that. And we're going to put the breakout trade there for a move about prior level. But it really is the USAR show, man. PDYN is breaking out as well. USAR is at 82. There's the fill on 82. We're waiting now at 88s. It's up 16 3/4. Oops. Let's go ahead and wait in the low 90s as well. So let's go ahead and post there. We'll shut it to 93. Last time the Blue Jays won the World Series. It's okay. It's okay. We'll be able to get over that. Scotty, CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines. One I will never go on. I've seen the videos. That's why. I will never be there. I'm actually thinking about going on Royal Caribbean instead of Punta Canada that I was telling you about on Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking about going on RCL.
Just try out the cruise.
Yeah, I've never been on a cruise.
me neither.
I was looking at some really
How
good
are you
prices.
on the water? Do you get seasick or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
no,
all right,
not at all. Not at all. Yeah. No, I don't.
I was gonna say,
Even on small boats, I'm not gonna get
really?
sick on a big boat. It's like, you know what I
there's no way
mean?
you're getting sick on that
yeah.
one. It's like a little city. You know what I was gonna say about you were talking a little baseball there. I never understood this. And I'm referring to Bo Bichette and Kawhi Leonard.
Okay.
Okay, so like you win a championship, right? And then you go to the finals. Like,
Hold on, we got to go to. I think something's going on back there. So let's go ahead. Yeah.
So I mentioned it earlier, Novo Nordisk here was halted, news pending, as we did have, the news was already out here, but I guess we're just waiting it to reopen. Basically, the company announcing weaker than expected guidance here going forward for fiscal 2026. They're actually expecting a 5 to 13% year-over-year decline for both their EPS and their sales. It looks like they did announce some results as well, so it's unclear if we're still going to get any earnings from them tomorrow morning. If I get any kind of notice on that, I'll let you know here. But either way, NVO was halted here. We are now out. It's pushing lower. Eli Lilly is another one to watch here. We know they are, not only are they competitors in the weight loss drug space, but they're actually both, again, scheduled to report earnings tomorrow before the bell. So again, if you're wondering why Novo Nordisk was halted and now why it is dropping, weaker than expected guidance here was released during that news pending halt. I did mention the guidance. The halt, again, I was trying to get to you guys here earlier, but the halt has now ended. Back to you.
Up to you, Joey. Yeah, that was important.
No, what I was just saying, I just never understood why you would leave a championship team. Like you go to the finals, you win a finals, and you decide to go elsewhere. I just think that's bad business, in my opinion.
And how about breaking up a championship team?
Yeah,
Liverpool. They let Luis Diaz walk. They let Alexander Arnold walk. They bring in Kirkez and Ritz and I like Ikatike. I like, what's his name, Alexander Isak as well. But the point is, you don't break up a championship team.
Yeah,
you keep all those players until they prove that they're no longer championship material, and then you let them move on. Which everybody is like, all the Liverpool fans, my old man included, are are furious about that.
Yeah,
So I completely echo that sentiment.
DJ saying it's because it's mission complete, but like, what do you mean? Don't you want to try to do it again? Like, it's such a rarity to win a championship. Like, I'll be honest with you, the Leafs may not. I think what the Cubs went 99 years without winning a championship.
Yeah,
the Leafs are
Leafs are
going to go on that trajectory. So I mean, in my lifetime, I may never see these guys win.
I mean, I know that really does bother you, and I know you're not a Leaf fan anymore, but we all know how true that is. But I sympathize, brother. And yeah, I see you, Adam. I see you, Adam. That's hilarious. 103 million on 3 players from Palace is crazy. You know, what did they pay for Ritz, man? What didn't they pay like 120 million quid for this guy? Or was it Kirkes? Which one did they? Because I know Ikatike was 98 plus change. And then I think it was Ritz, pretty much. Florian Ritz, he was ridiculously expensive. But you guys will know more than me in the chat. Anyway, let's focus here, guys. We're doing it freaking live on Quadruple U. This one continues to trend above the 30s. It just got into the day high of 40. Your boy went the beak there, but there is a seller at 40, so that high remains the same. Verts, yeah, it was. Thank you, Benton. I appreciate you. Benton, the Gunner fan there. I like Benton. And then we're also keeping an eye here on USAR, right back into that area high. It looks like it got to 85. It didn't quite fill me, sadly, at 88, nor did it fill me into the 90s. So this one is putting in another lower low. Now, I shouldn't say another, but it is putting in a lower low. So this current candle, which is a 12 o'clock candle, right back up. It's going to take out prior bar high. Looking for that move. 85 now. We're waiting at 88. There's 88 on the ask. Can we move up a little bit more? The answer is, well, no for now. 88 seller. Can't shake the 88 seller. Let's see if we can get a price spike up into the 90s. It's not immediately happening, so we'll pack the patience. But we are moving up. With this candle did bamboozle, and there it is. It breached prior bar low, and now it's taking out prior bar high. So we get the 88 sell, and now we're waiting in the mid 90s. Let's go ahead and post north of 26 now. We're going to wait at 7s. 2607, looking for USAR to continue up along its merry way. I'm still waiting for my entry on GXAI. I still hasn't cleared 40, despite the fact that it wicked up there, so we're not going to get involved in that. And there goes USAR taking out all my orders except for the one north of 26. We still got shares on this one, man. We're going to do it. We're going to do it live. We're looking for that 2622, Joey. Hi. What you got?
Good look there. All right, so we might get a trailing stop out here on PayPal. That's all right, though. We lock some in here. We gain whatever we lost here back, added a little bit more shares, get that move all the way down to 42.10, and then you get that rebound. When I seen this consolidation zone at the lows, I'm like, yeah, you know what? That downtrend movement might be over for the time being. So now I'm just got my eyes on maybe a potential Tesla short. As the market, I was thinking about going long the TQs, but I don't like this breath here. We have that consolidative zone, but it looks like we want to take an additional leg lower. We are cracking through some necklines as well here on TSLA, guys. So keep that in mind. We'll take a look at what we got going on the lower time frames on Tesla as you break that 425 mark. Failed to establish a new high right there. So let's see what we can get rocking and rolling. I mean, there's plenty of time left, and I'm only one trade away from turning this day away green. So I don't want to kind of rush into anything. I think just patience and obviously a higher level of accuracy, less trading can get me back to that. So we'll be patient and wait what we got going on. We're still in this PayPal short, so this has been working for us 100%. Can I please check AGQ? Absolutely, man. Especially when you say please. We like manners around these neck of the woods. So please, may you please is an absolute. We drop everything what we're doing and ultra silver. So this is AGQ. This is ultra silver. I don't know if this is a leverage thing. I didn't get anything in my. I'm hearing Adair talk. So let me. Okay, yeah, so there it is. It's not too bad. I mean, silver is moving to the downside. Watch out for these support levels to be breached. And then who knows, this is what I was mentioning from before. This gap might get filled in SLV, guys. So be patient, wait for those pullbacks, and then you can engage. But Adara, what do you have for us?
Here's the Nasdaq hovering in and around intraday lows, and it's not the only name that is doing so. Joe mentioned PayPal, and I'll get to PayPal near the end of this segment, but we also have Netflix near intraday lows as we do await that NFLX and WBD appearance here from two executives, one at each company, in front of that Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Antitrust. Again, that's at 2:30 p.m. So NFLX very weak heading into that announcement. Earnings absolutely in focus. We've got AMD, SMCI, Chipotle, Enphase, Amgen, all reporting after the bell. So that's going to be pretty massive. I mean, again, earlier today, heading into today, we had earnings from Palantir, by far the most notable earnings name today. But in addition to Palantir, there was Pepsi, the aforementioned PayPal, and several others. I do want to talk about this news that we just had. Novo Nordisk is at intraday lows. Now, the company did release some sales results for fiscal 2025. Again, it's unclear if they're going to be releasing more results coming forward, but NVO, again, pretty weak here, guys. This was initially halted for news pending. The bigger reason for this drop is not their sales for 2025, but rather the fact that they are guiding a 5 to 13% year-over-year decline in both EPS and sales for 26. Eli Lilly trading lower as well in sympathy. I do have to talk about PayPal because PayPal shocked the world, to use the words of former CEO Alex Chriss. I say former because this morning the company announced that he's out and HP CEO Enrique Lores is in. That's going to be taking effect as of March 2026. And this was not the only CEO announcement we got today. Disney also announcing, hey, Bob Iger will be stepping down in March of 26. He'll be replaced by our friend Josh D'Amaro. So I'm going to be trying to get some infographics ready for that for you guys, so you guys can kind of see a comparison between the two CEOs. But either way here, this shows how flat revenue really was under Alex Chriss. This is not yet available in XTTV Research. You guys are getting a sneak preview, but I don't have to give you a sneak preview of Neil's lesson. It's ready right now. So without further ado, please feast your ears upon the words of Neil Roberts. Sorry.
Thanks, Darren. It's all good. There was just talk on the midday about like championship droughts. I got to throw it out there. The Chicago Cubs World Series drought was 108 years. And there's something to be said about the pain of that as a fan when you don't go all the way and get over the hump. By the way, Bo Bichette left for money. He's just trying to get paid, and he got a very good contract, so it is what it is. And the Jays didn't win a championship, so we weren't actually blowing up a championship team. But that being said, if you're trying to build a championship run as a trader, it's not the same thing. Sports and trading are very similar in the regard that the rules of the game are the same every day in the market, right? Like you open at one time, officially, there's obviously pre-market too, you close, there's bid, there's ask, there's the gateways that you can use, there's the stocks that are available to trade, there's market rules like the uptick rule, when a stock goes SSR, there's halt bands, and all of these things are in place, just like the rules of hockey or baseball or basketball or football are the same for every game, and then each day is a little bit different. The biggest difference in trading is in sports, you have a goal each game. You're trying to beat the other team and score more points than them. You're trying to win more games in a season so that you can go to the playoffs. You're trying to win the playoffs so you can win a championship. None of that exists in trading. No trader I have ever, maybe there's a prop firm where this exists, or maybe there's somewhere out there where this is true. But again, I've only traded at a prop firm professionally for over 20 years, and I can say without a doubt, I have never once gotten to the end of the month on my settlement and gotten a check that had anything to do with beating the market or beating something or winning some kind of arbitrary metric. No, you literally just get paid whether you make money or not. So that's where it differs from trading, although just like Bo, you're just trying to get paid, and I can't really hate on that. If you're going to do that, I got a question this morning, and someone had asked me, well, how do you hold your winners and not just aggressively get that first out? I think it just comes down to having a plan of action a lot of times, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples of this, and the examples I'm going to use are more simplistic because you have a range-bound trade, like ZSL, for example, where I could take a trend break off of the low. And it's like, well, Neil, how do I hold till it gets into VWAP? And why am I holding for a bigger move up to the point that I stop out on this trade in here? Well, it's pretty simple. I want to scalp inside of the range, but if it breaks the range, I think there's a bigger move afoot, right? Which happens to be doing so now would make the point better if it wasn't making this move right now, but it happens to be. No, so ultimately, when I get the entry here at 96, 97, if I know my stop is 5 cents away, and I know that VWAP, the break, is 5 cents away up here, then I'm not offering until it gets to that price target area. And then I can be aggressive getting some out 1-to-1, but everything else should be a hold for a bigger move because I want to play that expected range. Now, when it breaks this trend, am I holding for longer than I would here? Yes, because now the entirety of that downward trend has been broken and there's more explosive upside in the trade. So I'm just holding for a little bit further. But like before, I'm not covering till it gets to first resistance. When it breaks that, I'm not covering till it gets to second resistance. If and when it breaks this, I go to the next level, and I'm looking up here at about 230, which I'm not even offering yet, which is the prior pre-market lows. So it really just comes down to your plan and whatever it might be. But I'm going to take this one step further because I think there's another aspect of this which can matter. And I'm just going to show you WBD. I know it doesn't really move that much, but it's about how much it relatively moves. So 1.5% opening range, approximately. So when you're looking for a reversion or buy the dip or whatever it is, I know the type of market it's in. About 1.5% range on the open on WBD. Today, it moved 0.5% on the open range. So instantaneously, my expectations are it has a third of the upside or a third of the potential because it's not as volatile. Once that is true, I know in my mind I cannot lose more than 1/3 at best, or maybe even less than that, of what I was making on prior days in WBD when it was a better opportunity. If I'm trading this stock every day inside of the range, then the day where the range is smaller, I don't want to be risking more on it. Because I know inherently, you don't always get this chance to be able to see it so obviously, I know inherently the opportunity isn't as big, so I'm not going to be risking as much. But it all comes down to a plan of action. Why? And executing your plan and just being positive. Because this is not like sports. There's a closing bell and a final buzzer in both of those, but at the end, it's not you winning or beating somebody. In trading, focus on making money for yourself. If you are focused on trying to be smarter than the market, trying to be right about something, trying to beat somebody else's P&L, who cares? You will never get paid on somebody else's P&L. And if that ever ends up being true, then it's an interesting way for any kind of a firm to operate. I don't know. Maybe that's something in other places. I have absolutely no idea. And that's why you don't see me going crazy. What did I tell you on ZSL? It's a bigger move if it breaks out of this all-day trend than it is if it just plays inside of the range. So where's my next target? I want in front of 230. And then the way I look at it, if this goes to like 270 or 280 up here, some people would say, oh, but Neil, then you got out way too early. I'm like, that's nice. But for what I do, that works. That's the trade I'm trying to put on. Because I just want to be consistent in executing a plan of action and a strategy with positive expectancies. And if we turn around here, I do have to set up a trailing stop as well. And then you go from there. You can always do two things for your trades. You can work on a way to hold longer. You can work on a way to add to your position so that you're just sizing more on the same trade. But neither one of those two things matter unless you're just making positive trades in the first place. So don't worry about winning a championship in trading. Just worry about being green and being better than you were before. That is the only thing that matters. And it starts with being positive. And I mean that in a genuine sense. Oftentimes you'll hear me say this. I look at trading in terms of quarters and like months and quarters instead of days and weeks because I've been doing it for 20 years. And if you want to be consistent, I think that's the kind of outlook you need. And you can't have that there is a finish line kind of aspect to it. By the way, the market is continuing to dump. That's probably why silver keeps on going to the upside. Silver and gold, once again strong. Market, once again in the dumps. Good luck, everybody, with your trading. Hopefully you're not long Novo Nordisk.
Oh boy.
I mean, silver is kind of tanking here.
Yeah, people were asking.
Yeah.
I like
They're
that
starting to,
76 buy zone on silver. Look at that close. You see that?
Yeah.
See that aftermarket
this right,
high
This right
yesterday?
here, yeah. That's what I was thinking about is a gap fill. I mean, we got 5, 10, 15 minutes straight to the downside with a minuscule breath right here. We'll call it 5, 10, a half an hour of consecutive selling here in SLV. As that upward channel continues to break, we get a new LOD in PayPal. We did take the majority of it off here, guys, sitting on approximately 12% of the position. We'll take some off at 42s. So a nice little move to the downside in PYPL. Looking for something some form of continuation here, guys. I mean, with Tesla, we had multiple opportunities around that 426 mark to get involved and play that neckline break, but we didn't. Hesitation Nation, we'll call it on that one. So what are we going to slap on that one?
What are you going to slap, Joey?
This, my friend.
Oh.
It's all right, though. But what we haven't hit this in all week, Sharif, so we'll hit this one here for the PayPal short, down 20% almost here today. So
some Iran stuff happening right now. Oil is spiking to the high side. USO up big time. So thank you for that in the chat. I appreciate you there. Whips HS saying watch out for USO. Iran stuff. I'm not immediately seeing it. Iran wants to change venue and format of nuclear talks with the U.S. coming in at 12:02. I'm not sure that is it. Let's see USO, what time that actually moved. This is the 5-minute chart. Yep.
Yeah, it just came out here. So according to a U.S. official, the U.S. military shot down an Iranian drone that approached U.S. Navy aircraft center. That was 1 minute ago. That's probably what it was.
Yeah. What do they say, the FAFO? You know what I mean? Here we go. It's on again, off again, this tension in the Middle East. I'm just worried about the Strait of Hormuz. You block the Strait of Hormuz, even if it's like where 90% of the world's oil goes through. I don't know exactly what percentage, but it's high, right? You block that even for like 10 minutes, oil is going to react. And you're just seeing that right now. So here we go. Amen. We can't control it, but we can certainly trade off it. So that's exactly what we're going to be.
May as well make some money off of it, man. Or try to. Anyways, we'll hit the.
Absolutely.
We'll hit that one.
I'm in Fat Bastard. I mean, a different one. FATBB. I mean, if this is not Fat Bastard, then what could be Fat Bastard? This is fantastic over here. So initially, a little bit of a fat-fingered mistake on. Sorry?
I burped.
Oh, you're good. Anyway, I put my stop way too tight, so I got stopped out almost immediately. We're right back in. Where are we in? We're at 123. Show me 123 right now. Looking for that move up into the high 20s, low 30s, mid 30s. We're putting in the orders there. It's still putting in higher lows above the 10 EMA, above VWAP, 145 high, up 60% on the day. Keeping my eye on this one, but definitely not adding aggressively until I see a little bit more here. Here's 125, looking for continuation. Seller at 125, can't shake them. Good amount of volume, 7.16 million shares. This one only really started breaking out later in the day. I want to say around 11:35. So it's I don't think the best trade is behind it, but you never really know with these small cap gappers. We're going to trade the technicals. We're not going to fall in love with the name. We get stopped out. USAR. I got stopped out of that one, but for profit, and this one is really upsetting me because it's going to take out 26 right now. Look at that move up into 25.90, so good strength here on USAR. I was thinking about getting back into the 10 EMA, and then I saw the candle at 12.10, which, decidedly breached that 63 penny area all the way down into the mid-50s. So I said, maybe this isn't the one for me. So I'm packing my patience here. I want to see what USAR does at 26. I think if it takes out that double top from 12 and 12.05, the high of which is 07s, I'm going to go long. So we're going to put a breakout trade here on USAR for the break of that double top. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to go 08, and we're going to take out that long, possibly for less size though, through that level. So I'm keeping my eye on that. In the same time, I'm keeping my eye here on Fat Bastard into 65% now. Show me 26. So we've taken out the 25 seller, but there's literally size at every single penny. Yeah, get in my belly, says Fabian. Yeah, man, that's one of my favorite movies. And I got to tell you, of the three, The Spy Who Shagged Me is my favorite, which is number 2, right?
Right.
So that's the one where Fat Bastards in. That's
that's gold,
three,
that's
brother.
gold
That's three.
member.
That's gold member.
Yeah, gold
that one
member.
is a little bit later on. So I like
The Spires.
I like the spy who shagged me.
Yeah, what is the other
You know,
one
it's a
called?
playoff,
The International Man of Mystery?
I think that's the first one.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
first
that is the
one.
first
That's
one.
the first
You know that Spy Who Shagged Me title is a playoff James Bond, obviously, The Spy Who Loved Me or something like
probably.
that.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are kind of.
Yeah, they're right. Of
Yeah,
course, because
spin-off
he's like
of,
that doofus
yeah,
spy
exactly.
that doesn't really know what the hell he's doing.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. I probably already know the
Keep
answer
it down,
to this
Ram.
one. Do you ever see that movie MacGruber?
No.
It's like a
Sorry.
spin-off of MacGyver. Yeah, MacGruber. It's like a classic. Oh yeah.
All right, we got to go to Adair.
Keep an eye here in KTOS and potentially some of these other drone plays. The Department of Defense announcing their list of vendors who were invited to compete in phase 1 of the drone dominance program. Reportedly, KTOS is on this list. So again, this is not a deal by any means. They have to compete in this drone program, but reportedly KTOS is one of the companies that will be invited to participate in said competition. Back to you.
Ooh, all right.
Tesla moving lower here as well.
Bleeding its own blood, eh?
Yeah. It's really
no
starting to
good.
slide there, guys. A double top on TSLA. Unfortunately, we didn't take advantage of it right here, man. It is what it is. We'll hold on to it still in some PayPal, guys. You can see from 42.83 now trading down to 41.97. So we did get that $42 crack. Down almost 20% here, guys. Am I going to try to find somewhat of a bounce here in the TQQs? I don't think so. We want to go with the flow on this one as the market is just continuously bleeding. People are saying NVDA is getting smoked. Yeah, I think
It's down three and a third almost now.
Yeah, poor thing, man.
Yo, Netflix is going to lose 80, man. It is close. 80 and a half right now. The flakes is.
Yeah. I mean, it's ugly right now. And I think for some time here, expect to see this. Like, we've been in this consolidation. I don't think that we break higher until we break through that 167 mark in NVDA, do some more liquidity grabs, mess around, get people a little bit more scared, and then sure enough, don't forget, the big boys are in this for the long run, right? They don't care about this little bit of a move from here to there. They're just like, no worries. We'll shake out all the retail guys. We'll grab all their liquidity, and then sure enough, so you'll have some news. It'll start really small, and it's just one thing after the other. We'll kind of just accumulate, and then you'll make that new high. I think that NVDA can head up into like a $400 name in the next couple of years. I'm not worried about that whatsoever. But as for that 170 mark in NVDA, once that cracks, you're going to see probably a little bit lower, and then that's when you slowly want to start grabbing this name, in my opinion.
All right, man. I got stopped out of this one. Fat bastard. We're out. This one did wick me down below the volume weighted average price, but it's quickly reclaiming it. So I feel like I was stop hunted there. If that's going to be the nature of this trade, where I'm constantly having to worry about the stop hunting, I don't think I really want to be involved with it because it's showing you its propensity to do that. So. Yeah, I'm going to steer clear of this one at least for now. So let's see what this one has to offer anyway above maybe that 130 area. So FAT, BB, no go for me. Keeping an eye still, though, on USAR. I worked into this one through the break of 26. It's got some higher lows, so I'm trying to pack my patience over here. I took a much smaller position through the break of 26 because you're getting it at high, so by definition, it's a little bit more risky. What I'd like to see is a hold of 80. If it doesn't hold 80, I'm out. Simple as that. We're going with half the size, but it's got to hold up above 80. If it can work its way into that fifth of a dollar, 26.22 is the high of the day. Let's see if it can take that out. Now, it did take out that double top that I was talking about, the 12 o'clock and 12:05 candle, the high of which, as I said, is 07s, which is why I'm in at 08, 09, I guess. So a little bit of slippage there. But let's see if this one can kind of retrace, get its footing above that 26.22, and we'll see what the situation is. Nothing for me to do on GXAI as well, as this one is continuing to trend down. This did lure in some people, and I'm sorry about that, guys. I didn't call it out, but I did see you guys talking about it in the chat. And the reason why you guys got lured is because of this. It was basically unbroken in terms of lower highs. You change that with some higher lows on this candle here, 1150. But that's as good as you could do, man. I mean, that 12 o'clock candle did punch up into 40. Thankfully, I had my order above 45 because I was, thinking about getting lured in like this, of the possibility of that. So I don't know, man. We'll see. If we can get back above 240, GXAI could be an entry for me here. But it's going to have to get above that topping till inverse hammer candle that manifested at 12. So nothing for me to do on GXAI until an if it gets above that level. AMPX for the small cap gapper inclined who don't really care about volume, price action divergence. This one is continuing a trend, man. It's finding some money fills here at the 20 EMA on the 5, working its way right back into that high at day 1486 high, showing 75 right now. AMPX is up 12.17%, so certainly not a bad look. We'll keep an eye out on that. That's all I've got, Joey, to be quite honest. We're going to really focus on USAR here until and if GXAI gives me something to look at.
I like it a lot. So yeah, I mean, Tesla is starting to form a little bit of a candle at some support levels. Was that the final liquidity grab on the Nasdaq before we find somewhat of a bounce? Obviously, guys, I mean, I'll tell you this for free, and I'm pretty sure that most of you guys figured this out on today's intraday session. It's definitely been the shorts that have been a little bit easier going in this latter half. I mean, you're getting the momentum to the downside, and on the TQs, it's been all day bleeding, essentially with one little pullback, not even quite back to the volume-weighted average price. So yeah. I mean, I like it. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Jesse. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. Tesla, maybe we get something involved in TSLA here on this 5-minute hammer candle starting to formulate. How much time do we have left on that specific 5-minute print? Only 60 seconds or so. I mean, or 20 seconds or so. So not too bad. We'll keep our eyes on that one. PayPal, we got the new low of the day. That's been cooking up for us all throughout the intraday session. I mean, we've been in it for quite some time now. We're going to continuously hold on it. I'm not going to mock it or anything along those lines. No need, and I only have 10% left of my remaining full size. Now I just want to see if we're going to find a bounce or this momentum is going to continue to the downside. And I think with the commodities like SLV, you just want to go with the flow. You're seeing an increase in volume. That is a hammer candle, but if we do reject this support level and then slowly start to curl over, sure enough, who knows what can happen, right? Maybe you start to establish a new low, you head towards that low of the day, and you get that gap fill into $75, which I was talking about. It may just take some time, or you may not get it at all, but that's kind of the game plan, what I had going on. A pullback here in Tesla can get us involved here via TSLL. We don't want to go too far off of the lows just because our risk to reward is going to be drastically skewed. If we get a hold of about approximately 50% of this wick low, then I think we can get involved for somewhat of a bounce. Our RVR is going to be extremely tight at that point, but we're getting that bounce. To 421.70 now in TSLA. Oh, my guy, Top VOIP, was asking me to take a look at Broadcom. I don't even want to know what Robinhood is up to. A lot of people are saying dip buys. I just don't know if this is swing territory, right? Like, you can see a lot of the big names that were stronger in earlier 2025 are really starting to crack some support levels. Now, don't go all in at once. If you're thinking that you want to start grabbing them, I think it's some good opportunities, but it's 5% here, 10% here, another 5% there until you obviously fully allocate your position into your size that you're looking to get into. But I think when we see this type of selling, I'm just speaking from my little experience essentially, is that it's going to take a little bit longer than what we're expecting to kind of find somewhat of a rebound. A couple more earnings reports, and then sure enough, if the numbers are coming in better than expected, in which it's been pretty good so far, then maybe we can start to see somewhat of a turnaround here, guys. So there goes AVGO, still cracking to the downside here, Sharif. Yeah, it's getting banged up right now. $338 all the way down to $312. That's going to be at an 8% haircut on today's intraday session. Let's head over to the daily. Same thing. Like, there's so many identical patterns. You eliminate what we have on the side right here, and I'm going to say, hey, what do you guys think about this as you have these consolidated forms, and it's almost like head and neck patterns starting to formulate, and then sure enough, you're just breaking through support. It's the exact same thing across the board. Like, how many tickers do I need to go through to see the exact same thing over and over again? Robinhood has broke. What are we at now in Robinhood? 87 smackers. Not too good over there. Sharif, SoFi looking identical as well too. I mean, we can go down the list on a daily as you break through that $21, $22 mark on SoFi. And then here's the NVDA once again, right? So it's just a lot of the same pattern going on across the board in the overall market. Sentiment is key, and someone mentioned that yesterday. Fundamentals sometimes get thrown out the window when the overall sentiment in the market isn't too good.
Man, have you seen Bloom Energy, man? Is showing Brendo this one, another all-time high this morning. Another one, yeah. So this is another one that we're holding. I'm not definitely doing well on the AVGO trade, but BE definitely having a day today. This one is just parabolic, man, and it had a great entry at 80, double bottom there at 80. If you were waiting for confirmation of that double bottom, I would have said certainly 120-ish, but it didn't really give you all that much time above that 120 before it was all gone. By the next day, it was up into 135. So BE, and it's still up. What is it up on the day, man? It's up 6.5, and it's well off the highs. It got to 176. It's at 166 right now. So Bloom Energy, and we were looking at Constellation Energy today, kind of trying to make the comparisons between nuclear and hydrogen, and CEG, man, has been getting clipped. I'm getting clipped here on this USAR trade as it's double topping at 26, coming back down into 25.75. Looking over here to see if it's going to lose the 10 EMA, because this is the 10 EMA. If it stops out, let's go ahead and throw that on there right now. We're going to do just that. I'm not going to take out the subjectivity of this whole thing. There we go. We'll throw that on there. So if it loses the 10 EMA, I'm out of this one. USAR, definitely resistance at 26. Very little time at above 26, even though it's a 26, 22 high. Yeah, we just got stopped out of the remaining amount there on USAR. So really nothing is setting up at the moment, at least for me. If there are any small cap gappers that are up nicely on the day, that are doing volume, that are ideally above $1, I'd love to hear about them because there are really nothing, or there is nothing here on my chart that I like trading at the moment. So we're going to have to pack the patience and not take bad trades. Looking quickly here at the scanner, the up top scanner, looking for anything new and exciting. Nothing really coming in that's doing volume, that's near highs or at technical levels. So if you guys see something, just tag myself or Joseph. Let me know it's good. Until then, we'll just kind of look at some of the names that you guys are pointing out. Grandmother's Garden wants me to look at Western Digital, WDC. Let's take a quick look at that.
What's goody?
Let's see what this one is up to. Great look for WDC. It's been kind of a sympathy play. Do they even make RAM? Like, I always knew Western Digital for hard drives. Developer, manufacturer, and provider of data storage devices and solutions, hard drive solutions for every student, gamers, home office. Company manufactures, market sells data storage solutions through the United States, foreign countries. Doesn't say anything about RAM, but I can find out later. Anyway, WDC has been a rocket ship as of late. That's the daily there. And then basically you had an opportunity to get over here at 234 before it breaks 3. 2 candle pullback, which were quite aggressive off the highs there, and into low we lost about 20%. In 2 trading days on WDC. Let's look at the 5. On the intraday, it's not my cup of tea. Definitely a bit of a range here with 291 to the upside. Low has about 287, 286 mids. But that's not, my style of trading over here, to be quite honest with you, on WDC. I really like the daily, though, on that. So if you're asking about the daily, great look. No RAM, says Stevern. Yeah, okay. So it's not only the RAM game, I guess storage important as well. So keep your eye on that. FATBB, Farm Trader, is not setting up for me. I do see it. It's on the side chart up 50%, but it's below VWAP, and it's still not clearing that area high at 130. So that's not for me. Computranet, I think his name is Ivan Sandis, was a spin-off memory from Western Digital. Cool, yeah. I remember both of them back in the day when I used to kind of put together my own computers. I don't think it makes much of a difference, though, brother, currently, right? But, hey, clearly WDC is in vogue as well, up 6 2/3 today, so it's not just RAM. Storage as well seems to be news. Yeah, JL822, we already spoke about the Iran news. It seems to be a shooting down of a drone. We did mention that. We did talk about U.S. oil reacting. Thank you for reminding us about that, though. In case you're wondering why oil is dropping or popping, excuse me, that is the reason. So USO up 1.69, but you're seeing outsized moves on XOM. ExxonMobil is up over 4% today, with Oxy up 2, CVX up 1.8, so could have something possibly to do. I'm seeing others as well here moving. You're seeing SLB as well, Schlumberger up 2%. Yeah, so there's a bunch of oil names that are moving at the moment, so keep your eye on those. Joe.
All right, good stuff, man. I mean, Gaurav, we're holding up those candle lows on Tesla, but the market doesn't want to find any form of a bottom just yet as it's continuing to bleed here, guys. So let's see. We can have a pretty tight risk profile here. I like this one, especially on Tesla. You give that about 60 cents or so, and then you just get out of Dodge. Maybe a little bit more to be, you can give it $1. I think $1 is going to be safe. If you do crack the support line, then you just get out of Dodge on that one. So NVDA is starting to head towards towards 179. So yeah, I mean, come on, man. NVDA. Just kind of going over the same names here. If there's anything specific, I know my boy Gaurav was talking about UNH here. So let's pull up UNH. Novo Nordisk getting smacked as well too. So starting to form somewhat of a bottom here, it looks like, my brother. But let's get involved in a little bit of Tesla. I mean, I don't think we're going to get that sustained bounce what we're looking for, but I do like the risk to reward ratio on this one. And we can just get out, take a little bit of a paper cut, and then no issues whatsoever. Market hasn't yet to find a bottom. Silver putting that indecision print. So there is a little bit of a signal here for all my VPA traders. Just the correlation between volume and price is what we're looking for. But we have this outstanding volume print, and then you have this hammer candle kind of right at some key support levels. And this is what Sharif was talking about earlier, that 76.11 mark or 76.24. We're not going to get too accurate on that. But he's like, hey, this pivot high, you might find somewhat of a sustained bounce. And so far, we're holding up pretty good on SLV. Going back to Tesla, let's get involved. Actually, no, Gaurav, we're gonna take our words. We're gonna eat our words relatively quick on that one and not jump the gun too early. But let's head back over to the names that we have been trading. PayPal starting to find somewhat of a bounce. What's going on with PHOE?
Fluffy was just asking me about that.
Was just asking you, you want to cover it?
Yeah, well, I saw the headline from today. I can't find anything from yesterday, excuse me. I don't have the headline from today, so let me just pull up what was happening with this monster yesterday. And here is the headline. So this was selling off clearly yesterday. I had a tough day from 60. We got all the way down, I think, into the teens. So we lost about 70% yesterday. And this is the headline from yesterday. Plunged about 84%, give or take, on Monday following an unstable speculative rally on the 30th of January. Shares surged 1,000% intraday to 133, despite no company news driven by retail speculation and social media buzz. Low float microcap stock, about 5.5 million share float, remains volatile with RSI. This is yesterday's data, by the way, showing neutral momentum. Short interest declined to about 14,850 shares, which is about 2.27% of the float. I'm looking for an entry today, which I don't think there is. I think this is just a bounce back from yesterday, unless anybody else has anything. So I'm just quickly looking over here. This company, by the way, holding company engaged in the substructure works business, mainly engaged in site formation, ground investigation. Foundation works business as a subcontractor, also provides construction services as structural steelworks, advisory, and supervision services in the structure projects. Okay, a lot of structures there, but not anything from today. So my speculation is that it's retracing a little bit. We're not even close to that $60 area. I think we're intraday. We're about 44 bucks right now. The ticker is PHOE for anybody looking to follow along. PHOE halted to the upside, 39.60, up 125%. About 163,000 shares of volume traded on the day. So that's all I've got on it personally. So yeah. Shut it up. Mark Perkins, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. Your thought on NAC. Have a look at NAC. This is going to lose the bid, isn't it? Yeah. All right, let's look at NAK. All right, so that's a daily, very consolidative as of late. Certainly some, tops there at 2 1/3. Looks like maybe some 225 sellers. For the most part, you have outsized days that move into the 60s, 70s. But when you zoom out, definitely that higher low trend really does stand out at you, save and except for it looks like maybe a news catalyst came in late July, sent this one down, lost $1, was quickly able to recover, and since that time, putting higher lows. This is NAK for those following along. Intraday, we'll have to wait for this one to load. Yeah, very light on volume on the day, about 5.1 million shares. You can just see it's sparsely traded looking at the price action on the chart. Definitely on the way back to VWAP here. Nothing for me intraday. I don't have any opinions or trades or advice intraday, but I do really like it from the daily perspective. It looks fantastic there with that higher low, higher low, higher low. And you're almost getting kind of a parallel trend as well to the upside for the most part. You're able to draw a very, very parallel trend line there. So I would say trade it within the range, but save a piece for the dream if you're swinging for these outsized days, which definitely do retrace above that upper trend line, but it's quick to recover below it. So interesting look here on NAC, Joey.
Yeah, Roadrunner. That actually made me chuckle. I don't know why. But you want to read what Roadrunner
Roadrunner.
said.
Let me have a
let's
quick
see what
look there,
Roadrunner
Joey.
said.
I'm not looking. Loser TV Live. Oh, thanks, bro.
I know. Like, come on, bro, dude. Because, man, you obviously, like, you know why I'm laughing at the end of the day, Sharif. Yeah.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
Have a good day.
All right, bro, is right. To each their own, brother. I mean, here it is. Silver, I think we're going to get involved to the short side here, guys. I like our risk profiles. We're consistently making these lower highs, and then we're starting to pick up. Look at the tape as well, guys. Keep a focus on that tape. It is really, really weak. So as long as we hold this downtrend, maybe we can go and test this LOD, and that's going to be a nice little trade. So we'll take a second attempt. This is going to be our second attempt on the short in silver. So yeah, we're going to.
You're still giggling.
Me? Yeah, because, well, I mean, like, bro. Oh, no.
He's more like a live TV loser.
Yeah, exactly. He's watching us, Sharif, at the end of the day. Oh, a nice little pop there at the end.
Get him, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's funny. It's like, bro, you're watching us. We ain't watching you. So, yeah, I mean, there it is. All right, let's get involved on this silver here to the downside, guys. We made a little bit of a hockey error as I punched in the long. We wanted to go short on this one. We're out at 78 if it cracks that, but I don't think it's going to, ladies and gentlemen. Loser TV Live, where, my friend? We're starting to put on a little bit of a winner. This is Winner TV Live.
Attaboy, Joey.
Yeah, get him. Get them. As we made a little bit of a mistake, we get out and we get into the exact same thing in which we wanted to do. So you can see that we are short some silver. We want to test 76.60. So that's just some stuff that a hockey player would say. Yeah, absolutely meaningless. I remember my one buddy would just call everybody a hot dog. It's the worst trip in the world, but it was just hilarious just calling everybody a hot dog. So let's go on SLV. Let's see if we can get that move to the downside. A clean flush as quick as you'd like. And we're going to try to hold this for the break of that specific zone. We'll head back over to that PayPal trade. As it's not really doing too much, but Tesla down to 419.28. So a pretty good trade so far on SLV.
All right, Joey, we're in here into TIRX. Now this one is sub $1, but it's breaking structure. So here's why I'm lured into it. So this one, let me put in the ticker so you guys can follow along. This one kept, putting in lower highs. Oh, embarrassing. We'll wait for this one to load. Come on, Turks. There we go. It kept breaking lower and lower and lower. TIRX is the ticker. There we go. And this is kind of what I see there. Now, I'm late to the party, but I'm kind of looking for a continuation, possibly back into that 28, 29 penny area. I'm going to stop out below 21. So if it breaks this area here, I'm out. Simple as that. We're going to put some beak wetters in the 26 and 27. It's up 210%, but nothing else is really setting up here, Joe. So that's kind of why I'm looking at TIRX. We'll see if this one's going to treat me badly. It is already treating me badly. We're already out of the money by half a penny. But when you're trading in 24 penny land, half a penny does make a difference. So keeping an eye on that. And looking for a move possibly into 25. We'll set some beak wetters as well at 26 because that's where the majority of the closing prints all found resistance. There was only one candle that breached at 26 penny area, and that was the 11:15 candle that pushed us into that 29.96 high a day. Again, anything below 21 ends the trade for me. So keep an eye out on that. Any other news items, any other catalysts you guys want to talk about? Tag myself or Joe in the chat. If there are any small cap gappers as well, I'd love to know about them. USAR is heading down and heading down aggressively. By the way, if you guys can secure shorts on this, I'm not sure what the short situation is, whether you got to find locates or whether it's easy to borrow on your platform. But this looks like a monster double top off that 26 area. I think that the confirmation would be the break of that area low at 11:30, the low of which is 24.90. So that would kind of be the neckline for the double top. But yeah, this one is really bleeding here, Joey. What's up?
Yeah, silver is absolutely tanking right now, guys. We got in at the right time. I mean, 77.48. It's now trading at 75 there roughly. So a nice move to the day. Yeah, oh my days is right on this one on SLV. So yeah, a big time move to the downside in silver, guys. I'm now sitting on approximately, I believe, 50% of my position. So that's been a nice little move for us so far in SLV. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly 50%. Let's see if we can rock and roll and head a little bit lower. Where's that gap fill, which I was talking about earlier, to see if we're going to fill that specific zone? If we bounce aggressively off of this $76 mark, Sharif was talking about this earlier, but I think we can head into 70. This is what you're talking about.
Leading.
Yeah. We almost got there, but then we found a little bit of a bounce just before it, Sharif, but then we curl right over, and then the momentum really started to pick up. That VWAP crack is where I wanted to get involved with, but that wasn't necessarily the case. So I think a potential target here could be around 75.25, and you can see the momentum and the volume on the higher time frame. If you head over to the LTF as well, you can see it really start to stair step higher and pick up to the downside. So there goes silver, IO silver, to the downside. Do we take a little bit more off? No, we'll wait for 75.5, considering we only have 50% of the position remaining. Very good play, dude. Nice confidence and conviction, says my boy Craig. I appreciate that very much. Where's Buddy over there? What was his name?
Buddy?
Yeah,
Who's Buddy?
Yeah, Trader D, I don't know. We'll leave that. We don't want to give them too much attention there, Sharif.
Oh. Mr. Loser TV?
Yeah, Loser TV Live. I don't know about this one. That's pretty quick, man. We got in right at the right time, so we're fortunate enough to be sitting in that 75.50. Let's see if we can get that sustained bounce here, or sorry, that sustained move in SLV. The TQ is still moving lower. We've cracked that 420 mark on Tesla, 418.85. So watch out, guys, as the blood continues to bleed, I guess, as they would say. I don't know if that makes too much sense, but I got to take a look at my boy CrowdStrike down to $417. Are we still holding on to the Trilly Club in Walmart? Absolutely, as we climb up. Oh my days.
Walmart's him right now.
Yeah, it is that guy, man. Yeah. Staples Walmart's definitely in play. Bro. With that being said, Sharif, thanks for reminding me, brother. Sir. Let's pull that up. You know what time it is?
I know.
What time is it?
I have no idea.
Oh, time for the top performing sectors of the day, man. I thought you had that one.
I said, he always gets us.
Hold on, we'll hit this one. Done. All right, energy sector, 2.5% right there. Consumer staples, 2%, guys. The mats up 2% as well too. Keep an eye out for that one. But hey, listen, it's either feast or famine in the tech sector. You're down 3%. You are
Get it, Joey.
Dead last. You know what Ricky Bobby's dad said, Sharif?
What?
If you're not first, you're last, buddy.
Yeah.
So there it is. Technology sector sitting in that 3%, down 3%. Communication services down 1.5%. Financials down 1% as well.
I like Will Ferrell, man.
He's hilarious.
You know what? His cameo in Wedding Crashers, it lives in my head rent free. He had like all of like, I don't know, 20 lines, 30 lines.
Yeah.
Do you remember when, what's his name? What's his name? Owen Wilson? The blonde guy from Owen Wilson. Yeah, he goes to him after that guy gets shacked up with the stage 4 clinger. And then he's trying to like find, a buddy that he can go out and kind of crash weddings with. And he knows like he used to be his old buddy's kind of partner, right? So he goes over to his place and he's like, the other guy's getting married. So, I definitely need somebody to help me out. And that right there was, sorry guys, I'm trying to take prints. So I'm not saying the story that good. But this is absolutely breaking out right now. Turks. TIRX really taking it out to the high side. Sorry, guys, I wasn't able to concentrate on that story. So I was trying to take prints, but here we go.
Prints matter more, my boy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What do you got, Joey?
Same thing, man. I mean, we waited for that 75.50 mark there. 77, $2 right there. We hit the bang right there. What happened? Mom the meatloaf. Yeah, Mom the meatloaf. That's Joe.
I never know what she's doing back there. It's so good.
That's crazy.
He lives in my head rent free, man. That was what a hell of a cameo appearance.
Oh my God, silver is really starting to tank. I hope
BTC's getting wrecked.
I don't want to talk about that right now.
Oh, we're gonna break through 75, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
We're on the way below 75,
I didn't
Joe.
even hear what was for lunch. I see Neil.
Who cares? We're for lunch right now, man. I'm getting rinsed on my BTC
It looks like
trade.
noodle. I seen something hilarious. A ramen noodle truck got into an accident and it lost all its inventory, and it was a total hit of around $38 for the company.
What's happening? I'm so confused right now.
Because ramen noodles cheap, right? Like so.
Got it. My bad.
They lost $38. Anyways, it's it's the crunchy one. I mean, remember back in.
Is this a real story that you're telling me?
No, it's obviously not real whatsoever.
Wow.
I remember back in high school, did you ever, or in elementary school as well too, did you take like the raw Mr. Noodle, crush it up, just put it up on the thing?
Absolutely, with the thing.
pack, yeah.
No question about it, man. No question. If you didn't, what were you doing?
Yeah, what were you doing if you weren't doing that? That's for sure. And if you had the beef, it sucked to be you because everyone wanted the chicken one. So I hated the beef one, and I still to this day we're gonna stick.
So
with the
good.
chicken.
What do you mean, bro?
You like the beef? You're gonna take the beef over the chicken?
We're taking beef right now, my boy. There goes I'm just going to call this tricks, even though it's not tricks. TIRX into 28, 29.96 high, guys. Watch out for the selling into the area high. We got 24s on. We're doing it live. This one did break structure, which is the reason why I weaseled in. Let me make my case to you guys. I'm just going to show it over here. There it is. Lower high, lower high, lower high. And then all hell breaks loose to the high side. And that's why we're participating. Stop making me laugh. I'm trying to analyze. You're killing me today, man. Anyway.
Loser TV Live, man.
Chaz. Yes, War Dog. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Chaz. He's so good. He crashed funerals, Joey. He didn't care. He's going to do whatever he needs to do to get the job done. Why are you laughing?
That guy, man. I just find that stuff so
I'm losing my mind right now.
Yeah, Loser TV.
Anyway, we're having a good time. You guys are having a good time with us in the chat. I appreciate you guys for entertaining us here. We're taking prints here on TIRX up 256%, but certainly getting some resistance. Now, this concerns me because it's 28 penny high. We know that it was a 29 penny high earlier, so I am on the lookout for that double top. More pleased I would not be if this was able to take out that 30 penny area. But let me tell you something. Anything below 24 pennies, your boy is gone Zeno, because that was the area that was resistance and it cleared. If it doesn't hold its support, I want nothing to do with it. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. Joe.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, we're having a good time here today for sure. If you haven't hit that, he's got me losing my concentration. Sorry, Buffalo.
Yeah, me too,
yeah,
bro.
I know, man.
This is your fault today.
Hey, listen, it is all my fault, and I'll accept all blame. But at the end of the day, I'm giggling. I'm having a good time, man. People are making me laugh, and I love that type of humor. That's just my style, dry stuff. And it was something I would say, to be honest with you, man. Yeah. It's something I would say. But aside from that, guys, I don't even have the chat up. Do us you know what time it is, right?
What time is it, Joey?
Full head of hair there too, man. That is crazy stuff, man. Well, I mean, we've got to make a little trip. First, my boy. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, but no.
Turkey's beautiful in the summer, I heard, man.
Thanks, Obi. I appreciate you.
Istanbul.
Yeah, I heard it's really great, man.
It's next level.
I want to go check that stuff out, man. But yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Our boy Obi in the chat as well.
Obi.
Nice little short there on SLB.
Obi? Oh, it is Obi.
It's the only one what other Obi do you know?
I don't know, man. I thought maybe an Obi weaseled in or something, an imposter. Who knows?
He put on some banger trades as well, too. But you know who else has probably got some smackers on today? That's going to be Dara.
What I want to talk right now is about Intel, which is smacking shorts in the face as it pushes higher. CEO Lip-Bu Tan making some comments here at a Cisco event saying that he believes that the company will be seeing volume commitment in the second half of this year, but they're not going to announce the customer as of yet. He also said that customers, generally speaking, are expressing interest in 18A. So some coy comments from Lip-Bu Tan, CEO of Intel, at an event held by Cisco. Back to you.
Good stuff. Yeah, man, I don't got anything else, Sharif. You know we've been sitting in this PayPal throughout the day. What's up, Randy? And then sure enough, we got the silver. We're starting to find somewhat of a rebound here, guys. Let's see how much this bounce is going to be sustained. Gore, this is something we obviously want to keep an eye out on. We'll do one more thing before we send it back to my boy to the right of me, is that we're going to pull up the tracker, considering we're speaking of Obi, right? Like, we may as well just pull it up to see how everyone's doing. And this is live. We're going to hit the refresh on this one to see what we got going on. Am I sliding? I'm still in that fourth place, only 1.86%. But Obi, a staggering 27 and almost a third percent. Our poor boy Sean sitting in 11th place there. Feast or famine down 13% right there, Sharif. I leapfrogged you, my boy. Watch out, you were beating me earlier. You're down 3%, but not too bad. Adara sitting in about an 8.25 right there. So good.
Oh, baby. All right. Keeping an eye here on TIRX, rejecting 27 for now. It did weasel up to 28 earlier, but it seems to be putting in some lower highs, on the 1 minute chart. So keeping an eye on that micro pullback, no immediate plans to add any more at this level. As I mentioned, it loses 24, I'm out, but I'm looking for a continuation into possibly 30 pennies, just trying to pack the patience and try not to take out too much too quickly here on TIRX, up 253%. So nothing to sneeze at. Just taking my time. PHOE, I'm seeing is halted again. You guys were asking about that monster. PHOE, let's see, is it halted down or up? Just give me 1 second over here. The halt is at 26.42. It's not immediately loading up on my chart, so we'll have to get back to you guys on that when we get back from the big desk.
Talk about OGL again. We're 1 day away now from their earnings report. I am seeing reports suggesting that the company is planning a big expansion in India, given U.S. visa restrictions. Again, with the U.S. restricting these visas, Alphabet reportedly deciding to expand into India. Maybe we'll get more news from this tomorrow when they report earnings just over 24 hours from now. Back to you.
Ooh, good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, I'm going to pull something up here, even though I don't really want to do that, but hey, it is what it is. We'll hold on to it. How much do I have approximately? I wanted to see from a percentage standpoint on how much I have on silver. Not much left there, guys. About 15% or so, as PayPal is looking like it wants to head towards the downside. Maybe we take a little bit more out if we have a new low day established. So this thing is continuing to bleed, guys. With the overall market, you're down 19.8%. You're going to tap into that 20% here momentarily. We'll piece a little bit out here on PYPL, and then yeah, there it is. We're officially green on the session.
Hey.
Yeah, so there it is. I mean, it only took a couple opportunities. I talked about the silver trade working relatively well for us, so that really picked up the momentum. So it's been not too bad of a session whatsoever. We go 1 for 2 on PayPal, and we hold this for the nice move down. So a nice look there. And silver, especially if we crack 75 on silver, we're Gucci. We're still going to look for some more opportunities.
All right, sounds good, Joey. Keeping an eye here on USAR, trying to work my way into this one. A bit of a consolidative phase. All the while, Criminal, CRML, is putting in some higher lows. You're not immediately seeing that, though, on USAR, which is kind of stuck with the seller at 80, give or take. NPT, why do you guys keep asking me about that? It's not loading up on my charts. I have no idea why this is taking so long to load. I'm waiting for it to load.
Oh.
All right, NPT, come on, bro, let's go. All right, we're waiting. Here we go. Maybe it'll load. No, it's not loading. I can't analyze NPT if I can't see it, so I'll have to get back to you on that one, Fluffy. I apologize. It's just not loading up on my charts. Keeping an eye, though, on TIRX, looking for a move back up. Put my stop through 24. I gave it a little bit of room, like 23 and change, just so that I don't get wicked out, but that's the situation there. It's finding a little bit of support here. It's still above the 10 EMA, which I like the fact that the 10 EMA is above that 24 penny level. So we'll keep tabs on that. Also looking at USAR for a move back up into the mid 80s. It looks like it is, finding some resistance, 75, 85. There seems to be a seller in and around there. It hasn't immediately worked its way back into 26 with a 26.22 high. If VWAP is below the $0.25, what do we have on? We have 74s right now showing me 68s. So let's go ahead and post a little bit above this level so we can catch some price spikes up if they do come. Yes, NPT loaded. Sorry about that, Fluffsters. I had to wait for this one to load. Okay, here we go. So NPT, south of VWAP, basically all morning, right? Except for, that 805. Yeah, it was basically an 805 price spike up, all the way up. That's real, by the way, up to $30. Retraces all the way back down. Looks like the closing print yesterday was 5 2/3. VWAP for this one was about $9.11. Looks like it's finding a bit of a double top here at $10, give or take, 10.09 and then $10. So prior bar high 10.09, current bar high 10. We also have this area here, the failed breach of VWAP. GXAI is losing it in a hurry, guys. Watch out, flat bottom break on GXAI. I'm seeing that one bleed. Be careful. So this area over here, a 948, 980, 966. Okay, so we did take out this area high. So now we have higher lows relative to this area low this area low a little higher, and now we have higher highs. Alas, this one looks like it needs a lot more to get up into this, into the 15, 14 area where we closed and opened on these two candles, and then you're definitely going to be contending with some bag holders over here on that 8 a.m. price spike. And the reason I say that is this candle has these candles over here in the pre-market did far more volume than we're doing right now. By way of example, the prior bar, the 1250 candle, has 225,000 shares that traded hands. Take a look at this 805 candle, 929,000 shares. So you definitely did more volume here, which means that you could have bag holders all the way up until, well, you guessed it, $30. But I'm willing to bet the majority are going to be south of 15. Let's see if it can clear out that double top at $10, the one that we're currently involved in right now. They're both basically inverse hammer candles, topping tail candles on NPT. But thank you for pointing this one out. Definitely not one that I'm immediately interested in, just based upon its price action, but one that I will keep an eye on to see if we can kind of finagle some trades on this one. I'm going to take off GXAI and replace it with NPT, as GXAI has lost the volume weighted average price and of no interest to me. So keeping an eye on that. And then just quickly, let's see how we're doing on TRIX. Still south of 26, but looking like we're trying to put in a 27 break. We'll keep this under watch, and we'll send you to the big desk with news.
So to let you guys know here, INTC, more comments coming from Intel CEO Lip Bhutan, and this one is pretty significant. Lip Bhutan saying that knowledgeable people have told him that the U.S. is behind China now when it comes to open source AI. Now, Lip Bhutan in the past has been accused of being sympathetic to China, I'll put it that way, with regards to some of his holdings. Regardless, though, CEO Lip Bhutan of Intel said that he's being told by knowledgeable people that the U.S. is behind China on open source AI. He also said they've got a couple customers knocking on their door, quote unquote, after their 18A process tech is doing well so far. Also saying that if there is any slowdown from the company this year, it's going to come from the memory space. Again, speaking at the Cisco AI Summit, I've seen some comments as well from Nvidia's CEO, Jensen Huang, nothing market moving or super of interest, but just be aware he is talking, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll keep tabs on that. Intel still positive on the day, up 0.39. Not much positive today, though, guys, in the world of semiconductors, microchips. Most of them are negative on my watch list, save it except for SanDisk and Western Digital. So we'll keep tabs on that. USAR coming right back down into that 25.5. I've got 25 3/4. All right, back up to 60. I don't know, man. I'm not liking the look of this one's pattern. At the moment, it feels like a very thick trade into that, 3/4, 2/3 of a dollar. So I'm going to give this one a little bit more room, but definitely not going to add at these levels. NPT just took out some levels. So NPT on the move up, 77%. Is this on the NQ? There we go. Yeah, there we go. So 1029 high, showing some support here at 1011. There's a buyer in the low 10s. It's taking out highs right into 29. There's 35, 37, 42. NPT's breaking out right now as we speak. Let's see if this is going to halt up. Great move here for NPT. Let's see if it drops back into the $0.50 and whether there are buyers there right into that $0.50, showing 69. Let's see if we can get something in and around. It's not even letting me in. It's going to halt over here. NPT's breaking out. Let's see. Do we get a $0.50 move? Yup, losing the $0.50. Can we retrace above the $0.50? Quick as you like. Is there a buyer there at the $0.50? Yes, there is. So let's see if we can kind of get something up here in the 82s. Anything below the $0.50 will just stop out. So we'll risk about 15 pennies or so. There it goes into the high 87s. We got 75. Looks like there's some selling, though, into the high 80s. Let's keep a watch on this one. NPT's breaking out. Joe, I'm going to have to send it to you.
Absolutely, man. PayPal. I'm just talking to our boy Obi in the chat as he's chiming in. Guys, listen to what he has to say. Most definitely in what shorts he's got cooking up. Walmart up to 127 smackers. We'll take that. I was going to say, Obi, check this PayPal out, my brother. I mean, we were in this from, what is this, approximately 42.83. We're now down to 41.67. And all-day faders on this one now down 20.4%. Let's see if we can get the continuation in SLV. 76 is going to be a key mark. If we crack 76 on SLV, then I think we can head into that 75 mark, which we're going to take the majority of our position off. I mean, we would like to catch $3 ITM on that one, but we know with silver, buyers can step in at any given moment. I do like what Michael Noss was saying the other day as well, too, is that people are a little bit gun shy right now, and understandably so. We're not going to complain about that whatsoever. Appreciate that, Obi, on PayPal. And I was telling everyone earlier this morning, for me, it's like a little less shares to hold on for bigger moves, right? And if you're fortunate enough to catch it, then it's just more at ease for me personally. That's just my style. And then you just slowly increase it. That is the overall objective with PayPal. So now down 20.4%. Walmart looking like it's finding a top. And let's head over to the daily on WMT, and then we'll run through a couple more staples as well. Woo, that is a big time move, man. 116 up to 127. Was just talking with Mateo back there. He said my boy doesn't like Walmart. I'm like, well, my brother, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. He's talking about, this is what General Mills as a potential buy. General Mills.
Yeah, no, I'm playing. I know who they
are. Oh, yeah. So there it is. I mean, look, downtrend potentially break here in Wow, okay, this has not been performing. Mateo, my friend, we got to look at where you are in the rankings with this kind of pick over there, but no.
I'm just going to crap on Mateo.
No, Mateo's my hockey boy. Mateo's my hockey boy. You know what I mean?
I know, man.
40% down from that top there,
Joey.
guys, in General Mills. So, I mean, we're doing pretty good so far as Walmart continues to climb. We're getting the blood to continue bleeding here in PayPal. And then if we get that 75 break and 75.5 break in silver, then we're good to go, brother.
All right, getting in and out here of NPT, another new high, 1098. Good strength on this one, trying to get a little bit more. It's not immediately letting me in, man, because of the spread. It does open up at times. So I did try to put an order there in the 40s. I didn't get filled. I got 56s, showing me 61 now. So a little annoying that I didn't get the best price and reload. Back into the 70s we go. NPT, zigging, zagging. It's got resistance at 11 because it's got a 1098 high day. That's the official high, but obviously if you look into the pre-market, a big difference. So we're going to keep tabs on that, let you know what's good. We're going up to the big desk.
More comments here coming from Lip Bhutan. These are getting more interesting and more interesting as he continues to speak. Again, this is the CEO of INTC saying that the company will be building GPUs in the future. Also talking a little bit more about the Chinese tech industry, because he did just say earlier that the U.S. is now behind China when it comes to open source AI. What he said here was that the China tech industry has a poor man's lead in AI despite the lack of key chip making tools. I think by far the more interesting part of these comments, though, is Lip Bhutan saying that Intel will build GPUs in the future. I just saw a TSLA headline as well. I'll pull this up. Written testimony for the Senate apparently says that Tesla's going to be telling the Senate Commerce Committee on Wednesday that Congress must modernize self-driving car regulations. So it looks like they're going to be speaking in front of the Senate. If I get more details on that, I'll let you know as well. But it looks like their written testimony's out at just after 1 p.m. Back to you.
All right, yeah, so that's what we got going on. We did get that 75.5 mark on SLV there, guys. So we get a bounce off of that. If we can crack and head into 75, we're going to take a little bit more off, but you can see the bounce being somewhat sustained right here. And then you get that move into 41.62. I have one out left on PayPal. We may as well take it now. If we continue to move, you're down 20.5% on today's session. What more can we really ask for? So let's hop out. We're all out of PayPal right there. Now we're only in that SLV short. So that's been a pretty good one for us so far, Sharif. I moved from approximately 1033 this morning all the way to 105, so we're not going to complain. Zen Zombie, LIMN, Lumen. Let's see what we got going on, LIMN. Luminous Pharmaceuticals. Okay, 81 cents. Maybe Sharif swirled a little bit, but I know he doesn't like biotech too much either. I'm not the biggest fan of this. Come on, start cooperating a little bit more. From a daily perspective, you're getting that big time break, right? Like, this is what you want to look for. Volume really starting to uptick, but there is a steady downtrend, and the more you zoom out, I heard Neil saying this earlier today, the more you zoom out, you want it to either get pretty or it's really, really ugly. You're down 96% from that previous $33 high.
Sorry, just give me a second.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to work into this NPT trade. Just allow me to.
MPC. What does that even mean?
NPT.
I know NPT, but NPC is like
non-player character. I don't even know that. I don't even know why I know that, because like the kids say
I don't really understand it though. Like, what is a non-player?
So it's like, when you're playing the video game and there's characters in there that don't have a role in the game. but they're just background characters.
Oh, okay. There's not like an actual person playing.
It's a slight. You're slighting somebody. You're just
Yeah,
basically
you're
you're so unimportant that you're like an NPC.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You just typing like he's
I'm
NPC.
zigging and zagging over here with this NPT. I'm getting prints above 50, but it's really not continuing that well. So I am kind of concerned. Got 40s on, show me 53s. So we're in the money on this one, but not readily apparent whether this is going to be a good one or not. We've got definitely lower high trend that's unbroken, but we are also putting in some higher lows. So let's see where the buyers are stepping in, packing my patience on this one. Separately, finally, USAR giving me something to be happy about over here. Let's take out a couple of prints on this one, looking for continuation back into 26. There is the 80s on USAR. What do we have? We have 72s, and we have a good position on this one as well. So let's see if we can kind of work back into some profitability. We were positive on this one, went negative because I had a couple of boneheaded trades, but hopefully we'll make it back up. Back to NPT, showing me 60s now. We've got 40s on. Looking for a big price spike up here, man, on NPT. Take out some of my levels. There's 64, 70, 80, go. Let's go. All right, into the 80s we go. We've got size on this one as well. So we're watching 73 now. Good move. I've got 30s on now. 76, 77, 80. Give me that money, bro. There we go. We're letting that one go, and we're going to see where this one's going to take us into the high. We've got 30s on. Here comes 11. There's 98s. Let's see if we can get up into 11. Not taking any more out here. Let's see if we can get that price spike into the $11, 11.21. Joey freaking options. Let's let this one run. Here we go. NPT is doing it live. 11.15 now showing up. Still below, that 21 penny high. 19 showing up. 20s. Let's see if we can get that 20 seller. Oh, they killed him, Joe. Oh, we're up into 28s now.
Done, man.
It's done. All right. Let's take it out here, and then we'll set up a little bit better next time. So good luck, man, on MPT. That was an aggressive ad campaign, an aggressive beak wetting campaign. Good luck here. Keeping an eye on this one. Now, let's look at the other one. USAR into 95. We've got 69er on this one, and we got shares on this one as well. Let's take them out here in anticipation of a 26 break. Wetting the beak here, because, well, we've rejected 26 multiple times. So I'm going to set up a little bit differently on this one. Back to very positive on the day. Very happy. Took big positions on USAR, big positions on NPT. Typically, I don't take big positions on the show, as you know, but we did here, and we were rewarded for it. So happy about that. Let's continue to watch whether this one can do a little bit more. Joey, we're like 10 minutes late on the news, man.
Oh,
see how good to go?
Minutes.
All right. So. Oh, hit that. Yeah, one more, because I didn't even feel it. There we go. There we go.
Doesn't that just get you amped up?
I like it, man.
Yeah, man.
I also like the Rock's entry as well, because, like, if you smell
Rock's
the Rock.
so corny, man.
All right, you just don't like the people's elbow.
Yeah,
you can't say he's not charismatic AF.
Oh, he is. He is.
Yeah.
I've never said that, but I mean, yeah, we'll stick with Steve Austin, and then we obviously got Kurt Angle's you saw.
Oh. He had the gift of the gab, and he was physically talented.
Who?
Kurt Angle.
Kurt Angle.
Yeah, he could do both.
Yeah.
But, you know,
thanks.
I hope, he went through some stuff there. I hope he's doing a lot better. Man. So good luck. Good luck.
Kurt Angle?
Yeah, well, a lot of those guys
I that one Kurt Angle
did go through the substance abuse issue because of the pain.
Yeah,
he had a lot of neck pain too. So, tough.
Yeah, man, those guys are athletes. Don't get it twisted, and they're doing wild stunts. Like it's almost inevitable that you're going to be continuing.
Oh, exactly.
You know what I mean?
All right, Sia, what are we talking about to start? Hello, by the way.
Hey, so we're starting with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman is publicly reaffirming that Nvidia as OpenAI's primary AI chip supplier, calling Nvidia's products the best AI chips in the world. Altman stated that OpenAI is expecting to remain a major Nvidia customer for a very long time. And according to Reuters, OpenAI has been unsatisfied with certain Nvidia chips for inference workloads, which prioritize response speed rather than the training skill. Also, inference workloads require faster memory access, favoring chips with embedded SRAM rather than the external memory. And we know that AMD and Nvidia rely on external memory, which can introduce certain latency for certain real-time applications. And OpenAI additionally has also explored a partnership with Cerebras and Grok for faster inference solutions. And Nvidia has discussed a potential $100 billion investment into OpenAI, though negotiations have been dragging on for months.
Yeah, well, this is exactly it. So we were talking a lot about possible headwinds for Nvidia when it came to ASICs, right? Because we talked about the cost, the use of energy, and sometimes it actually performs a lot better when it's designed for a specific task. And that's what an ASIC is. You know, they, like TPUs, Trainium, they're designing those chips for specific tasks. They're not kind of a multi-tool, but more like a scalpel, right? And so this was the headwind that we've been talking about possibly for Nvidia. Now we're talking about a different headwind where their chips, because they're sort of, you know, the multi-tool, they're really a lot better at training than as opposed to inference. But that's not, you know, the end of the story. We know Nvidia has made acquisitions or not acquisitions, but investments, let's call them that, for, what's it called? For, anyway, I'm drawing a blank. The point is, they've licensed Grok's, not GROQ's technology, which basically specializes in ASICs that specialize in inference. We also know that they're looking also with Cerebras. Those are the two companies that really have the best sort of setup at scale, at cost, that deal with inference. So we'll have to see how Nvidia responds, but this is nothing new. And I remember watching a video of the Mistral CEO at Davos, and this dude was just like tone deaf completely. He's sitting there talking about training models with synthetic data, and like the market's kind of moved on from, you know, the focus to be on training, and more of it now is on inference, because that's how you use that already trained data to specialize your app, right? You're looking for the AI to draw an inference for you for what the best, you know, result, answer, whatever it is. So I feel like Nvidia already kind of knows this, Joe, and they're taking actions vis-a-vis, for example, the licensing agreement with Grok to do just that. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to hurt them. Here's why. We've seen their products with like mid 70% gross margins, 74.5, 77. Are they able now to maintain those gross margins when they're getting competitors from, you know, Broadcom, Marvell, Grok, Cerebras? All these other competitors are going to be basically launching their own custom ASICs and definitely trying to compete on price, not just performance. So you have to assume a lot of Nvidia's valuation is based upon sales at a certain gross margin, right?
I hear what you're saying, and obviously I think there's only one way this can really go. The more competitors that you have to do, and we've seen this within the Chinese EV market, is you just start to undermine each other, and that's obviously going to put a hindrance on the chip and the gross margins at the end of the day. But NVDA and Sam Altman are taking the steps in the right direction. I know we talk about that cyclical revenue. They're investing. That Grok deal was around $20 billion. These guys are spending a lot of cash on this AI build-out and the infrastructure, and continue to do so. This isn't going to slow down anytime soon. So with Sam and NVDA continuously remaining in bed with each other, watch out. I think this is going to be, it's going to be big. But if any side of the party needs to perform a little bit more, it's obviously going to be Sam Altman and company, because NVIDIA is going to want to see somewhat of an ROI within their investments in OpenAI.
Well, that's a good point. That's like the other side of the coin, right? Again, I want to stress that Sam Altman denied all these reports, said he's very happy with NVIDIA. But the truth of the matter is, we know that there's a shift in focus in the AI industry from training larger models, and some models now are being trained on synthetic data, whatever the hell that means, and more focus on inference. And that's really, inference is going to be how you build your apps to take advantage of all that trained data. So I don't think this story is off base in the general sense. Maybe it's off base in the sense that Altman didn't say that or doesn't feel that, but we already know where AI is heading, and it's going to be a world based on inference, really not training anymore, at least for the most part. See ya.
Next up, we have Google Cloud and Liberty Global have agreed to a 5-year strategic partnership to deploy Google's Gemini AI models and cloud tools across Liberty's European operations. So what this will entitle will be Liberty Global will be planning to use Google's cloud tools to improve network stability, security, and automation. And Google Cloud may also gain access to spare capacity in Liberty's data centers. Liberty will also be distributing more Google hardware products such as Google Pixel phones, watches, and smart home devices through its European operating units. And the companies will jointly target small and medium-sized businesses with bundled account cybersecurity and AI services. The CEO of Liberty Global, Mike Fry, said that our expanded partnership with Google Cloud represents a significant milestone for Liberty Global.
So I like this. This, to me, is less a tech deal, even though I realize that there's a lot of tech being announced in this, and more of like a business-to-business deal. I was asking Brenda, I'm like, Liberty Global is the company that has F1, right? And that's exactly what it is. And then when you look basically at some of the expanded product and strategy, Liberty will distribute more Google hardware products, including, you know, the Pixel, so that'll be at the F1 events, watches, smart home devices, all through its European operating units. And you feel like this is more of, you know, just a corporate partnership at the level for exposure. And I don't really mind that. Obviously, Google's going to enable a lot of their technology with cloud for Liberty, and that's great. You know, they have an $80 million fixed mobile and connections across Europe. Apparently, Liberty marking a meaningful enterprise-scale AI deployment. But I don't think there is anything novel in the Google Cloud offering that they're making for Liberty. Nothing that we haven't heard of before, and nothing really that was announced new. So to me, it's just a business-to-business deal, more probably for marketing purposes. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, but it's good for Google, right? Like expanding cloud. We already knew that Azure came in a little bit of a miss. This isn't going to be priced in or anything along those lines with this earnings report, but what is it going to have for the next quarter? I think that Google's taking steps in the right direction. I mean, we talked about AWS, we talked about cloud growth in general. I think Google is definitely going to continue to lead the way, and they're just taking monster strides. It doesn't even matter what the sector is. Google Cloud, Google Search, and Gemini leapfrogging OpenAI. I think Google continues on this trajectory, and if they expand their customer base like they're doing right now with Liberty, then sure enough, watch out for Google to really, really dominate. And who knows what's going to happen in the coming time? We continuously sell. It's going to be the highest market capitalization company in the stock.
Yeah, and I called that last year, but I told you guys it was going to take Apple.
Only a matter of time.
And here's what they're offering them. They're going to use They're going to use Google Cloud for network reliability, security, and automation towards the goal, apparently, according to the article, is autonomous network operations. So nothing new that we really haven't heard before. And, you know, I think it's just another deal that Google Cloud has picked up. So it's fantastic from that revenue generating perspective, but I don't personally take anything novel from it. See ya.
Yep, next up we have Tesla has launched its cheaper Model Y AWD amid certain sale pressure, and it unveiled in Puerto Rico that is priced at $41,990, undercutting prior AWD offerings. And the new variant offers an EPA of 294 miles, estimated range of 294 miles, and includes a 30-day free trial of the full self-driving. And Tesla's VP of Finance, Sendil Palani, highlighted AWD's importance for family buyers in cold climates, positioning the new Model Y as the lowest priced AWD Tesla ever, which will be sold in North America. Tesla also reiterated the availability of a 7-seat Model Y in the U.S. at $51,490, which is exclusive and premium AWD trim, with an additional $2,500 for the third row and the larger touchscreen as we know it. And internationally, the 6-seat Model YL has regained traction in China, prompting plans to introduce it in Europe later this year. So despite certain product updates, Tesla's momentum is pressure. I think it remains pressured. The U.S. Model Y sales were down 20% year over year last year, as we know it, and European deliveries declined in December.
So right away, I'm thinking cold weather climate and jurisdictions, Canada, the Rust Belt, in the United States, even New England, all that whole area in the north, they're all going to benefit from this because, I mean, most people are buying cars that are either front-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. I personally haven't owned a front-wheel drive car in a long time. All my cars have been all-wheel drive for a long time. And that's because of the climate that we live in. And so I do think that this is possibly needle moving, maybe not huge, for Tesla in the northern states as well as Canada. But I don't think it's going to offset the negative sentiment that Elon currently has here. There's a lot of negative sentiment in Canada against Elon at the moment, and that's being reflected obviously in Tesla sales. But if you're asking me, is this a strategic, or does this strategy make sense? Absolutely does make sense. And the fact that it's priced below $42,000, I don't know what it would be in Canadian, is fantastic. 300 miles as well. Also a great look. And the fact that he's continuing these 30 days of FSD to kind of show people how good it is, I think is also good. Obviously, there's a cost-benefit analysis there somewhat. Now, with respect to the 7-seat Model Y, which is a lot more expensive. So we have a $41,990 price tag on the all-wheel drive Model Y. But if you want the 7-seater, you got to pay basically $10,000 more. It's $51,490, right? So if you're looking, if you have a larger family or whatever, you've got to ante up another $10,000. But we also saw a 6-seat Model Y in China. And, we were talking a lot about possibly Tesla using the removal of 100% tariffs on Chinese electric vehicle imports into Canada to possibly, get some Model Ys there. I wonder if the 6-seat Model Y will weasel its way into Canada. Yeah, and it'll probably be a bit cheaper having been made in Shanghai.
How many vehicles are we allowed? 50,000 of them?
49 for now, yeah.
49.
Yeah, same crap, yeah.
It's 3% of the total adjustable market. We'll get to those momentarily here, but Sharif, one thing that really caught my eye is just the headline of this, and it starts with cheap and ends with cheaper. What is that going to be? Margin compression, something where we already know we're struggling with Tesla. It's losing market share left, right, and center. How is that going to reflect on the earnings report? Obviously not good, because we know that the car business is already low margins. So I'm not in love with this play. And you say it might be a needle mover. I think that it's going to, it might move the dial a little bit, Sharif, but it's not going to turn it to a complete 180 or anything along those lines. It's not good. It's just what I really worry about is the margins, and it's really dwindling. He's continuously losing market share. And what I'm getting at here with Tesla is that, would you be surprised if Elon's like, hey, we're going to throw a lot of this out the window, say in 5-10 years, we're going to throw a lot of this vehicle making out the window and just stick with robotics and robo-taxis?
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right? I can see heading in that trajectory. High margins on the robo-taxi.
Huge.
Probably pretty good margins on robotics as well, too. If you can advance at an accelerated rate, he might just be like, you know what? We're really going to cut back the dial here on just making the Model Ys and everything.
And I want to build on your point. You bring up a really interesting point there. And remember what his margins were when he was the only game in town.
Yeah.
When he was the one only putting out these electric vehicles en masse, everybody else was, trickling out a few hundred vehicles here and there on the quarter. His margins was whatever he said they were going to be. They were like mid-20s, I think, high 20s at one point. Now they're like mid-teens and dropping. So to build on your point, if he goes into robotics specifically, and he has first mover advantage there, then he's going to be able to dictate the margins like he did.
Once again.
Exactly. I got to like your point a lot.
And then also with the robo-taxi, we just know from a production capability, he can drastically outpace Google's Waymo.
Way more. And way cheaper.
He can spit those things out.
Way cheaper, too. It's not even close.
He can spit those things out like there's no tomorrow, essentially, right?
Agree.
Less components in the vehicle, and it's mainly software updates. You're just doing continuous software updates. So I think down the road, I wouldn't be surprised if he started scrapping some of these vehicles.
I wouldn't be surprised either, and I like your take there. Let's get to these super chats just before we go back to Sia. You can do X. Thank you very much, brother, for the $10 super chat. Does it look like the market may turn around? I can't tell. I'm still holding Intel calls for this Friday strike 51. Intel is down to 49 right now. I don't think you're that far off, to be quite honest with you, but let's take a look at INTC. Before you can cover David's, just give me a sec, Joey, to have a look at INTC and what the chart pattern's been saying as of late. That's the 5-minute. Let's go to the intraday. You're holding 51 calls for Friday. Well, we were at 51 this morning, man. 51.49 high. We were just there, well there at earnings. 55.53 high. So that's the local area high. I do like this recovery from earnings, and I think if we weren't down 2% on the Nasdaq, Intel would be up more than 0.18 on the day. So we'll have to see, kind of what the Nasdaq looks like in order to kind of answer that. The Nasdaq is still putting in higher lows and higher highs as opposed to yesterday. So even though we're down 2%, take a look at the Qs. We breached yesterday's high and we're above yesterday's low. Now, mind you, we're below yesterday's close, well, yesterday's open, which is about 617 and change. We're about 613 and a half right now. So I think we're still putting in those higher lows on the NQ, whether we cover tomorrow or by Friday in your case, kind of hard to tell. But I don't know, man. I don't feel Intel is got that too many bad catalysts right now. I know Lip Bhutan is making statements right now about about open source AI. I don't think that surprised anybody that the Chinese were ahead of the Americans in open source. It's always really been the American model to kind of push closed source. Even Llama 4, which was pseudo open source, really wasn't, because you were only able to use so many tokens through the API before you got blocked. So I don't really find any of that really market moving or, detrimental to the AI trade whatsoever. I think that was the Chinese focus all along. They want to keep it open source. Anyway, David.
Oh, yeah, let's head over to David. Nice little take off the low 75.40s on SLV. Let's go to our boy David Treziak, classic in the chat. Let's see what he's got going up today. Synthetic data is kind of like Karate Kid with the blindfold on training. Don't see AMD getting love tonight. Thank you for that $5.
Thank you, David, for that.
Yeah, a lot of people asking if the market's going to bounce. I think just with us bleeding now, we're almost at 2 o'clock, right? So only about 2.5 hours left in the overall market. Are you going to get that massive rebound? I don't think that's going to be necessarily the case in today's session. Just wait for it tomorrow. It's a brand new day, right? Anything can happen.
Sure. Well said. All right, see ya.
SpaceX and XAI are being combined into a single entity that will be controlled, as you know it, by Elon Musk, valuing the company at $1.25 trillion ahead of its potential IPO. This was described by Elon Musk as a vertically integrated innovation powerhouse. Musk argued that the space-based AI infrastructure could become the lowest cost way to generate AI compute within the next 2 to 3 years, as certain demand for inference and trading is exploding. The announcement also sparked broad interest across publicly traded space names. AST Space Mobile rose about 2.5% pre-market, extending certain recent momentum. And SpaceX was valued at near $800 billion, while XAI recently raised capital at roughly $230 billion valuation. XAI's investor base includes major tech and sovereign capital, while Tesla has committed $2 billion to XAI, further linking Musk's ecosystem. And Reuters estimates SpaceX has generated roughly $8 billion in profit on $15 to $16 billion revenue in 2025, while XAI remains cash burning as it scales certain compute infrastructure. This is big.
This is big, but I feel like it was strategic to kind of take a profitable company, aka SpaceX, and combine it with a non-profitable company and one who's burning through cash to no end, albeit, for good reason. I'm talking about XAI as they continue to scale their data centers, energy costs, water. We all know about, the fiber optics that have to go into there, the umpteen amount of GPUs and CPUs. So very cash heavy is XAI. But, quite frankly, the SpaceX is making 15 to 16 billion in revenue, and that was probably their best year in 2025. Yeah, they have high margins, 8 billion of which, bless you, Neil, is profit. But these are like Palantir-esque, like forward PEs, like 150, 200 forward PE. So a a lot of leeway here for SpaceX now. They're not the only, kid on the block anymore. We've seen launch cadence pick up with Astis, Rocket Lab. They're all picking up their launch cadence. They all picked up launch cadence in 25, and now they're scaling even higher in 26. So does that premium valuation for SpaceX continue, even though, competition is starting to pick up a little bit? So that's my first observation. The second observation is, I think the runway here for putting these data centers in space and taking advantage of solar power and cooling, obviously free in the vacuum of space where it's very cold. I don't think that that's a 2-3 year runway, at least not in scale. Maybe he gets something up there by the end of the year, maybe early next year, but definitely not on scale enough, according to analysts, not just myself, to really be a meaningful revenue contribution. So you really need to look down the road for this kind of to manifest. But I do like how he's thinking about vertical integration. All I see here is you're taking one profitable company that's generating revenue with and pairing it with one that isn't, because you don't want it to be super heavy in terms of debt and whatever when you go into an IPO, and that's what I think that's what he's looking for.
I think it strengthens the IPO. And this is how this is my opinion. And this is what I'm going to get at here, Sharif, is that the fact that, we know that we have this massive build out right now on AI infrastructure, but what happens when that CapEx really starts to cool down and you have these AI plays starting to really monetize their product? What is that going to mean for margins, right? So you're not spending as much, you're not having that large of a build out, and then you have the paid tier program, you're catching digital ad revenue as well too, which I think can really add margin expansion into this, and then it can be a high marginal product, in my opinion. Once like right now we're just focused on the building and how much we're spending, but what's beyond that horizon when things really start to cool down in the CapEx spend?
You know what I really want to see from SpaceX? I want to see more talk about.
I was referring to XAI.
Yeah. No, but because if it's going to be a combined company, which it now is, according to filings yesterday, what I really want to see is more information about space cellular technology. So we know that, what's it called? Starlink is already doing that on a small scale. We know Apple is investing heavily into that with Globalstar or whatever it's called. And I think there's Astis as well is the one that's doing it. ASTS, right? AST Space Mobile. So what I want to hear more about is this disruptive business. Can you imagine the disruption to the telecom companies if we start getting no requirements for cell towers, and all their customers, basically can just use their phone anywhere? And I want to give you an example. So how I was singing the praise of WestJet's space because they were using Starlink. Well, guess what? I couldn't actually connect my phone to it. For some reason, the 17 doesn't connect, but I had my iPad connected. Hold on, let me get to it. So what I was able to do, believe it or not, from in the middle of nowhere, I was able to actually text people directly using satellites on my phone. It was first. It was emergency. You were able to send emergency text, emergency services, and then with the 17, you're able to send text messages. And what they're saying is the 18 could actually have a direct connection for more than that. Speculative again, right? We don't know if that's going to happen, but that's what I want to hear more about. I want to hear about this disruptive technology.
It's going to be absolutely disruptive, because if you can get
then Verizon and AT&T, they're all short.
Exactly. Everyone's well. You got to be first to the race. Like if you don't have a segment within your company saying, "Hey, this is that new technology," you're going to fall behind. And we know what happens when you fall behind. You eventually go bankrupt, 100%. AKA Blockbuster, and
there you
things
go.
like that, right? Kind of a bad example, but at the end of the day, if we don't, even with the Canadian, isn't Rogers starting to get involved with it as well?
They see the writing on the wall, man.
They see what's going to be forward,
but it's absolute crap.
Right now it is. Right now it is, right? But if you sign some deals with Starlink, ASTS, or something along those lines, and kind of just become first in class, then sure enough, you can get an early start on the total addressable market and really get to sway the customers to be like, hey, you know what, we're going to offer you a cheaper service. Like it cost me $110 to use my cell phone in Mexico. That's absolutely
because you were paying what, $18 a day?
It was $17 a day.
17,
right? $17 a day just in order for me to use it. But if you have that total like no matter where you
that
are,
global,
that global exposure, things are really going to start to cool down. And if you don't take advantage of it, you're going to go bankrupt. And we already know that Bell Canada and some of the Canadian telecoms are falling in that realm.
And that's kind of like where I see this going. All right, shout out to Danny's boy. Thank you very much, brother. $5 super chat, guys. BTC is looking like it's headed to the apocalypse. I know, brother. I know it does not look good.
I haven't even looked at it today.
Oh, it's breaking through 75,000, brother. Let's have a look at this. BTC, where are we at, Katina, man? We're at 74,000. We're in a lot of trouble. If it doesn't hold prior area low, it's at prior area low. Yeah. This is the tariff tantrum. It's already breaking through it technically. So we have that kind of that area low from the tariff tantrum back in April. Looks like it was the 8th, the 7th, the 4th, all those days there. So not a good look for Bitcoin. We're looking at that area top over here, possibly 70. Yeah, Joe, this is definitely not a good look.
I think we had significantly lower. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets even better. And I know Rusty Dush and I were talking in the chat. He's like, "Hey, dude, we're already down 40%." Well, it's already we've seen on multiple occasions down 70% off the highs.
Ram saying that Astis partnered with Bell. The thing about Ram, the only reason that I would see, one of these space companies partnering with a telecom company is to get access to their already existing members rather than having to build them anew. But you got to feel like, that's maybe just how you get your foot in the door, and then you look to disrupt them. I mean, I don't really see the need to use the telecom companies as a middle person, have them eat up some of your margins when you can go directly to consumer, right? If you're Starlink, you're already doing that vis-a-vis the internet. Why take on a partner when not necessary? So I think they're doing that initially just to kind of get the technology out there, get awareness out there, and then they're just going to disrupt the hell out of them. I was telling my boy Alfred that. I'm like, I want to take a monster short on these telecom companies, but you got to set it up in a strategic way because you can get your face blown off.
And it may take a little bit longer than what
it will. No, this is like 3-4 year runway. Anyway, I think we've kind of stretched this topic thin. Sia, what do we got next?
No worries. Next up, we have Palantir. Palantir has delivered a clear earnings and revenue beat, reporting an EPS of 25 cents versus the 23 cents that was expected, up from 14 cents a year ago. Quarterly revenue reached $1.41 billion, topping expectations of $1.34 billion and rising 70% year over year. CEO Alex Karp has said the results exceeded even our most ambitious expectations. U.S. commercial revenue surged 93% year over year, with overall commercial revenue jumping 137% to $507 million. This marks the standout growth driver in this quarter. Palantir has also continued to benefit from deep defense and intelligence routes, including a new $448 million U.S. Navy contract, which was announced in December of 2025. International revenue has risen 22% year over year, showing steady but certain slow growth outside the U.S.
Oh, man, Joey, just laughing about the rinsing we're taking on Bitcoin, but that's the way it is, guys. NPT is halted up. What a move for MPT, 1260 halt up 121%. This one is him right now. Where is MPT? There it is, halted to the upside. Here's the data. Halt time. 138.19. So the earliest this will be open is 143.19, the earliest. Tap showing 1260, that's the halt level. So we are already halted at 1260. This is NQ, so we'll be able to see the theoretical auction price during the halt. I'll update you guys again on that. Thank you. See it for Palantir. So right away, what stands out to me and something that we've been talking about, I think, for the past year is the accelerating commercial revenue. And you got that, and you got that in spades. You're looking internationally or just globally, 137% year-over-year increase on that commercial revenue. Nationally, within the United States, 93%, now over $500 million. You got to love that. And they announced a new operating system yesterday. They didn't announce it yesterday. We gave you the story yesterday. It was announced in December. So they have AIP and the name of that one that I can't remember at the moment. Now, I do like the fact that they're continuing to grow government revenue 66% year over year. That top line number still larger than U.S. commercial revenue. 570 million for government, 507 for commercial. And why do I like government still? Because it's stickier, man. Government contracts tend to last longer than commercial contracts, so sticky revenue is predictable revenue and certainly helps you analyze the runway. 41% operating margin in Q4. I would have expected to be a little bit higher since they're basically a software company, but that's not gross margins. I'd like to see what the gross margins are. Typically, they're in the 70s and 80%, which is why they have the insane forward earnings that they do. 145 times, Joseph, forward earnings.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before in Palantir, right? We've seen this before. But Sharif,
yes, sir.
You know what I've been talking about?
What have you been talking about, Joey?
In Palantir, something that was with a little bit of modest growth, 3% here and there, and that is going to be commercial global revenue, and then also government global revenue as well, too, up 77% year over year. That is absolutely massive for Palantir, and then with a respective 55%, and quarter over quarter, guys, we're looking at 22% and 14%. So still growing at a substantial clip here in Palantir. So shout out to Organic Material Seeking Missiles and the Department of Offense, because that's what Alcarp is essentially all about. But no, in all seriousness, those segments growing at a substantial rate as well too in Palantir. I think that's going to be a big part of this company's growth.
Very good point. All right, I'm just going to read some of these comments. Lyndon Meyer, got to short the whole market. The bull flag failed on the IXIC daily chart. We are going to go down deep. Shout out to Lyndon Meyer. I hope not, but you've definitely got.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel like, I think throughout all of 2025, it was buy whatever dip you can get? Right? Like, it was like, oh, you get a 2.5% pullback, buy that sucker hand over fist.
Yeah.
Are you getting the same feels right now, or how do you feel about the buy the dip trade? I'll tell you how I feel. I don't think it's in play right now, considering the returns that we've seen over the latter half of 2024 and 2025. I just don't think that's the scenario and the sentiment that we're currently sitting in. So I'm going to say no to buying the dip for now.
I'm not going to paint with one brush.
Yeah.
I would say with the right companies, you buy the dip, especially the ones that are showing continued momentum with a good tailwind.
Yep.
So I'm just going to continue to buy my companies that I think are good at the right prices. I'm kind of not going to look to this whole macro thing unless we're definitely breaking structure on the Qs, and I don't think we're seeing that quite yet. Today's obviously a very negative day. It's really easy to kind of view everything with suspicious eyes.
Yeah.
I respect your opinion, but I'm going to continue to buy the companies at the right prices.
No, respectfully so. Guys, put it in the chat. We want to know your feedback as well, too. Are you buying the dip? It's simple. Yes or no. Put it in the chat. Are you guys going to be buying this dip anytime
soon?
But
it's a little skewed bias, because when you're asking people that on a 2.5% day, you could ask them that on a 2+% day, and I guarantee you the results would be completely skewed. You're probably going to have more people say no today, but ask them on a 2.5% green day, and then you know what they'd say, probably there, right? So think about that. Context matters here.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair, but we're talking about buying dip. So if you're down 2%, are you going to be buying this, or are you?
It's negative sentiment on the day. You don't think that's going to influence people?
Absolutely. Isn't it supposed to have somewhat of an influence what the market is actually, how the market
I understand, but it's like local sentiment. That's what I was saying. If you get them on a green day and ask them the same question, are they going to have the same sentiment they have currently on a negative day?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, let me just read one more comment. ComputerNet, Sharif, I think for now, there is no technology available for high-speed data through mobile. It requires dish. Low speeds like GPS for email is max data. That's not what I'm hearing, man. I'm hearing that we may be, 1 or 2 years away from just having regular cell phones being able to basically have 5G speeds through satellites. They're saying the low latency, low Earth orbit satellites, like the ones by Starlink, Astis, Globalstar, and the others, really are making progress in that technology. But I realize that you are very technology driven, so I'll cede to you for now. Personally, I think that we're probably about maybe 5 years away from mass scale, but that's just a shot in the dark. Anyway, what do we got next to you?
Besides SMCI, AMD will also be reporting its Q4 earnings right after the close today. Wall Street is expecting a revenue of $9.67 billion and an adjusted EPS of $1.32 from analysts' prior estimates of $9.42 billion and EPS of $1.23. HSBC has also reiterated a buy rating and raised its target from $335 to $300, pointing to accelerating magnetic AI demand. The firm sees AMD as a primary beneficiary of AI-driven server CPU growth. What do you have to say?
All right, so I'm looking at two things. Yeah, I realize that the numbers are the most important thing, but one, I want to hear about possible China revenue for the MI 455. Do they have any orders? Are they firm? How many? Which companies are asking for them? Which companies are buying? We already got details from Nvidia about ByteDance, Alibaba. There's others. I've heard very little from AMD about their China order, so I want to hear about that. Second, I want Lisa Su to address the concerns made by the Sam Altman article that we started here with, which is that AMD's chips use external memory. External memory is slower, and as a result, it's not as good for inference. So memories, SRAM, I think they're calling it, which is internal, is a lot better, it's faster, and it's more made for inference. So I want to hear, does she look to address that issue? Is she going to acquire her way out of that in the same way that we saw the licensing agreement between Nvidia and Grok? Who does AMD have in their purview for that, or are they going to address it internally? So those are my kind of constraint or thinking there. And then one last thing, apparently CPUs are still hard to come by through Intel, which are really important for AI servers as well. It's not just GPUs. Apparently, AMD could be able to fill that void as they're not relying on Intel's foundry. They're obviously relying on Taiwan Semi, which has a better supply chain currently than Intel. So I'd like to hear more about that and whether AMD looks to kind of fill the void that Intel can't. Joey, what do you think?
I think it's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of expectations here. I mean, data center, we're looking for at 29% year-over-year growth. Consensus estimates at EPS are looking at 22% year-over-year growth. Ryzen CPUs and PCs focus at about 2.9 billion. Gaming, we're looking at around 855 million. That's expected 52% year growth. So high expectations coming here on AMD. And if you miss anywhere, like look what happened to Azure when they missed by 1% on cloud growth. What happens on multiple segments you miss here in AMD and the thing continues to slide. And that's what I'm referring to. Sentiment is key. So if you get a miss in any of these key segments, watch out. You might see a little bit of a downside move here in AMD.
Absolutely agree. Thank you very much, Shyam Bhutani, for the two quid super chat. Appreciate you there. BTC. Don't say that, man. I get raised. BTC to 0. Yes, then % drop in equity and commodity. I don't think either of those things are happening. Hey, you never know, man. Maybe this does go to 0, and I absolutely get rinsed on my position. It is possible.
If it goes to 0,
I don't think it's going to 0.
No many more. Like it's like I'd probably be the happiest person on the planet.
You buy it? You buy the dip on 0?
Dude, everything in my bank account is going in there. If it goes to $1, absolutely everything.
All right. Did you cover AMD?
Yeah, I said I think there's high expectations if you miss, because we know that with cloud and Azure, you miss by 1%. The stock tanks X amount of percent, 7-8%. If you miss on any of these segments leading into this report, I think with the current sentiment, especially with today, I think that the stock might head a little bit lower.
And the expectations have been drifting up a little bit into the print. So if you really miss here,
if you miss, you're in trouble.
Great point. Adira, give us your take on AMD.
I am of the same opinion here. AMD, if they miss, it's going to be pretty rough. I think the more interesting earnings report, probably for a lot of people here, especially retail traders, is going to be SMCI. So I'm going to keep that in mind as well. It's funny how these two always tend to report the same night. That being said, I mean, I was shocked when I looked through last quarter's report. Client and gaming revenue up 73% year over year. Now that, like, way bigger here than the year over year gains for data center revenue. Embedded revenue actually down year over year. So if we can maybe get that up year over year, that could be a good look. I also want to talk here about AMD's data center revenue in more detail. The infographic, as always, can be found on X at TTV Research. But these green bars show the company's quarterly data center revenue in billions, and then you see, of course, this line chart that's going to be their growth. Now, the growth in data center is all over the place. It's just so inconsistent. It's like a little rangy, wavy chart. We'll get up to like over 100% year-over-year data center revenue growth in early 2022. Then we'll start seeing that growth decline once again. In early mid-2023, we were seeing flat year-over-year growth and actually some declines. So yeah, interesting look here for AMD data center revenue. It's worth noting they have not formally reported the sector segment for that long. They only started reporting data center revenue in Q2 of 2022, at least on a formal basis. So relatively new metric, but we did make record highs for the reporting of this metric last quarter. Let's see if Q4 gives us more data center records.
Let's go on to Intel. Intel was, it still is? One of the only names. Nope, it is now negative on the day, down 0.25%. It was positive big. Let's talk about this. Reports are suggesting that Apple, sorry, Sia. We got to go back to Sia. I'm so used to doing it. I apologize, Sia. What do we got next?
I was just waiting, but it's okay, no worries. So, no, you're good. So Intel is rallying on Apple partnership buzz and certain insider buying. So reports are suggesting that Apple is considering a manufacturing partnership with Intel, using Intel's foundry services to produce custom designed chips. Intel CFO David Zinsner has also disclosed the purchase of 5,882 shares at $42.50, representing roughly a $250,000 personal investment. And Intel shares are up 5% over the last month, extending a recovery that has been driven, I would say, more by narrative shifts than the near-term earnings changes.
This has been Intel's major problem when it comes to their foundry business. They have no anchor client. You need somebody big, like an Apple and Nvidia. Nvidia's passed many times. They went and looked at 18A. They said, no, thank you. 14A, not scalable yet. Ohio's going to get built out. We're talking 2030. So they need an anchor client to look legitimate, right? To show that we're past the turnaround process. Now we've got foundry that is actually producing. Now, one way to do that is to increase your yields. Yields are the percentage of the chips that you're manufacturing that are actually usable. My understanding is they're somewhere in the high 50s, low 60s, a certain improvement from the mid 40s we were talking about last year. That's number one. Number two, if they get Apple, are they going to get them for the M series processors, which Apple specifically removed Intel as their provider for chips and made it internally and gets Taiwan Semi to make them? Or are they going to make them for the A series chips, the ones that are less strong that are in the cell phones? That makes a big difference. Margins, of course, on a more expensive product like the M series chips in laptops will probably be better for Intel. So that's what I want to hear about. I want to hear, are they going to find an anchor client for their foundries and sort of maybe start stair-stepping into more clients? Number two, what's the yield situation? Number three, what kind of chips, if they're going to make them for Apple? Because I want to know about the margins. Joey.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, a lot of details going on here with the Apple M series chips. I mean, M6, M7 for MacBook Air using the 18A and 18P node as early as Q3 of 2027. Obviously, some noise around Apple using the A21 on its 14A processors starting 2028, which can be absolutely interesting. Intel approached Apple for early stage investment and deeper cooperation September 2025. There's a lot going on. That's how I feel about that's good. We talked about the partnership needed for Intel in order for it to really get going. I mean, we've seen it moving with the government investment around 9.99%, whatever it may be, 10%, we'll call it flat. But there's one thing that I want to address. We got a super chat. I don't know what it is. I haven't read any of those files, and I'm not going to pay any attention to this. Any real advice that Epstein Files news is affecting BTC price, or is this just a normal correction? Well, we're at 40%. Are we going to call it normal? Absolutely not. It's a little bit extensive. Can it get worse? Absolutely, in my opinion. I was talking to Rusty Dutch. I said we can head probably as low as to a 70% correction off of the lows. 65%. We're definitely going to hit that 50% at this pace, in my opinion. All right, before things cool down. I have no idea about any form of correlation with those files and with Bitcoin. All right, I have no idea, and I could care less. I'm going to stick to what the price action is telling me, and that's moving a little bit lower. We pieced some out there at 75.20 on SLV, so we've been holding that one for quite some time as well.
Attaboy, Joey.
Yeah.
All right, just give me 1 second over here. Adara, what is your take on Intel?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I want to mention here is that I haven't really heard too much more in recent days about this Apple story. And furthermore, the David Zinsner purchase, I just checked, that's from January 27th. So interesting catalyst here for INTC in the longer term, but nothing that is brand new, just to kind of clarify. Now, one thing I do want to mention, though, is Intel did have a catalyst this morning, and it was on our Trader TV watch list. Both Neil and Sean mentioning it earlier today as well. SoftBank-backed SAI memory teaming up here with Intel. So there is a SoftBank-related catalyst for INTC this morning. That's going to be a new high-capacity, high-bandwidth, low-power memory technology they're going to be making together, and that's going to be aimed at AI data centers. The company's planning to deliver prototypes by the end of fiscal year 2028. Commercialization targeted for fiscal 2029. So this is a longer-term plan, but nice look there for INTC. That is some news that we had pre-market on this stock. And furthermore, Lip Bhutan, of course, commenting on GPUs. Maybe we'll get them at some point from INTC. Now, we know he's never really been a foundry man. He's made that quite clear, even just the fact that he, at least initially anyway, so we have to wait and see how things happen there. I think, obviously, you're going to have to adapt and take that path. But we know initially he was diametrically opposed to what former CEO and his predecessor, Pat Gelsinger, was doing in the role, specifically with foundry. We actually heard reports that was why he left the Intel board just a couple months before Gelsinger left, and then, of course, Lip Bhutan was appointed. So interesting notes there for INTC, just a little bit of food for thought, and today's catalyst. Back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, Sia.
We have gold and silver. Volatility has definitely been elevated after the sell-off. The precious metals have rebounded sharply after suffering one of the most extreme sell-offs in decades, and this especially affected silver. Gold nearly fell 10% on Friday, and silver increased collapsed roughly 30% in a single session, which has been the worst single-day drop since 1980. And spot gold rebounded 5.5% to $4,921 per ounce, while U.S. gold futures gained 6% to around $4,936. Spot silver also surged 9% to $86.7, while silver futures up as much as 12%. Key factors included a U.S. dollar rebound and shifts in Fed leadership expectations, as well as aggressive position trimming into the weekend.
Yeah, I don't really have much more to say about this. I'm kind of sick of talking about why these things are moving up and down. All right, Kevin Warsh comes in, they move down. We have geopolitical tensions, they move up. I mean, I don't have much more to say on this. Do you?
No, what can we really say? Like, again, we just look at things from a technical standpoint, and we go on this absolute monster run, and then sure enough, you get rug pull where you're down approximately 30% in a single trading session. Whether it's up or down, it could be anything, Sharif. I think it was just timing as well, too. Warsh coming into play was just the spark that lit the fire at the end of the day. The market would have found something. I think Neil could agree with me on that front. I heard him talking about that, and I totally agree. It just needed something in order for it to sell. Geopolitical tensions. Well, guess what? There's always some form of geopolitical tension, Sharif. We're not going to go a day without hearing something going on in this world. Yeah, you get the new Fed chair announcement. I get it. I understand. But it was just the spark that lit the fire. And then that's why you've seen that hefty pullback in SLV, down 31%. If you go to those lows, you're down 38%. It just needed a little push to shove it over the edge, and that was it.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Next up, we have Oracle. Oracle's 5-year credit default swap CDS fell 17%, reflecting growing confidence that the company can fund its AI expansion without triggering a credit downgrade. And Oracle's planning to raise $45 to $50 billion in a mix of debt and equity in 2026 to expand data center capacity and meet contracted AI cloud demand. The funding also supports demand from major AI customers, including Nvidia, Meta, OpenAI, and Elon Musk's XAI.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Obviously, it's not reflected in the price action. Oracle down another 4.5%. But credit default swaps, if in case you missed the great financial crisis, if something happens that's negative to a position that you're in, these act as a hedge. And so the price goes up and down based upon the likelihood or unlikelihood of something happening. So they fell 17%, which tells the market that, they're unlikely to be able to meet some of these funding for the AI expansions without triggering a credit downgrade. That's all I take from this. CDSs are one sort of variable to look in a very big analysis. I need to see more from Oracle. I need to see proof that they're able to kind of capture some of that RPO that they were talking so highly about. The only way they're going to capture any of that RPO is by continuing to build. The only way they continue to build is they got to have the money. So we're kind of in a situation right now where we haven't seen anything new or realized anything new until we see more, which is going to probably take another year or so until this gets updated. But my concern always is, sure, you had demand for certain compute at one point in time when you reported the RPO. Do you continue to have that demand? Is there going to be the same economic conditions, whether with AI or whatever, possibly kind of fading out as a bit of a play at that time? So if you have demand vis-a-vis RPO, let's just say mid-25, comes out in late 26 that you build out the data centers to be able to meet that demand. Is the economic climate, is the AI trade still the same at that time? That's the risk.
No, probably not, Sharif. And I talk about the cooling of the trade. I mean, it can go on for a couple more years, but it's not going to continue to grow at the same pace that it's been at. You'll have it come in waves, right? It's hot, it's cooling down, it's hot, it's cooling down. And sure enough, here with Oracle, you're down 56%. Like, this was unnecessary, if you ask me. This massive gap up from $242 all the way up to $342 in a span of 1 day, and then you give back the majority of that. The stock has been cut in more than half in the past. Again, it's tough to look. 146 days, 100 bars, so a lot going on there. It's not a good look in Oracle. The demand, by the time they get all this infrastructure built out, it may not be there, but they need to do it because they have obligations. It is now 2 o'clock. It's past 2 o'clock, but what we will do, Sharif, before we turn it off to the big boys, is a quick trade review. We're still short SLV, guys. We take the first initial loss, we move lower, and we're still holding on to a small piece. Traded 3 names today. We'll head over to our next loser, and that is going to be PLTR. Didn't get a winning trade on this one. That's okay. We get a 1 loss and a 1 break even, and then we go over to PYPL. Not too bad. PYPL, and there it is. We go 1 for 2 once again. So we take 3 full losses on the trading day, 2 full ones, and one break even, putting us green on the session. It doesn't matter. We held on to those winners a little bit longer, so not too bad of a play so far. I mean, it's nothing to write home about. A little bit of coffee money, but green is good, and I would rather that than be red.
Appreciate you, bro. All right, everybody, big boys, they're ready to go. They're that way. See you soon.
Yo, Joe. Yeah, it's good. It's always better to be green than red, but it's always better to be up than down in the market. I feel like more people generally longer than shorter. I just put a bid in.
Where's Big Spile?
Big Spile, I think, has been big bankrupt for a while. I haven't heard that guy in a while.
He missed his moment.
Oh, he's probably blown out.
Moment.
Yeah, he's on a hiatus or something. All right, so yeah, look, I just tweeted it out, man. Like, wish we were still short. I still do have a piece on, actually. I should hear. You know what? Check out this trade that's going to show up in a second. SMR short. But, you know, we did have this short. We still have a small piece. But, wow, man, like, to have been able to hold on to that one, I got to do a better job right there. We do have a new trade as well. It's a money trade. It's SMR. Do that money dance right now as that's getting to the downside. We tried the long. Then we flipped over to the short. There goes SMR downside. And then we've still got this Apple long situation where, unfortunately, we're at the gym. I didn't reload it there. That would have been a great one at 268. But, you know, Apple right now trying to do its best to get going and hold this market up. Yeah, right. I never thought the market would be down. Honestly, 2.3% and Apple would be up, but that is the case. The other big name here that we're worried about obviously would be Microsoft as well. I mean, if you're talking about like Microsoft being down, Apple being down, whatever is up or down here, Microsoft a big part of the index as well. So that's down 3%. So that's actually down worse. A lot of these names are just continuously getting hit here. So a little bit of a violent day, needless to say, here in the market. But I don't know, man. What I said was I just DCA'd.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, and Bitcoin. Good call on that one.
Bitcoin is.
I bought some more SPY just right now in my account. So just going to wait to see if, you know, where this goes. DCA time. I haven't done anything all year, and this might be a move to.
TSLA money.
Yeah, no. Well, this is in the long term.
You're talking about RRSP.
Yeah, RRSP. Yeah, I don't buy too many indexes in TFSA. But
RRSP in Canada is like your 401k, and then TFSA is kind of like your It's a Roth.
Yeah, I guess so. Whatever the tax-free.
Yeah, the tax-free account here. So like usually like swing trades, that kind of a thing. But yeah, you said like to still be short. I mean, sometimes it'd be like this. Bitcoin has broken this is not a perfect support line because it's at like 73, like whatever. Like I kind of just drew it on this chart, and then you see it pop over. And now your failure is complete. Like it's come full circle back into where we broke out from in October of 2024. So it's taken a year and a half. Actually, no, look, we already came back to this level and bounced, made a fresh high, but it's taken a while to get back into this bottom. And if we lose here, I think that's when it gets frisky. Like everyone, I haven't even had another line drawn, but if you were to draw another line, underneath there's no support until, I mean, theoretical on Bitcoin or 50,000. Like there's always like magical theoretical levels where you might just catch a bid, but there isn't really anything until the 50,000 level. All that being said, I've traded I think 6 stocks today, and the only one that I'm red on is a Bitcoin short. Who knew? Who knew? That's all I gotta say. Because I got stopped out right here on BTC. I went over to SLV, or actually I went to ZSL instead, and it worked out to go long ZSL, which I'm still not in because I felt like that was gonna curl. And yeah, so silver heading to the downside. That's the interesting thing about this move down is you're not getting a flight to safety in the metals here. Like silver trending down for most of the day. You've got gold not falling apart. I mean, gold's still up. You're up 5%, but you've been trending down since about the midday, call it 11:30. So there was a point at which the sell-off in the market was at least garnering you some gains back in gold and silver, but now that's gone, and they're all everything is sort of heading to the downside. And that isn't what we looked at earlier this morning. Like things like Walmart are strong, Target, Procter and Gamble, Pepsi had an earnings report, and they're up 3.5%. Certainly not Novo Nordisk. Novo coming out with some early numbers before their report, which is usually not a good thing, especially if they're bad, because like you come out with them early because hey, if we get them out of the way, then maybe we can get the worst of it before the report, and then hopefully talk people into why this isn't a bad thing. If they end up delaying their earnings after this, that's what SMCI did a while back. That would be very bad. If Novo doesn't report this week, and all we get is these preliminary numbers.
What day are they supposed to report?
I think they're Wednesday.
They're going to report then.
Yeah, well, I would suspect.
Tomorrow?
It's only because SMCI had this very similar situation a while back where they came out with some early numbers. Next thing you know, that's all you got, and then you didn't get a filing from them. And we all know the rest is history. Things got really bad for SMCI. Speaking of which, SMCI reports tonight after the bell. Stick around. It's SMCI. It's AMD. I mean, those are the two big ones that I think most people are going to care about after the market. There's probably something else that I'm not thinking of that's reporting, but that's what we're going to cover. I was going to say, like, I'm sure I'm missing something. Chipotle.
Yeah, Chipotle, Amgen, Enphase.
Enphase, there's more.
Yeah, there'll be a few here. Join us tonight, and we'll go over all of these there tonight, and then tomorrow. Wow, like Uber's getting killed. Well, every name's getting killed here, but Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk coming out today. Eli Lilly took down the $1,000 mark, so that's underneath $1,000, or at least it was the last time I checked. Right there, AMD, Supermicro, Chipotle, Enphase, Amgen, and Lumen Technologies hit it tonight. Tomorrow night, big baddest of them all, the wolf of Wall Street, Alphabet, reporting tomorrow. And I feel Qualcomm and Snapchat, I'm not really liking those names right now. ARM, I haven't liked that in a minute, but I know ARM's been okay. ELF, I still think the cosmetic section. What's up, Randy? Randy uses ELF products for sure. Randy's here telling us about XOM. Roblox and Affirm, some names here. We saw, by the way, this morning, it was kind of an easy trade that I wind up missing, but that break of PayPal at 42, whatever it was, it finally happened, and it's right back to where it was, but PayPal was down 20% at one point today ahead of earnings for with Affirm, so watch out. Let me just check out. I'm going to go to Neil 1 second. I just want to see what Affirm's doing so I don't forget to check it. So down to $60, down another 3%, man. We're going to go over a bunch of different names today, but pretty much if your name is high and up today, then you've got yourself a pretty good stock on your hands. So the market has been getting hit, broadly. Financials have been okay, but other than that, it's a pretty big bleed here today.
And if you want to have a look at what might be relatively strong, relatively weak, or just go way back into long-term charts and find good levels using many indicators, eSignal is going to be for you. You can scan the QR code you see in front of you for more information. You can link up to a professional charting platform that is intuitive, easy to use. It's also entitlement-based, so that you can add and subtract what you want, what you don't want. If you don't want to see if you only want to see Nasdaq, you don't care about anything else, well, you can entitle yourself for that. If you want to see futures, you can do that or not. You can look at level 1, level 2, whatever market depth you choose. And we also have tick replay, which is available, so you can look at individual moments in time and replay them to see how execution worked, maybe find yourself better ins and outs. So it's a great platform. We've been using it for a very long time, and I want to shout out to eSignal for sponsoring this hour of the show. I happen to have PayPal up, breaking through, well, let's just say levels that we haven't seen since 2017 for PayPal. And it's not the only one. Thank you to the chat for pointing out, putting on the radar that C3 AI broke some all-time lows as well this morning. And what was crazy is, we're going to get to the rundown in a second. It was literally last week. I remember hearing some rumor that C3 AI, it's like, oh, somebody might be interested in buying them. That headline.
For pennies on the dollar?
No, but that, literally that headline, I forget exactly what day it was, but I do, I'm pretty sure it was this day, like the 28th. Like it spiked through VWAP, or not VWAP, the 50-period moving average. So it would be, I think it's that 28th. And that would be this day, gapped up, gave the move back, and has been falling for 4 days in a row, and now just hit an all-time low. So whoever trumped that one up there, there's no need to buy them if you can just wait for them to get to zero.
Here we go, super chat time. Congratulations to Wall Street Wiki right here. He got his $100,000 account funded. That's
holla. Oh,
I ain't done reading that, Andre. Fabian.
That wasn't Fabian.
Andre said it wasn't him, so I'm just yelling out random names. Sia.
Wasn't. Yeah.
Watching has helped refine my strategy, and as a Torontonian, this is why I can't, I got that back up there. I actually pre-read this. I love the Toronto sports banter. Well, you are welcome. And the Maple Leafs, Joey Hader, over there, now have won 2 in a row. The Toronto Maple Leafs. 2 in a row. Joe, second last in the division, that's right.
Part of being a fan,
nothing worse than hopping off and on.
Part of being a fan is understanding that you have got to take the bad with the good.
Yeah,
trying to
tell it to Joey.
No, like you don't get the heights, and it doesn't feel the same if you hop on and off the bandwagon. I'll tell you right now, like if the Bills ever win, win it all or go to the Super Bowl, the fact that you've had to be through all the disappointment,
it's like the Blue Jays.
It feels different. That's what made this year so special for the Jays getting into the World Series. It's like you had the highs in 2017, the last time PayPal. It's like 2017 keeps coming
the Jays haven't won since '93, man.
And
our audience was even born.
92, 93. As I'm saying, it matters. It's the journey.
Yeah.
It's the growth.
It is.
That's what it's all about. You cannot feel great without feeling pain. Don't slap any fail on that, Joe. It's just true.
Ouch, Joe.
I don't care what anyone says, man. And that's why this city is going to go ham eventually when the Leafs win a cup, because there's a lot of people who haven't jumped off the bandwagon. So hopefully you jump off the bandwagon of the market at some point.
The Leafs haven't won a cup in like 68 years or something like that. So
we weren't alive.
There is some pent-up demand for that. The Leafs last won the cup on Randy's birthday, so we're really happy for that one.
I don't even know when your birthday is.
All right, back over to Randy's right here, by the way. So back over to the desk. Definitely these two not born the last time the Maple Leafs.
When is Randy's birthday?
Randy's birthday, I think it's September 18th, 1920. No, 1940. Oh man, this guy's too much. Hey, he doesn't look a day over 45.
No.
So shout out to Randy. I'm going to say he's probably about 46, 47
years
old, right there. Well, he has more hair than me, so that's for sure. Okay, back over. He's not a trader. I think that's probably why. Back over to the desk. Let's get this rundown from Sia and Sharif.
Market's bouncing. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded. C is with me, and we're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers, yes, on this here show, the Afternoon Rundown, is to get into the chat. You got to vote for your favorite tickers every day, but make sure to throw in that $ before you vote. Guys, government shutdown could be ending. U.S. House passes funding bill to end government shutdown, sends it to President Trump's desk for signing. We're about $3.50 off the low on the Qs. Let's start with the Qs. Assassino down 2% still, but off the lows as the market looks to recover here. We'll have to see if this has the buoying effect to take us back at least, maybe back to yesterday's close. So the Qs down 2%, the SPY down 1 1/3, the Dow down 0.89, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF down 0.96. So it is very much a tech-heavy sell-off as the Qs markedly lower than all the other major averages. Let's start with the first ticker, though, as decided by you. PLTR reports a fantastic earnings report yesterday. Commercial revenue, Sia, whether it's international commercial, U.S. commercial, seems to be growing quite aggressively.
It does seem to be going. So here's how the company did versus the LSEG estimates. Earnings per share, 25 cents adjusted versus the 23 cents that was expected. And revenue, $1.41 billion to the $1.33 billion that was expected. Also, PLTR's revenue grew 70% from $827.5 million in the year-ago period. And CEO Alex Karp also called the earnings indisputably the best results that I'm aware of in tech in the last decade during an interview with CNBC.
This was a fantastic report, guys. I think you guys can all agree. What's your look on Palantir at the moment?
Well,
Sell.
It was a fantastic report, and so a lot of things have been fantastic reports. And unfortunately, it was a sell the news event from the jump. And we kind of, I don't know, I'm slapping the fail on it only for one reason, because we knew 161 was a thing, at least last night. And join us tonight for AMD and SMCI, and Chipotle is the other one. Apologies for constantly forgetting them. But in the aftermarket show, you could see the resistance at 161. And it was, I don't want to say it's obvious, but I mean, everyone can look at the same chart. And if you were watching the tape when it was getting in there, it couldn't seem to burst through. We gapped above it, and the very first candle, I know my plan of action was to fade a false break. That didn't happen. It just immediately went down. But it did bounce 161, get to VWAP, and then plunge through the low. The only reason I'm mad is that same trade setup is exactly what the short was on Intel, and I didn't take it on Palantir. All that being said, this is just the whole, probably the PE starting to matter a little bit here. Why doesn't the PE matter to Intel, everybody? I'm just gonna whisper that every single time we talk about PE and Palantir. I'm like, why are we not talking about with Intel and AMD? Who knows? But we are here, and we're back gonna close underneath the 200-period moving average. So at least for today, and well, tomorrow as well, that 161, I don't see us getting there in the afternoon. Based on that, there's this high at 159.8, or just even like a VWAP retracement trade. But I think we should suss out how this news with the government shutdown is going to affect the afternoon, because everything was cruising to the downside. As a matter of fact, I actually canceled an Intel order when that news hit just now, because I don't know that I would want to grab a short right after they announced that they got the funding deal done. At least I didn't hear it, but that's what we were saying.
Yeah, I'm just going to send this through here because you talked about the TQQs, and I think this is a valid point, so thank you, Tech Lion. Yeah, this was obviously a monster trade, right? But as we said, we're trying to keep the momentum up from, the last couple of days trading, make sure that if we do have some profits in, we take them. So we just had, obviously, a bigger position. We got him out all the way down in, and each one of these outs is like, 30 shares, 40 shares. Like, they're really stupid, the amounts of shares that they get out, but for some reason I got to change that system around here and do a little bit, better lots arrangement there. We just covered it on that news, though, of government shutdown. So, or the reopen of the government. But anyways, we already talked about it. So yeah, with a stop order. So the only thing that I'm thinking about here is trailing this 50-period moving average. So I think we'll try this again tomorrow, or, the next time we see a similar setup to today in the TQs. then we will do that, right? Like, I think you could have done a similar trade there on Bitcoin when it broke through the levels. So there's always different things that you can do at all times. But yeah, for me, I'm trying to get a little bit better and work around, holding this for a little bit longer. So, thank you. It's much appreciated, the acknowledgement there. But at the end of the day, and look, it's a monster trade, but could have been a lot bigger, and let alone where we're going right now. So, Palantir, great stock. I sold some on the 161 break this morning, as we said. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be the right decision or not, but sell a little bit there on that 161 break back down through. So now we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with Palantir. I still very, very heavy into the stock, man. So it's not, definitely haven't given up my faith on this. This has been like a big, big portfolio, just like almost like a black swan for me, being long, in the teens of this name and having it run this way. It's just, it's been a pretty good trade. I mean, there's been obviously better trades with SNDK and things like that over the last little while. SNDK, right there. So there's been difference. Yeah, it's not Sundial. There's been Sundial the other way if you had the short.
Oh, that's
maybe.
over $1.
But yeah, anyways, these names continue to climb higher. Oh, we just got stopped out. I should have. Whatever. This one again, like there goes SMR right back up to the upside. So again, like this government has shut down news, has sort of re-sparked the bids a little bit here. So Apple, by the way, I don't know if we're going to get to this, Sharif. This is $4 in the money on our trade of the day for Apple. So we still have a piece on. I think we're going to get a little bit out right now as we're right back up to those highs again. But there goes Apple. Actually, probably one of the best. Well, for me, this and the TQs were the same, but we did better on our position sizing here with Apple. Let's go back over the desk.
Reading something here about Tesla coming in latest here from Sawyer. This guy, he follows Sawyer Merritt. He says, Tesla plans to warn the Senate Commerce Committee tomorrow that China will be the dominant manufacturer of transport for the 21st century if the United States does not modernize regulations for self-driving cars. Yeah, he's trying to push, obviously, that FSD. Tesla was down more than it is right now, 413.69 low, back up to almost 418, now a little bit less than 1%. We obviously know the tie-up between XAI and SpaceX, so Elon Musk adjacent. Separately, Sia, though, we have that new Model Y all-wheel drive. That's a nice low price here. What can you tell us?
Nothing about the Model Y, unfortunately, but Tesla, as we know it, is also preparing to start production for Optimus, the robot, by the end of this year. And it's developing Optimus as we know it with the aim of it someday selling as an all-can-do robot, basically capable of everything from factory jobs to babysitting.
I want to buy one.
You do?
Yes.
Oh my God.
In a heartbeat.
As soon as I read this, I was like, Terminator.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
I thought about The Matrix.
Have you seen that movie, iRobot?
Yes.
With Will Smith?
Will Smith. I know. It's all those movies are kind of coming alive, and I really hope they don't reach the ending of the movie.
No, I don't want the ending, definitely. Yep. But to talk about the Model Y, guys, the all-wheel drive coming in at 41,990, a little bit less than 300-mile range, 294. You're also going to get 30-day FSD trial. It's really focused here on the northern states, all-wheel drive, Model Y, Tesla down over 1%.
We don't have to worry about Optimus robots the way that you would about iRobot in the movie. Why? Because Elon Musk is a proper nerd, meaning he's read a lot of science fiction. Grok, which when he got the name Grok literally from a science fiction novel, and it was a word made up by Martians in a book. And only sci-fi nerds would know that. So I think he understands the 3 laws of robotics and hopefully would make sure they don't enslave us or, do all those bad things that would happen. No, I mean, all 3 laws of robotics. But that being said, if we're just going to Tesla here for a second, triple bottom, anybody? That's what it looks like. It's not exactly 420, but it's adjacent to the 420 within the $5 range. So for Tesla, that's 1%. But this is a triple bottom on the 15-minute here for Tesla. And I would think, there's our triple bottom. The next step would be to somewhat break this downtrend, which would have to get us above 440. So there's a ways to go before you're celebrating post-earnings. It does feel like this move off the futures is starting to make the longs look a little bit better here. Yeah, if we get above 418, I think this has a chance to at least fill in some of the gap. But as far as Tesla goes, I think it would be great for shareholders if this whole XAI SpaceX new combination plays itself out in a merge with Tesla. Obviously, I mean, Tesla owns a piece of both companies, but it's not going to be that big of a deal relative to if they did a big combination. So I think keep your ears to the ground for that, because I think that would be a pretty positive catalyst. People might jump from other ways to be playing SpaceX in the pre-IPO launch or in the private markets if they can then buy a little bit of Tesla and then get exposure to that. I think it'd be a good thing. I would have hoped to hear something like that more along those lines in the call from Elon, but he didn't hint at it. So I guess we'll have to wait for further update. It's still great that there's going to be an IPO this year. I just personally would think it'd be cooler if they just combine the companies, but that's being selfish as a Tesla shareholder.
Yeah, I think breaking that 420 there was definitely the opportunity that we all had to get short today. And it's just, obviously cherry picking the top would have been nice. That's tough to do. But that break right there of 420 was pretty cash, right? I mean, the market was bailing. This stock had a chance to hold. It does hold right there, 420.07, which gives you even more of a reason to go short once it breaks. It makes a move back up about $2 or so. And then once it breaks it, it's basically done. And that's it, right? So there's the break, and here's the move down. Tesla continues lower. I still really, really like the stock. This and Google are probably the only Mag 7 names that I'm going to be buying on dips for the foreseeable future. But yeah, I really like Tesla. I like what they're doing. I love that Model Y talk there. Sia was talking about it in the midday about all-wheel drive and everything like that. So I like Tesla. I like the move, and it's just a name that's going to have to weather the storm a bit. So let's just keep the positive talk about Tesla. But hey, if you're negative on it, I don't see a reason to get out of your short. I mean, you've now broken below. You're trying to break into this $400 mark, which we probably get to. I mean, one negative story tomorrow, and this thing probably hits $4. 380s right there as well. So this name looks like it's getting a lot worse before it's going to get better. It's funny because we were just a month away from all-time highs. Like a month ago, Tesla was at all-time highs, and now we're talking about what the hell's wrong with this thing. So, what a difference a couple days make or a couple weeks make here on TSLA. Just, keep your head high here. And I like the stock, but it does look like it's breaking down. It's like everybody that said, Bitcoin was going lower. Did anybody actually sell it, or are we all holding it, right? So that's the kind of thing that I think about for Tesla. Even though it's going lower, I'm not actually going to sell any of my shares, right? And so... but anyways, Bitcoin bounced nicely off 73,000. Hopefully that can eventually catch a bid. Okay, next stock. I mean, maybe at some point we'll talk about silver, but I have no idea.
We are, Sean. This is silver right here, up 5%, but rejected that $80 level. Generally, 80.72 high. Precious metals, according to this article, trading higher. Amid strength in gold and silver, the sector was reversing the prior session. So we're talking about Friday's sell-off, obviously, after Fed chair nomination. Kevin Warsh sent the commodities a little bit lower. Sia, we were up 5% yesterday, another 5% today, but below 80.
Honestly, that's about it. Everything that we reported on before the sell-off. Nothing more else to comment.
All right, guys. Silver certainly off that $70 double bottom that we put in yesterday, but still below 80.
All right, I mean,
way below 80. I had one trade. I didn't trade the trend break on silver because I traded on ZSL. But like I said earlier, or when we started the afternoon show, there was a point this morning where, okay, you had the Nasdaq falling and you had silver and the metals going to the upside and doing so in a pretty standard fashion. It looked like a top-end break. It was above $80. All of that good stuff happened. And then we completely reversed it at about 11.45 and have been falling ever since. And that's where the volatility picked up. And one of the things I've been saying about SLV, or just silver in general, there have been really good trend break trades. Almost every single day, there's some kind of a higher time frame trend break where it's just going one way, whether it's 3-minute or 15-minute, and then it breaks the trend, and then you get in one time. ZSL, at that same moment, kind of broke out at the $2. It happened to be $2. Sometimes it's just how it is. It didn't really, there's nothing significant about $2 on ZSL. The even dollars are meaningless on this stock because it's essentially just going to be following silver, so it shouldn't matter whether it's at an even dollar. But it was at $2 that it broke out. I played this into, I guess this would be Friday's close level, which was 2.25. And when I saw it fail that, I just hopped out of the trade. It almost feels like we're getting a reverse here, because if I were to draw up here, Since that breakout, here's your higher lows, and we're breaking trend again to the downside. That said, I mean, you would just go long SLV. There'd be no point trying to pay for locates to go short ZSL here. You just go long SLV if we confirm this trend break. But the volatility remains. That's the one thing about silver and gold to a certain extent, but probably to a bigger extent silver. Right now, they are a trading vehicle up at these prices. I feel like there's probably not a ton of people that are feeling super comfortable when it's moving like this, taking investments. Maybe you buy the dip a little bit here. I think you let this one settle down a bit, and I'd probably prefer, if you're buying the dip, I'd feel better about gold than I would silver. But one time a day, there's at least one kind of a trend break. And if you're patient enough to be able to catch it, I think like 5 days, I've traded it. I traded it twice today, but that was maybe the second time I've had more than one trade in the last 5 days, and it just always gives you one shot to get a reversion, which is good. And I think it's going to do this for a while, but you don't know how long it's going to be like this.
All right, everybody. We wrote down silver 78, and it never really came in there until we weren't here, and then it winds up breaking it, and then 78 is the top right there before a fall back into 75. So, you know, really like trading silver. Just today wasn't able to come up with anything. You know, you can watch the dollar when you're watching silver right there, but this looks like I would think about a fade again if it comes back up to $78 right now. You know, good run on silver, obviously, but we've had this huge move down, and you're just kind of bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So it's just a wild ride. I'm not in it right now and not really focused too much on the silver trade, but, you know, up to VWAP always looks pretty good to me. Here it was holding, breaks VWAP. We haven't seen it since. So anything near 77.50 to 78.50 in and around here, I think is a decent trade for anybody looking to make a move on SLV. All right, back to the desk.
Yeah, guys, here we go, down 4%, and, you know, was looking to parse losses. I don't know, it's right back into those area lows. Report earlier today said that Sam Altman was exploring alternatives to NVIDIA's GPUs. It was said that he was dissatisfied with the performance for inference workloads. That obviously was pushed back against by Sam Altman himself, who dismissed the reports. But the report was, Sia, that Cerebras and Grok actually have better GPUs for inference workloads because they use SRAM, not external RAM, which is better for inference.
Yeah. And according to Reuters, OpenAI's collaboration with Cerebras also aims to meet the demand for faster performance in coding models, like you said.
Yep.
And Altman also direct quotes from him over the call. Customers using OpenAI's coding models will put a big premium on speed for coding work. Also to know that Cerebras opted for a commercial deal with OpenAI while NVIDIA secured a licensing deal with Grok.
Absolutely, and that was probably to skirt antitrust regulation. Separately, guys, Lip Bhutan did give comments today specifically. One of the comments that he did make was Intel's plan to build GPUs, obviously looking at competing with NVIDIA.
Yeah. Oh, I don't mean to chuckle at the Intel thing, but oops, I did. Too late. No, that wasn't the intent. That being said, just get the thoughts back on track here for a second. That level, that consolidation and that level that had been holding for so long on NVIDIA, like the floodgates kind of opened up, unfortunately, through 185 here. And there's the 200-period moving average, I think, is the obvious spot to wait for them. There was this shock. Like when we saw this yesterday, we speculated that it could have been like that Sam Altman comment, but at the end of the day, this breakdown at 2:30 yesterday didn't actually correspond with any news that happened at that time. We just speculated after the fact, maybe that's somebody knew something. But if you take this curl and the drop off here in NVIDIA, all that tells me is you've got some serious risk off in an area where you think there would be some strength. Partly because we've already had half of the big hyperscalers tell you that they're still scaling, and the benefit has not gone to an increase in NVIDIA. The benefit has gone to increase of our memory chip names, which are still blasting, to Intel, which is looking pretty strong, to things like GE Vernova on the energy side of it, and for whatever reason, not NVIDIA. So I don't know that when we get when we get Alphabet and Amazon and the rest of the Mag 7 names coming through, whether it's going to make a difference. I think we just have to wait for Nvidia to boost themselves here. I believe Jensen Huang is talking after market today. I don't know what time it is. Obviously, we're going to be interested in AMD, and we'll be following those earnings and SMCI to a certain extent. Oh, he's making comments right now. Okay. Wants to participate. How is it like right when I turn my head to read it, that's when it goes away? Nvidia wants to participate in the eventual OpenAI IPO. Oh, yeah, well, us too. I'll go along at the open. But that'll be 2 years from now, so.
I'm going short. We're now short. So here's a trade right now. We just shorted that break of the low of the day here on Nvidia. So you can join me if you like. We're short right here at 97. Here we go. Just looking to push lower, man. I just don't feel great, obviously, about this market today. We've had a big short on the TQs. Now we'll see. Not a big position here. Maybe half a unit half unit for me. So we'll wait to see where this goes. But nice downside play here for NVDA. So, not a huge risk spot, but we'll see how low this one can go. Give it a little bit of juice. But yeah, NVIDIA right now trying to bleed to the downside just a little bit. Today down 4%. I don't remember the last time. I mean, it does have big moves, but 4% is quite a big move for NVIDIA. But there it goes. Like, here we go, man. We're already cashing on this right there. We just put it on. So, yeah, good job there. Let's see if it holds. I don't know if this is going to hold or not, but NVIDIA right now trying to get a little bit lower, and we'll see about taking some profits at this 81 or so mark. It seems like we're trying to bounce off of that right now. Tons of volume coming through for NVDA. All right, guys, what's next on your hit list over there?
Hit list, I like that. SoFi, guys, just doing some TA, 35% off the all-time highs. Another 4 1/5 today. Stock sliding, despite the analyst upgrade. Who was upgrading them? JP Morgan said the momentum in the business is undeniable. The market feels a little differently today, though.
Yeah, and nothing crazy for here. SoFi just raised to overrate from neutral by JP Morgan as of today.
And they're guiding, guys, a $31 price target. It's currently at about 21 right now. The upgrade follows Q4 results, guys, as they did have good 2026 guidance, about 30% revenue growth, 34% adjusted EBITDA. And JP here, not SoFi, JP raised 2026 earnings estimates about 61 cents per share from the 56, again, citing that undeniable business momentum. But SoFi seeing better days down over 4%.
Undeniable momentum. The undeniable momentum on SoFi was to the downside today, there, obviously. And actually, I'm kind of glad I didn't take this trade because I had this on SoFi on the 15 minutes where I drew this trend line down here. I'm like, oh, it's setting up on the 15-minute. And then I saw that green candle. I was like, oh, I could get into that long. And for whatever reason, it's just not a huge fan of it. So is what it is and stayed away from it. That said, we've lost the 200-period moving average for the first time since April. And this is, this pullback in SoFi, and I get it, crypto pulls back, and some of the Fintech names are not going to do as well as traditional banks. I understand that. But you still have the context of JP and Morgan and most XLF just doing a heck of a lot better here, relatively speaking. So this is part and parcel with this shift that we've had in the market to a certain extent in the last couple of sessions where some of the riskier names are just falling along the wayside, and this gets lumped into that bucket. Like if you were looking at your fintech holdings and you wanted to be a little bit more safe and secure in them, you might be considering getting out of your SoFi. Now, I think that makes sense. I think it's a bit overdone after a fantastic quarter, but that's just me. That's my 2 cents on it. It doesn't matter. The market seems to think that this is what we're doing here. And we'll probably talk about PayPal as well. At least SoFi's not getting woodshedded like them. It goes to show this is a case of a stock which actually beat and had strong growth. So you know how razor thin things are in terms of expectations. Like PayPal, you miss top and bottom, and you go to levels that you haven't seen in quite some time. SoFi is getting rinsed, having done almost nothing wrong. So we're in a tough market for earnings right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't think it's rocket science to fade all of these plays, man. But yeah, we tried it at 2050 or 2250. I like the upgrade from JP Morgan, and it just didn't hold. So we were in, we were out. There goes SoFi. I bought more in my long-term account today. So let's wait to see. I bought the SPY. about a half hour ago or so during lunchtime there, and just before we went on air. And then I also bought SoFi at 22.50 today. I was just sitting there and got it. So obviously we're going to be down about $1 on that trade, and let's wait to see what winds up happening with SoFi. It just absolutely destroyed. But yeah, I like it moving forward. And I still think we can get back up here. I mean, JP Morgan's target is this $31. So something there. And oh, there it is, Neil. We're doing it again right now. As there goes Nvidia, man. Nice move lower here. Let's see if we can get, wow, this is really starting to bump around. See if we can get a 65 fill there. It just cranked into the 60s. Like I wasn't even, you know, this is the problem. This is what I'm saying about hosting versus trading, right? So, but there we go. We were just talking about a little bit there. There we go. We get a 74. We'll still be bidding a 65 now. See if we can get that. But this is another one here for Nvidia. We went short 178. I know some of you guys in the chat have followed. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here with Nvidia. Downside push happening as we speak. Let's go Nvidia. Are we done? Oh, Shreve's done. That was that many names?
One.
Okay.
Oh, I thought, you know what? Because I was looking at it and I thought we'd see, I saw Apple on the list. I know you'd mention Apple, but
yeah, Apple's pulling back a little bit now, obviously, but we're almost out. I think if we break this, let's just get out of Apple. That's 270. Let's go 270.50 out of Apple if that does break. So, but it's Nvidia right now is the clapper, man. Like that is the one right now for me. As there it goes, Nvidia. We just put it on, man. We just put it on. Like we said, traders going to trade. That was a good trade. Breaking through 78, the low of the day there on Nvidia as the market continues to kind of break, but we're still holding the 50 period, but it's looking like it wants to break. Remember, the government shutdown avoided right there. We have a move back up, and there goes Nvidia. So there we go, man. And yeah, Salvador, you're in this as well, man. Good job there. Hopefully you guys can continue to watch the bottom here on Nvidia. I don't know where it's going to be, but 177, for some reason I keep remembering that level because we've been here before, and the low on that little candle right here is 173. But yeah, maybe we just, instead of just getting these pieces out everywhere, let's just try to maybe now hold and see how low we can go here on Nvidia. Man, we're putting up some numbers today, guys. It's another big day here. The market is starting to bleed even more here. What's up, Adara?
I don't know. So to let you guys know here, WBD and NFLX hearing is now happening, but it's interesting. We were kind of expecting there'd be more concerns here if they would let Netflix merge with Warner Brothers. Now we have Senator Cory Booker, who is the ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Antitrust. He's saying that he doesn't really think any company should be acquiring Warner Brothers. He thinks any company acquiring Warner Brothers poses potentially too great of a risk when it comes to competition. So that's a really interesting look I wasn't really expecting. Again, not only are there concerns here about Netflix, Senator Cory Booker making the argument that any company acquiring Warner Brothers, which presumably would include PSKY, could serve a competition concern. The only stock that I'm seeing move on this here is WBD, because of course that puts any deal in jeopardy. But either way, keep an eye on this name. It looks like some of these antitrust concerns coming from the senators stem far beyond Netflix's involvement, and they could just involve Warner Brothers acquisition in general. Furthermore, it looks like Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang speaking on CNBC right now. Just be aware, nothing massive happening there, but I'm seeing some commentary come out. Back to you.
Yeah, that kind of a viewpoint worked out so well for Spirit Airlines shareholders, and every single time that they say this, and then no deal happens, and then the shareholders get absolutely rinsed because the underlying company ends up in trouble or and pennies on the dollar. So look, I actually liked trading this. I wanted to wait until the hearing was on, or at least get out before the hearing was on. But with them sort of saying random stuff going on here, I don't know about taking mean reversions, but I've been looking at mean reversions all day on WBD. If it spikes to the upside for some reason, I think I would try to fade it in front of $27.75 because that happens to be the deal price. But we'll keep our ear to the ground on that. By the way, I'll get to Intel, and I canceled my order when we came on because it was that headline about the government shutdown, but then I just went right back into the level I was going to take. But Netflix has lost $80. And I feel as if, okay, well, Netflix has been getting punished a little bit partly because of this deal. I didn't think their quarter was all that bad. The market's been coming down, so you have to respect that a little bit as well. But if this deal were to get kiboshed, let's just say, if we have any sense that this deal doesn't happen, then in my opinion, Netflix is going to get a bump. Almost no questions asked. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think part of the reason why it's selling off is no longer is anybody expecting Skydance to be part of the situation here, and only the Netflix deal's in place, and that's why you're getting the next leg into the downside, and that's why you're seeing WBD fall, which makes perfect sense. So Netflix, if for some reason the deal were to get the kibosh, I think it heads to the upside, but give it 2 or 3 days. At this point, I think the sell-off because Skydance is perceived to be out of this altogether, and now we can just price it on the Netflix deal. There will be a bottom soon, but I'm not willing to buy any more shares of this yet.
Adara?
Yeah, this continues to not look super good here for WBD. We've only really heard Mike Lee, who is the chairman of this committee, and then again, the ranking member, Cory Booker, speak. But Cory Booker now just said in cleaner terms, once again, that if Netflix, Paramount, Skydance, or anybody acquires Warner Brothers, it will be too far of a risk when it comes to consolidation. It's going to be hurting consumers. Sounds like Amy Klobuchar is also here. Senator Amy Klobuchar, very known for her writing on antitrust. So we're going to get some antitrust heavy hitters here. Looks like things are going to be pretty intense here in this committee. I look forward to hearing the testimony from Bruce Campbell, who is the Chief Strategy Officer of Warner Brothers, as well as co-CEO Ted Sarandos of Netflix. Should be a fun time if you like congressional hearings, which I do. Back to you.
I don't think many people like congressional hearings, but everyone's had, well, I don't know. I find congressional hearings to be, a lot of times it ends up being a lot of grandstanding.
Sacre bleu.
I'm just saying. Everyone's just posturing for their next election run or the re-election run. Something you get good information out of it, and if you're invested in the stock, maybe you ought to pay attention. But ultimately, it is what it is.
Yeah, thank you, Salvador. Yeah, I'll just let the trading speak for itself. I mean, if I just keep talking about these positions, it just looks silly. So there's Nvidia. It's now $1.13, 14, 15 in the money. We just put this on 10 minutes ago. I just hope, that we're showing some of the worth here of day trading and prop trading and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's sort of the job here that I have anyways, is to sit here, put on some shares, put on some trades, show you guys some of these moves and talk and have a great time. And that's what we're doing. So I hope you guys are having a great time with us here today. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. We're feeling real good about things right now. So yeah, you guys, whatever stocks you guys want us to talk about, we are just in such a chill mode right now after the last couple days, weeks of trading. It's been an absolute killer of a time. And you guys want us to talk about basically a lot of big names, right? Like Tesla, Palantir, right? Palantir, thank God Palantir reported a good number. Oh boy, Nvidia is going lower. If Palantir did not report a great number there, man, that would have been an absolute disaster of a day for them. We can look at GXAI, USAR. That was on our watch list earlier today as well. SanDisk finally maybe might have a red day. Still up 1.64% as the Nasdaq's down 2.5%. SPY here, NPT. That was another report there. Oh, sorry, NXPI reported, not NPT. There's PayPal reported. They're down huge as well, down 20%. Apple, we still haven't broken. Oh, I didn't put that order in for Apple. It was supposed to be 270.50 break. If that breaks,
we actually missed the super chat.
We're gonna get out. Yeah. You want to get to super chats anytime. We'll put the super chat up now. Let's go. What is it?
Yeah, I just realized that we did not catch this. I know we talked about SoFi, but we always try to make sure we catch every super chat. Heart to heart media. Why do you like SoFi so much better than Robinhood? Like, I own SoFi over Robinhood because I feel like I actually do like Hood. I just don't know that I want to be buying it in this moment while crypto is as weak as it is. So the only reason why I would look to dip buy SoFi after earnings over Robinhood would be the fact that we're in kind of a bearish setup for Bitcoin and for crypto in general. And I feel like that weighs on Robinhood more than it does on SoFi. It's not to say that SoFi has no issues or exposure to Bitcoin and crypto. I just feel like for Robinhood, it's a little bit bigger, which for now means that I would put them behind SoFi and the dip buy. But neither one of them is doing particularly good right now.
No, neither one of them doing very good. Next bid for me on Nvidia, I put a bid at 50, then I put another bid at 25. So here we go, and it's now $1.50 in the money as this is starting to get real spicy. I think we've taken almost I don't know, $15, $16 out of this market, like in combined, because we had this, we had a good looker here. I'm not counting that. That was basically our trade has ended right around here, 52.70s, off of this 55.50 short, 52.70. That was just the last little runner that we held. It's pretty stupid. But right into there, $53, $52.50. So that's going to be a good runner there. Apple's been pretty great today, upside, almost faded out for that too. That's why we never got filled, because it almost broke. 270.50, if that fills, then we'll get out of that one. SMR ripped up against, we were long there, then we were short, then we took out a piece. Remember, once we break the 50-period moving average right there, that is a pretty good indicator for an out. We reload it right there and then get stopped. So that's kind of the risk that I'm talking about. And if you want to talk about, risk to reward, we were in Intel. I liked Intel long, but when it didn't work, we got out, and that way you're not suffering all the way there. And I think no better example than SoFi. We actually made a little bit of money and then lost a little bit of money and wound up flat on SoFi today, considering we like the long. That's pretty good on that. If we are going to go long on SoFi, you're almost getting close to that opportunity. 21.40. I mean, if we break the 200 period moving average right there, I think that there's something to be talked about into that. So yeah, Nvidia does give us that $1.50. It is continuously falling down here, and we just keep on getting down to the downside. So let's see what winds up happening there with everything. And checking on silver real quick here. AM on silver on the Amex there, and a bounce off the 200. We wanted to see if it can ever get back to VWAP. It doesn't look like that's going to be happening. Apple with a nice bounce higher there as well. And then you guys want us to look at Tesla. That's at 416. So that keeps on bleeding downside again. It did have that low move into 414 right there. Still really like the stock. I think you got to pick that up on weakness when weakness is today. But again, with a negative sentiment behind the market right now. And then AMD reporting tonight. I just very, very nervous about AMD. I would... Palantir had a great number. Just ask Alex Karp, and it's been getting killed here today. It was up, I think, 13 or 14% at one point. Now only up 6%. So thankfully, they did put up that number that it's still holding its head above water right now. But this is what the market felt about Palantir earnings, right? I mean, okay, that's nice. Real money comes in, flushes the stock early, and then finds a base around 154, 153. So this is the buy zone now for Palantir. Once it came back down, they bought it there, got hit, bought it back almost at the same levels, and then there goes Palantir to the upside. So, very many names moving. And then ARM reporting, I think it was either tonight or tomorrow, I think.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, they're tomorrow, eh? So this is another name that just looks absolutely disgusting, obviously, on the chart. I said I wouldn't talk about it, but we're now $2 in the money. And this was a name that we had just given to you as soon as it broke. Neil was literally talking about it, and I'm like, I'm taking this break, and there it goes. So huge move to the downside there on NVDA. All I'm doing is putting my bids. It looks like I'm taking a bunch of outs because I have 25% left. But these were 75s, that's 50, that's 25s. So we'll put one at 176 flat and just keep on collecting the money as it just falls right into our lap over here.
Yeah, it is absolutely falling into the lap. Been one of those good days, but it's worth mentioning here. I mean, what does CoreWeave do, right? I think we all at this point understand what CoreWeave does, and usually a decent correlation to Nvidia. Worth noting, this stock has bounced $4 into VWAP and hasn't stopped yet. Only down 1% in a day where the market's going to be down 2.5 and Nvidia is going to be down 5, possibly technical off this 50-period moving average. I would venture that could make some sense, but do we have locates on it? Oh, we don't have. Oh, we have to pay for locates on CoreWeave.
Okay.
Okay, I feel like that's a little bit different. So I kind of look. I like this at the volume weighted average price. That being said, I think if Nvidia were to bounce, you probably would see a good turnaround here. Just one quick note on Intel before I go pay for those locates. I'm bidding for the low of the day on Intel, and they're looking pretty bad. And I wouldn't sleep on the fact that AMD's earnings are probably going to move these guys around here. It's bad enough that Intel failed the $50 level. If AMD gets rocked tonight, then you might expect Intel to go to the southbound side as well. But yeah, strength in CoreWeave, which makes, I don't know, that actually doesn't make any sense to me. why it would be so strong in today's market. Unless it has its own news story that I'm unaware of, we can always keep our ear to the ground for that. But we'll pay the pennies that we get the locates for and look for this VWAP retracement. Only down 1 point.
So there's something going on with Nvidia here because it just is pushing through a lot of volume in the last 5 minutes or so.
Isn't Jensen?
Yeah, I think Jensen probably is speaking, but you know, moves up. It just went to 177 there. Like it was just 176. Like we just got 176.20s, and then it ripped to the upside there. So I'll take a midway print, get out at 70. I have another bid here in the 50s. Maybe it falls back in. We're getting lighter and lighter. Now down to 20%. That's another 5% out right there. We're going to stop out right here, man. It's too much of a violent move for me to hold this. Let's just put that money in our pocket. 177 quarter? Yeah, 177.31s. We'll punch that out. This can be no less than 70-cent winner, but we don't have too much left on this name anyways. So just 20% left of Nvidia, and it wasn't like a huge position as we said in the first place. So, but there it is, man. Yeah, hey. No better of a statement than this, man. We talked about this before. Scared money. Here we go. What's up, Hugh? Hugh Nguyen. Scared money don't make money. I think that's 100% right on that one. So shout out to all of you guys over there. Almost power hour. And, you know, there we go, says Frank. No, Vander Krot. Nope, that's the wrong one. Here it is right here. Power hour. There it is right here. Oops, I keep on clicking, it's not going there. It is right there. 5 more minutes and we got power hour. But there it is, man. Buyers will come in, will they? And if they do, that's cool. We'll be looking for some bids and offers.
It's not like, I don't know, we had a trader that actually had that thought. It was like, oh, at this time in downward markets, the buyers always come in at 3 o'clock or whatever. I don't think you can just marry that notion. I think a lot of times there's this assumption that markets always find some kind of a bottom. But late money is more important than early money. So like I'll feel better about this market in a general sense if there is buying in the last 15 to 20 minutes, but then none of it's going to matter after AMD reports because then we're back to respecting earnings. Adara?
I just wanted to give you guys an update. They just swore in the witnesses at this committee hearing. Yes, we heard a lot of people talking before that, but Ted Sarandos, co-CEO of Netflix, is now beginning to speak. They're also going to get opening remarks here from Chief Strategy Officer of Warner Brothers Discovery. That will be Bruce Campbell. So I'll be covering all of that for you guys. Going to be probably at least another 10 minutes till we get questions. Once we do start getting questions, of course, I will keep you posted.
All right, there it is, man. The trade is now over. That's a face slap right there. We did put a nice number up on Nvidia, as we'll cover that as it finally breaks a little bit higher. And this is why, like, you know, I always wonder, like, why am I taking those outs? And then sometimes when moves like this happen, the wondering stops, and it just makes sense for me to do that. Still waiting for a turnaround story somewhere. Might be in Tesla. You know, this name was only down 1% at its lows there, maybe 1.25%. Actually, at 414, maybe a little bit more. But it was just hovering right here as the market was making lows. Remember, we looked back and it was down like half what the market's down. So now that we're starting to find those buyers here, maybe Tesla is the one, right? And so looking at a 1-minute chart, that could be something that we look to extend through a little bit there. Or what about just the market itself? You know, this is my biggest trade today, obviously. Still looking for it to break 52. If we can do that, then fine. It's about basically, for me, it's about taking away the emotions from trading and just making the decision when it's there, right? This trade here is just like, we said it's going to go short if we take this 40 marker. It did that, and I just punched short. And it was just like, should have obviously let it bleed, but it was a great trade there. And, you know, trade what you see, not necessarily what you think, because the minute you, you know, get involved and overthink things, it can become way more popular or way more, you know, lack of conciseness in your brain, because then you're thinking, like, I've sat here so many times where I'm short to TQs. I'm like, I don't want to go Apple because I'm short to TQs, but Apple's actually setting up, right? So make sure you do that. And there it is. Do not do, Aziz says, do not do Nvidia anymore. I don't really know what that means, Aziz, but I don't think we'll be shorting. I don't think I'll be shorting anything unless it does set up, like I was just saying. So I think we need some higher bids before I go short on anything. So probably good advice there. Leave Nvidia alone maybe now. But, you know, like I said, trying to get emotions out of it.
Yeah, you just trade the setups. So there's a reverse head and shoulders happening on Intel, which means I don't want to reload the short. That's for sure. And this is all I mean. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's what it like what it turns out to be. Like there's your low, you break the low, you make a higher low. So there's your shoulder, head, the shoulder. It's just about the fact that it's making a higher low. That resolves itself a lot of times for a break into the volume weighted average price in this particular case. So I don't like the reload on the way up. If it can show me a rejection of this and start making downward trends again, fair enough. But we have a tight stop on it. And the other thing about trading what you see or waiting for an actual setup, because that's my whole thing about trading and investing too, for a certain extent. Like you need to see what you want to happen or you're expecting to happen or what your plan is calling for to then jump in to execute. So yeah, I paid for locates on CoreWeave for the breakdown underneath the volume weighted average price. Here's it from the low, here's the higher low, see it respecting the trend line. But you know what, if it doesn't break and show me weakness here, then I don't have to execute. Like that's the beauty of it. Like you've got to be able, and it's one of the reasons why, and I get it, some people like that line, scared money don't make money. And I'm like, that's one of those weird, nonsensical lines to me, because one of the reasons why you have rules, or one of the reasons why you develop a plan of action is because you don't want to lose money. And human beings, by absolute nature, one of the best things we've been given realistically is certain emotion and certain instincts. And one of them is that self-preservation, because it sharpens you. And I find that if you don't sharpen yourself, then you will not have rules. You won't have a plan of action. And then allows you to say, well, I like the short here at the volume weighted average price, but I'm not going to take it because breaking my rules is silly. And I know that if I break my rules, I'm likely to have bigger losses than wins, which ultimately is what ends up mattering. Now, sure, topping tail candle here, we could still break under VWAP, and then I still take the trade if we get it. But in the back of my mind, I keep listening in, and I don't really hear anything going on with this WBD. And this is what's annoying me. It's like this is kind of the trade that I was looking for after this hearing started, but I didn't pull the trigger because you had a big wipeout bottom on volume. I kind of went over to it, and now I've maybe missed the opportunity to get in, and I don't like chasing the move. Like the idea is to get in this candle, like in here, like somewhere in the body of the bottoming tail candle, and I probably missed that move. But good on Adair for reporting all the news on this hearing. Just feels like I might have missed that bottom on WBD. So Power Hour might have to do without that one, and CoreWeave still might not come back in. Doesn't look like it wants to drop.
Okay, right now we can go ahead. Andre, savvy Canadian traders, looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the Nasdaq 100, the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3x daily levered ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca, of course, before investing. So that looks like that was a great out on Nvidia, as that just keeps on making moves higher and higher as we continue to push through some of these levels. It could have been a short there at the 50 period. I'm better off waiting for the 200 period moving average as well. So we'll figure out what's going on here with NVDA, but just came right back up to that 178 and drops off again. So maybe that is some sort of a key level right into there. I'll probably be light trading the rest of the day. I don't like to do anything too small, so I probably just, if I see something, I might look at it, but probably no more like bigger trades or anything today, and unless there is some sort of a real active move here. We can look at AMD into the close, though. I think this should be something that we look to trade potentially into the close if it gets going. We had seen yesterday PLTR into the close, had a couple moves. Let's just go back and have a quick little look to see what it did there into the close. I mean, things bottomed out yesterday, and then we had a move up, but you could see right here, just we had a little bit of an extension. We went from like one here. Let me see if I zoom in just a little bit. The zoom in is a little bit different on this than it is on eSignal, but this was actually just like sort of the last 10 minutes. Like that made a bottom, and then it kind of went, right? So, bottom of 147 basically to close around 149. So you had a $2 move in the last half hour or so on Palantir. Obviously started and sorted out. Well, you know what? I guess there must have not been that big of an imbalance. If anything, the 350 candle was down right there. So there might have been even a sell imbalance, and it still ripped it into the close. So we can definitely have another look to see what AMD looks like here into the close. So that would be something to look at. We still do have Advanced Micro Devices, Chipotle, Mexican Grill, and SMCI also with a report there. I wrote down a couple weeks ago shorting 30 for SMCI. It doesn't look like that one's going to be a huge trade one way or the other here, but reporting after the close, we'll have to wait to see if SMCI can find its way. That was a missed opportunity for sure, like 100p here on Nvidia on that reload. We did have a great opportunity to reload it right there, and we didn't, but there's a drop into 177.50 again for NVDA. What's up, Sia?
Thank you so much. So we don't have anything big for the economic releases for today, but the API crude oil stocks change will be coming out post-market at 4:30 p.m. today. Let's hop to a quick headlines. Pharmaceutical company Novo Nordisk shares have tumbled 11% after the company's sales forecast declined this year. Novo's American depository shares fell 11% as of 12 p.m. today. The results published after the closing bell, where the company was listed. The company is listed in Copenhagen. 2026 had initially set to be a year of transition for this Danish drug maker, but because it's facing backwards headwinds, there are a couple including certain lower pricing funds in Brazil, Canada, as well as China due to the patent expiring. Moving on to Nvidia, Jensen Huang has just denied the OpenAI deal rumors and said that there is no drama going on after certain controversies, and says that there is no controversy at all. It's all complete nonsense, and we love working with OpenAI. Finally, we have Disney. Disney has named Josh D'Amaro as its new CEO to replace Bob Iger. Diana Walden will also be the next president and chief creative officer at Disney. And this is a statement from Iger. Josh D'Amaro is an exceptional leader and the right person to become our next CEO, he said in a statement. And Iger will remain a strategic advisor and a member of the board until the end of the year. And Disney shares have not reacted to that much. That's all.
Thank you, Sia. Well, unfortunately, Disney shares did their reacting yesterday, so and it wasn't very good, and they continue to look weak. But I wanted to jump back because we were talking about the earnings in SMCI just a second ago. SMCI, if they meet expectations tonight, I was just saying this in the chat, they will be in the teens for a PE, which you can't find a lot of their cohorts or names in the space that actually could say that. It gets somewhat interesting here if they're able to beat expectations on SMCI. I know they've had their wealth of issues before, and there's still certainly some controls in terms of governance and accounting as well for SMCI. But when the valuation at least can potentially, I don't know what the earnings are going to be. Like, they still have to come out and meet expectations, or if not beat them tonight. But if the valuation ends up not a concern, that's just one more thing that could make this a bottom here at that 28 level, because you are at some significantly ridiculous levels to the downside. January of last year, April of last year, like the tantrum lows, and then this 28 level now. Like, you are kind of quad bottoming here if you go out like a year or so on SMCI. We'll find out after the bell. I forget exactly what time they do report, I do believe, but it is just really the big two in terms of chip names that we're watching tonight. And one of them is likely to have a reasonable valuation, and it's not the one that's performing very well in the stock. We always talk about how valuation matters. Well, that could be at least some kind of a positive for SMCI potentially. This CoreWeave just continues to go. It's kind of weird. Like, I'm not sure why it was relatively strong in the first place, but it's continuing on this trend line, despite the fact I can't come up with there's no story on it in particular. I don't see anything running alongside of it as well. But if you guys have any theories as to why it's strong, I'm just leaving the trend line up and waiting for it to break for the short.
All right, new position. Yeah, my name is Sean. I said I wouldn't be taking any new positions. New position. All right, so here's Apple again. You know, let's just see what it wants to do. I don't have too many expectations for it, but it just fell into our lap again for Apple. So let's give this a one shot. That's 68.25. I mean, if we break that, I mean, I don't even want to hold it for much lower than that, to be honest with you anyways. Maybe even 60, like 268.50. You know what? Yeah, forget it. This is a good level here, 268.50. If it breaks that, we're gone. So here we go. We're doing it again right now. So, you know, let's see if we can get an offer at 93s. We're offering 93 now. See if we could just put some, you know, some little, whatever, sprinkle some on top here. I don't know if it's going to work, but we should have just got some out there in the 90s again as we just blasted higher. Like, again, trying to go 1-to-1, like when you're playing these names and, you know, you've seen the market really come back in like this. Like, look what's Apple even doing right now as it's just absolutely falling all over itself. Okay. Money. Look, it's small, right? I mean, we'll take 18 cents there, or whatever that were, or 95s, whatever that was there, 81s, 95s, 14 cents. And we only got it at 10%. If this thing falls down, fine. But we're just going to try to stack it up. I mean, if we can get a 269, a 70 fill, that'd be great. We're just trying to go basically 1-to-1 here. So we'll take out 15 cents. We're actually going to try to give this about 25 cents through that low, right? So if we break 50s, we'll get out, just a psychological level. If you are, you know, if you're desperate for a hold here and you do think the market potentially will bounce from here, you can give it all the way to this, 268.30. Or, you know, we had written down 268 previously, and that was, again, a pretty big trade throughout throughout the day so far was this long, and we actually just got out at two. Like, this is how crazy this market is, man. You never know. Like, this is the jungle that we're living in out here. You never know what's going to show up. Like, we just got out 271.50, then we got out 270.50, and now it's giving me the opportunity to buy 268 and change again. So yeah, man, I'm signing up, man. Hands up for that one. We'll put our hand up and sign up for that all day. So now we'll see what winds up happening. Hopefully a backside move now. We'll put an offer through 269. Maybe you'll put another 10% at 269.05. See if that one wants to come through there. But here goes Apple, another, you know, decent buy near those lows. So now we'll wait to see where that goes. You guys, I just told you where my offers are, higher through 269. Maybe we can get that one. If you're following on this, then that's my plan of action. There it is. All right, man. Hey, 40 more cents on Apple. Like, I always talk about this, like, you know, if you're a gambler or whatever, you know, you can get, like, sometimes you'll be gambling and you'll lose like 5 or 6 bets in a row. And then all of a sudden you're winning 5 or 6 bets in a row. So right here, this has been just another, like, this is now a much better trade than I sort of thought it would be. But there it goes, Apple, you know, really appreciating here to the north side on this trade. There we go. We just offered 23s and got that as well. So bang. Yeah, what's up, MF Dangerous? Another trade just put on right there. So boom, there it goes. Nice downside play as it continues to go upside on Apple. But this is, I actually typed in Intel there. I don't know why it didn't switch, but there goes Apple, now 50 cents in the money, brought to you by Apple. All right, so Intel, yeah, still fading off that, so I'm not going to look long there. Look, we picked Apple out, and what I like to do is, and this is what we talk about being prepared, you know, is just go back to your own notes that you made earlier in the day, right? So there's the Apple 268 long as our #1 trade idea. So we continue to watch it. We continue to support it. Apple, nice move higher there. And that's that for that. So yeah, we'll see where it goes. We're out of half already into the 20s. I mean, it went 2-to-1. We weren't even really expecting that kind of a move. So yeah, let's see if we can hold maybe into the close. Maybe if there is a rally, then Apple really starts to get going here to the upside. So let's just sit on our hands now and see what winds up happening. Yeah, boom goes a dynamite. You're right about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just saw in the chat, like, Martell's like, oh, is Neil done for the day? No. I'm just only taking trade setups that make sense to me. Like, I'm looking, CoreWeave was the next idea, and I just wait for it to break a trend. And I think everyone has to have their own style. Like,
well, that's the same style as me.
Well, I think our entry,
setups.
The entry setups are different is what I'm
saying. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you're looking for different things. Like, I like CCL all day to the long side, but it only set up twice for a long trade. So I traded it twice. And when we zoom out, like, I hope for my charts to look like this. Like, I liked it as a break from the prior highs, but it doesn't hold the prior high. So like, there's nothing about it that I like until it makes this double bottom, and then here I saw it break the trend line. So there. So the reason I take this trade, now you make a double bottom and you break the trend off VWAP, so I'll try that trend break. But if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. That's why I'm waiting for CoreWeave to show me some kind of a setup here, as it's incredibly strong into a weak market. And if I think there isn't anything obvious as to why this is doing it, then I like that reversion trade even more. So it's about waiting for that opportunity. And one of the reasons why you wait for a trade setup is so that you can put on something that is quantifiable. That way, if I'm waiting for this 1, 2, 3 times we've tested it in the higher time frame on this 3-minute on CoreWeave, I know that this can align with other trades like it, and then I can compare apples to apples, and then you can track your progress. Otherwise, if you're too ad hoc with your trading, you're not gonna have a proper sense of what works for you and what doesn't work for you. And then you can't really judge yourself, ultimately. And I think and everyone always talks about just being red or green. Okay, that's great. I haven't had a losing month in a while. It's been a while. That being said, there are certain types of trades that aren't working as well as others right now. And I found that waiting for the trend break on moves like this has worked much better for me than a lot of other types of setups. I think support and resistance hasn't been very clean recently. That was true last month for myself. And you wouldn't know that if you just judge yourself by being, oh, I'm green today, therefore everything I did must have been good. That's kind of cap. I'm having an update today, but I grade myself today like a C, even though I'm green. I have 1 losing stock today. But I'm a C today because I bungled the Bitcoin short. And it's not that I bungled the Bitcoin short, it's that it then set this up, right? So when I look, no matter how I'm doing on a session or anything, I will simply look at, well, if something, and I do this in my trade review anyways, and I did this at lunch and I kind of went over, and kind of admonished myself for it. If I like this short and it sets this trend up, and it's into VWAP, it's a VWAP loss, it's failing the open range high, it's breaking the trend. There's 3 points of confluence on that short. And granted, I know what I was doing at that time. I got distracted by a trade which I'm also eyeballing right now, in silver, because I was eyeballing silver for this trend break. And it worked, and it was ZSL. This broke a downtrend, I got into the long, and it worked out for me. I'm eyeballing this in the other direction, which is I think silver is trying to break the other way. If this goes down, silver goes up. So see this trend from the break. I'm looking over at silver right now, which if the market's weak, you would think sometimes you could find a little bit of strength. Silver is trying to do this. So here's your breakdown. There's your lower high. It then connected here. If this could do a little mini breakout, that's another trade that I would like. So that's what I mean by have an idea of what it is that you're looking for, because that's the first step. Know what it is that you're trying to do in your trade, and then execute it. And that way you're not going to be ad hoc. And then you can go back and see how you're doing. I always try to grade myself in terms of on a higher level than just individually, hey, did that last trade work? Okay, but there should be more to it than that. Did you follow your plan of action? If I do this 9 times out of 10, will it work? When I made this same trade last month 10 times, did it work? Because if I do something today that was good, that last month I lost 9 times in a row doing, was it really good today? If the last 10 times I did it, I lost, then what's good about the time I did it today? Nothing, in my opinion. So that's part of the trading psychology and mentality. And that works over multiple time frames. You can be a swing trader, you can be a day trader, you could be whatever it is. But you should look at that. If I take breakouts at 9:30 and I'm 0 for my last 10 on breakout trades, and then the 11th one works, what am I going to be happy about? Was there something different about that? If there was nothing different about it, then who cares? And ultimately, you did something bad, and it ended up working out. So yeah, a couple of things looking for. I already told you about CoreWeave, silver here trying to break this little mini trend, and I'd want the long breaking out into VWAP. So that hasn't happened just yet. Appreciate you, Martel. It's one of the reasons why we do the show, and you're just saying, and this was the comment, I don't think it's wisdom. It's really just staring at the market for a very long time and having successes and failures and seeing successes and failures of a lot of traders over the last 20 years. A lot of the stuff that I have gleaned is from being a risk manager and seeing traders and their pitfalls, and then also what works for them and what doesn't. And that leads me to my process. I gain things from people in the chat. Like I think there was, like I was bearish on Bitcoin for a while and got more bearish even after this bounce because someone pointed out to me, they said, Neil, draw a trend line from October 23rd or from October 23 and look what happens when you connect that trend line. And when I did do that, I recognized something here. And the reason I've been, bearish on Bitcoin recently was this trend support turned into resistance. And I said, until it broke this, I stay bearish on Bitcoin. And it's worked out to be true. And that was a viewer that pointed it out to me. And I'm the one that's supposed to like trend lines. So you can always learn from others, and that's what it's all about here.
And that's why Neil has his lessons of the day, the smartest male around here, because unfortunately, I can't say you're smarter than Adara, because then I would not be doing Adara enough.
Adara's on a different level.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll be the trader. We can talk about Neilage and everything else, and we're really excited, guys, to have the team that we do around here, right? So everybody adding something a little special to the place right now. So. It's been a good one for sure. We just went to go get some water, but Apple went mooned, man. It went up to almost, it did go $1 in the money. So I hope some of you guys have that right there, and you're able to get a little bit out on that kind of a trade. But I'll take some more pieces out as we go back up to the upside. We'll take some 45s there. We'll see if we get a 65, and if we do get that trade at the end, then we will get going on that one right there. So nice move higher for that name as we continue to watch out, for more plays to come in. I mean, if nothing sets up, this Apple one just fell right into our lap. So we were like, okay, we'll take it. And now we'll wait to see. Could still continue its downside push there, despite the market trying to break higher right now. So we do have AMD, SMCI tonight, and actually I'm going to go call up. And here's Adara coming through again with her Trader TV research page. Go make sure you do follow this page right now. This is everything that has all these earnings on it. Netflix and earnings chill right there. You can go check that out. A whole bunch of stuff. This is who's reporting tonight and tomorrow in the pre-market. Oh, this is tomorrow, actually. Uber, AbbVie, Lilly, and we got that Novo Nordisk. We can go have a quick little look to see what that's doing. Here it is. This is what I was looking for. This is the weekly earnings report. So we could check out NVO, but for right now, this is what we're talking about tonight. PepsiCo came with a decent number. We can have a look to see where that is right now. I'm assuming it's going to be a little lower than where it was off the open, but that might be wrong. And then tomorrow's big. I think tomorrow's bigger than tonight, obviously, but we'll wait to see how these companies match up there. We got Chipotle in the sort of the retail consumer space. We'll see if that kicks out. We did see today Walmart, takes that $4 trillion. There's only a couple of companies that are $4 trillion, my guy, and Walmart ain't one of them.
It's 11 companies are a trillion, or is it 10?
Yeah, more. Yeah, maybe 11 or 12 at this point. But yeah, Walmart 127. Yeah, buddy. That's a good trade there. We've done well with Target as well. I don't know. This was just not lucky. I posted it in October. It was October 20-something where I was mentioning that I'm starting to buy some Target, and it was just into this level, thinking about a bounce. It did go up, it did go down, and now it's blasting. So we're long Target somewhere around here, 80s and change. And again, this is what we're talking about. Follow, and we all put up different stuff. Follow on Instagram and on Twitter, where I put in, buys and sells that I'm making in sort of my own account. So if you guys are interested in that, you can go follow at Trader TV Sean. But we've also recently bought today SoFi at $22.50. So I do like that one, and we'll see if that's gonna be back in the money hopefully by the end of the week. But yeah, this has been a nice downside play there for SoFi, but you got to watch out to see where that goes. And here it is again, Apple coming right back down in and almost broke back lower there. So despite the market kind of just Netflix and chilling, Apple's come back. So let's start to piece out a little bit more here of Apple, and then we'll see where we can go from there. It's not a good day to double check our standings here, as most of the names that were taken were tech names. Adara, of course, has the short there on Oracle. So that was a good one on our pick. And it looks like Adara right here, it looks like it might be breaking 155 and change. So there goes Oracle, even lower, man. And Adara saved me thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I was able to get out right here on Oracle, which is about $200 ago. So that was absolutely monstrous. And that was because we just kept on hearing, her negative bias. And I was like, you know what, I'm just going to get out of it. I did have too much exposure there. So There goes Oracle to the downside. Adira, I wonder where it's going to eventually stop.
Well, here's the thing, like, I don't know, and for right now, because remember, this was something that Joe asked me as well when I picked this, like, you know, how far could it actually go down? And my thing is, I think until we get some resolution here on the debt situation, which I don't think we will, then I think there could be a little bit more downside. But I think truthfully, too, like you guys know, I don't like to be too negative or too long-term positioning on stocks here just because I don't think it's my place from a news perspective. But just given the research I did into Oracle, I do think, and again, you can find some of this on XIT research, but long story short, they only started reporting this cloud infrastructure revenue metric, which is basically the hill they're dying on, when they realized they were going to miss revenue for Q1 2026. So it very much seems like they were trying to do a quick cover-up by introducing this metric. Long story short, there is some kind of technical and fundamental basis for my argument.
I mean, Adira, I don't think you should say something like it's not my place to. Like you read more financial news.
That is true.
Than anybody here, and you have an ability to retain that. So it's a layer of opinion which is going to be unique in a lot of ways, which I think is exactly what the viewers are going to like. It's that different perspective that makes the show as good as it is. So you should not stop doing it because, again, like I said, you have an ability to remember a ridiculous wealth of information, and you use that to your advantage. When you have a skill like that, I think it's one of the things you got to lean into.
I really appreciate that. I will definitely keep that.
And I do have to say, Adira, number 2 P&L today. So congratulations for Adira, man. You're banging it out both on the news desk and in your own trading. As someone says, Adira is the sugar mama, but
sugar mama.
There it goes right there. P&L 2, man. Adira fully goated there today. Congratulations. ADARA. Okay. Yeah, look. Oh, here, let's have a quick little look at crypto, man. This is going to be an exciting day to look at crypto. Kind of jokingly mentioned that now. Ooh, boy. Let's have a quick look. I'm actually scared to look at some of these names and what they've been doing here over the last 7 days, okay? So today's bad. 4, 5 down, bad. But Ethereum's actually down 25% in its last 7 days, or 25% in a week. A Ripple down 17, Binance bad. Thank God Tether and USDC have zeros there. That's very important. Solana down 21.5%, right, in the last 7 days. Okay, staked Ether, that's the same thing. Dogecoin down 15%. My guy over here, Cardano, trying to stay above water. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to do that. Down 17% as well, man. They just all keep on getting crushed to the downside right now. Maybe the best of them all, Tron, only down 3%, but looks like Bitcoin, man. And we had Kevin O'Leary on in the past, obviously a couple times there, and it's kind of like, I understand, his sort of take on it all. There's one coin to sort of rule them all. And unless you know something about some of the projects, or maybe like a lower valued coin that's about to bump up, and even it could be shilled or whatever, like that's really the thing to get involved with now. I feel like if you're going to be invested right here in this dip down, just watch out for BTC. All the other ones just follow, right? Like as the market continues to go lower, it's Bitcoin is the one that's leading the way right now. So shout out to BTC and it being the one, but just not today. Actually, it's a really nice bounce from 73 all the way to 76 now. That's actually not a bad move there for IBIT. There it goes, right there to the upside. We probably should have maybe joined that with the TQQs here. That looks like this is about to break long too. I think the long is in, man. I mean, we're in 70 cents here on Apple. So let's, if the market's going to go long, I think we're in a decent spot right now with Apple. I really like that stock. So let's go over to SIA, with I'm going to say it's Adira this time. I was going to say maybe small cap recap, but let's go to Adira.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting kind of spicy here at this Netflix congressional hearing. Senator Josh Hawley is going off, to put it a certain way, at co-CEO of Netflix, Ted Sarandos, basically accusing the children's content in their programming of not being good for kids, essentially. So lots of back and forth here. NFLX oddly popping on what has to be the most aggressive go at Netflix in this entire hearing. But either way here, NFLX on watch against, the programming here for kids content is coming under fire for some reason at this hearing.
Thank you. So the Russell is down 0.6% right now. We're going to quickly take a look at a couple individual tickers here. Fabrinet FN shares are down almost 13%. after announcing its financial results as of yesterday. Company also has been named by B. Riley Securities, has maintained the stock at neutral, whereas Barclays has maintained it at overweight. We're going to also take a look at Stepstone Group, STEP down 12%, nothing major to report. And Credo, I know I mentioned this a lot, but CRDO CEO William Joseph Brennan has sold over $8.6 million in shares, and the stock is currently down almost 11%. Also going to take a quick look at the sector today. The S&P is looking, it's full of red, green, but as we know it, Palantir doing great after the earnings report, and Walmart has also joined the $1 trillion club. Also trade up 2.64%. Nothing major to report. Tesla down 0.63%. Yeah, that's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much there, Sia. And yeah, Netflix, I don't know, they get some criticisms. I think most people that understand why it's happening, they get accused of a lot of the content, the whole it's the whole woke debate. I don't want to get too much into it, but that has been something that a lot of people had been complaining about, and it's something you don't want Netflix to fall into that mold, because we've seen stocks get punished for even like just hints of it. Ultimately, I've seen a little bit of that I think sometimes gets a bit much, but I still like the content there. I haven't finished Stranger Things. All that being said, we did finally get this trend break in CoreWeave, the confirmation candle. So here's the trend, obviously from 84. And then it got up to about 90, and then it broke the trend. I got in when it broke trend, but the confirmation candle was all the way down here into the 30s. So I was posting, trying to get filled again above 50 to grab the confirmation short. Didn't end up getting it, but it would be breaking a rule to chase it down here when my stop is all the way up at like 90 and a quarter. So if it was giving it 70 cents, ooh, there's a shot through the even dollar. What time? Oh, it's 3:30, that's why. Yeah, 330 just hit, but it just came in and got a bid at first resistance or first support. I think that would make a lot of sense. I'll leave the offer in. If I can get picked up in the 50s, I would reload it. The reason I'm interested in the early look, Joby Aviation is a Russell 2000 upweight today, or is it an addition? Let me double check. I think it's just an upweight on Joby, which I know a lot of people are interested in. It's an upweight, so they're already in the Russell 2000. But this is going to be a name. It's a New York name. And when you're on the New York, that means we can get an early look. I'm looking to see if Joby will show up. It hasn't yet, but it's now 3:30, so you might actually, it's Roblox up here, 2.6 million to sell, which is rather unique. So usually you don't see numbers over 1 million on significant names at 3:30 unless there's an index action. So that is worth watching on Roblox. But I'm watching it for Joby specifically. We're expecting about, I think it says 3 million in the note. So anything significantly smaller than that, I won't consider to be good. But if it comes out 3 million or bigger, then I'd look for a buy on Joby. But why is Roblox 2.6 million to sell? What have we done on volume today on Roblox?
Probably.
It's a quarter of the day's volume. It's done 10 million shares on the session. Okay. Down 4 points. Yeah, Roblox is another one of these stocks that's just been beaten up rather heavily. I'd rather it be a buy imbalance than a sell imbalance when it's down. I'm going to be real with you. I don't like sell imbalances on down days. I'd rather it revert the move at 350 as opposed to hoping it just continues lower.
Yeah, good look over there on CoreWeave, and yeah, it looks like the market's trying to bounce back here. So I think that was probably looks like a really good out over there. Yeah, I don't know. I really like Roblox, but I don't think it's time to get back in. Let me check in on a stock that we actually wound up losing on today, SMR. Wow. Okay. So the first look was actually long, and then we went short, and then we went short again, and there it goes, blowing to the top end right now, up 5.25% and trying to go. I mean, let's just take a quick little look at this watch list here to see like which names are really bleeding the most. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be hard, I guess, to zoom in here. But this is what's happening right now. We'll put this chart up and have a quick little look at some stocks. So PayPal, not necessarily near the lows, but you know, still down 19%. There's the SOXL down 8%. Marvell down 5%. Marvell was a lot worse, man. That was down to $73. We'll have to wait to see if that name can finally catch a bid. Micron as well. Some of these higher fly names. I actually was thinking about a break rate here of 416.50. We don't have a bunch of time left. So, that's going to be a tough trade for sure to put on there if that does wind up being a thing right now for Micron. But that's like a really good level, like 416.50 on that kind of a break. Coinbase, obviously on Bitcoin destruction there today. Bitcoin got as low as 73 change. I don't know what exactly the low is, but now you're at 76. So Coinbase nicely bouncing off of that. Here's Broadcom down 5%. These are the charts that I'm showing right here. So that's coming up to VWAP. So that's actually a really great recovery there for Broadcom. Maybe we write this down tomorrow. That's a nice move. This is a 5-minute chart. So, back-to-back 5-minute candles closing near or at VWAP. Good recovery moment here for Broadcom. Robinhood, I can't say I like this stock. I mean, we thought it was going to have a 9 handle. Now has an 8 handle on it. Almost cut in half from its all-time highs here, Robinhood. I don't know. Take it if I don't hate the stock. I mean, I bought SoFi today, and you guys can get a good question about SoFi v. Robinhood. DraftKings, again, a name where if the economy is struggling a little bit and there's not enough money around, I know people always go back to gambling and everything like that, but this is another one of those names where you got to be careful about what you're thinking here as far as DraftKings is concerned, because they're pushing limits down here at $26, $27. If we go all the way, Netflix just lost 80, by the way, so that's not a good look as we just continue to fall down on Netflix. Horrible after the split and not great on this Time Warner deal either as well, right? So Uber broke 80 today, not a good sign. That happens almost right off the open. They report tomorrow morning. Let's see what they have to say about all the robo-taxi nonsense and Waymo and just the extended competition for them. Like, Uber's not going to be able to buy any Waymo cars. They're 200 and something grand, right? So we'll see if the driverless vehicle sort of phenomenon keeps going. And then near the higher side today, Google's been holding out real well on that one. Apple is now... There we go, dollar clubbing right here for Apple as we're long at 268.80. So we'll offer 90s and take that fill right there, bang, on Apple. But yeah, just a little bit of a watch list look there. But there goes, that's just my own personal watch list. A lot of those names I own. Oh, come on. Oh, God, now this is frozen. See, I cannot move this. But there goes Apple. Nice move, 270. We're long right there again. So we've done it again on Apple. So as DJ Khaled would say, another one. It's another one right there for Apple as we continue to go a little higher on that one. We're long there now at $1.06 in the money as we just keep on taking out bids here, taking out offers on Apple as a strong bid is now upon us. And we're at the day's high for myself, so it's been a pretty good day there. TQs, Intel, SMR. Yeah, it's really just an Apple and futures day for me. Everything else is kind of washed in the middle there. Nvidia, SMR, Intel, SoFi. We go 2 for 2 on those ones, and then the other 2 is where the bread is buttered. But yeah, Apple's still flat, which is kind of cool. It being down this much, and I guess that DCA at lunch was pretty good into the futures. Let's see if it can hold tomorrow. Obviously, we're buying it for the long term. So let's see where we go.
Yeah, with S&P, I'm assuming S&P.
Yeah, S&P. Yeah. I'm not buying Nasdaq anymore. Way too.
I've never sold the S&P 500 in my account ever, not once.
Yeah.
I've never sold, but I've never sold a Nasdaq either, and the little bit of the Dow I own, I've never sold an index in my personal account, which I think makes more sense. Like, if you're trimming, then trim elsewhere. Like, you asked about crypto. I wish I had trimmed Bitcoin, but I was trimming ETH because to me, I wanted less Ethereum when crypto was at the high. So instead of like trimming everything, I just took out half of my ETH. Not at the high. You think sometimes you're a genius if you get the absolute top, but it was good enough. Let's put it that way, because I could buy back at 2,000 if I want. I haven't decided if I want to. I might have made a mistake in not. I got that fill. I'm like, I'll leave my order in CoreWeave, but then look at the candle that this bought up into when we got out. I just immediately didn't like it, so flatted the trade. But it might have still worked on CoreWeave. But I'm going to stay away from it. My eyes are now going to be on Joby and Roblox. Because I think we could have some action on the imbalances there. Joby, I'm expecting something. Roblox, we are seeing something. So we waited for one thing to happen. It ended up working, but I'm not going to take that secondary trade at all in CoreWeave. Doesn't make sense, especially not with the market coming back into the upside. The short works once, you don't have to fight it a second time through. So my eyeballs, again, will be on Joby. If you see me pop in to the long, it's because it broke this consolidation, and I saw it go like a couple million shares show up on the locator. Right now, I see nothing on Joby.
Okay, Joe, who are you talking to here at Trader TV Live? I don't see Trader TV Live saying anything on here.
Yeah, I'm right here. I sold all my SPY for PSLV, Fabian.
Oh,
Scroll up a little bit.
Oh, Fabian said that?
Fabian's in the chat.
Oh, I don't even see him. Okay. All right. So, yeah, not much else to do. So let us know if there's any other names you guys want us to look at. How about silver? Silver and gold. So there it goes. Yeah, up 6.6. Uh-oh, 6.6666. You saw that just there for a second. All right, just for Apple trade, man, we have about 15% left as we took most of that out there on that most recent bump. As we now have 12 minutes until the imbalances. Look, man, Kevin Warsh, going to be the new Fed chair, and yeah, I don't know. He's been with the Fed, and I feel like he's fine. I'm hoping pretty stable. The first cut is going to be when he's appointed there in June, so that'll be the first rate cut that the market will have. It'll be his first appointment. I'm sure that's what the market's saying. So, we could see what the opinion on silver and gold and how that's going to be affected with this new Fed chair. I'm actually very, very surprised. And I even said that back when I put this trade on for silver, that I really didn't think it had too much to do with the washing out of that trade. But it does seem like, we are getting that move down, continuous down movement there on silver. I'm wondering about this little gap right here. Maybe we don't get long until if and when we break 85 or so. But you can play off that 50-period moving average. That's $68. You're going to be nowhere near the 200, man. So we can sort of puff pass on that one. But great bottom. I mean, if you're going to play it, this fell right into this level, $65, and then it started to really accelerate back northbound here on SLV. So I still think there's going to be a couple good green days behind this name as we sort of settle down, and then maybe, as there's more tensions. We saw oil start to run the last little while as well. Oil took a 4% down day yesterday, probably back up today. We can take a quick look at the OIH, which is a good little holders there. This is the Vanek Oil Services. Let's see what they're up or down today. Yeah, up 2%. So as silver goes upside, it looks like oil also wants to try to express that.
They're stronger.
Yeah, and then XLE.
4 points.
I really think this XLE is like on a generational break here. So I think I'm going to be buying some XLE. And I know it's not going to move the same as silver or anything like that. But this rate here, if we go over to like even a monthly or something, I think it looks, maybe it looks better on a weekly, but there it is right now. Taking this out, this is 2014, all right? So interesting levels here on silver. On oil. So this is XLE, the oil services. This is a good little breaking spot here, I think. So good long breaking through 50, and you actually get that movement today, $50.65. So this is looking like a great trade for long XLE. I'm still long this name, but I haven't bought it in a minute. So I like it. We only have 10 minutes now until the imbalances, and join us tonight. It'll be Neil, myself, Adara, and Brendan with the after hours
AMD
show.
might go green right now.
And AMD, remember I was saying, look at AMD into the close. We saw Palantir run yesterday. It looks like, according to your chart, which is accurate, AMD.
I hope so. Because we want our charts to be accurate, although sometimes, it might freeze. I can tell you, I got a Joby chart, which is killing me right now.
This XLE chart
no, but this is what we saw yesterday with Palantir. I don't think you shouldn't read too much into it. Like, there was a late day bounce. It was actually a little bit later on in the session. We were just kind of catching lows in Palantir. So it was the last 30 minutes or so. This did get to the upside, and you're seeing this now with AMD. Again, I wouldn't read too much into this. The market's bouncing. SMCI did a similar move, only it's already starting to pull back in here on SMCI. Now I'll look at CoreWeave again. There's 8 minutes to go. There's still some time. Like right back where it was before. We're going to go to SIA. It's time for Money Talks. 8 minutes again to the imbalances. And then, of course, we have after the bell, not just AMD and AMD and SMCI, but Chipotle as well after the bell. Let's get Money Talks with SIA.
So the US dollar is holding relatively strong against peers, supported by expectations that the Fed will be slow to cut rates. But yen and other major currencies are trading cautiously into certain central bank risk. As you can see on my screen, the Japanese yen is stabilizing after earlier weakness, with the yen that was sliding to the weaker side of the mid-150s. But markets are also waiting on upcoming central bank meetings and data that could certainly shift policy expectations and volatility. Also, several emerging market currencies that rallied in January are seeing renewed pressure as the firmer dollar and U.S. rates are weighing on higher yielders. For example, the South African rand has also weakened to around 15.98 per dollar, reflecting domestic risk and broader yield. Back to the guys.
Thank you, Sia. And Mike Peter Ryder in the chat's like, oh, now Neil's making me look at Joby on the side chart. Not everybody looks at imbalances. And remember, just because it's being upweighted into the Russell 2000 and there's an expected 3 million to buy, right now, when I look at this with 7 minutes to go, it's not even on here. I actually had to put up a secondary list, which is just the things that I'm looking at, and Joby is an early look of 200,000 shares, and the paired volume is 1.2 million, when we're expecting 3. So right now, it's actually underwhelming on Joby, which is disappointing. Like I'd like to see, like if a third of that, if it's already at 1.2 million and we're expecting 3, the paired volume, I would want all of that to be unpaired. I'd want to see it up here at like 1 million to buy, but it's not. It's only a couple 100,000, so that actually has me disappointed. But nothing else is really standing out. I mean, SOXS, fair enough. There's probably some people like, oh, but look at SOXS. That's 2 million to sell. Keep in mind, ETFs they don't have a different set of rules. Imbalances are imbalances. It's just that imbalances tend to not move ETFs all that much. I think for valid reason, because you're going to have a whole host of underlying stocks that are in the ETF that are going to move on their own and have their own imbalances. So the one on the ETF tends to not be that big of a deal unless it's absolutely gigantic. 8% up on SOXS, by the way, for obvious reasons. I mean, anytime you have these, this one's 3x bear.
Yep.
Right? Like you're going to get the outsized moves. It's a tremendous amount of liquidity, but always watch out for these little mini disconnects that can happen from time to time. I saw the first one. I haven't seen one on one of these 2-3Xs ever until I saw it happen on ZLS the other day. And now I'll always hunt for them. If you ever see like just a complete dislocation, I don't want to say blindly jump in and take the other side, but if you can find a level, and the other day ZSL, not ZLS, it did this in the middle of the day. It dropped 15% on a real candle when silver did nothing. Within the next 3-minute candle, it was back up 13%. And the next 3 minutes, it had broken the high again. And that was real within 10 minutes. And we were talking about you actually interrupted Sharif in the midday. I was like, you have to go look at this because it's going ham. Just punch the bid because silver's not moving and this just dropped 15%. It was almost, it's not free money because something actually could be, there could be a legitimate flash crash. The people getting liquidated and maybe you didn't get the bottom of it, but it bounced at VWAP, which is all you needed.
All right, before we get to the imbalances, Neil just talking about the Amex there with SOXS, so let's go find out who's making all the money. We did see that day when silver was going ham, someone made $145,000. We trade with Real Trading. Go check out Real Trading for your prop trading needs. Been trading here for 20 plus years. These are the top traders here. This is not the location, obviously they're located. No one's located in the ocean. These are the markets that were traded last night or yesterday, including Blue Ocean. The top trader, individual traders by rank. And yes, before you all ask, where are the traders that were negative? We only have the top ones. I wish I could show you the negative numbers. But Amex yesterday, someone put up a big number. 40 grand yesterday was the top trader at Real Trading, and these are US dollar denominated regardless of what it says over here. Blue Ocean, so with earnings and some of that talk yesterday with Palantir, probably some Blue Ocean money being made over there, maybe Tesla traded in Blue Ocean. Silver, silver and gold, they had some big moves. And then someone, again, if you're traded multiple markets, like for example, if I was ever on here today, it would show Nasdaq in New York, Blue Ocean, Amex and Nasdaq. By the way, I've made this list. Obviously, I've showed you before, but without calling myself out. Amex, Nasdaq, Canada, New York, all into there as well. And then look at Blue Ocean. Oh my. Blue Ocean yesterday, we have something for this. The money storm yesterday after hours. Blue Ocean,
Blue Ocean, what that was.
Blue Ocean, and Blue Ocean. So yeah, we talked about that. Palantir, silver, Tesla, and whatnot there. Congratulations, people in Blue Ocean. We do have Moon as well, Moon ATS, trying to get it going.
Which when you trade on Moon at Real Trading, it's under, like Blue Ocean is just the aftermarket, so you would literally be trading Blue Ocean even if you're accessing the Moon Gateway with OTC. But just to give you an idea of what this looks like and what people are potentially doing in the aftermarket, it would be this. Like look at Palantir, and this is going to be in the evening, but look at this break. Like it just kind of breaks, it holds VWAP, you get little breakouts to highs. Look at how clean these breaks are. Part of the reason why it can look so clean is because there's lower liquidity, which works in both directions. Right? Like if something's going to go, it'll be far more clean when there's lower liquidity. Obviously, when you're wrong, you're going to get hurt a little bit more as well. So you have to make sure that you have a good structure for your trade and all that same rules base. But a lot of people doing very well for sure. And it has been apparently a little bit different. As more people enter the market, it's shifted in the way it's trading. Some of the guys I've talked to at that poker night have said that as well. Like as more people get into the aftermarket and there's more gateways, what you were doing 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago on Blue Ocean might not be working as well. We have a poll up, so I haven't seen this yet. AMD reports after earnings tonight, obviously after the bell. With today's wild market volatility, what's your play? Beat and blast off, no. Dump and get wrecked. Priced in, flat. Sitting this one out. Oh, we don't have the sell the rip again. Okay. Because I do think they have the chance to bump to the upside and then fade. So there's no other better option. So I'll just have to go dump. Like I don't actually think it's like I don't think it'll be expected move to the downside. But I am thinking down from these price levels on AMD, so I guess I got to vote for that. But 50% of you like bullish beat and blast off. What's our expected move? Like 8%, I think, on.
I don't know. Adair did the work over there. I can go double check,
I have to double check
what it was. Adair just gives us all of the notes for us every single day. So here we go. The SMCI expected move. As I look for it, it does not have it on here, nor does she have it on for
Actually, you know what,
AMD. But we could definitely look it up. There's only 10 seconds now until those imbalances. We maybe get a piece out of Apple as it's flying high. There goes, yes, sir. Bang, that's a face slapper right there on Apple as we continue to get a little bit higher. Fabian, how are you doing today? Good, man. Nice move to the high side. Now we're dollar back in on this one. As let's show you what it looks like right now on these imbalances. I actually got to get rid of this broker. We only want to see the Nasdaq and the New York feeds right there. So give me 1 second, and there it goes. So it still looks like Verizon with a little bit of a sell. Owl with a buy. Ooh, Ethereum, Ether, in the Ether right now with a little bit of a sell. So ETHA with a little bit of a sell as well. Apple, okay, there's the Apple bid. So finally, it's working out for your boy right there. So we'll ride that bull into the sunset here for the close. We'll just put an offer quickly at 80s. We'll grab that. We'll hold a little small piece there into the close. But yeah, Apple Palantir is a bid as well. I just saw as that caught a bid somewhere. Nvidia caught a bid. The market's catching bids, man. So yeah, it looks like, you know, good midday buying opportunities closing out on the high side for the Nasdaq, but it doesn't. It's still pretty yuck, man. We'll see if we can trade this tomorrow again. And look, I don't know. We've had a really successful day tomorrow, but could give it all back today, but could give it all back tomorrow. So let's just stay disciplined with everything and, you know, not worry too much about, you know, the amount of money that was made or lost today because, you know, act like you've been here before, right? And we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm not going to be, you know, whatever money I made today, I put it back on, you know, put them back on the table tomorrow, and we wind up seeing what winds up happening. So we're excited to be there. Apple, good little out. Nvidia 180, good move there. Good thing we did stop shorting it. Shout out to Aziz in the chat. But there we go, nice move there as we keep on getting going here. Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, we have somebody that listens to the audio all day. So if there was been a problem with my mic all day, then I apologize.
No one was complaining.
No, someone said listen to it back there. Short the pump says listen to it back. It sounds bad. So anyways.
Periodically, yeah, I mean, look.
I don't hear myself.
It's never perfect. I don't know. Sometimes I will turn it on when people are complaining, and if I notice something, because I can listen to it.
Yeah. I don't know.
I didn't really hear anything. One of the things you can do sometimes is refresh, A, B, maybe you can turn down like the quality a little bit sometimes on like the refresh rate on YouTube.
People saying it's fine, so I appreciate that.
I think it's absolutely fine. AMD just took a bit of a right turn to the downside here. With only about 7 minutes to go. Just for anyone wondering, Joby did not come out with a big buy, so obviously I didn't punch long, so I would have punched long if it came out a buy. It did not. Joby came out a small sell, so the other direction, and Roblox came out a sell much smaller, so no trade there. But AMD is heading to the downside, unfortunately. What was interesting is, again, it is what it is, Joby comes out a small sell and does go to the upside. So the punch long would have worked, but the idea is to be buying on a buy imbalance. I'm not going to punch long if it's a sell imbalance when I'm expecting buy. It would have worked out, but then that goes back to the whole, if the alpha is just getting the momentum of it being a buy imbalance, then I'm not going to punch long if it's a sell. It would have worked out, but then that's breaking a rule. Watch out for 355 because it's always possible, even the names that don't have a big imbalance, if we're expecting a big one, it could show up or maybe flip in the other direction. So right now, Joby's a small sell. We're expecting a buy because it's being upweighted in the Russell 2000. And back over to AMD, which is still under VWAP and heading lower. The poll still saying about half of you think that we're going to blast off on AMD. 25% bearish, 12% neutral. No one seems to think it's going nowhere.
We ain't blasting
and then
off.
sideline sitting this out, which is a weird one because it's not like, I don't know how many people actually physically will trade after 4 o'clock. That being said, we will be looking at live quotes and show you support and resistance as it does come in live because that's what we're about. Even if you're not executing through, I feel like most people play options when it comes to earnings. You're not likely just sitting there punching into actual shares in the aftermarket. You're likely playing options expiring on Friday would be my guess. But yeah, we'll give you the juice on that regardless. They do have high expectations. They're coming in hot with a PE much higher than Nvidia, so they better beat everybody.
I hope they beat like crazy so I can short them tomorrow morning right off the jump, right? I mean, I think we've seen that over and over again with these reports as the beat just goes on. They're not going to have a better quarter than
Microsoft. Oh, I mean Meta.
Yeah, they're not going to have a better quarter than Palantir numbers-wise, and they got hit there today. So let's wait to see what winds up happening tomorrow with AMD. But join us just momentarily as Brendan, myself, and Adara will be here 4 o'clock, man. What time is SMCI, Adara, for? And AMD is? So 4:15 AMD, 4:05 for SMCI. We'll get those to you, obviously, as soon as they break. And then Adara will just go through all of the numbers. Neil and I will give our trading opinion. And Brendan also will help with some of those, comparables and numbers and whatnot. And we'll give our best opinions for this. And, yeah, join us, man, SMCI. And then Chipotle Mexican Grill. Again, really tasty food, man, but has been beat up pretty good there to the downside. Always get the guac. Actually, on a daily, it's actually up quite nicely. I didn't even realize this. We've taken out the 50-period moving average. All I'm saying is that it was beat up, and I have to correct myself because we're up quite nicely now, up 30% from the lows right there on CMG. So, yeah, man, get your bowls and wraps and burritos and all that before earnings call and sit down and have one because here we go. It's going to be an exciting look there. Starbucks beat. Remember the thing about Starbucks. Starbucks beat, showing strong consumer. They were up 10% morning after, then whoosh, right down to their downside. This was Starbucks earnings day right here. It actually went to 105, 106, man, and then it just flushed that whole day. It was up 10% in the pre-market, gave it all back. That was Starbucks on the downside there. So just be careful. And then let's check on some comparables and see what McDonald's is up to right now, just to see what the consumer is all about. And Kava might be a good comparable, maybe Dutch Bros, but look what McDonald's is doing. Oh, yeah. They are loving this stock right now, up to near the tops right here for McDonald's. Wow, okay. I used to be in this name. I probably am small, but not anymore. There it is, 322. Looks like a great break opportunity there for McDonald's. Wow, near the highs.
That's
okay.
It's the inverted look of what's happening to Sweet Green.
Oh yeah, well, Sweet Green's a disaster.
That is a dumpster fire is a better word for it than disaster would be. I mean, a disaster, you're down like 80 something percent. That's a dumpster fire.
Yes.
A disaster would be
They're a recent
like
IPO.
25. I forget how recent.
I think this is another Josh Brown name that he loves.
I don't know. I know Uber. I don't know.
He loves Uber, Pfizer, Toast. I believe Sweet Greens.
I don't dislike Uber. I just think like right now there's just a lot of negative sentiment
I like Uber too.
Around Uber. No, but Sweet Green's a dumpster fire.
Yep.
But it's also a potential short squeeze because it's like this is the one the hedge funds. You're putting hedge funds kids through college, at least the ones that go short stocks like this. But in about 3 minutes, in about a minute or so, we're going to turn around so we can get to the desk. Yeah. SMCI is going to be first. I know we talk a lot about AMD, but let's not forget SMCI actually could end up green today. into a weak market. So maybe the bottom is in for SMCI. You can't say that the valuation is a huge deal anymore with them because they're about to be in the teens on their PE, which sometimes when you're worse than your peers on valuation, it's for actual reasons and not because you are an actual value. But we are going to get them 405 and then spaced out between them and Advanced Micro Devices, everybody. And we'll see. Apparently, SoFi is catching a bit of a bid going into the end of the day as well.
Yeah, good. We'd definitely like that. Probably Intel, probably as well. But yeah, Apple, we just cleared out of that at 50. So Apple, done. So we'll be done with that trade today. Real big, man. Apple. We actually wound up making half on Apple that we did on the TQs, but still a good trade there for Apple to end the day. No mistakes here at all. Bought the 268s off of our sticky note. All right, we're going to turn around. Thank you again, everybody, for watching. It's been an absolutely fantastic show with just a minute left. Nasdaq down 1.55, ES down 0.85. It's been a blast. Over to Adara and Brendan, and we'll see you in a couple minutes with SMCI and AMD.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, a lot to cover here tonight as we get into some of these earnings reports. The market overall making a move higher here into the close, but...
apparently there's mic issues, so I will take over really quickly. But yeah, I can take you guys through the expected moves on these. I just posted this here in X at TTV Research. Largest expected move, shocking, probably no one, is going to be super micro computers. 3.1% expected move, but in general, these 405 earnings names have the best expected moves because Enphase is in a close second place, 12.9% expected move here, also reporting at 4:05 p.m. The one we've all been waiting for, the darling of our eyes, AMD, only 8.2% expected move, relatively small, Brendan, Sean, and Neil, for this crop of earnings names. So it should be a pretty interesting look. Right at 4 p.m., we're getting Amgen, Lumen, and Take-Two Entertainment. Take-Two, of course, on watch with a lot of these gaming plays, given some concerns that we've had here with Google DeepMind and its Project Genie. And in 1 second, the bell will ring. The bell is rung. Amgen, Lumen, and Take-Two all on deck, earnings at any moment. But again, 405 SMCI, 415 AMD. Those will be the really big marquee, big ticket earnings plays on watch.
Well done.
Thank you.
Market ends the day in negative territory. Hopefully you can hear me now. That would be key. As Sean was mentioning there, 1.4-ish, it looks like 1.45 to the downside for the Nasdaq, S&P 0.85 to the downside as well. We did make a nice move here in Nvidia as well on the way back into the close, leading. As far as these as far as these semiconductors are concerned, again, the focus going to be on AMD tonight, but there is a lot of focus on Nvidia still, guys, after that huge move down out of the open this morning. We'll keep an eye out for SMCI when it does come across here. But I mean, this is an important report, obviously, for AMD. But I think a lot of the focus here going to still be on the overall mood, really, from the semiconductor side of things and the GPU side of things, with Nvidia a little bit negative to lead things off. If AMD comes out here and blows everything away, is better than expected right across the board, still gets hit hard, that doesn't say a lot for tomorrow.
Like about this before, like this is still a stock that's trading pretty expensively as we speak.
I think it's what Brendan just mentioned there. Like, what if it's down? Remember I said, like, just jokingly, like, imagine Palantir missed. Like, that stock could have been down 20 or 30% today, honestly, right? So it fell 10% on great, from top to bottom, 10% on a great report. So we do fingers crossed here. We're looking for an EPS, Neil, of 132 coming out for AMD. And then the guide, obviously very, very important. You're looking for a revenue guide between 9.3 to 9.9 billion. So that's what we're going to be looking for.
Yeah, fun fact, if you are stressing about this as a shareholder, Tom Lee, I just saw, has 103 million worth of, no, that's billion, sorry.
Right, shares, maybe.
Billion notional, 2.4% of AMD. So, yeah, he might be stressing a little bit over this as well. So, and that's in that GRNY I was just hearing also. So, yeah, Nasdaq unofficially down 1.45 on the nose, as I was mentioning. S&P 500, 0.8 to the downside, or about 58 points when all is said and done. Some Bitcoin negativity today as well. I mean, we did get a little bit of a bounce here, guys, going into the close. That's IBIT. A few people mentioning this rally into the close. Maybe some people dipping a toe in here ahead of potential bounce back for some of these crypto names, but we did get below 74,000 today at one point. That's pretty ugly.
I don't want to forget about SMCI coming up.
I have it up.
Momentarily, but
By the way, Lumen's down 15%.
Okay.
So we're 0 for 1.
Hey everybody. I mean, I like these cameras. This is very fun. Where am I? Oh, over there. Hey. Oh, hey everybody. Yeah, welcome to the.
That's the shot.
Which one? This one? That one? Yeah. This is the shot. Yo, what's up, Joe? My guy Joe, right there. Okay, so SMCI right now, 0.6. But yeah, to Brendan's point about Bitcoin, look, I don't have the Bitcoin chart up, but in a risk-off day like today, no doubt, I mean, IBIT did touch pretty low there. Its lowest level since, I believe, November today for IBIT, touching down to $41. But as Brendan just mentioned, we're not even down that much at the end of the day, only down 1.6% there on Bitcoin, as the market did have a nice little rally to close out the day. What was the IWM actually down after all? I don't even have the quote there. It's on Amex, of course. IWM, load. Okay, so it was up today, actually, after all that. So you can see the difference of
leave that up for a second. See that V-shaped recovery? I know we're waiting in here for SMCI. While we wait, see the V-shaped recovery in IWM? Almost identical to the V-shape at the end of the day here in Bitcoin. Whereas if you Bitcoin
SMCI is out, I think.
76, by the way. SMCI is going to be out. Let's flip over to SMCI. But Bitcoin did recover to 76,000, so $3,000 off of the lows.
Yeah.
Tom Lee can't be hurting about that. He should be liking it. But SMCI already out?
I don't know. I mean, I just saw a big volume spike there, but maybe not. I mean, it's that volume was actually at the close, but just went from $29.40 or so up to $30.45. Obviously, Brendan and Adara going to have these numbers. It might not be out, but yeah, 77,000. You guys buying the dip on the desk with Bitcoin?
That's a good question. It would have to be a big one, I think, to really get me interested. Serious Logic, however, guys, just coming across here. CRUS Q3 26 earnings, 560.6 million, beating estimates. Non-GAAP EPS 297. That's higher. 241 was the estimate. Revenue 410 to 407 million on the guide, also higher. So across the board, green check marks here. This thing's up huge. Just hit 140 after going out around 125 for CRUS. Just seeing Amgen coming across here as well. AMGN revenue 9.9 billion versus 9.46 estimate. EPS 529 versus 473. So AMGN to the downside initially. We're bouncing right now, however. Still no SMCI though, guys.
Oh, there's also news here on S Labs, Silicon Laboratories. Looks like in advanced talks, you've got Texas Instruments. I'm still looking at SMCI, but you've got Texas Instruments in advanced talks to buy chip designer Silicon Laboratories. So S Lab, I believe that's on the Nasdaq. Probably not something a lot of people are going to be interested in, but it's an interesting thing when you see the markets are still liking deal making here. So it's already it's popping 30%. In advanced talks, and the stock's acting like this is happening, we're already getting a 30% bump there. I just see it in advanced talks. Not like a deal is going to be done here, but Texas Instruments, they're coming off their report and looks like they're making an acquisition here, or potentially making a sizable acquisition. This would be about $7 billion if there is a deal coming through. That would be S Lab. If you see things moving around here, then we're certainly happy to cover that news while we wait for SMCI. I saw the volume spike you did, Sean, so I was kind of thinking the numbers were out, but we're still waiting.
Yeah, I think that's good news for Marvell if some Silicon names are starting to be bought out. So nothing happening with Marvell. We'll do a quick little check on that. Not much going on. So yeah, we're going to have to give it a second. We don't have SMCI. We're expecting 405, which should be momentarily. So let me see if we can get it live if we just click on here right now. So we're still waiting. It is just 405 right now. So as soon as that number comes out. But remember, Adara, they had like back and forth accounting issues, and they were delaying earnings.
And Q2 fiscal 2025. Their fiscal year is a bit weird, so they're about to report Q2 2026. So again, that means that this quarter last year, they actually did not give us a report. That's what that means. They gave us a preliminary report. And even as I was making the infographics for earnings, I had to math some of it myself because they only provided estimates. They didn't actually have year-over-year revenue growth for a lot of things. So it's a nice little homemade project there for SMCI, but we'll see if they give us something better and less homemade this quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it must be super thin. I don't have a level 2 in front of me, but it must be super thin right now. Every trade seems to be about $1 or 50 cents at least wide. Bid to offer. Yeah, still not hearing anything, guys, as far as SMCI goes. That AMGN move starting to go a little bit farther. I'm hearing a little bit to the downside, but AMG, and it looks actually decent on the actual numbers. EPS was 2160 to 23. This is the guide, full year guide, 2160 to 23, which was basically dead center of the original expectation. So that's really the only cautionary point. Revenue 37 billion to 38.4 billion for AMGN. So it made a huge move down to 327 on a bounce right now. Again, nothing as far as SMCI at this point. Again, if you're just joining, AMD guys 415. So we do have a better part of 7 minutes to go here for AMD.
I mean, Amgen looks pretty good. I mean, I have the daily chart up right now. I mean, not everything is going to be software related. So we'll see what Amgen wants to do, trying to hold this 345, 346 area. We'll see if there's a top tick blasting through there. Amgen did give you an opportunity to buy that dip on the algo spike down, but not much volume here in the after hours with that report. And, you know, all eyes continue to be on SMCI, and of course, and then we look for AMD. So I think AMD will put up great numbers and will beat everything all around, but I don't know what the reaction will be. My guess is initially up, and then AKA every other stock fall back down after. Even Microsoft actually went up initially, if I remember correctly, and then pulled back once those numbers started to get parsed through.
AMD's guiding, if you go to prior quarter, they're guiding 30% better on the revenue side.
Okay.
So like we are expecting big numbers. If they can beat that, like you're talking about good numbers for a beat. I see, and by the way, Enphase is also reported here. They beat top line 71 cents versus 58 is the estimate. Sales a slight beat, 343 million versus 340 estimates here for Enphase, up about 6%. That's not a gigantic move for Enphase. When you look at it on the daily, hey, Enphase is above the 200 period moving average again. So congratulations. A little bit of a turnaround in the solar space. They've been beleaguered. They've been beaten up. Things didn't go their way the last couple of years. I think we all recognize that. And they don't necessarily have the same support that they did with the administration. But they did beat top and bottom. Maybe the start of something. This is one of the, for lack of a better word, I suppose, better ones.
Another one just coming across here, guys. Take-Two just reporting TTWO. Downside, EPS missed. Yeah. So 50 cents versus 83.
We saw something of them the other day, didn't we, Adara? There was some sort of a news about Take-Two, because I remember.
No, it was about the whole gaming sector.
Oh, that's what it was. It was Unity.
Google basically announced that Google DeepMind Project Genie, and that's what led to the move in all the gaming names.
Come on, Brendo. I mean, Take-Two is monster. Yeah, I know. Brendo just repeated the numbers.
Guys, everything else was decent.
It's good.
Here.
Yeah. So I think that we should have bought that dip, man. When that went down there on that news, I mean, we know that Take-Two is a Grand Theft Auto story. And here, Brendan, see if they give you a timeline on Grand Theft Auto if you see that, because
they do. They haven't changed it.
So it's May, right?
November 26th.
November. Okay.
So that was the last time they pushed it back. They have not pushed it back further, which for Take-Two is actually pretty good.
Okay, yeah. Take-Two's numbers are great there. Nice move up. I mean, it got beat up today, obviously. Wow, did they ever get beat up today from 222 down to 208? And there's the move higher on Take-Two, as if today didn't even happen. So a good little number there. But, you know, I was going to ask this to Adara. Like, what are the chances that SMCI doesn't even come out today? We're already 5 minutes late. Have you been seeing anything on this?
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay.
This is not the company that needs to keep everyone waiting.
No, I mean, they finally have a legit accounting firm, right? I mean, wasn't it a board member that was doing the accounting for a while there?
A cousin?
There was something, yeah.
There was some kind of accounting.
My cousin Vinny.
Yeah,
it's all fun.
Yeah, it was like the guy that flunked out of his CMA or whatever there was doing the accounting for a minute.
For Chipotle lovers, you're not gonna like this one. It's downside, Adara.
It is downside there, and I mean, I like Chipotle as far as fast food goes, so that's a little hard to hear, but we'll talk about it. Adjusted earnings, 25 cents per share, narrowly beating estimates of 24 cents. It's basically in line, guys. And then sales, 2.984 billion, also narrowly beating estimates of 2.963 billion. Just reading through the report here, revenue did increase by 4.9%. Year over year, comparable restaurant sales down, though, by 2.5%. Operating margin down year over year. Restaurant level operating margin down year over year. You guessed it. It's kind of a rough look. A lot of things are either flat or down year over year for the most part, guys, other than revenue.
Chart could be worse, guys, for CMG here. I mean, we're back to 20. Could be worse. We're back to 2023 levels on CMG, but a lot of support in this area.
I think the price of burritos needs to get back to 2023 prices, because I know with foods, obviously with the food costs and everything, has been quite a hindrance on CMG. That's for sure. And then they went through that time where they had a bunch of bird flu and all these kind of crazy things with the quality of their product. But it took me by surprise. I know Neil and I were talking about this at the end of the day, and I was like, wow, CMG's been getting crushed. And then I looked at it, I was like, wait a second, it's up from 30 to 40, but this is giving us another little bit of a bid down here, 34 and change there for CMG. I always get the salad.
They're back in the penalty box for me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just seeing, guys, the 2026 comparable sales about flat. So they're saying about flat. The estimate was 1.84% higher.
Yeah, that's just not going to play.
Huge miss.
They already hadn't recovered from the issue Sean was talking about there, and you can't miss there. You can't miss on the same store sales. Even if it had been like a muted buy, it would have been okay, or a muted like 1%, like something. But you can't be flat. The market's going to kill you for being flat on this. They're only down 9%. I think this could end up a lot worse. I'm not saying they're going to be down 20% like a PayPal, but we saw what happened to PayPal today when they disappointed, and it was 20% to the downside for PayPal. So I feel like Chipotle could be a little bit of that. And the longer we have to wait for SMCI, the more my paranoid brain says, if these guys don't report, they're toast.
This is what happened last time too, where we just kind of kept waiting and then we never got a report. So unfortunately, the playbook for SMCI is falling in line. I'm going to be honest with you guys, as someone who sat in another desk and looked at the same stuff.
Let's try and be positive.
I try to be positive.
No. But this wouldn't be the first time that a company said it's going to report at 405 and then it comes 20.
It could pull a Meta.
20
yeah,
minutes later.
like that one time.
Hold on, Brendan.
No.
They have not earned the benefit of the doubt here.
Well, I have a date tonight. I'm not staying too late.
Going?
Nowhere, I just made that up. Okay, so
Gotta keep it.
no, but
Curious what you're going to eat, man.
I was actually going to ask Adair, because PayPal's down 20%. Obviously, our generation is one thing. PayPal was pretty hot for a while there.
Are you asking if I use PayPal?
Yeah, basically.
So I only use it for certain U.S. screenwriting contests, and even then, only if I have to. That is the only reason I have PayPal. Alex Chris shocked the world with his poor performance, and now he is gone. That's why I've been wanting to use that pun all day. So that's all I have to say here about PYPL, truthfully.
I just want to see where the user.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He did. That was maybe a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
Oh, it was January 2024
Right. Yeah. I knew that.
Here, guys, for AMD. So,
I knew that exact date.
So never mind the SMCI. We'll get AMD.
No.
1 minute's time. Hopefully they are not late.
Oh, that's probably worse.
Well, there's a move to the upside.
Okay, here comes. AMD is going to be out in just a minute now. AMD is not going to let this thing go. There goes AMD up $5. It has to be out right now. It is fluctuating $5, $6. The numbers are out. Adara, let us know. Interrupt when they come.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, she's ready. Over to Adara.
So fourth quarter revenue, $10.3 billion. That is a record for the company and well above estimates of mid-9 billion. So that's going to be a beat. Gross margin, 54%. Operating income, $1.8 billion. Net income, $1.5 billion. So again, I do have to mention here that record revenue, and again, well above estimates, that $10.3 billion versus estimates of $9.65 billion. That's going to be up 34% year over. Nice look here year over year. Gross profit here also going to be to the upside. Gross margin up 3 points here, 3 basis points. Operating expenses also to the upside. Operating income to the upside. Like, there's nothing negative I'm seeing from this report.
Well, actually,
I was just looking at the guide. Did you see a guide?
I have not seen a guide yet.
What was Q1 revenue? 9.5 billion to 10.1 billion. Estimate was 9.4 billion. So Q1 revenue 9.5 billion to 10.1 billion. The estimate was 9.4. So kind of mid-tier here. I mean, this thing's down, but could be worse.
They also guided China revenue.
Oh, it will be worse.
Which is significant. $100 million in AMD Instinct sales to China they're expecting. So that's a nice look there for AMD. They also had record data center revenue, $5.4 billion. For the record, last quarter, $4.3 billion. So they've done their record by $1 billion, guys.
Okay.
So,
yeah, it could easily be worse. They're still actually digesting and it's heading lower. But we needed the option of the pop and fade. That was what was not in the poll. If you were following along, there was 50% of you thought we'd have a blast off, and then there was 20% on the bearish dump, and anybody that bought pop and fade like Palantir yesterday had to vote for bearish dump. And now we are heading lower. Now 5.5%, almost 6% to the downside on AMD. Ultimately, it doesn't. We said this with Palantir. We said this all throughout all these tech earnings. Sometimes even a beat is not going to be good enough, and it can matter that you're priced a little bit too much to perfection. We've seen AMD rally in the last little bit when Nvidia couldn't rally. AMD is expensive relative to Nvidia, so to me, you needed a huge beat to justify it. Coming as expected on a stock which is already a little bit expensive relative to its peers is not cutting it in this market right now. It's not cutting it at all. And by the way, not reporting at all is also not cutting it.
When Brendan said AMD, possibly going lower, it is going lower. It's going to continue to go lower. It's just not impressive enough for me. Gross margins 55% versus 54.5. So it's nice that they're not negative on the gross margin number. But AMD did have a decent day today, and now it's getting clobbered. Well, decent day. Nothing really had a decent day, but it was holding up okay there around that 244. Now you're down to 233. But we've already talked about this. AMD has no chill. It's a roller coaster regardless of earnings or not. So to me, it's this 220. This gap fill right there, that's what we're looking for tomorrow as a possible holding spot, or once conference call, which I believe Adair is probably around 4:35 maybe at this point. So right now, downside move
5
here.
p.m.
5 p.m. There it goes, breaking 230, breaking 229. We're getting lower and lower here as AMD keeps on getting away from themselves. 227 just got printed, Brendan, on this. And remember, we have to remember also that we have the memory glut as well, or shortage. So we have to think about also the fact that can they produce as many chips as necessary to meet whatever demand they possibly have. So we'll wait to hear for that on the conference call as well.
Intel already said they couldn't.
Exactly. So this is a monster problem. And then before we go back over, let me just check out some of the shrapnel if it's being defended at all. So right here we do have a move down in Nvidia. That's not great. Down $2 on NVDA. Broadcom go boom as well, I would assume, to the downside a little bit. Nah, not as much for Broadcom. Actually, they're down $4. That's no good. And SMCI, guys, they have not reported right now. So SMCI still all the way and waiting for that. This is a bad sign, I think, for
That's
SMCI.
a really clickbait, Sean. I fell for it. I literally looked at Brendan. I was like, clickbait when you were like, SMCI.
Yeah.
I was like,
Not reported.
No.
I looked too, I'm
Thank
not
you.
gonna lie. We're all sitting there waiting for it. Someone's in the chat, they're like, oh, you guys love it when stocks go down. It's not but trust me, nobody likes it when stocks go down. It's just a matter of being honest about what you're seeing happening. Overall, I'm not happy that
That was awesome.
the downside. But
Sorry about that, everybody.
No, you 100% make
most
me
people like that. Most people like that on there. So
the first thing I did was I was watching AMD. I popped over to
We're
SMCI
trying- we're trying to create
see if we're
some
headed,
action over
and
here.
it's not. SMCI's continue to head down. Some of this might be sympathy, but there's a decent portion of it is where are the earnings? Everybody else comes.
You know what?
Time. We're still waiting. So what does happen if SMCI doesn't report? Are we just down 5%, 10% tomorrow?
Probably not. I mean, there's probably a reason for that. I bet you they report at 5. I mean,
maybe the time is wrong.
Yeah. I think that maybe the guy just put the something.
505, not 405.
Maybe they moved
it's
it.
usually 405.
It's usually.
Maybe they moved.
I want to say about the memory names just quickly, and we'll throw it back to Brendan. Let us know if there's anything else in that report, Brendo. But SNDK down decently right here, down about $10 right now on this. The whole space is probably going to take a little bit of a downside tick here. It's just AMD. As far as the market cap is concerned, it's not an Nvidia or anything like that. And Neil already mentioned that AMD was already trading at a richer valuation than pretty much all of its peers. Tom Lee, as Brendan mentioned there, $100 billion worth of shares.
Yeah, he's pretty deep.
There right now. So he's down, he's down a couple, $4 or $5 billion right now as he was before. But there goes Intel with a pullback as well. So the whole space, Brendan and Darren Neal getting hit right now.
Yeah, he's pot committed at this point, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. He's just,
you have that many shares, like you said, like you're pot committed. There's not much you can do. You probably double down. It's very possible, like I said, that we might see a situation where this rollover in AMD. I don't think it'll be the same as Palantir. Believe it or not, had the power to signal a bit of a top for some of the risk names. I don't know that AMD will have the exact same power in this situation because Nvidia's already dropped a couple of days.
well, you said that the keyword was rollover.
It was
right?
like, already started.
This has nothing to roll over on. This is rolling over on its back as we speak here.
Only rolling over in itself.
Just to summarize, guys, they just reported revenue of 10.27 billion and then guided 9.6 billion.
Right.
So that's the wrong direction. But just on your point, Neil, that's the wrong direction. If you're looking at what's coming in the future.
And well, they also came into this like they're. And don't get me wrong, like I like the stock. They came to this with 129p, and the forward was 39. So even in the face of these numbers, you're still looking at an expensive stock. And then to your point, if that's not going to get better based on what the guide is telling you, then you get this doldrum. That said, it's trying to bounce right here as we speak. It's back through the 230 level. So you are catching some kind of a bid when you zoom out to that daily chart. But I don't know how long move that's going to be.
It needed to hold. It's holding. So, look, I think it's a short tomorrow, no matter what happens. But yeah, 230 holding out for that price right there. Let's see what winds up happening. But yeah, big plus 33% year over year, right? 10.27 billion in revenue. I mean, some of these numbers are really good, man. Gross margins beat as well. There's actually not much wrong with the report. It's just when you don't, I guess, put up these crazy. Yeah. I think we're all spoiled with Nvidia numbers from like 2024.
39% on data center, and we're not happy. Yeah. But we're not.
Record
we're not.
For data center.
It's going the wrong direction, though. That's the problem, right? If next quarter it's down, that can't be a good thing.
No, it can't be a good sign.
The rate of change is changing fast enough to the upside. That's wrong.
Let's look. The sky's not falling completely. The low of the day on AMD was 237. We're at 232 right now. That is like basically almost a nothing burger, believe it or not. I mean, it was down. If it was going to break that level, we were going to get a lot worse. But you have to remember something. Palantir dropped 10% basically off open. It was up 13% at its max. I think it closed around 5%. So you gave up 8%. You give up 10% or so on AMD, you're in the 210s. So we're nowhere near the low here for AMD, and we're actually battling right back upside. And yeah, APB, all points bulletin out for SMCI, and right now as they are not coming through with a report. But I'm surprised, Adara, that you haven't been able to see anybody tweeting or
literally no one.
I'm sure they're already just over it. They're just like, it's not happening. That's probably what it is, because usually I would see some stuff. I can show you guys, though, because I've been working on this up here because it's what I do. Here's an updated look at AMD's performance by business category for the year. Now, this is nice because, and you can find the one from last quarter. I posted it on XTTV Research as well. Embedded revenue actually dropped last year.
I just got to get rid of that. Okay,
no worries. So I just want to mention here, so data center revenue dropped, embedded revenue dropped last quarter. It's actually up year over year for this quarter. Client and gaming revenue up 37%, though it is down on a quarter over quarter basis. So it's down sequentially, but up nicely year over year. Data center revenue for AMD, this is significant. It was actually up only roughly 22% only, but you know what I mean, only 22% last quarter. This quarter, it's up a healthy 39%. And again, it continues to take an ever larger share of this pie chart, because last quarter we had $4.3 billion in data center revenue and $4 billion in client and gaming revenue. They were almost neck and neck. That is not really the case anymore. So data center revenue, regardless of if it's slowing like the next quarter, as of this quarter, still growing and trying to eat up larger chunks of AMD's classical business.
It's interesting on that front. All things look great, but overall, the number.
Well, I like to visualize things in different ways.
A little bit questionable, interesting. If you zoom out here, guys, on a daily chart, I mean, we're smack dab in the middle, basically, of this range once again. Down from the close, obviously, but I mean, like you guys were saying, could be a lot worse.
Well.
I mean, it could be PayPal.
No, after what we saw today, like anything could be a heck of a lot worse. What happened to PayPal and what happened to Palantir has shown you that it could be a heck of a lot worse, and there's no question about it. But that's because, well, part of it has to do with how strong this market has been. Let's not lose sight of the fact that just back in October, look at the daily chart of AMD and where we were in October, just sort of chilling at around 175, 180. And we double tapped $260, all the whole while where everyone was saying how expensive they are and why are they holding up so well compared to Nvidia. That's part of the story here. It's not necessarily that it's all bad, but we just rallied 30% to start the year to the highs on AMD. So yes, it did need to be perfect in this situation. You're not going to break out highs in this market without something spectacular. Look at what SNDK had to do to break out. It was an unbelievable quarter. Like we're talking 3-4x on revenue and EPS beats to prior year. Like it was just monstrous what they did, and that's how they could break out the highs in the uptrend. AMD needed to have a moment like that. It just didn't happen, but the chart's still fine. Like look at this. Anybody owns AMD, are you really crying about it unless you bought it a week ago at the highs?
I mean, this stock dropped $8 at open. We only just, we did, like, you're back to 234 right now. You're only down a couple percentage points right here. I don't think it's that bad. I bet you SMCI comes out at 430 here and wants to do something. So let's, I don't know if we want to stay for that, but SMCI right here, looking lower, you know, due to this AMD pull, but I'm excited to see actually what they wind up doing here. There's Nvidia bouncing as well off 179, so that's catching a little bit there. The Take-Two number was an actual really good number as well. Take-Two goes out tonight at 208 and it's up to 220 right there on a nice little play there as well. And I bet you SNDK and the likes of them have probably bounced as well. Yeah, back from 685 back to 694. Micron as well with a little upside. And just because I can't, if I'm in front of a screen, I have to keep basically looking. Silver right now up 7% and trying to go higher now as well as silver back upside. And then the other report that we had today was Amgen and 342. So Amgen kind of going where it went out at. So not much going on there for Amgen. And then one more play, and then we'll throw it back to the desk and we can decide about this SMCI. But Chipotle does also find a bid down there near $34. So that's just a run through of those four names that we actually have reports on there today. And we'll wait to see on this SMCI potentially a couple minutes away.
Maybe we'll see. We'll hang out for, about 1 minute to go here. In the meantime, some casino action here. MDLZ. Out here, downside for Mondelez. The organic net revenue growth, the problem here, comes in exactly flat versus plus 2% estimate. 2 to 2.7% was the estimate. So Mondelez to the downside. For anyone who cares, Match also reported they were initially higher, coming back in a hurry here. It was the guidance for MTCH that was a problem, pointing to quote unquote AI investments. I have no idea what that means, but MTCH coming back in.
I just have another AI headline here. At the Cisco AI Summit, where we know Lip Bhutan was making comments earlier, AWS CEO Matt Garman saying that apparently they're, quote, pretty far from what's needed for space-based data centers. And I think he means just in general. So Elon Musk might not love those comments from Matt Garman, but he is making them. Also with Mondelez, did you mean like it was like a lottery like move, or like what, like in terms of the move? Because I know Mondelez does like the food, right? Anyways, I was curious about that. But I want to quickly talk as well here, because I didn't get to mention this too much, about PayPal. The Alex Chris era is over. The man who shocked the world is now gone. And so I made this infographic because I was curious. And I think the overwhelmingly what you can see here is revenue is basically flat under his tenure, which is kind of crazy when you're at a company for it's like multiple quarters here, 2 years. We didn't get any double-digit revenue growth ever on PYPL during his entire tenure. So it's kind of a sad look. It's less of a Pat Gelsinger complete wealth destruction story and more of a you just didn't do anything for 2 years story. But either way, this is the lament of Alex Chris at PYPL. And if you're curious, I will drop this in the chat so you guys can all see.
And here, appreciate the kind words. Great show again today, guys, even if SMCI was a no-show. This is how we roll. We're going to be here regardless. I'll never forget when we waited around for Meta that was unbelievably late. For the record, when Meta was late, they still reported, and if memory serves, it was worth the wait. We'll see. Remains to be seen with SMCI whether we'll actually be worth the wait. After AMD, I'm not sure that's going to end up being true, but it has been a fun one.
I haven't seen it.
Regardless,
4:30.
At the end of the day, it's 4:30. We haven't seen the numbers, unfortunately. But this wouldn't be the first time that we don't see SMCI when we expect to. So there's a precedence for this for them.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to get it. So
I don't know. It's clearly not in a hurry.
maybe they've got Jack Ma and they can't find Jack Ma now. I mean, there was a time where Alibaba couldn't find Jack Ma. So
maybe they were waiting for AMD to go first. And then
you first. You jump first.
Maybe we should wait until another day.
Yeah, let's let the bigger, more impressive stock go first, so that we have to follow them. That's what you always want to do.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that guy climb that Taipei 101? Like, that was insane. You should watch that. My heart is like racing watching that guy.
I turned it off.
I don't. That was in.
I was doing it before bed.
I'm like, you have kids, man. But okay, AMD just collapsing a little bit on itself right here again.
Out like that.
Yeah, there. So AMD right back to lows one more time. Went up to 234. That might be the top. Nice fall back in there for AMD. 229.50, as you can see, a live level 2. And by the way, thank you for joining us for this report. I want to ask everybody in the chat, you're never going to see anywhere else live level 2s here on earnings, and we can show you the size, the volume, the moves, everything like that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. We're back tomorrow. We're back every single major earnings day, and this week, 4 days, right? Like we're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and if Brendan says so, even Friday.
Google tomorrow, Amazon Thursday.
Yep.
Yeah, Snapchat, and of course, don't forget about Snapchat.
And those are both nice and early.
Don't ever forget about.
Yeah, everyone cares so a lot about.
How dare you forget about Snapchat, Brendan?
What am I thinking?
All right.
Just thinking another. AMD got 390 million Q4 sales from China on MI308 AI chip.
China.
So we'll keep an eye out. But guys, we're not getting SPCE. So let's call it a day. It's been a great one. AMD earnings call 5 p.m. SMCI earnings call. Who the hell knows? We'll talk about it, I'm sure, in the morning if they have reported. If they have not, we'll sit around and wait for it. Until then, 8 a.m. tomorrow. Come back, join us then. We'll see you. Ciao.